5 years ago, Suchi found himself transported to this world, hoping to reshape his fate like a novel's protagonist. However, he soon realized he was nothing more than a talentless misfit. On this particular day, the kingdom of Xia welcomed the beginning of summer, yet the sky was shrouded in an eerie gloom. Raindrops persistently battered against umbrellas, pooling into puddles that submerged shoe soles. Suchi stood at the school gate, gazing into the hazy rain, sighing as he waited for the person who constantly worried him. Bored, his gaze drifted to the LED screen atop a nearby mall. Typically dominated by advertisements, it only broadcasted news during off-peak rental periods. Just like now. Rejoice! New benefits for cardholders have been introduced. Major cardholder high schools will adopt new cards, potentially setting a new record for this year's college entrance exam scores. Spatial disturbances detected, with an unstable spatial rift appearing in the suburbs of Jiangxia City, possibly the seed of a secret realm. Pioneers with the capability, please contact the local cardholders guild. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice sounded beside him. More benefits for cardholders. How nice. But it doesn't really concern us. Unbeknownst to him, a girl named Lu Yuan had appeared at his side. She was about 15 or 16, dressed in a blue and white checkered pleated skirt, her long legs clad in canvas shoes, embodying the coolness of early summer with her snow-white bare arms. Her light golden hair, though slightly disheveled, couldn't conceal her captivating beauty. Against Suchi's 6-foot stature, she seemed particularly petite. True, it doesn't concern us. Let's head home, Yuan. Remember to bring an umbrella next time, Suchi said, forcing a smile, though his hand holding the umbrella trembled slightly. Okay, brother Suchi, Lu Yuan replied calmly. As they walked together in the rain, Suchi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a complicated expression in his eyes. Lost in thought, he inadvertently tilted the umbrella, allowing rain to drench Lu Yuan. He pondered whether he had disgraced the title of a transmigrator. This world was far from peaceful on the surface. Countless secret realms intertwined with the Blue Sea Realm, making fantasy, sword immortals, magic, and mechas more than mere dreams. With the right cards, anything was possible, but reality had dealt Suchi a harsh blow. In this world, everyone possessed a soul card, 3 core slots, and 40 ordinary card slots. Those with exceptional soul cards could build powerful decks, while others had to rely on wealth and understanding to make the most of their core slots. Suchi's soul card was the Drunken Traveler, a mundane 2-star card. So weak, even passing dogs dared to bark at him. Lu Yuan's soul card, Eternal Snow Mountain, was a rare 4-star, but its lack of combat ability made it hard to utilize. These two misfits met by chance. Initially, when Suchi took in the homeless Lu Yuan, he harbored hopes of her being a protagonist figure, dreaming of a grand reversal of fortunes within 3 years. Yet, 5 years on, they had both come to terms with their ordinary fate. Walking together in the rain, they failed to notice the changes in their soul cards. Amidst the gentle breeze and rain, the words Calamity Dragon Yuan, Eternal Rest, appeared above a tombstone, and the snow on a broken sword melted, revealing a symbol left by the drunken traveler as he released the hilt. These two starkly different cards bore the exact same symbol on the sword hilt. Thus, the story was about to begin. Who would have thought that in just 20 short minutes, this girl, exuding an air of youthful innocence, would be drenched from head to toe with not a dry spot on her. Lu Yuan was soaked through, her clothes clinging to her petite frame, yet she remained silent. It wasn't until they returned to the cramped rented room that she softly said, I need to take a shower. Suchi frowned, instinctively blurting out, Huh? Didn't you just shower yesterday? He stopped himself mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the girl's predicament, and swallowed the rest of his words. Go ahead, he sighed, placing the umbrella by the door and switching on the small lamp in the corner. The 20 square meter space felt suffocatingly cramped, with a short table beside the bed piled high with miscellaneous items and counterfeit card-making books. Just as Suchi was lost in self-mockery, his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. Unlocking it, a baffling confession message appeared on the screen. He scoffed, deleted, and blocked the sender, muttering to himself, Weirdo. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed. Detected host's mental maturity approaching. System now formally activated. Suchi wasn't alarmed. He simply let out a long breath and calmly replied, I'm here. Please select a secondary host to bind with the system. Currently, you can bind 01 host. Suchi is the absolute host of this system. Hearing the system's prompt, Suchi frowned slightly. Secondary host? What are you up to, system? The system explained, as compensation for the hardships and challenges you faced over the past 5 years, all tasks can be completed by the secondary host. Rewards will be received by you, and can be freely distributed. If the secondary host fails a task, you can step in yourself. Suchi's eyes lit up. Getting rewards effortlessly? Is such a good thing possible? He already had someone in mind and couldn't help but glance towards the bathroom. Amidst the sound of running water, Lu Yuan was about to turn off the shower. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. A suitable candidate detected. Would you like to bind with the system? Lu Yuan wrapped her towel tighter around herself, speaking in a low voice. What's your purpose? To cultivate the bound individual into the strongest in the world, the system replied. A flicker of emotion crossed Lu Yuan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. What do I have to give up? Your feelings, memories, and everything related to Su Qi. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment before softly saying, then find someone else. I'm afraid I might fall for him. The system suddenly announced, binding successful. Lu Yuan panicked, shouting hysterically. I said no. No. I can't forget. I can't forget. The system calmly replied, congratulations on passing the binding test. This system doesn't intend to bind with someone ungrateful. Lu Yuan was taken aback, tilting her head cutely in confusion. Huh? She blinked her eyes innocently, her tone still carrying a hint of doubt. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan felt both delighted and puzzled. No cost? Could such a good thing really exist in this world? She cautiously asked. Really? No cost at all? The system calmly replied. It's not entirely without cost. The chosen one must complete a series of tasks to reach the pinnacle of the world. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind, one she couldn't shake off. Gathering her courage, she asked, can you bind to Su Qi? He's definitely more suitable than I am, and would complete the tasks perfectly. Seeing no response from the system, Lu Yuan quickly added, remember, a young man's ambitions can reach the clouds. Su Qi just needs a chance. If it weren't for me holding him back. The system remained silent. Lu Yuan realized that transferring the opportunity to Su Qi was impossible. Determined, she decided to strive for the top of the world, not just for herself but for Su Qi too. Letting him enjoy a wonderful life while holding on to her success was not a bad idea. With this thought, Lu Yuan was filled with motivation. Following the system's instructions, she silently activated the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Race, Dragonborn. Age, 18. Soul power, 147. Enhancement points, 0. Main task, participate in the cardholder trials and achieve the top score in the city. Side tasks, none. Dragonborn? She's a dragon? Lu Yuan was astonished but was soon drawn to another piece of information. Participate in the cardholder trials and achieve the top score in the city? How is that possible? The cardholder trials were akin to college entrance exams, and she hadn't even reached the 150 soul power required to register, let alone compete with thousands of peers for the top spot. While Lu Yuan was feeling dejected, the system suddenly prompted. Secondary host binding successful. As a first-time bonus, the host is awarded 648 enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to issue side tasks or enhance any card. Please allocate wisely to ensure the secondary host completes the main task, allowing for a continuous flow of enhancement points and effortless gains. Meanwhile, Su Qi also received Lu Yuan's panel information. Dragonborn? He was pleasantly surprised, realizing he had found a real treasure. Although Lu Yuan had always appeared ordinary, he was confident she would soon astonish everyone. Su Qi decided to test the system's functionality. He issued a side task. Task content. Without even registering, how can you talk about being the city's best? Convince Su Qi to let you participate in the cardholder trials. Task reward. An opportunity to enhance a soul card. Task hint. Do not reveal the system's existence to outsiders, or both the chosen one and those informed will be eliminated. Lu Yuan quickly received the task notification but felt stuck. The registration fee for the cardholder trials was 10,000, and she didn't know how to ask. But for a brighter future, she had to try. Just as Lu Yuan was grappling with this, Su Qi's voice came from outside the door. Still not done? Do you think water is free? Lu Yuan realized she'd been in the bathroom too long, hurriedly turned off the shower, and replied, feeling guilty about the water bill, brother. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. I'm done. The girl stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, completely unconcerned about whether she might be exposed. Her voice carried a unique youthful innocence, like a fledgling bird's chirp. Su Qi, can I participate in the card wielder's trial? Su Qi smiled faintly, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Yes, of course you can, he said softly, his fingers tapping the table casually. This side quest was meticulously designed by him, and without Lu Yuan's participation, how could he reap the benefits? Still, he needed to put on a convincing front, as people's hearts are unpredictable and one mustn't reveal all their cards too soon. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. I think I can achieve good results. Our lives will surely improve a lot in the future. She spoke cautiously, not entirely sure about the effects of strengthening soul cards, and worried that overconfidence might make Su Qi think she was delusional. As she spoke, She noticed the confused expression on Suchi's face, and her voice grew quieter. She suddenly realized the topic might be a bit heavy, instinctively tightening her grip on the towel. Lu Yuan silently vowed that she had no strange thoughts. She just had a bad habit of clutching things when nervous, a habit she couldn't shake. Suchi mused aloud. Yes, June is almost here. Ah Yuan, do you want to go to college? Thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Yuan's tuition wasn't expensive, just an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. He felt a bit sentimental, surprised that she was willing to squeeze into this tiny 20 square meter room with him. Feigning contemplation, Suchi gently said, if you want to go, then go. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Even if you fail, attending a regular school is fine, just don't end up like me. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to respond, he made the decision for her. After all, this was just a formality in the task. As for the tuition, Suchi's gaze involuntarily drifted to Lu Yuan, noting how fair her skin looked under the light today. His fingers lightly tapped the table. Get some rest early today. I'll figure out the money situation. Yesterday might have been difficult, but today might be different. Suchi sent Lu Yuan to bed and began researching how to use the enhancement points. Would you like to use enhancement points to strengthen the card? The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Lu Yuan felt secretly delighted by Suchi's words. She also heard the prompt indicating task completion. The soul card system mustn't be revealed to others. She silently reminded herself, wishing she could tell Suchi everything. Use. Enhance. With Suchi's command, everything in the room vanished from his sight, swallowed by the vast universe. Even the rainbow that appeared after the rain lost its brilliance as the sky turned into a shroud of darkness. Suchi watched as his soul card disintegrated into countless tiny particles, forming chaotic turbulence in the air. The guiding light from above was about to descend. The system's voice spoke again. Please select a card. Insert the appropriate enhancement points, and write a background story that matches the card. Each enhancement allows 3 attempts, and you must choose one of the 3 results. Without hesitation, Suchi chose his only remaining soul card, the Drunken Traveler. He decided to experiment first, inserting 10 enhancement points. Then he began crafting an elaborate story about the Drunken Traveler. This traveler was actually a reclusive master of the world, neither here nor there. People laughed at his drunken madness, unaware that once he single-handedly fought against 3,000 emperors. A mere 200 words, a breeze for this struggling author. Confirm. With Suchi's command, the system prompted, enhancement complete. 13. Please confirm the result or choose to re-enhance. This enhancement was successful, remaining attempts 23. Suchi didn't make a decision immediately, opting to review the enhancement result first. Name, the Drunken Madman. Type, human fantasy non-growth. Rarity, common. Energy level, 3 stars. Skill, intoxication, occasionally capable of performing some decent moves while drunk. Description, he's gone mad, always fantasizing that he's a hidden master. Suchi's expression twisted slightly, at a loss for words. Things weren't as easy as he'd hoped. This was a failed attempt. Or perhaps, it could be seen as a successful one. Suchi stared at the card in his hand, frowning slightly. He realized that the card's attributes weren't entirely determined by his descriptions, but rather leaned towards the direction based on the enhancement points invested. Ultimately, the outcome depended on luck. The system's quite humane. Giving 3 chances, Suchi muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Wait, humane? Right. I'm a cunning outsider, so why play by the rules? He decisively chose to invest 0 enhancement points. The system seemed momentarily caught off guard, as if it hadn't anticipated such a free-loading move. Seizing the opportunity, Suchi repeated his earlier description, embellishing it to portray himself as a worldly wise sage who toys with life. After the enhancement, the card's attributes didn't change much. Suchi shrugged. Seems like there's no free ride here. But at least I've mastered the art of saving and loading. He decided to try again, this time investing 648 enhancement points to strengthen the Yuan's Eternal Snow Mountain card. As he was about to describe it, he caught sight of a broken sword on the snowy mountain, feeling a sense of familiarity. A bold idea struck him. Suchi deleted his previous description and reimagined it. Of all the weapons in the world, none wound more deeply than the past. He wove a tale of a swordsman, a dragon-blooded girl, and the Eternal Snow Mountain, attempting to connect the stories of 2 soul cards. After a long wait, the system finally responded. Lu Yuan anxiously checked her soul card, astonished to find a series of derivative cards. Epic? Derivative cards? These terms felt far beyond her reach. Images of the cards appeared in her mind. Dragon-blooded girl, teachings of the Gale, fated encounter, drunken traveler, and finally, a Yuan abyss. Each card contained a unique story, as if narrating a legend that transcends time. You said I have the heart of a dragon, that no matter how wounded I am, I can recover once I find peace. I believed it too, but neither of us ever considered. What if one day I can no longer find that peace? At this moment, perhaps only the mythical department of astonishment could capture Lu Yuan's emotions. With a 5-star epic card in hand, Lu Yuan couldn't contain her joy. She felt a sense of relief that the system's task wasn't in vain and realized that she now held an advantage in the city's cardholder trials. After all, in this third-tier city, few students could summon a 5-star epic card. Meanwhile, Su Qi was even more thrilled. His 4-star legendary card, the Drunken Wanderer, might lack growth potential, but it was formidable in immediate combat. What excited him even more was Lu Yuan's 5-star epic card with limitless potential. He even suspected it might be a 7-star or even 8-star legendary card. Both were lost in their own thoughts, unable to share them with each other. Overcome with emotion, Lu Yuan hugged Su Qi tightly from behind, her heart pounding like a drum. She hesitated but finally mustered the courage to say, "Brother Su Qi, let's take a break together. My scholarship application has been approved, so you won't have to work overnight anymore." Su Qi turned to touch Lu Yuan's feverish forehead, his eyes filled with concern. He glanced around the small room at the only bed and inadvertently noticed a towel on the pillow, suddenly understanding. Seeing this, Lu Yuan pouted, feigning annoyance. "I just meant resting together. What were you thinking?" As night fell, Su Qi lay in bed, unable to sleep. He felt Lu Yuan quietly move closer, so he wrapped his arms around her. Lu Yuan kept her eyes shut, her eyelashes trembling slightly, feeling secretly delighted. How wonderful it is when humble tenderness meets profound devotion. "Good morning, Su Qi." "Oh, morning, Yuan." Su Qi opened his sleepy eyes to find Lu Yuan's delicate face right in front of him. The young girl was already dressed, her light golden hair loosely tied into 2 small buns. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her, making her emerald green eyes look particularly deep and captivating. Su Qi couldn't help but be mesmerized. This feeling of sudden heart-pounding excitement reminded him of the first time he met Lu Yuan. The emotions that had been dulled by everyday life's pressures suddenly surged within him. He wondered to himself, Yuan is an adult now. What does she really feel about me? Affection? Dependence? Or perhaps love? "Su Qi, are you listening to me?" Lu Yuan blinked, pretending to be upset. Su Qi snapped out of his daze. "Huh? Sorry, I zoned out. What were you saying, Yuan?" Lu Yuan nervously asked. "Can you come watch my duel today, Su Qi?" Seeing the hopeful sparkle in her eyes, Su Qi felt a flutter in his heart. "Of course, I have time." Lu Yuan's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. The two of them made their way to Jiangxia Dual City, a towering 50-monastery structure located in the bustling heart of the city. The facade of the building was adorned with the characters for Jiangxia Dual City, intricately carved and gleaming with golden threads. Although today was Saturday, the Dual City was not open to the public. With the cardholder trials just a month away, high schools specializing in card dueling had reserved the entire venue for intense training sessions. Lu Yuan's class was preparing for both the cardholder trials and academic exams, determined to excel in both arenas. Jiangxia Dual City, situated in the lively center of Jiangxia City, stood out with its impressive 50-monastery design. Bathed in the morning sunlight, it sparkled with colorful highlights. The center of the building prominently featured the characters for Jiangxia Dual City, embellished with golden details, exuding a sense of grandeur. It's said that a notable figure personally inscribed these characters. The main entrance remained firmly shut, misleading those unaware into thinking the Dual City was closed today. In reality, the Dual City wasn't open to the public, as the upcoming month was dedicated to the cardholder trials, with weekends reserved by various high schools eager to nurture talent. Fortunately, this posed no challenge for Yuan, who was in the know. Yuan took Su Qi's hand and skillfully guided him around the side of the Dual City. 2 minutes later, they arrived at a visual blind spot. Yuan pushed open a concealed door, revealing a small elevator. After a moment's thought, she pressed the button for the 19th floor. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped into a vast space surrounded by tiered seating. Yuan explained, "This place was originally designed for spectators, but now it's reserved by schools for training." She led Su Qi to their class's designated area. In the center of the arena, a buzz-cut teenager named Sun Guanhui had just won a duel. Arrogantly, he surveyed the crowd. "Anyone else want to go?" Seeing no challengers, he turned to leave. "Old man, I'm going back to sleep." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Why don't you try your luck with the elite class?" Sun Guanhui paused, sneering. "Who's barking like a dog? Come out if you've got the guts." Silence fell over the crowd, and satisfied, he continued on his way. Just then, he noticed a blonde girl with a bun stepping out of the elevator, someone unfamiliar to him. He plastered on a fake smile. "Hello, may I ask?" Lu Yuan smiled back. "I don't like your attitude. Can I challenge you?" The smile on Sun Guanhui's face froze instantly. He frowned and turned around, his expression returning to a calm demeanor. Such a nice girl, but it's a shame she's blind at such a young age, Sun Guanhui thought to himself, a smirk of disdain forming at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his chin slightly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Isn't strength about having character and enjoying privileges? Isn't striving to be a card holder all about not having to be overly polite with ordinary people? Move aside, you're in my way, Sun Guanhui said coldly, ready to leave. Lu Yuan shook her head, blocking his path. You can't leave just yet. I want to challenge you for a spot in the elite class. Sun Guanhui squinted, sizing up Lu Yuan. How dare she challenge him? He barely contained his irritation. According to the rules, are you qualified? 10th place, Lu Yuan. She replied calmly. Only then did Sun Guanhui take a closer look at her, realizing why she seemed familiar. He let out a casual yawn. All right, let's just use this as a lesson for others about not overreaching. He turned and walked towards the center of the field, while the surrounding students started discussing. Teacher Wang Dong stepped into the center. A regulated duel. No objections from either side, right? Lu Yuan's clear voice rang out. Teacher Wang Dong, may I challenge Sun Guanhui? Wang Dong nodded in agreement. A regulated duel is essentially turn-based and data-driven, primarily aimed at developing students' combat thinking. Finishing his words, he concentrated briefly and pulled out a device the size of an air conditioner remote from his pocket, deftly manipulating a few buttons. In an instant, white light flooded the entire arena, and Lu Yuan felt an invisible force enveloping his body. This was the soul barrier, designed to protect the cardholder. On both sides of the field, endearing white polar bear robots appeared as referees, holding up signs reading 4,000. They would monitor the depletion of the soul barrier in real time, reaching 0 signifying the cardholder's demise. Lu Yuan gazed at Sun Guanhui, speaking with a calm demeanor. Since I'm challenging you, you can go first. This composure made Sun Guanhui wary. In high school duels, having the first move was a notable advantage. Could his opponent really be so confident? After a moment's thought, Sun Guanhui decided to play cautiously. He channeled his soul power, resonating with the card. A flash of white light and a slender, refined young man appeared on the right side of the field. The Dual Cities equipment immediately digitized the card's data. Name, Flame Apprentice. Type, Human Magic Limited Growth. Rarity, Common. Energy level, 4-star. Description. He is an apprentice aspiring to become a Flame Grandmaster, though he can only aspire. Attack evaluation, 800. Defense evaluation, 300. Battle experience evaluation, 500. Overall combat power, 671. All eyes were on this seemingly frail scholar. What? Sun Guanhui is serious now? He started with a nearly 700 power Flame Apprentice. A flicker of anger passed through Sun Guanhui's eyes, clearly upset at being interrupted from his nap. He scanned the room and his gaze locked onto an unfamiliar blonde girl. The class began to murmur, with some recognizing her as Lu Yuan, a girl from an ordinary background. Long Tao frowned and called out, "Stop yelling. Watch the duel properly." The classmates quieted down and focused on the match. Although no one particularly liked Sun Guanhui, they had to admit he had some skill. Long Tao thought to himself, Lu Yuan rarely interacted with others, but she seemed to have a good grasp of her abilities. Does she really have the confidence to defeat Sun Guanhui? Sun Guanhui made the first move, summoning the Flame Apprentice. The card emitted a searing aura, not particularly remarkable in the card wielder system, but a formidable challenge for high school students. He looked at Lu Yuan with a taunting expression and declared the end of his turn. Lu Yuan said nothing, concentrating on gathering her soul energy. Blue and white light flickered at her fingertips, slowly outlining the shape of a card. This process took a full 8 seconds, a duration that would have been fatal in a real battle. Finally, a chill emanated from the card. Lu Yuan softly uttered, "Summon." In an instant, the entire duel arena was covered in ice and snow. The sunlight outside was obscured, and frost formed on the windows. The howling wind sent shivers through the students observing from outside. Name, Dragon Slumbering Mountain Fragment. Type, Terrain Fantasy Non-Evolving. Rarity, Epic. Energy level, 4 stars. Skill, when Dragon Slumbering Mountain appears, gain a set of Abyssal False Derivative cards. Description. Why does a story only have a beginning and an end? It's destined to be incomplete. Only the journey is truly thrilling. What kind of story would compel the abyss to slumber here? Sun Guanhui's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He knew Lu Yuan's soul card was the Slumbering Mountain, but this epic-level dragon Slumbering Mountain was beyond his expectations. The word dragon should not appear in the cards of a senior high school student. Sun Guanhui realized he might have become a stepping stone for her, and his top position today might be at risk. Even worse, his deck was primarily based on fire magic, which was severely hindered by the oppressive atmosphere of this terrifying terrain. The best evidence was his Flame Apprentice summoned in the previous round. The combat strength of the Flame Apprentice visibly diminished. Lu Yuan's lips curved slightly. This was precisely the advantage of the duel's digitized rules. The icy environment clearly countered fire-based skills, making it easier to grasp the changing dynamics of the battle. With a flick of her wrist, another card materialized at her fingertips, this time summoning with ease. The Dragonborn maiden appeared in response, a petite and adorable figure emerging. She timidly looked at the flame apprentice, retreating 2 steps with a pitiful expression that drew gasps from the audience. Oh my, a rare tier girl card. I just want to pat her head. What good is being cute? Her overall combat power is only 210. Don't underestimate her. That 1300 defense is no joke. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but no one believed this cute little figure could stir up much trouble. Sun Guanhui's smile returned as he relaxed. So, the opponent wanted to force a draw through defense. A tie for first is still first, he thought to himself, but Sun Guanhui let out a cold laugh, light beginning to gather in his hands. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed, and silence descended on the scene. Wang Dong frowned in observation, both pleased that Sun Guanhui possessed an epic card and worried about his current state, which seemed to exceed his capacity. Come forth. My trump card. Sun Guanhui practically shouted. The summoning light shimmered, and he felt his hands growing cold and clammy. Sun Guanhui suddenly realized that his entire back was drenched in cold sweat, finally understanding just how reckless his actions had been. With trembling hands, he summoned the Infinite Inquiry card, an epic 4-star card that shimmered in the air. Gritting his teeth, Sun Guanhui whispered, "Sacrifice, for the sake of truth." The card glowed intensely, and a figure cloaked in a fiery red robe slowly emerged, a flame martyr, a rare 5-star card. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The spectators whispered among themselves, incredulous that a 5-star card had appeared in the balanced class. Even the commentator exclaimed, "A 5-star card? This is a rarity even for the elite class." Despite his weakened state, Sun Guanhui mustered his strength and commanded, "Sacrifice. Welcome to the world of flames." The flame martyr responded, igniting in fierce flames and soaring towards the opponent like a phoenix. The thin mist on the snowy mountain was dispelled by the firelight, and the temperature rose sharply. Sun Guanhui, brimming with confidence and ready to declare victory, was suddenly interrupted by his opponent, Lu Yuan, who softly murmured, "Listen, it's the sound of the wind." Immediately, the entire snowy mountain echoed with a howl. The sound of the wind. The sound of the wind. Lu Yuan's eyes glowed with a deep green light, as if she were preparing an earth-shattering counterattack. She slowly raised her card, chanting loudly, "Teachings of the Gale." Listen, it's the sound of the wind. The scorching torrent, like an apocalyptic disaster, swept across the snowy mountains. As the ice and snow melted, the land turned to mire. The chest of the dragonborn girl heaved violently, making it hard for her to breathe. Fear flickered in her eyes, marking the countdown of her life. Flames were about to consume everything, leaving behind charred remains. Pain and despair intertwined, and the world's hardships weighed her down. Gasping for breath, death loomed near. In a daze, she saw the mother she had never met beckoning her. Memories from her life flashed like a montage, filled with hateful recollections. Slowly, she closed her eyes, a look of relief on her face. "Hey, are you just going to give up like that?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. The dragonborn girl opened her eyes in confusion and saw the back of a not-so-tall man. He spoke of cities and deserts, goats and orioles, in a strange manner. She barely understood, yet his gaze captivated her. It was a look she had never seen before, as if he were admiring a treasure. She wanted to ask if he disliked her, but she couldn't find the words. The man turned, his tone resolute. "Come, either devour the flames or be devoured by them." Like a moth drawn to a flame it had never seen, for the first time, the dragonborn girl longed to live. She wanted to hear the answer, to know if there was anyone in the world who didn't despise her. "What should I do?" she asked, trembling. "She'll listen, it's the sound of the wind." The man replied softly. A strange power surged into the dragonborn girl's body. She realized this was her first lesson in defiance. From now on, what doesn't kill her will only make her stronger. She took a step forward, facing the surging heat. Ashes, dead leaves, and mud danced in the air. She heard the sound of the wind within the flames, her eyes shining with a dazzling light of hope. She was determined to meet the first person who had shown her kindness. The wind grew wilder, embodying ultimate destructive force. Beneath the vast sky, the fierce wind highlighted humanity's insignificance. Yet, Sun Guanhui witnessed a scene that would overturn his worldview. In the dragonborn girl's crimson eyes burned a fierce flame. And then, it roared, sweeping towards him. The gale thundered within the inferno, and the wild firestorm filled the sky. Sun Guanhui stared blankly as the fiery waves, driven by the fierce wind, rushed towards him at high speed. The sea of flames roared, the heat waves rolled. Sun Guanhui's pupils contracted, and sweat poured down like rain. He wanted to dodge, but realized the entire arena was engulfed in flames, leaving no escape except the half where his opponent stood. His soul barrier groaned under the intense heat, then shattered. Outside the arena, the numbers on the Fat Bear device suddenly dropped to 0. The white Fat Bear opened its sleepy eyes, took a deep breath, and instantly inhaled the sea of fire into its belly. The arena returned to calm, as if the previous chaos was just an illusion. Impossible. Sun Guanhui's voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Teacher, how can a 3-star plus 4-star defeat my 5-star card? It defies the basic rules. Wang Dong sighed and shook his head. Book knowledge is just the foundation. Geniuses never follow the beaten path. He glanced thoughtfully at Lu Yuan and continued, in this case, it's either extraordinary talent or someone backing them. However, that's not something you should concern yourselves with. Wang Dong paused, his gaze falling on his mechanical prosthetic. Curiosity is valuable, but it can lead to trouble. Those who want to hear the truth, stay and sign a confidentiality agreement. Those who don't, you're free to leave. The students exchanged glances, looking at Lu Yuan with both envy and distance. Wang Dong added, if you're just looking to get powerful cards, you can leave now. Families that can obtain such cards wouldn't send their kids to this school. Having said that, Wang Dong resumed his lazy demeanor. I'll draft the agreement. Take your time to think it over. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan cheered and leaped into Su Qi's arms. Brother Su Qi, I won. Su Qi froze, unsure how to handle the sudden affection. What surprised him even more was the system prompt that suddenly appeared. The beginning of a legendary achievement has been reached, granting 328 enhancement points and a hint for true name release. True name release can only be applied to cards with an existing true name, and it is considered consumed whether successful or not. Su Qi suppressed the urge to check the details, fearing it would draw attention. But he knew this might be a chance to change his fate. Who was that guy? Hard to say. Could he be the wealthy guy sponsoring Lu Yuan? A group of girls whispered among themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Lu Yuan and the man beside her. One slightly chubby girl spoke out loud without hesitation. He must be. How else do you explain her getting that card? I know her family situation. They can barely afford a Western meal, and suddenly she has a high-level card? Another girl chimed in. Exactly. Some people will do anything to get stronger. No card is as dangerous as a person's ambition. The hardest thing to swallow is when someone poor suddenly strikes it rich. That kind of jealousy really drives you mad. A third girl sneered. The chubby girl continued to stir the pot. No wonder she's all dressed up today. It all makes sense now. Being pretty is an asset, unlike us who have to rely on our own efforts. Lu Yuan heard every word, her expression fluctuating. Normally, she would swallow her anger, knowing her family couldn't afford any trouble. But today, she suddenly turned around and faced the girls. You're right, I'm just a little wildcat kept by my brother. I was exhausted last night, but I managed to get a few cards. Too bad all you can do is be envious. People like you can't even find someone to sponsor you if you want it. If you like barking so much, do it now, because soon we won't be in the same world. After saying that, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something, tiptoed to whisper softly in Su Qi's ear. Brother Su Qi, I'm just venting at them. I can't explain the source of the cards, but please trust me, I wouldn't do such things. If you really don't believe me. At this moment, Lu Yuan was at a loss, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness. I can, let Brother Su Qi verify. Su Qi looked innocently at Lu Yuan, maintaining eye contact. His gaze was clear, and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if oblivious to Lu Yuan's words. Yet, internally he pondered. The system's restrictions on secondary hosts are indeed stricter. Even revealing its existence is prohibited. Comparatively, I'm much freer. However, until I'm strong enough, I must act discreetly. Building strong defenses, accumulating resources, and biding time is the true path to success. To others, their quiet exchange appeared as an intimate conversation, inadvertently confirming Lu Yuan's claims. The leading girl, a chubby student, flared up with anger, pointing at Lu Yuan and shouting, "Have you no shame? Don't forget you're just a high school student." Wang Zhong watched coldly, thinking to himself, such trivial gains are insignificant. If it were me, I'd discard those cards without a second thought. Unfazed, Lu Yuan smirked sarcastically. Shut up. You've been gossiping since freshman year. No wonder your face is full of pits. If you're so brave, let's settle this in the duel arena. Oh wait, I forgot you wouldn't dare. She then stuck out her tongue playfully, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Just as the tension was about to peak, the elevator dinged, arriving at the 19th floor. As the doors opened, Wang Dong entered, holding some documents. Seeing Lu Yuan looking smug and the other student fuming, he immediately grasped the situation. He sighed, stepping in as a mediator. Let's not argue. We're all classmates here and might need to venture into the secret realms together in the future. Why make things so tense? Although he wasn't fond of the gossiping student, as a teacher, he couldn't show favoritism. Wang Dong felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had only been teaching academics, not life lessons. Shaking his head, he addressed the group. Since you're all here, come and sign the confidentiality agreement. Once that's done, I'll share a story with you. Hearing this, many students came forward. Out of the 42 students in Lu Yuan's class, 36 stayed. Wang Dong knew these kids were all hopeful to become stronger. After the agreements were signed, only the two glaring at each other remained. Wang Dong couldn't help but remind them, aren't you going to sign? Or should I call your parents to take you home? The chubby girl reluctantly stepped forward. After signing, she immediately pointed at Lu Yuan and said, Teacher, someone hasn't signed yet. Wang Dong shook his head. She doesn't need to. Why? The girl was indignant. I'm going to report you for favoritism, letting a top student bully others. Wang Dong sighed, understanding Lu Yuan's frustration. He calmly replied, go ahead. Let the principal have a laugh at my expense for a few days. But don't interrupt me now. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. Ignoring the girl's continued protests, he began his story. First, I'm not here to discourage you. Unfortunately, none of you can be called true card wielders yet, including Lu Yuan. You're merely ordinary people who can summon cards. To put it bluntly, with enough money to buy cards and some soul-enhancing drugs, even a stray dog could summon a 4-star card. Wang Dong paused, looking around at the students. Some of you might feel defiant, believing you're more capable than that. Let me tell you something first. The true measure of a card master is owning a well-developed deck. With a piercing gaze, Wang Dong surveyed the crowd and declared, a well-rounded deck can attack or defend with ease and adaptability. The synergy between cards is crucial. 1 plus 12, and the power multiplies. He pointed to Sun Guanhui. Take his flame strategy, for example. It's in its early stages. Then he glanced at Lu Yuan, and she's at the threshold. Lu Yuan, not fully understanding, nodded in agreement. Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for her easygoing nature. Swift Wind teaches, exclusive to the Dragonborn. This is the core framework, remember. The greater the restriction, the stronger the power. Wang Dong gently instructed. The Sleeping Dragon Snow Mountain has unique effects. Upon entering, it grants the Abyssal Derivative deck. Though a derivative, it's a complete set, a game changer for you. His tone shifted. The Abyss is neither depth nor wisdom. There's only one interpretation, a character named Yuan, for whom the entire set paves the way. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks. Wang Dong pressed on. Whose card bears a true name? Not a title, but like Wang Dong? Silence filled the room. The weak have no names. True name cards are legendary, breaking the norms. Facing them requires double the strength to stand a chance. Wang Dong proclaimed passionately. The Dragonborn Maiden is often Yuan's former self. Unfortunately, the Sleeping Dragon Snow Mountain is only a 4-star epic, incomplete. Not yet ready for Yuan's arrival. He gave a stern reminder. This is Lu Yuan's soul card, evolved by her. Treat your cards well. They may not be mere objects. I've said enough. Any more and I might get in trouble. Questions? Then get stronger. At the very least, master a 7-star epic card and seek answers in the secret realms. Confidentiality. T. Suchi softly repeated these 2 words several times. His brow furrowed, his eyes flickering as he carefully pondered over the words Wang Dong had emphasized repeatedly. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Suchi's expression gradually became more solemn. Wang Dong's brief talk, lasting only a few minutes, was simple yet logically sound, not something casually fabricated. More importantly, there was no trace of this information online. Suchi recalled the cardholder school that Lu Yuan attended, where they only taught how to become a cardholder but never explained why one should strive so hard. His and Lu Yuan's understanding of cardholders, like most people's, was superficial. They only knew that the status was high and the income was good. Images of the generous benefits for cardholders flashed through his mind. A high income of 70 to 80,000 a month, free property, various privileges. These enticing conditions made countless people desperate to become cardholders. Suchi couldn't help but remember how people in the past were obsessed with becoming civil servants, driven by the allure of good benefits to dedicate their lives to it. However, Wang Dong's words overturned Suchi's perception. He keenly grasped the key point. Behind every named card is a legend, an unrepeatable great achievement. Where do these legends and achievements originate? Who has the authority to name a card? Following this line of thought, Suchi reflected on Wang Dong's profound statement. Treat your card well. It may not be a lifeless object. Coupled with the emphasis on confidentiality and T, everything seemed to make sense. A bold hypothesis arose in Suchi's mind. Could it be that the secret realm is not a treasure trove of cards, but rather a brutal battlefield, with cards as mere byproducts of victory? Is it possible that the ever-increasing benefits each year are because, in this battle, humans no longer hold the advantage and desperately need to encourage more cardholders to join? Su Chi furrowed his brows, his thoughts surging like a tide. He imagined humans being gradually pushed back by an unknown enemy, with the authorities having no choice but to enhance benefits to attract more cardholders into the fight. This possibility sent a chill down his spine. His gaze swept across the classroom at his classmates, their faces full of youthful vitality and expectations for the future. Su Chi gave a bitter smile. If the truth were indeed so harsh, how could these innocent smiles be protected? Teacher Wang Dong approached Su Chi, unaware of his troubled expression. Lu Yuan, Wang Dong said, you've defeated Sun Guanhui and are now the top in the class. With your performance and the strength of your card deck, you should make it into the top 20 at Sanzhong. Lu Yuan thanked him politely, but there was a different gleam in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Teacher, I want to participate in the cardholder trials. I've heard that top-performing students from financially challenged families can receive assistance from the school. Do I qualify? Su Chi's heart raced, wanting to stop Lu Yuan, but it was too late. Wang Dong showed a puzzled expression, seemingly reassessing this seemingly simple girl. You should qualify, Wang Dong said slowly. I'll look into the specifics. Excitement sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes. Thank you so much, teacher, she exclaimed, turning to Su Chi with a naive smile. Brother, I told you. Our good days are coming. Her gaze was clear yet naive. Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a human in times of chaos. Su Chi couldn't bring himself to taint this innocence with such words. He gazed into Lu Yuan's emerald eyes, seeing his own reflection, and silently sighed at how this clarity and naivety could be so endearing. Wang Dong, however, had no such reservations and said bluntly, Lu Yuan, I'll do my best to apply for the subsidy, but you need to think it through. There's only a month left for the cardholder's trial. While Longmian Snow Mountain is great, your soul power is weak, and without backup cards, you could easily be targeted. Don't get complacent just because you beat Sun Guanhui. He's nothing special in the elite class. Before Wang Dong finished speaking, his fingers unconsciously tapped on his prosthetic. The weight of his words left him with just a simple good luck. He glanced around and said irritably, Why aren't you all heading home? Expecting me to treat you to lunch? The students took the hint and quickly dispersed. Wang Dong exhaled deeply, ready to leave, but as he brushed past Su Chi, he suddenly tensed. He looked at Su Chi in disbelief as a card in his hand, enveloped in white light, began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of manifesting. Su Chi also sensed his soul card beginning to absorb soul power autonomously. The trembling of the two cards gradually synchronized, setting the stage for a confrontation. Wang Dong shook his head and said, Easy, old friend. Our final battle shouldn't be here. He retracted the card, and a faint roar echoed, Coward. Face me. Wang Dong chuckled ruefully and apologized to Su Chi, explaining that certain cards of the same level tend to attract each other, but his old friend had a bad temper. Su Chi was stunned by the concept of cards having their own consciousness and puzzled as to why Wang Dong, a legendary cardholder, was just an ordinary teacher at their school. Wang Dong said helplessly, I can't say much. If you want to know more, the research institute might reach out. Don't panic, just verify their identity. They'll only ask simple questions, and you can choose not to answer. With that, Wang Dong left the two of them with a myriad of questions. Hey, brother Su Chi, called a lively young girl walking ahead. The sky remained overcast, casting a slightly chilly hue on Lu Yuan's silhouette. Only when she turned back did the icy demeanor soften, revealing a subtle, unintentional smile at the corners of her mouth. Brother Su Chi, slow down. You're too slow. At this rate, when will we ever get home? Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the hallway, jolting Su Chi back to reality. 5 years had passed since the prolonged snow disaster began, and he had been relying on each other with this amnesiac little girl ever since. Now, with the sky once again shrouded in gloom, it seemed to foretell the end of their peaceful life. Su Chi recalled his initial hesitation upon meeting Lu Yuan and the helplessness of being depended upon by her. The girl, barely over 10, had eyes filled with the fear of abandonment, making it impossible for him to turn his back on her. So, despite being heavily in debt, he had added an extra pair of chopsticks at home. Over the years, Su Chi had grown accustomed to simplicity and accepted his mediocrity. But at this moment, watching the excited Lu Yuan, he realized that calm was about to be shattered. The girl spoke confidently about the arrival of something called Yuan, as if rehearsing some ceremonious lines. Brother Su Chi, just wait for the good days ahead. You'll be clinging to me every day. Lu Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Su Chi's gaze unconsciously fell on the girl's slender waist and soft figure. He asked softly, Why do you want to take me to a better life? Lu Yuan tilted her head, puzzled. Su Chi continued. Like, if you think we're from different worlds, and that someone like me would only hold you back. The girl's expression turned serious, with a hint of anger as she retorted. But brother Su Chi never said I was a burden. So why say you'd be a burden to me? I'm upset. Seeing Lu Yuan's pouting face, Su Chi suddenly realized why he cherished her clear and naive gaze. It was because he might never encounter another girl as pure as her in his lifetime. Well then, let the battle begin, Su Chi murmured, his eyes resolutely fixed forward. The agitated hamster quickened its pace, leaving Su Chi behind. Before long, it reached the doorstep. Lu Yuan swiftly approached the door, expertly fished out her key, and with a click, the door swung open. She stepped inside but noticed that Su Chi was nowhere in sight. A touch of worry crept in as she wondered if her stubbornness had upset him. Peeking out cautiously, Lu Yuan gripped the doorframe with both hands, her emerald green eyes fixed on the corridor. There stood Su Chi, engrossed in his phone. It turned out Su Chi was reading an urgent announcement. The message detailed major reforms to the cardholder trials, the introduction of new cards, special offers, changes in trial modes, and more. Most notably, the top 100 students would receive generous rewards and the chance to participate in a perilous final showdown. This announcement caused quite a stir among parents. Some were ecstatic, others anxious, and some even suspicious of underlying motives. The group chat was abuzz with speculation, leading to chaos. After a quick glance, Su Chi closed the chat. He pondered the hidden dangers behind the message. The world was becoming increasingly treacherous, and fresh talent was desperately needed. Su Chi resolved to take the initiative, at least to ensure his own safety. What is brother Su Chi looking at? He's distracted again. Lu Yuan couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Su Chi walked to the doorway, gently ruffled the girl's hair, and handed her the phone. Check the class group for the announcement yourself. I respect your decision, Yuan. Lu Yuan took the phone, feeling a bit uneasy. She worried that Su Chi might be chatting with those troublesome women. Although they had lost touch for some reason, Su Chi certainly had a way with women. This thought made her stomp her foot in frustration. Knock, knock, knock. An unexpected knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Perhaps it also snapped Su Chi out of his reverie. This person speaks politely enough, but there's an undeniable air of superiority that seeps through their words. Wang Haoran stood in front of the worn-out door, his brow slightly furrowed. His tone was calm, yet carried an inherent sense of superiority that clashed with the damp surroundings. Every question he asked felt like a decree, leaving no room for refusal. Su Chi observed his expression, understanding dawning upon him. The reputation of the institute was indeed remarkable. Even a level 3 researcher like Wang seemed to think that being sought out by them was a great honor. Not here, Su Chi replied crisply, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Wang Haoran was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be turned away. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed on, saying, since you've heard of the institute, you should know our standing. We're here to see your sister, and it can only benefit her. Su Chi blinked, trying to mimic Lu Yuan's innocent look. I dunno. My sister mentioned that Wang Dong told her the institute might come looking for her this week. I don't have many friends and I don't know you, so I just asked casually. Taking a deep breath, Wang Haoran restrained his impatience and reintroduced himself, carefully explaining his purpose with a hint of pleading in his voice. Feigning sudden realization, Su Chi quickly followed up with, what about me? If my sister can get one of those real name cards, can't I get a 7 or 8-star epic card too? Wang Haoran was thoroughly infuriated by this unreasonable demand. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a small head popped out from behind Su Chi. Huh, did I get represented? Why would I hate brother Su Chi for life? Lu Yuan asked innocently. Su Chi quickly pushed her back behind him, whispering, it's Sunday, get some more sleep. Wang Haoran, seeing her as his lifeline, hurriedly explained the situation to Lu Yuan, speaking at breakneck speed to avoid missing the chance. Yuan bit her finger, looking visibly conflicted. That's an 8-star legendary card. Before Lu Yuan could finish her sentence, Wang Haoran eagerly interrupted. Brother Su Chi must have his reasons for doing this. A sly look crossed his face as he quickly added, or maybe he's just out of his mind. Su Chi frowned slightly, with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Hey, mister, didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to interrupt others? Lu Yuan gently shook her head, her tone resolute. I was going to say, brother Su Chi must have his reasons, so I'm not going. Wang Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the siblings in front of him. He took a deep breath, trying to hold back his rising anger. Are you two messing with me on purpose? Su Chi might not understand the value of an 8-star legendary card. But don't you, Lu Yuan? That's an 8-star legendary card. Lu Yuan blinked, her tone calm. I know, an 8-star legendary card. There's always a chance to get one. But if brother Su Chi disappears, that's truly. Wang Haoran gritted his teeth, practically spitting out his words. Fine, you win. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for agreeing to my mentor's request? Su Chi's lips curled into a slight smile as he subtly nudged Lu Yuan into the room. Get some more sleep. I'll have a chat with this impolite uncle. Wang Haoren's veins bulged as he glared at Su Chi, brimming with anger. Impolite uncle, my foot. It's one thing for the little girl to call me uncle, but why are you joining in? Just tell me what I can do for you. Su Chi looked Wang Haoren squarely in the eye, his voice unwavering. I want to go to the secret realm. The room fell into a heavy silence. Wang Haoren's gaze was intense, as if trying to see through Su Chi. Finally, he ground out a few words. Why? Feigning innocence, Su Chi's eyes gleamed with mischief. I heard the secret realm is full of cards. Wouldn't I strike it rich with a visit? If my sister gets a legendary card, that's hers. What about mine, huh? Wang Haoren shook his head, his tone serious. No. Choose something else. The secret realm is dangerous. Su Chi persisted. Then find someone to protect me. The two locked eyes for a long moment before Wang Haoren finally conceded. He sighed, pulling out his phone. I'll send you a contact. Add her as a friend. She has a spot for a follower in 3 days. You can go with her. I'll ask her to protect you, but you both must stay on the outskirts. Su Chi took the phone, eyes widening as he saw the pink anime avatar on the screen. The name displayed read, Won't bow to the Emperor. Really? Can this person be reliable? She seems just as much of a wannabe as Ayuan. Su Chi frowned as he stared at the phone screen, the pink anime avatar making him suspicious. A name like Kneel Not Before the Emperor seemed far too edgy for a cute girl to use. With a sigh, he began to contemplate his plan to uncover the truth of this world. To touch the flames, one must have the strength to not get burned. Su Chi understood that he needed to first learn about the secret realm to prepare himself. According to Wang Dong, a 7-star card was required to qualify for solo exploration. Unfortunately, that was still a long way off, perhaps 3 to 6 months. Just as Su Chi was lost in thought, Wang Haoren, seeing him relent, quickly messaged the person known as Shui Yi. The reply was dripping with edgy flair. In the battle of lions and tigers, what can ants perceive? Wang Haoren skillfully maneuvered the conversation and finally succeeded in persuading them by leveraging a mentor's favor. Got it. Wang Haoren gestured to Su Chi. You can directly message her on Tuesday morning. Now, can we take Lu Yuan with us? Su Chi nodded and slowly extended his right hand. Wang Haoren, relieved, reached out to shake it. To his surprise, Su Chi looked puzzled. I meant your work ID. Just because you say you're from the research institute? Wang Haoren chuckled, then pulled out his ID from his pocket. Don't worry, no one dares impersonate us. We just don't want a talent like your sister to be overlooked. Those with true name cards are valuable national assets, and we care about her safety even more than you do. He added, you'd better stick to the plan, go in, and come back without causing trouble. Got it. Got it. Su Chi feigned an obedient demeanor, signaling his agreement. The two of them exchanged glances, each sizing up the other. An awkward silence lingered for a good half-minute. Wang Haoren was the first to break it, sounding impatient. So, have you understood? Why not call your sister out? I have a meeting this afternoon, and I'm pressed for time. Su Chi rubbed his hands together, looking embarrassed. Well, I think maybe we should just drop it? Wang Haoren frowned, his expression darkening. What do you mean? We went through the trouble of arranging this, and now you want to back out? Are you playing games with me? Realizing he might have gone too far, Su Chi chuckled awkwardly and explained. Don't be mad, boss. My sister is really shy and might be too scared to speak in unfamiliar surroundings. You must have checked our records, right? If she doesn't see me for more than 12 hours, she gets really anxious. She might not be suitable for the research institute. Wang Haoren's expression softened slightly after hearing this. He pondered for a moment and said, that's a bit of a problem. The round trip to the nearest branch of the research institute alone takes 4 hours, and observing card changes will take at least half a month. Su Chi suggested, could we start by asking questions via video call? I'll prepare my sister mentally for it. After considering, Wang Haoren called his mentor and, after a brief discussion, received approval. He turned to Su Chi. All right, what's your sister's card signal? Su Chi shook his head again. My sister doesn't have a card signal. Wang Haoren sighed in relief. Then register one now. Finally, Su Chi revealed the truth. My sister doesn't have a phone. Wang Haoren was puzzled. If she doesn't have a phone, just buy one. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chi made a request. I can't afford it. Since this is for your research, shouldn't the institute cover it? If not, could you buy one for me? I'll owe you a favor. Wang Haoren, cornered and frustrated, snapped. Fine, fine. I'll buy it. I'll have someone deliver it this afternoon. Don't let me see you again, or I'll have someone deal with you. As Wang Haoren walked away, Su Chi called after him. Make sure it's pink. Su Chi stared thoughtfully down the empty hallway. In this short span, he had skillfully resolved 3 major issues. the Research Institute's problem, the expedition to the secret realm, and Ayuan's dependency. Everything was unfolding according to his carefully laid plans. 2 days later, a young girl struggled to drag a suitcase almost as tall as herself with one hand, while using the other to send a message with some difficulty. Why haven't you come to see me? Su Mushue stood by the street, growing increasingly impatient as time ticked by. She frowned at her watch and muttered under her breath, why does the Institute have to meddle? The time for the secret realm's opening has passed, so why isn't that person here yet? Just as she was about to send a message to inquire, her phone buzzed. Bro, just to confirm, we agreed on 10 o'clock, right? It's 269 Beixiang Road, isn't it? I've been waiting for almost an hour. Su Qi read the message and fell into deep thought. He had arrived early to make a good impression. But now, it was already 10:05, and there was still no sign of the person he was supposed to meet. He checked the street signs repeatedly, unable to figure it out. Just when he started to suspect he had been stood up, a petite figure caught his eye. A young girl was dragging a suitcase as tall as herself, anxiously asking passers-by for directions. Su Qi was about to look away when he noticed the street sign beside her, 296 Beixiang Road. Realization dawned on him, and he quickly walked over to the girl. Sorry, I'm late, he said, forcing a stiff smile. The girl looked him over carefully, then nodded and said, yes, you are late. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Su Qi was taken aback, thinking to himself how she managed to turn the table so smoothly. He could only smile apologetically and say, my mistake. Shall we get going? Let's go, the girl replied curtly. The two silently agreed not to mention the mix-up with the location. Su Qi followed the girl to the street corner, where a black sedan was parked. The girl struggled to fit her luggage into the trunk, and it was then that Su Qi noticed the car's high ground clearance, suggesting it had been specially modified. Once seated in the back, the girl suddenly said, put it on. Put what on? Su Qi asked, puzzled. The blindfold. It's not safe without it, the girl said impatiently. The driver explained, some secret realm locations are confidential. Wearing a blindfold is a safety measure. Su Qi understood and quickly complied. As the engine roared to life, his hearing seemed to become especially acute. Over 2 hours later, the car finally came to a stop. Removing the blindfold, he found himself facing a massive golden statue. The driver explained that an optical field here made it invisible to ordinary people. Along the way, Su Qi glanced around and occasionally saw people in white lab coats passing by. A bold suspicion arose in his mind. Could the Institute be built on top of the secret realm? When they reached the open plaza, 48 people were already waiting. With their arrival, the crowd began to murmur. They're here. Is everyone present now? What a big shot, making us wait so long. Don't stir up trouble. We might need to help each other. Su Qi's pupils constricted, and he felt a strong urge to back out. Exploring a secret realm? Wasn't that a death wish? He had just wanted a safe place to broaden his horizons. Damn Wang Haoren. Could he have done this on purpose? Su Qi's subtle facial expressions didn't go unnoticed by Su Mushue, who was standing beside him. She furrowed her brows slightly and discreetly put a step between them. Internally, she sighed, realizing that favors from the Institute aren't as easy to obtain as she had hoped. She initially thought the newcomer might not be of much help, but she hadn't expected him to be a burden. Glancing at Su Qi, she wondered, could he be some clueless young master sent here to show off and got tricked by his own family? While pondering this, Su Mushue suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her petite frame staggered, barely managing to steady herself by leaning against her suitcase. Trembling, her hand pressed against her chest as a heart-wrenching pain almost overwhelmed her. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. Damn it! Why now of all times? Before she could finish, her expression shifted dramatically. The pain vanished, replaced by a cold, emotionless demeanor. She muttered under her breath, if I die here, wouldn't that be exactly what they want? Anyone can die, but I cannot. Even if you wish to kill me, I'm still prepared to go through this for you. In the next moment, the pain resurfaced on her face. There's no need. This is my own matter, and you're already dead. Su Mushue, do you understand? I may just share your name. Or perhaps I'm your reincarnation, but I am definitely not you. You're merely a soul card of mine now. Her expression returned to calm. The strong never believe in reincarnation. You're just a fleeting remnant of a past, an old illusion. I've awakened, and it's time for you to rest. This bizarre scene didn't escape the notice of onlookers nearby. A few spectators whispered among themselves. Isn't that the woman who loves to act tough? Ugh, what is that lunatic doing here? What bad luck. Su Mushue getting backlash at such a critical moment. Be careful around her. She'll kill anyone who stands in her way without hesitation. I say they should destroy her soul card. It's too dangerous. That's impossible unless it's truly hopeless. Destroying the soul card would mean she'd just be an ordinary person. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? It's better than being a crazed killer. Because, whether it's research data or the actions of that soul card, it indicates that the person in life was likely a king. Our Xia country only has 9 kings, and each one's rise is marked by bloodshed. Ironically, that soul card named Su Muxue is considered a merciful king. At least she kills with reason. Su Qi picked up on the gist of the conversation, thinking to himself, so she's a troubled girl. Just hope she doesn't turn on me before the fight even starts. Suddenly, an idea struck him. System, card enhancement, input 0, Su Muxue soul card, beep. Name, Su Ergu Su Muxue type, human immortal Shintian Taoist bodyborn of tribulation rarity, epic energy level, skill, condensed moon spring skill, purple extreme description. She was an ordinary girl from a rural village, with a name meant to ensure survival as per village superstition. Su Erga had no choice in it. Overnight, all 723 villagers became victims of a blood sacrifice by evil cultivators. When the immortal disciples arrived, only Su Ergu was left with a breath of life. By a twist of fate, she gained an immortal destiny. She was born for the Tao, a flawless gem. Yet, people are often trapped by what they cannot have in their youth. The young man who saved her that day was like an accidental breeze, but he triggered a flood in her heart. She longed for him desperately, loved him to madness. If in this life she shares the name Muxue, it would be like growing old together in this lifetime. Her name is Su Muxue. Everyone, please quiet down. Now that everyone is here, let's lift the suppression on the secret realm. Suppressing a realm is costly for us every single second. As the words were spoken, the entire square began to shake violently. Su Qi struggled to keep his balance and awkwardly grabbed onto Su Muxue's suitcase for support. Su Muxue glanced back at him, her brow furrowed, as if she was enduring immense pain. You haven't resonated with a card yet? She asked, breathless. My God, don't tell me you're one of those mass-produced graduates from the Card Wielders Academy? Before she could finish, the center of the square suddenly collapsed. Su Muxue pushed the suitcase aside and tackled Su Qi to the ground just as a crack spread to their feet and then halted. From the sky came a piercing shriek, and blue light burst forth like a shattered silver vessel. The vast power filled the world, making everyone acutely aware of their insignificance. Su Qi wanted to ask a question but noticed Su Muxue staring at his hands, bewildered. Her expression shifted from pain to confusion, and she occasionally sneaked glances at Su Qi. Hold my hand, let's jump together, Su Muxue said, dragging her suitcase to Su Qi's side and extending her right hand. As their fingers intertwined, Su Muxue exclaimed, You're a girl? Get lost. Su Qi retorted indignantly. What makes me look like a girl? Su Muxue studied him thoughtfully, muttering under her breath. She poked Su Qi's chest experimentally, and when he didn't react, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. I'm Su Muxue, she said with a smile. I don't want to go to the secret realm anymore. As compensation, can I treat you to a meal? Though puzzled by her sudden change of heart, Su Qi expressed his desire to visit the secret realm. All right, I'll take you there. Su Muxue grasped Su Qi's hand and leaped into the starry rift with him. The sensation of falling was overwhelming. An ongoing void surrounded them, as if they were swimming through the galaxy. Su Qi tried to adjust his posture, but his body wouldn't respond to his commands. The descent was a bit monotonous, so Su Qi took the opportunity to voice his curiosity. What exactly is card resonance? Why have I never heard of it? Su Qi frowned and asked, and what happened to you before? Can cards really take over their users? Su Muxue playfully winked. Want to know? Su Qi nodded. Su Muxue bit her finger, pretending to be troubled. These things are actually confidential. You can't tell me? It depends on the person. Given my special status, it's okay to tell a select few. She smiled slyly. Want to know? Then treat me to a meal. 1 meal for 1 answer. Su Qi was cautious, thinking to himself. No one does favors for no reason. He recalled Su Muxue's petite figure and had a thought. All right, I'll add you when we get out, he said, pretending to be generous. But I don't have much money, so don't choose anything too expensive. Su Muxue was secretly pleased. She didn't care about the money, just curious about why the showy version of herself suddenly backed down. Even more puzzling was the lack of disgust when touching a man this time. Her soul card, Su Ergu, had severe cleanliness issues and would go berserk if touched by a man, even through clothing. She remembered her risky venture into the secret realm to improve her situation, thinking how hard it was to find what she needed. Su Muxue didn't really care about money or how expensive the meal was. She could even pay if needed. What mattered to her was why the show-off version of Su Muxue suddenly deflated, especially since she should have lost control of her body. After a while, the starry sea dissipated into nothingness. Su Qi was still in a daze when he suddenly felt solid ground beneath his feet. He stumbled a few steps, kicking loose stones, and steadied himself by grabbing a tree trunk. Rubbing his slightly aching ankle, he couldn't help but complain. It's one thing to start driving without warning, but braking without warning? That's just inhumane. Despite his complaints, Suchi quickly surveyed his surroundings. The distant gray sky was oppressive, and the roots of towering trees intertwined, making the ground uneven. He found himself on a small hill, looking back for Sumushiwa, thinking she could be his encyclopedia here. As if reading his mind, Sumushiwa shook her head and said, "Don't look at me. It's only my second time entering a secret realm. Each one is different, with no clear patterns. The only thing I can tell you is that new secret realms are full of both opportunities and risks. For all we know, a 12-star powerhouse could pop up next and crush us. I suggest we look for any humanoid natives to communicate with." Before she finished speaking, a long, deadwood-like snake silently flicked its tongue from the treetops above. It was nearly a meter long, as thick as a man's wrist, with cold vertical pupils fixed on its prey below, ready to strike. Sumushiwe grasped her hand, and a 3-foot frost sword appeared out of thin air. The sword was light and sliced through the air with a hiss. With a flick of her wrist, the sword flashed, and blood spattered. The snake, thinking it was well hidden, was instantly cut into several pieces, falling limply to the ground. These long, slimy creatures are disgusting, Suchi thought, grateful he was long and sturdy. The scent of blood quickly spread, startling a flock of birds and adding to the already eerie atmosphere. Suchi looked at Sumushiwa's frost sword with confusion and asked, "Isn't this supposed to be a card world? How did it suddenly become a fantasy realm with swords appearing out of nowhere?" Sumushiwa, anticipating his question, explained, "Because this is a virtual realm. Cards can only be summoned in the real world. In a virtual realm, you have to resonate with the cards and use their power directly. A virtual realm can be understood as a fragmented projection of a dead world, capturing a moment of prosperity, decline, or special significance. Every virtual realm contains a true name card. Once it is destroyed, the virtual realm collapses." She pointed to the ground at her feet. "Look at where I'm standing." Following her direction, Suchi couldn't help but fixate on her perfectly shaped feet. Sensing his gaze, Sumushiwe, annoyed, kicked a shimmering card towards him. "I meant look at the ground, not my feet." Catching the card, Suchi was surprised to discover it had transformed from the snake they had just encountered. He examined the card's details. Name: Withered Leaf Viper. Type: Cold-blooded creature, poisonous, non-growth. Rarity: Rare. Energy level: 3 stars. Skill: Venom. Description: Withered leaf vipers typically appear in areas with high concentrations of energy and usually do not attack humans unless driven by hunger. Realizing how cards were obtained, Suchi found the rules logical. A rare 3-star card would be worth thousands outside, but in the secret realm, it seemed easily obtainable for Sumushiwe. "Let's head down the hill," Suchi suggested. Sumushiwe agreed, and they walked side by side. The forest grew denser and more sinister, and the once 4-meter-wide path narrowed while the temperature noticeably dropped. It wasn't until Sumushiwe cut through a twisted old tree that their view opened up. Dozens of skeletal remains lay scattered across the ground, all incomplete. The one closest to Suchi had a bizarrely sunken chest, while the two near Sumushiwe still had remnants of decaying flesh, their hands tightly clasped together. The air was filled with an overwhelming stench. Suchi fought back his nausea, closing his eyes to feel the breeze. He remembered Sumushiwe's graceful act of slaying a serpent and longed for such extraordinary power. Card resonance? He attempted to command the wind, but it was in vain. Sumushiwe pinched her nose as she opened the suitcase. Inside, everything was neatly arranged: fresh water, compressed biscuits, clothes, protective gear, a black gun, and a sharp tang sword. "You really came empty-handed?" Sumushiwe handed him a gas mask. "Want to borrow this?" Suchi turned to see the mask in her hands. "Aren't you going to use it?" "This is my second time in the secret realm. I need to get used to it," Sumushiwe said calmly. Suchi explained, "I wanted to use the card's power to blow away the smell." Sumushiwe's lips twitched. Card resonance requires 3 things: high compatibility, deep understanding, and talent. There's a shortcut, though, believing you're a soul card. Suchi nodded thoughtfully, closing his eyes again to feel the breeze. "Just practice more if you're inexperienced." Sumiwa rolled her eyes. "I hold the record for the fastest resonance. Took me a month." She suddenly fell silent, as she too heard the sound of the wind, 2 distinctly different gusts howling in her ears, tousling her long hair. Her long hair danced in the wind, obscuring her vision, yet she could still sense the intense and growing aura of power emanating from Suchi. Sumushiwe focused her gaze, noticing the invisible currents swirling around Suchi, energy radiating outward. This was clearly the hallmark of someone struggling to control their abilities during their initial resonance. She was inwardly astonished. Could he truly be a prodigy? But then she reconsidered, dismissing the idea. Perhaps Su Chi had been practicing for a long time and only succeeded today. Pretending it was his first attempt might just be a way to keep a trump card hidden or make a grand impression. After all, her own 1-month resonance was already considered fast. How could he be quicker? As she was lost in thought, a distant shout interrupted her. Two middle-aged men in tattered clothing were kneeling about 10 meters away, their knees sinking into the mud. Ignoring the filth covering them, they pleaded, "Sir, could you spare some food? We can endure, but the children are suffering." Only then did Su Chi notice the refugee settlement around them. Several pairs of children's eyes were fixed on them. The so-called settlement was nothing more than a few wooden sticks forming a fragile structure, offering no protection from the elements. He examined the two beggars closely. They were emaciated, their clothes barely covering their skeletal bodies, their limbs exposed and covered with scars, some healed, others seemingly starting to rot. The two men were not eloquent, merely bowing repeatedly. Though there was no blood, the despair and emptiness in their eyes weighed heavily on Su Chi's heart. The feeling was eerily similar to the oppressive atmosphere of Jiangxia City and the gloom he felt when he first entered the secret realm. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Su Chi casually asked, "What happened to you?" One of the men looked up, panic in his eyes. "Aren't you from the city? You should leave. Associating with us condemned people might get you banned from entering." With that, he dragged his weary body back to the settlement. Su Chi and Su Mushue exchanged a glance and silently agreed to follow and investigate further. Compared to the scheming elites within the city, these refugees might be more forthcoming with information. However, as they approached the settlement's entrance, the sight was shocking. People were barely clothed, some even naked, regardless of age or gender. An elderly man in tattered clothes shakily stood up, using a crooked branch as a cane, his cloudy eyes fixed on Su Chi. The old man's skeletal hand trembled as he reached out, pleading, "May I ask, sir, has the Divine Lord forgiven us sinners? Can we still survive? At the very least, these children shouldn't be with us." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding silence remained as heavy as before. Only a few children's eyes glimmered with faint hope. At that moment, Su Mushue entered the room, frowning, having finally overcome her discomfort. "God Master?" She heard the term just in time and couldn't help but ask curiously. The old man lowered his cloudy eyes and sighed. "Ah, so you two are outsiders." I spoke out of turn. Su Mushue seized the opportunity keenly. "It's all right. Why don't you tell us more? In return, I can leave some food for you." Food. The word seemed to possess a magical power, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The previously motionless crowd turned their heads in an eerie manner, their eyes fixed intently on Su Mushue's box. Some even had a glint of menace in their eyes. Unfazed by the reaction, Su Mushue simply cracked her knuckles, producing a sharp sound. She drew her frost sword from the air, its chilling wind silencing the room. The old man sighed again and began his tale. "In our country, about 50 years ago, a dragon appeared. From initial fear to eventual acceptance, it became our god master. Every year, it ascended to the heavens at the spring equinox and descended into the abyss at the autumn equinox. The nation thrived, with favorable weather and abundant harvests. Even we, the lower class, could have 3 meals a day." Su Mushue, growing impatient, interrupted. "So this dragon is the god master you mentioned?" The old man nodded woodenly. "Yes, that's just what we, the lower class, call it. Until one day, a mournful dragon cry echoed through the heavens, and the god master vanished." He continued to recount the ensuing disasters. Snowstorms, droughts, torrential rains, locust plagues. 7 years passed, and the once plentiful food supplies dwindled. The ruler began to perform sacrifices to the heavens, believing that guilty citizens had angered the dragon, bringing about such divine punishment. He resolved to sacrifice a small portion of the population in exchange for renewed prosperity. As Su Chi listened, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He frowned in thought, finding the plot strangely familiar. A peculiar sensation arose from deep within his soul, prompting him to discreetly channel a strand of spiritual energy to examine his soul card. The card's details appeared before him. The Drunken Wanderer, with a legendary rarity and 4-star energy level. 2 skills caught his eye. Even the swift wind finds its way home and the dragon's lament at dusk. The phrase "remember the youthful ambition to be unparalleled in the world" struck a chord within him. Before Su Chi could speak, Su Mushue interjected. "You call yourselves sinners, gathered here awaiting sacrifice to the heavens? Are the bones along the road the offerings?" She then shifted her tone. "Is there truly no celestial being here to summon wind and rain? Is all hope pinned solely on the divine master?" The old man was taken aback by her words, his fingers instinctively tightening around his wooden staff, as if it could lend him some courage. He replied bitterly, We are afflicted by a plague, and the city lord expelled us to prevent its spread. In the past, the divine master would save us, but now we are left to die. Those exalted immortals don't concern themselves with the lives of mere ants like us. Su Mushue gasped, not for the plight of these people, but because her suspicions were confirmed. This world indeed contained cultivators and dragons. She felt a desire to withdraw and shared with Suchi the challenges of navigating the virtual realm and acquiring cards. To her surprise, Suchi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Are you saying that as long as we know about special events that happened in this world, we can reliably obtain cards? He was thrilled, thinking that if this truly was the world of Yuan, wouldn't it be possible to create cards on the spot? How could someone claim to be a card player if they couldn't create cards on the fly? Once a thought took root in his mind, it was etched there, impossible to erase. Suchi lowered his voice and asked, "Can you heal these people?" Standing beside him, Su Mushue frowned slightly. "Heal them? I advise you to rein in your overflowing sympathy. This is one of the reasons the secret realm remains undisclosed," she said, her tone growing colder. "Suppose a rift in the secret realm appeared before them, leading to a food street. What do you think would happen? Or if you heal them and they return to the city to live freely, and the city lord discovers the rift, these people might turn their blades on our civilians. What would you do then?" Su Mushue's pace quickened, her face darkened. "In our own bed, how can we allow others to sleep soundly? The greatest threat in the secret realm is humanity. We've tried cooperation, but paid dearly due to cultural differences and human greed. So, the first thing you must learn in the secret realm is show to kill." Suchi listened humbly. "Understood." Su Mushue's expression softened slightly as she nodded. "You're teachable." Yet Suchi asked again, "But can you heal these people?" Su Mushue was taken aback, then angrily replied, "Didn't you hear a word I said?" Suchi shook his head. "I listened carefully and I appreciate it, but I still want to ask, can you heal them?" Su Mushue was amused despite herself. "I can, but why should I?" Suchi remained calm. "I can owe you a favor." Su Mushue sneered. "How much do you think your favor is worth? Why should I agree?" Suchi replied evenly, "It might not be worth much to others, but it should be enough for you. You're unusually kind to me, almost granting every request. If it were just a transaction with the Research Institute, it wouldn't be like this. You ask me to treat you to meals for exchanging information, which shows you don't want to cut ties. This doesn't align with a typical transactional mindset." Su Mushue kicked Suchi sharply. "Nonsense. You're overthinking it. I'm just testing a hypothesis. So what if these people are healed? This world is already dead. Who cares?" Suchi glanced around, a smile playing on his lips. "They care. I care. Someone will always care." Alarm bells went off in Su Mushue's mind. Why did Suchi suddenly change his stance? It was when she mentioned replicating special events to obtain cards. She quickly sorted her thoughts and, after weighing the pros and cons, gritted her teeth. "Fine, but one favor isn't enough. I want two." People around them, overhearing the conversation, although not understanding everything, grasped that these two foreigners were debating whether to heal them. Some began whispering, while others struggled to get closer. "Please." One person kowtowed, followed by a second who crawled up. "Please, save us. I am willing to be your servant. If I can return to the city, I will offer incense to you daily." Suchi ignored them and turned to Su Mushue. "Do it." Su Mushue said no more. A white and blue light flickered in her eyes. She extended her slender, pale wrist, holding up her middle and index fingers in front of her chest. Despite constantly being troubled by the card named Su Mushue, she hardly needed to resonate with it. Suchi closed her eyes, allowing her mind to relax. In an instant, she seemed to transform into Su Mushue, a practitioner with an innate Taoist body. The spiritual energy gathered like a stream, brushing softly against her flowing sleeves before quietly dissipating. A hint of pain appeared between her brows as she murmured, "Wind, please disperse the foul air here quickly. I can barely gather my spiritual energy." Before her words faded, a sudden east wind arose, causing her garments to billow. The spiritual energy nearly solidified, descending with the wind and transforming into fine raindrops. Suchi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Is this the gentle wind and fine rain? I can finally say I've summoned the elements like an immortal. Though the rain was light, it was pure spiritual energy from the heavens. To mortals, this spiritual rain was filled with boundless vitality, effortlessly healing diseases. The energy seeped into everyone's body, circulating through their meridians. The once-stinging aura gradually showed signs of recovery. An elderly man, eyes wide with astonishment, reached out to catch the raindrops, only to watch them scatter upon contact. His cane clattered to the ground as he forgot his frailty, stumbling forward to catch a glimpse of the figure retreating into the distance. Tears streamed down his face as he hoarsely whispered, "Divine Master?" He wasn't alone. Many others felt their bodies improving and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Blessings upon the divine envoy." Initially, only a few joined in, but soon it spread like wildfire. They bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude and joy with fervent cries. Caught off guard by the adulation, Su Mushue stood amidst the crowd's reverence, bewildered. Suddenly, the scene froze, and a message filled her mind. Name: I have never hated this world. Type: Dragon Fantasy Event. Rarity: Epic. Energy level: 6 stars. Effect: summon spiritual rain to heal an area and dispel most negative states. If Yuan is present, Yuan becomes immune to all negative effects. If Yuan is present, this card will reverse to now. It's time for the dragon to dance. Description: despite enduring hardships, she never hated this world. She remembered someone's teachings. The dragon, lord of all beasts, roars and ascends to the heavens in spring, and submerges into the abyss in autumn. She is a harbinger of good fortune, but the pain, too much pain. Why? The overwhelming chorus of gratitude eventually engulfed the two of them. Standing still, Su Mushue swayed slightly, her eyes unfocused. She took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. As an offensive card, healing others was indeed a stretch for her. She had resorted to the most straightforward method, channeling a large amount of spiritual power to cleanse the corruption. This task proved more daunting and draining than anticipated. Thankfully, the outcome was positive, but the price was her combat abilities being compromised for an extended period. Su Mushue opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. The people who had been on the brink of death were now capable of producing such deafening noise, echoing through the dilapidated wooden house. While she had dispelled the plague, hunger, cold, and other sufferings remained unsolved. With lingering questions, Su Mushue shifted her focus to more pressing matters. Why was this considered a perfect recreation of a special event? An unwilling savior and someone who might not genuinely wish to save. This combination was indeed peculiar. A 6-star epic card, with its strength yet to be proven, but its energy level was undeniably extraordinary. This event could barely be recorded in history. Suchi pondered briefly and decided to respond with a half-truth. "Wanna know? Trade a favor for it." "All right." Su Mushue agreed without hesitation. Suchi's decision benefited her, allowing a card to join her deck and fill a gap. High-star healing cards were rare, and a 6-star card capable of cleansing corruption was invaluable. Even if it cost her 2 favors, she would agree without a second thought. Suchi left it at that. "Because my sister has a card from this world, and I happen to know a few things." He intentionally left some mystery, covering his gains and ensuring he could use various cards without suspicion in the future. Su Mushue nodded skeptically, without pressing further. For the strong, soul cards often held unspeakable secrets. Asking too many questions could breed hostility. Like herself, despite her formidable power, she had a fatal weakness she would never disclose to anyone. Suchi was somewhat surprised by Su Mushue's easy acceptance. In truth, everything began 3 minutes ago when the system prompted him to choose and enhance a card, offering 3 chances. He chose the Drunken Wanderer, investing 0 enhancement points. The card's background was then generated. In the plague-ridden year, he had long grown accustomed to life and death. Saving the dragon girl was merely a means to leverage her power. When she pleaded to save the plague victims, he found it laughable. Who cared about these people's lives? But the girl said, "I care, they care, someone always cares." He ultimately decided to help, drawn to the clarity and naivety in her eyes. He even hoped that one day these people would turn against her and shatter her innocence. Because he didn't invest enhancement points, the card's strength remained unchanged, but it gained this narrative. Suchi was secretly pleased, feeling he had found a loophole in the system. Following the usual enhancement path, who knew when he would rise to prominence? Feeling the new 6-star card slot into place, Suchi couldn't hide his smile. Seeing the boy's expression, Su Mushue also breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, so that's your true motive. I thought you were some saint trying to do good deeds, and I even considered abandoning you at one point." She half-jokingly made a comment, which was met with a perplexed look from Suchi. As soon as Su Mushue finished speaking, Suchi's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. "Did I not do a good deed?" As he said this, his gaze swept over the crowd worshipping devoutly around him, and a bitter smile played on his lips. "To them, at this moment, I am a saint." Su Mushue opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. She wanted to say, "But you didn't do it for the card." But after seeing the complexity in Suchi's eyes, she swallowed her words. Suchi seemed to read her thoughts and spoke softly. "There's no, but. Let me ask you, did I save lives? Don't bother with my motives. Judge actions, not intentions. No one has a completely pure heart." His eyes scanned the surroundings again, carrying a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Do they care about my reasons? Even if I'm a villain with ulterior motives, so be it. At this point, Su Chi's voice turned low and hoarse. Yesterday, the day before, even further back, do you know? They might have starved to death in their dreams before dawn, never daring to dream of a villain like me appearing. Su Muxue was stunned. She had thought that with the subtle influence of her card, her heart should have been as cold as a knife that's been used for 10 years in a supermarket. Yet now, she realized she had only armored her timid soul with an impenetrable defense. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from Su Chi. Su Muxue looked up sharply, disbelief in her eyes. A golden card was hovering at Su Chi's core card position, radiating a dazzling light. The card clearly read, Name, Summon the Saint to Dai Su Chi. Type, Fantasy Event. Rarity, Legendary. Energy level, 7 stars. Effect, can only be used when allied units killed 6. Summon the Saint to Dai Su Chi. Cannot coexist with Su Muxue in the same deck. Su Mushue's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly. She felt her soul power being fiercely drained, and an unprecedented force surged within her. Simultaneously, another card appeared at her core card position. Name, Journey in the Way Su Muxue. Type, Human Immortal Wisdom Bodyborn for Calamity. Rarity, Legendary. Energy level, 7 stars. Skills, Condensed Moon Spring, Purple Extreme. Orthodox Tao Sect Ice Heart Technique. Orthodox Tao Sect All Things Extinct. Su Muxue took a deep breath, a flicker of determination in her eyes. She recalled the terrifying memory of the village massacre, remembered the figure who stood up bravely. Now, another cult calling itself the Holy Sect had emerged. She knew this was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She looked up at Su Chi, her gaze filled with resolve. I'm going to find that figure. As for that cult shouting about summoning saints to die, I'll deal with them easily. In her hesitation, Su Muxue suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning, looking at Su Chi with disbelief. Her gaze was more intense than if she were staring at the most beautiful treasure in the world. What's going on with me? Stop being cryptic and finish your sentence, Su Chi teased, glancing at the stunned Su Muxue. Su Muxue snapped back to reality after biting her tongue, her mind swirling with an overwhelming mix of excitement and disbelief. It turned out that Su Chi was the very person from that world, and this soul card was a testament to their intertwined destinies. The changes in the card's description hinted at an opportunity for evolution. Suppressing her inner excitement, Su Muxue focused and gracefully sent the 7 stars legendary card floating towards Su Chi. He caught it, bewildered and full of disbelief. You, Su Chi began, but Su Muxue interrupted. Consider it something I owe you. With that, she turned and left, leaving Su Chi bewildered in the wind. Su Muxue sighed to herself. This soul card never fails to stir up trouble. Before Su Chi could closely examine the card thrown to him by Su Muxue, a commanding voice boomed in everyone's ears. Why is there such commotion outside the city? Startled, Su Chi nearly dropped the card in his hand. Looking up, he saw an armored general glaring down from the city wall. The voice was powerful and resonant, causing the surrounding crowd to change color with fear. The crowd immediately split into 2 groups. A number of robust young men stood up excitedly, ready to rush outside, while the elderly, women, and children shrank back into the corners, their faces filled with terror. Su Chi frowned, thinking to himself, this general must hold a significant position to provoke such a reaction. As he pondered, the general shouted again, Old Wang, instead of being a good teacher, you choose to mingle with the lowly. Now, what trouble are you stirring up? Do you think I am too lenient? Get out here and speak. An elderly man with a stooped back slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Su Chi and Su Muxue. Let this old man handle it, he said. With the aid of a wooden cane, he hobbled outside. Watching the old man's desolate figure, Su Chi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He quietly followed, eager to hear what would unfold. The old man approached the general and nervously recounted the events. After listening, the general's face showed disbelief. Are you saying those celestial beings came and saved you? The old man nodded, his aged face full of helplessness and bitterness. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily, How dare you? Old Wang, do you take me for a child of 3? Li Meng glared, his voice thunderous. Although Old Wang had taught for 30 years, he was speechless at this moment. Li Meng sneered coldly. You want to return to the city? Are you mad? Do you think the doctors in the city have time for lowly people like you? Old Wang stammered. If the general doesn't believe me, let the doctors examine. Enough. Li Meng cut him off sharply. Those infected are all refugees. Letting you fend for yourselves is already merciful. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Li Meng turned with a derisive laugh. Who can you blame for bad luck? Get lost. Just as he was about to leave, a voice questioned him. Isn't that a bit heartless of you? Li Meng paused, looking towards the voice, and saw a woman with tears streaming down her face. He was puzzled but forced himself to remain composed. I've been merciful enough. If this isn't stopped in time, the casualties would be in the hundreds. The city lord ordered to burn everything down. At least I'm giving you a chance. So, these people are destined to be abandoned, Su Mashua murmured, her gaze sweeping over the despairing crowd. Some broke down in tears, while others waited quietly for death. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than when she first arrived. Suddenly, Su Mashua stepped forward, her tone firm. If the city lord can sacrifice hundreds, then I can exchange one for hundreds. It's only fair. Li Ming was confused. One person? Who? I will treat the city lord the way he treats others. He shouldn't be angry, right? Su Mashua bowed slightly. Let the city lord face his own demise. The scene shifts. At dusk, the sky is half-lit, half-shadowed, like a tense standoff between good and evil. Dark clouds loom, and a torrential downpour ensues. The clash of swords pierces through the dim sky. Amidst a formation of thousands, a petite young woman stands alone, facing her adversaries. Her swordplay is fierce and unstoppable. Even in this land devoid of spiritual energy, no one can impede her path to the Lord's manor. Su Mushue furrows her brow, finding it taxing to only injure, not kill. A flash of lightning illuminates her face, perfect yet terrifying. Her eyes, filled with lightning, seem almost divine. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts in a trembling voice, "The Lord's tyranny has brought divine punishment upon us. Why should we risk our lives for a meager monthly wage?" This statement acts as a catalyst, igniting the soldiers' discontent. Voices rise in unrest. It's a celestial spell. I can't move. Same here. Li Ming, blood trickling from his lips, feels his legs go weak and collapses. Moments later, he turns over, seemingly trying to find a more comfortable position to faint. Seeing this, Su Mushue swiftly beheads the Lord. She hasn't changed anything. She merely assumes the guise of a dragon, proclaiming herself a hero. Su Qi remains silent. He knows the Lord's death is partly his doing. He intends to contact Lu Yuan with his phone, only to find there's no signal. Turning to Su Mushue, who is walking towards him with a blood-stained sword, he asks, "Shall we head back now? I suspect you're not in the best shape to handle many surprises." Su Mushue shakes her head regretfully. "We can't return for now. Do you think the secret realm is a place you can enter and leave at will?" Su Qi furrowed his brows, absent-mindedly biting at the dead skin on his lip. His tone was tinged with urgency as he pressed, "What do you mean? What do you mean we can't go back for now?" After offering a completely unhelpful response, Su Mushue fell silent. She produced a cloth from who knows where and meticulously wiped the blood off her sword, her profile gleaming starkly white. Her gaze swept over the suitcase, which had clearly been rummaged through. Although its position had been restored quite well, the numbers on the combination lock were obviously unset. Su Mushue sighed inwardly, thinking, "I seem to have made another mistake." Before the thought fully formed, her consciousness vanished. Su Qi couldn't hold back his anger, exclaiming, "You always cause trouble and then run away? Are you a giant baby, or something?" He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and asked, "If we want to leave the secret realm now, how long would it take?" "Who knows?" Su Mushue shrugged. "Maybe the next second. Or maybe 3 to 5 days. Usually not more than 7 days." With that, she dragged her suitcase to the area where the plague victims gathered. After scanning the surroundings, she was disappointed to find no one had reported them. A sinking feeling hit Su Qi as he realized he had made assumptions. Trying to remain calm, he humbly inquired, "So how exactly do we get out? Is there a way to contact the outside?" Dragging her suitcase, Su Mushue replied as she walked, "It's all about luck, finding a spatial rift. Or just wait for the world to collapse and get ejected. There are definitely ways to contact the outside, but I don't have them." Seeing Su Qi's displeasure, she added, "You could borrow from someone else." Just then, a firework exploded in the northwest sky. Su Mushue clicked her tongue in surprise. What a coincidence! Someone's calling for help? Without a word, Su Qi sprinted toward the direction of the fireworks. Su Mushue cursed under her breath as she dragged her suitcase to catch up. 7 or 8 minutes later, they came upon 2 unrecognizable corpses. The tattered modern clothing identified them as pioneers. Su Mushue rubbed her temples, exclaiming, "What a hassle!" Meanwhile, Lu Jishua had just finished a meeting. Stretching his sore back, he asked his assistant, "That little girl who supposedly has a true name card, is she available tonight?" Assistant Wang Haoran hesitated. "She said she wants to wait for her brother to return." Lu Jishua was unconcerned. "Then have someone pick up her brother. 9 o'clock should be enough, right?" Wang Haoran replied reluctantly, "It might not be enough. Her brother went to the secret realm." "What?" Lu Jishua's eyes widened, and he spat out his tea all over Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran forced a stiff smile and explained. He said he wanted to see the world in the secret realm, so I had Lord Shui take him. It also means you owe someone a favor, sir. Lu Zhishua cursed inwardly. He was so angry that he almost couldn't hold his thermos steady, and he slammed it onto the table in an attempt to vent some of his frustration. Lu Zhishua was furious, and the dull thud of the thermos echoed across the desk. He glared at Wang Haoran, his voice filled with reproach and disappointment. I must have been blind to take you on as a student. He took a deep breath and continued. Do you realize that if Su Qi gets into trouble in the secret realm, you'll have to face the Enforcer's Court? Even I won't be able to save you. Wang Haoran kept his head down, not daring to meet his mentor's eyes. Lu Zhishua pressed on. Didn't I send you the siblings' profiles? Did you not read them, or what? Two kids who can't even muster a single 5-star card between them, and you let them explore a secret realm? That's a death sentence. Lu Zhishua's voice rose. An unknown secret realm requires at least 7-star epic strength to enter. Did you forget that rule? That Su family's girl barely qualifies, and only because of her unique situation. You expect her to protect someone? You. A torrent of reprimands left Lu Zhishua breathless. He fumbled in his pocket for a bottle of pills, shakily poured out 2, and swallowed them. After a few deep breaths, he felt somewhat better. Wang Haoran was terrified by his mentor's demeanor, stammering as he tried to explain, Professor, don't call me Professor. I don't have a student like you. Lu Zhishua cut him off coldly. All right, Vice Dean Lu, Wang Haoran corrected himself. But it was Su Qi's own request. I did try to dissuade him, but he said if he couldn't go, he wouldn't let his sister participate in our study. Also, I bought them a phone out of my own pocket. Can I get reimbursed for that? Lu Zhishua was almost amused by his outrage. His request? If he asked you to call him Dad, would you? How old are you? Can't you make such a basic judgment? And you're talking about reimbursement now? The urgent thing is to get them out. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. After the call ended, he hung up in frustration and said to Wang Haoran, they brushed it off, saying we should handle it ourselves. Unless there's an absolute necessity, no one wants to take the risk. Lu Zhishua pondered deeply. Was it really necessary to rescue Su Qi? He was merely a relative of a suspected true name cardholder. If Lu Yuan were in danger, there would definitely be people willing to help, but Su Qi was left to his own fate. As Lu Zhishua brooded, Wang Haoran's phone rang. It was Lu Yuan calling. Lu Zhishua snatched the phone and forced a smile. Hello, this is Wang's teacher. How can I help you? On the other end, Lu Yuan asked, Hello, Grandpa, can I ask when my brother will be back? He said he would return soon, but now I can't reach him. Lu Zhishua feigned a relaxed tone. Soon. Uncle has already sent someone to pick him up. Lu Yuan was clearly skeptical. My brother said he'd be back by 8, and he never lies to me. Something must have happened. Can you help me? Lu Zhishua quickly reassured her. Don't worry, there's no danger. He'll be back soon. Okay, Su Qi left at 9 this morning, Lu Yuan said. I can wait until 9 tonight. If it's over 12 hours. 12 hours? Lu Zhishua was puzzled. What can 12 hours do? Even if someone is missing for 12 hours, it's not enough to file a case. Lu Yuan softly replied. A voice in my head tells me if it exceeds 12 hours, I'll remember bad memories. Lu Zhishua hung up, relieved. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be a powerless threat from a little girl. He had done all he could. The rest was just waiting for news. To pass the time, Lu Zhishua took out a research paper on the disparity among true name cards. As the number of holders increased, people discovered there were power differences even among true names. He flipped through various cases, trying to find a pattern. Time ticked by slowly until Lu Zhishua suddenly shivered. He realized the room's temperature was abnormally low, with a thin layer of frost forming on the floor. Glancing at the clock, Lu Zhishua frowned at it was only 9 o'clock. Lu Zhishua didn't pay much attention to the unusual occurrence, or perhaps he was simply too focused. His fingers danced across the keyboard, eyes glued to the screen, completely oblivious to the change in temperature around him. The research project on true name cards consumed all his attention. Even though his own soul card was quite ordinary, Lu Zhishua firmly believed that it was people like him who could truly dedicate themselves to scholarly pursuits. He continued typing, elaborating on the rarity and strategic significance of true name cards. From the various names different countries used for these cards to their deterrent power comparable to nuclear weapons, and even to the 9 kings in Xia country, Lu Zhishua's narrative flowed smoothly. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the workgroup chat. Lu Zhishua clicked on it absent-mindedly, and a video came to life on his screen. At the peak of a snowy mountain, a young girl appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes were hollow and profound, as if the entire world was non-existent. With a wave of her hand, she formed a sword from the wind and snow, and a casual swing unleashed an overwhelming force. Lu Zhishua watched, entranced, until the video ended, and he snapped back to reality. Only then did he notice the chat had exploded with speculation about the girl's power. Some guessed she was a 10-star, others speculated she might be an 11-star, but no one could be certain. The information is just too limited. Lu Zhishua rubbed his slightly stiff hands and fished out an air conditioner remote from the drawer of his workstation. He pressed the switch, and a warm breeze gradually dispelled some of the chill in the air. Just as he was about to share his thoughts, a sudden explosion rang out. Startled, Lu Zhishua set aside his tasks and instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The security door blocked his view, but he knew the noise came from the office of a level 3 researcher across the hall. His student, Wang Haoren, was there. Concerned, Lu Zhishua hurriedly opened the door. The biting cold outside was even more intense than indoors. The door across the hall was wide open, with people moving about and voices rising in discussion. What happened? How could a computer explode? Maybe it was assembled in a shady workshop? Stop just gawking. Call an ambulance. A researcher was slumped painfully in a chair, with shards from the computer casing embedded in his leg and waist. Blood was flowing freely, and he was gasping in pain. Suddenly, another computer exploded with a loud bang. Shrapnel flew everywhere, injuring bystanders and throwing the scene into chaos. Lu Zhishua spotted Wang Haoren in the corner. The kid had quick reflexes and had already distanced himself from danger. At that moment, he was staring at his phone, his expression shifting unpredictably. We're in trouble, Wang Haoren said gravely. Just listen for the announcement. As soon as he spoke, a mechanical announcement echoed throughout the research institute. To prevent the influx of creatures from the secret realm, the institute is now fully sealed. Combat personnel are on high alert. Non-combat staff should prioritize their safety and protect critical data. If necessary, proceed to the shelter. Lu Zhishua keenly sensed the unusual energy fluctuations at the explosion site. Everyone, stay away from there, he warned, his gaze fixed intently. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the space at the explosion site suddenly began to crack with a chilling, tearing sound. The fissure widened, eventually forming two passages large enough for a person to pass through. Dozens of eyes stared at a single pair of eyes from across the void. A middle-aged man draped in blood-red strips of cloth stood at the edge of a rift, glaring fiercely at the other side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he spat out a fragment of bone, rasping, food. With excitement, he stepped into the Azure Realm, a low growl emerging from his throat. Hey, let's talk this out. We can give you food. Someone attempted to negotiate, but the man ignored them. Run. The panicked crowd surged towards the narrow exit. Move. I have an elderly mother and young children to care for, someone shouted, trying to push through. After entering the office, the man surveyed the chaotic scene, then let out an eerie laugh. No need to give. If I kill you, what's yours is mine. I've had enough of living in the mountains for 20 years. He dragged a bone club, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Danger! Lu Zhishua shouted a warning, but no one paid attention. Wang Haoren, hiding in a corner, was left behind, feeling the threat of death. The bone club whistled through the air, smashing several computers before narrowly missing Wang Haoren's head and crashing into the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Wang Haoren turned pale, trembling. It's over. Do I have to clean up your mess again? Lu Zhishua said helplessly, as blue-white light swirled around his fingertips. A giant white bear king ferociously glared at the intruder. Summon quickly. He's not as strong as he looks. Wang Haoren snapped back to reality, hurriedly summoning a muscular warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive axe. His face was white, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Teacher, what do we do now? Run. Lu Zhishua rolled his eyes. Why did you have to summon heavy armor? Don't you know blunt weapons counter heavy armor? Drop the card and run. It's not shameful. Similar chaos unfolded throughout the research institute, with the aftermath of battles wreaking havoc on the surroundings. As time passed, the situation gradually stabilized. Some administrative staff began to observe the battles up close, as it was a rare opportunity. The Guardian is here, someone shouted. Lu Zhishua turned towards the voice, spotting a young man with long hair, dressed in a black uniform, stepping onto the battlefield. He casually surveyed the chaotic scene. Strolling leisurely, they stepped inside. Wang Haoren felt a sudden tension and instinctively wanted to summon his cards. However, Lu Zhishua simply chuckled and shook his head. Do you think the Guardian of Jiangxia is someone to be trifled with? Just as he finished speaking, a deep dragon roar reverberated around them. The electronic dragon had finally found a target for its rage and roared towards the slowly approaching Guardian. The Guardian remained unfazed, raising his hand as a soul's light flickered. The silhouette of a general wielding a giant sword solidified none other than the legendary commander of the Pajun battalion. His long, graying hair flowed as the giant sword scraped the ground with a mournful sound. With a light step, he vanished like a shooting star, reappearing at the heart of the battlefield. The giant sword swung, carrying the force of crimson chi and blood towards a woman in a Taoist robe. She hurriedly raised her sword to block, but the mighty force sent her reeling back. Just as she was about to cast a spell, Feiqiu instantly appeared before her, pressing a large hand on her head. With a resounding bang, her head was slammed into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield, with none of the mystical creatures able to withstand him for more than 3 seconds. Wang Haoran excitedly thanked the guardian, who responded with a calm smile. Suddenly, Wang Haoran pointed towards the open square and exclaimed, "There's one more." Under the moonlight stood a blonde girl, showing no sign of aggression, merely humming to herself. "I catch a breeze to send my loneliness to the moon. Drink and boil snow. Memories cut a deep line. I catch a breeze to cross the night without you." Tipsy steps bury emotions a few feet deep. The young girl stood in the center of the square as the persistent gloom in the sky finally receded. Moonlight poured down like water, bathing the square in a silvery glow. She stood barefoot, and the scene around her suddenly transformed. The square vanished, replaced by an endless snowy plain. A biting wind howled, whipping up a blizzard, and the intense cold swiftly consumed the last traces of warmth. The girl stood still in the snow, as if she were one with the vast expanse. Her steps were light and silent, leaving no trace in the snow. It was a dreamlike scene, surreal and mesmerizing. At that moment, an old general clad in battle armor approached slowly. He was enveloped in a heavy aura of blood and death, and each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. The air around him crackled with heat, starkly contrasting the surrounding cold. The old general shouted, "Intruder, leave our world." His voice was like the roar of 1,000 armies, deafening and fierce. The girl replied softly, "I just wanted to see this world. I mean no harm." Her voice was barely audible, quickly lost in the wind and snow. Just then, someone handed the old general a document. After a quick glance, he spoke to the girl with a grave expression. "Your presence has caused a disturbance. Could you withdraw your domain? We can arrange for someone to show you around." The girl was taken aback, looking down at the ever-expanding snowfield beneath her. She whispered, "This is not my intention. I cannot control it. I am merely a passing illusion and will soon fade away." Hearing this, the old general suddenly roared, "She's a dragon. I can smell the stench of dragonkind. Bring me my sword." The guardian's heart sank, realizing the situation could not end peacefully. Although the card description didn't explicitly state it, he knew that Feiqiu's nation ultimately fell to Dragonfire, and he had met his end bathed in dragon blood. Feiqiu's life was nothing short of legendary. In his twilight years, he led the Pajun battalion to slay a dragon that had invaded his country. From the dragon's head, he forged a massive sword. However, on the very day the sword was tempered and completed, his body succumbed to the severe burns inflicted by the dragon's breath, wounds that could not heal, marking the end of his legendary existence. Standing in the snow, Feiqiu's muscles were as solid as steel, and his eyes shone with a stellar brilliance. He drew a colossal sword, about 2 meters long, from the void. Its blade was crimson like blood, radiating intense heat. A blonde girl faced this dragon-slaying hero without a hint of fear. "Do you want to fight?" she asked calmly. Feiqiu remained silent, suddenly leaping forward. His massive sword cleaved down, shattering the snow and shaking the ground. Yet, the girl easily evaded, and the swirling snow diverted Feiqiu's attack. "Foolish," Feiqiu sneered, suddenly switching tactics and delivering a beast-like sidekick. Surprisingly, the girl met his foot with her fist, sending Feiqiu flying. He crashed into a wall, leaving a deathly silence in the aftermath. Moments later, Feiqiu rose from the rubble, staggering but undeterred. "I will not be defeated," he shouted defiantly. "Pajun battalion." Instantly, countless spectral cavalry descended like a tide. Feiqiu mounted a warhorse, commanding, "Crush her." Faced with the overwhelming military force, the girl merely furrowed her brow slightly. "I've already given you a chance," she said with disdain, her hand closing into a fist. The entire space groaned, the scene before them shattering like glass. Behind the void lay a vast galaxy, and as she clenched her fingers, a power greater than the heavens erupted. The Pajun battalion disintegrated in the void, and the surrounding stars perished. In the next moment, the shattered void sealed itself, and everything returned to normal. The girl softly hummed a tune, as if nothing had happened. The guardian of Jiangxia bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling. "Go, do as she says. Also, send out a notice. Everyone must evacuate Jiangxia City within 2 hours." He knew he was defeated. From now on, there would be no guardian of Jiangxia. He was merely a sinner. Yet, in these final 2 hours, he had to keep the girl before him appeased. Some still clung to hope if they could live peacefully, who would choose to wander homeless. "Sir, couldn't other cities send support? Who would willingly leave the land they've called home for decades?" She has no intention of waging war, so don't provoke her if my guess is right. If she were to be turned into a card, she would be a 13-star legend. His lips curled into a bitter smile. Tell me, who could I call for support? Who could he possibly call for backup? Jiangxia was a third-tier small city, with no major metropolitan areas nearby to lend support. The guardian of Jiangxia felt a bitter helplessness as he surveyed the dire situation. Even if guardians from nearby second-tier cities were to arrive, they would likely just become additional targets for the opponent to defeat. He couldn't help but think, if the opponent is a powerhouse like you, wanting to drive them away without causing bloodshed is indeed a tricky problem. Although Fei Qiu was only a 10-star epic card, as a general, his combat prowess was quite formidable. What was even more terrifying was that Fei Qiu, even when bolstered by the two strongest support cards, was so easily defeated. Other cards that could restrict, weaken, or control weren't even deployed in time. The Guardian recalled sparring with his friends from the community. Fei Qiu, with full support, leading the Iron Cavalry of the Broken Army camp, would charge with such momentum that even some 10-star legendary cards with immense individual power would need to avoid its force. He had even dared to challenge those Crown Kings, and though he ultimately lost, he could at least hold out for 7 or 8 rounds. Yet the girl before him had effortlessly crushed Fei Qiu as if he were an ant. A shiver ran through the Guardian as a bold suspicion formed in his mind. Could she be one of the legendary 12-star, or even a 13-star, powerhouses? He leaned more towards the idea of her being a 12-star, but there was a nagging sense of guilt in his heart, an avoidance of responsibility. It was akin to a gamer blaming cheats when they lose, unwilling to admit their own lack of skill. It made him feel slightly better, as if the enemy was just too strong, rather than him being inadequate. The Guardian tried to calm his thoughts, recalling various signs of secret realm fluctuations. Low-level secret realms posed minimal threats, often quashed in their nascent stages. High-level secret realms would show clear signs, allowing humans ample preparation time. A level secret realm theoretically capped at an 8-star threat, with relatively limited impact. He couldn't help but remember the level secret realm 5 years ago that nearly froze Jiangxia, putting the entire Xia nation on high alert. Although that secret realm never fully manifested, in hindsight, it seemed they had merely postponed the inevitable. A terrifying thought circled in the Guardian's mind. Could this girl before him be the most fearsome entity from that level secret realm that had once put Xia on edge? Once the thought emerged, it wouldn't leave him. In the cold environment, he broke out in a cold sweat. My time is limited, please hurry up, the girl said calmly, as if discussing something trivial. The Guardian's heart grew heavier, the atmosphere tense with unease. Though the girl claimed no interest in conflict, upsetting her could have disastrous consequences. It was like holding a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. He dared not act rashly. Hurry up. Doesn't your research institute have any alcohol? The Guardian suppressed his anger and shouted. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one responded. The institute had plenty of alcohol, but who would dare drink on duty? As for going out to buy some, it would take time, and who knew how long the girl's patience would last? Come on, if anyone has any stashed away, bring it out. No one will hold you accountable in this situation. You're a hero of Xia, the Guardian said, finding his own words absurdly comical. Lu Zhixuo glanced at his student Wang Haoran and gave him a gentle nudge. Wang Haoran stumbled a few steps forward, coming to stand in front of the Guardian. He seemed to grasp what the teacher meant and reluctantly said, So, what you're saying is... The Guardian of Jiangxia snorted. Eyes sharp as daggers. Wang Haoran, stop playing dumb. After all these years in the field, you still can't figure out what I mean? Don't you know the situation by now? Hurry up and bring the item. Stop dragging your feet. I can still protect your job, at least for now, as I'm still the Guardian of Jiangxia, and my words carry some weight. Wang Haoran, feeling relieved, quickly nodded and backed out, bowing repeatedly. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Lu Zhixuo, making it clear, Teacher, can this be reimbursed? Lu Zhixuo couldn't help but laugh at his antics. At a time like this, he was still worrying about reimbursement, truly clueless about priorities. Not long after, Wang Haoran returned, panting, holding a bottle of wine, his face full of reluctance. Lu Zhixuo took a closer look and immediately understood why the young man was so unwilling. It was a limited edition bottle of Feiyan Maodai. Even the Guardian of Jiangxia gave it a peculiar glance, silently pondering. Do these youngsters usually drink so well? If I don't lose this position, I must thoroughly investigate where the Institute's funds are going. He snatched the bottle without hesitation and tossed it toward the young woman. The bottle floated eerily in the air, as if supported by an invisible force, slowly drifting toward her. A smile played at the young woman's lips as she flicked her slender fingers, shattering the bottle's neck with a soft crack. She nodded in satisfaction, a sight that made Wang Haoran's heart ache, forcing him to abandon any thought of retrieving the bottle. Then, the young woman stepped aside, revealing the scene behind her, a tall grave leaning against a smaller one. Lu Zhixuo squinted, trying to read the inscriptions on the tombstones in the dim light. Brother, mentor, beloved, deceiver, Yuan erected this monument. The calamity dragon Yuan rests here. The young woman poured half the bottle of wine before the grave, her voice deep and resonant, though reluctant. What's done is done. My life was filled with regret. This half is for the past. This half, for the future. With that, she tilted her head back, downing the remaining wine in one gulp. I swallow the bitterness of farewell, declaring the end of this life. I drink this clear wine, letting my sorrow and reluctance flow away. As her words faded, the snow at her feet melted visibly, and amidst the swirling mist, vibrant greenery sprang forth. The trees blossomed, thousands of flowers blooming in an instant, brilliant as the evening sky, resembling the blush on the young woman's cheeks. The guardian's mind echoed a phrase. With a thought, mountains rise. With a thought, rivers flow. When a whale falls, it nourishes the ocean. When a tree decays, it nurtures the forest in spring. He pondered deeply. Why? She harbored no malice and instead brought such overwhelming goodwill. The disintegration of such immense energy was indescribably beneficial to Jiangxia. She was so nonchalant about life and death, ending her own false existence with mere words. Is this the perspective of a legendary figure of 13 stars? I wish to glimpse her regret-filled legendary life. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. A tardy staff member reported loudly, Guardian, the higher-ups have approved your evacuation request. Should we inform the entire city to evacuate immediately? The Guardian gave him a playful knock on the head. Inform my foot. Can't you read the room? It looks like I'll be in this position for decades to come. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The Guardian of Jiangxia showed a sense of relief in his eyes, offering the highest respect to the young girl. If all mystical creatures were like her, why would they risk guarding these realms? The cardholders hold a prestigious position because they are the pillars of the nation and even the world. Although not publicly disclosed, every cardholder undergoes a combat assessment after graduation. If they surpass a certain threshold, they receive an invitation and can choose to decline or accept. Those who accept become guardians, tasked with maintaining secrecy and responding to mystical disturbances. Last year, there were only 46 mystical disturbances in the Xia Kingdom, affecting 260,000 people. By May this year, the number had already reached 61, exceeding last year's total. This is the fundamental reason for the favorable cardholder policies. After pondering for a moment, the girl softly said, I want to see the world. Didn't you say you would send someone to take me sightseeing? Before she finished speaking, a sharp sound cut through the air. An intricately carved dagger sliced through the night, heading straight for her face. The girl slightly raised her eyes, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Seems like I imagined the world to be too beautiful, didn't I? A Saiyan whirlwind instantly immobilized the attacker. Under the moonlight, the twisted, fierce face of a young woman was revealed. The Guardian of Jiangxia angrily rebuked. What are you doing? Whose card is this? Have you lost your mind? The woman bowed her head and said, Guardian. This is a 13-star card, and she's at her weakest now. For the sake of Xia Kingdom, we should seize the opportunity. The Guardian sighed. That's the thing. Human nature can't resist the allure of the cards. The girl shook her head. A tragic past is not an excuse for wrongdoing. Handle it according to your rules. My time is running out. The woman screamed hysterically. She doesn't even have the power to kill me now. Before she could finish her sentence, she exploded into a mist of blood. The girl calmly said, I'm sorry, but my kindness isn't a license for others to act recklessly. I will fight back too. With a gentle push, her wind power tore through the wall. The girl walked away leisurely, standing on the bustling street, curiously observing the fascinating sights around her. The air is filled with the enticing aromas of various foods from roadside stalls. The streets are bustling with life. A young girl strolls along the crowded streets, her eyes brimming with curiosity and wonder. Her attire is somewhat peculiar, yet it draws little attention. Passers-by, accustomed to such sights, nod at the cosplay enthusiast with neither disdain nor reverence. To her, this ordinary experience is immensely valuable. Trailing closely behind is the Guardian of Jiangxia, his demeanor tense. He dares not let this master wander alone, fearing any mishap. The girl glances around, nods in satisfaction, and then closes her eyes. Her form begins to waver, as if she might vanish at any moment. At this moment, the Guardian of Jiangxia is torn. A thought of ambush crosses his mind, with at least a 50% chance of success. However, he ultimately abandons this tempting idea, and the blue light at his fingertips slowly fades away. The girl senses the subtle movements in the shadows and nods approvingly. She speaks, I do have unfinished wishes. Could you look after that ignorant and naive version of me? The Guardian awkwardly scratches his head and steps out from the shadows. Aren't you about to disappear? The girl gazes into the distance, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. A dragon's hero, not a mere weed. I long to overlook everything, yet my life is filled with regret. I live for regret and will die for regret. This is my choice. She continues, I shouldn't be here at this time. I was born in June and will die with him in June. I heard that the me in this world is weeping, and I was curious, so I came to see. I am Yuan, known as the relentless Junekite. Please take care of that foolish me. As long as I exist in people's memories, I will not truly perish. Otherwise, when she sheds tears again, it will be the time of my true descent. I am the dragon of utmost evil, Yuan. Next time we meet, I won't be so gentle. Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. She gazed towards the northwest, as if seeing beyond the confines of space. At the same moment, Lu Yuan anxiously stared at her phone, her hands trembling as she answered the call. Su Qi's voice came through the line. He had been forced out of the collapsing secret realm. Lu Yuan's tears finally ceased. Yuan's expression shifted multiple times before she finally smiled with relief. Every meeting is a reunion after a long separation, she murmured to herself. The cold night sky seemed to freeze, but suddenly, warm snowflakes began to fall. Bystanders looked up in surprise, feeling the dampness on their foreheads. Yuan's figure gradually became transparent as she watched the girl running downstairs to find Su Qi. This snow, I call it good night. She whispered her farewell and vanished completely into a corner unnoticed by anyone. On the ground, a card emitting a brilliant blue light quietly surfaced. The guardian of Jiangxia prided himself on his worldly knowledge, yet his heart raced at this moment. The card read, Name, Yuan. Type, Dragon Concept Beast unable to evolve. Rarity, Legendary. Energy level, 13 stars. The skill description revealed Yuan's fate. Born to bear the malice of humanity, an exceptionally evil dragon destined to suffer all the world's malevolence. She would gradually become the dragon of the tail, and humanity would reap what it sowed. But is destiny truly unchangeable? Yuan endured bullying and exclusion from a young age until she met that man. Although he was initially unkind, he offered her the first gesture of human kindness. She naively thought she had finally found a place to belong. Yet, the joy was short-lived. The man eventually abandoned her. When Yuan found him again, he was nothing but a cold corpse. For the first time, she felt an indescribable sadness and, for the first time, intentionally harmed a human. Yuan carried the man's body and buried him at the mountain's peak. She should have felt relieved to be free from the fear of abandonment, but was only left with regret. Perhaps it was because there was no one left to share her joys with. Following the man's teachings, Yuan began to wander the human world. She discovered the human realm to be so simple, with many offering her kindness, even revering her as a deity. Everything she once longed for now seemed as cheap as weeds by the roadside. Under the sunlight, Yuan felt weary. She should have been happy, like a moth finally finding the light. Yet the light seemed far less intense and unforgettable than the flames. The guardian of Jiangxia, who had seen it all, was astonished by the scene before him, his heart pounding in his chest. She returned once more to the snowy mountain, standing before the grave, pouring the fine wine offered by humans onto the snow, and shared her recent experiences with him. The dragon maiden gently caressed the cold tombstone, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She spoke of the sights and sounds of the human world, yet there was no longer that familiar, nonchalant response. As time passed, she began to understand the true meaning of death. It was an eternal farewell. In the human world, she had heard countless tragic love stories, yet felt only a sense of regret. It wasn't until someone confessed their love to her that she asked in confusion, "What is love?" The person explained, "It's when two people want to be together forever." She suddenly realized, then I must have had someone I loved. But unfortunately, he is gone. Undeterred, the person said, "The departed are like smoke. I will wait for you to forget him." Forget him? The dragon maiden's heart ached as tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She was astonished by this unfamiliar feeling and unsure how to calm it. Some people are so remarkable that they become an everlasting presence in one's heart. In the years that followed, she never met anyone as dazzling. His shadow lingered in every aspect of her life, an unsurpassable benchmark for all others. One day, a sorrowful dragon's cry echoed through the heavens and earth. At the peak of the snowy mountain, a small new grave appeared. The dragon maiden realized that death might just be the beginning of rebirth. She refused to be left behind alone. Through tear-filled eyes, she seemed to see him turn back from the grave and ask, "Can you keep up?" She stubbornly replied, "Humph, I've caught up again." She never hated this world. The guardian of Jiangxia furrowed his thick eyebrows tightly as he remained bent over, poised to pick up a card. He reached out to catch a falling snowflake and smiled faintly. A 13-star card vanished before his eyes, slipping through his fingers. There was a sense of relief, mingled with an inexplicable regret. Farewell, he whispered softly. A dragon destined for evil, yet it never harmed anyone willingly. The world treated her with malice, yet she never harbored hatred towards it. Just a little warmth was enough for her. But what about those who prided themselves on being good? What did their smiles conceal? The guardian of Jiangxia fell into deep thought. Even he, with his heavy responsibilities, almost succumbed to the temptation of the 13-star card, ready to act against a girl with no intent to attack. Perhaps, in a muddied world, such pure goodness becomes the greatest evil. He shook his head to dispel these thoughts. What's up with me? Do I want to be a sage or a savior? He mocked himself. Guarding Jiangxia, enjoying a high salary and admiration, isn't this life good enough? With this in mind, he rubbed his head in frustration. Maybe I should just quit and leave all this behind, he muttered to himself. Why did he have to ask? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? It was just a polite formality. Forget it, considering such a big event happened today. The higher-ups will definitely come to inquire. He decided to report everything truthfully and let his superiors deal with it. I'm out. Working overtime at midnight is exhausting. Meanwhile, Suchi was worried about how to leave the secret realm. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and the space began to collapse. He turned to ask Su Mushue, only to find she had disappeared. Before fear could grip him, a familiar advertisement snapped him back to reality. Interested in swimming and fitness? Su Chi stood dumbfounded, staring at the flyer in his hand, finally realizing he was back in the commercial plaza of the real world. He was puzzled as to why no one found his sudden appearance strange. As he pondered, his phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. Ignoring the puzzled look from the guy handing out flyers, he muttered, "Sorry, I have an urgent matter," and ran off while fumbling for his phone. There were 14 missed calls, all from one contact, a Yuan. Su Chi's heart skipped a beat. The screen of his phone was filled with missed calls, silently accusing him of negligence. He clenched his jaw, frustrated and regretful. How could he have overlooked something as simple as no signal in the secret realm? With trembling fingers, he swiped across the screen to call back. On the other end, the girl was about to make her 50th attempt when she saw Su Chi's name appear. She held her breath, her eyes stinging, wiping them repeatedly before pressing the answer button. The angry scolding Su Chi anticipated didn't come. Instead, he heard a soft, weak murmur. "What did I do wrong? Please don't leave me." The words pierced Su Chi's heart like a sharp blade. He hurriedly explained, "I'm back. I'll be downstairs soon." "Okay. Su Chi, don't hang up," the girl pleaded softly. Su Chi sprinted all the way, breathless, until he reached downstairs. Yuan had been waiting there for quite some time, looking much thinner, her face pale, and her eyes red-rimmed. 1,000 words caught in his throat, but they finally condensed into a simple promise. It won't happen again. Yuan didn't blame him. She just buried her head in his chest and nodded gently. Okay. Suddenly, a snowflake landed on Su Chi's face. Snow in May? He reached out in surprise, only to see the snowflake vanish instantly. He glanced at Yuan's palm, where a delicate snowflake shimmered quietly. Su Chi grasped Yuan's hand, feeling a chill. The girl's dreamy eyes showed confusion. "Su Chi, I think I hear someone singing." She leaned against him, softly humming. "I gather a breeze to send to the lonely moon. Brewing wine with snow. Longing draws a deep mark." Yuan seemed to have fallen asleep, murmuring in her dreams, "Good night to you too." That night, Yuan had the most restful sleep she had ever experienced. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with warmth as Yuan woke up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she glanced outside and suddenly realized it was already noon. Her startled exclamation broke the silence, and she anxiously looked over at Su Chi. Su Chi was leisurely scrolling through his phone, seemingly unfazed by Yuan's reaction. Calmly, he explained, "School's on break today." He then briefly outlined the school's notice following the collapse of the secret realm the previous day. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed her brow. She got up to check the fridge, finding only a few tomatoes. It was then that Su Chi reluctantly got out of bed and suggested they go out for lunch. Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, "Did you make some money yesterday, Brother Su Chi?" Su Chi dodged the question, remembering the 2 cards he had obtained the night before. He summoned one of the cards, intending to give it to Yuan. However, Yuan saw through his intentions. She firmly refused, her eyes filled with concern. "I don't want it. I just want you to stay safe and not do anything dangerous because of me." Feeling guilty, Su Chi could only fabricate a story to cover up. "It's not really dangerous. A friend gave it to me. I'm so afraid of dying. There's no way I'd do anything risky." Yuan looked at him seriously and said, "If we encounter danger, Brother Su Chi, you should just leave me and run. I'm not very smart, but I'll catch up quickly." Su Chi gazed into the girl's worried eyes and felt his heart soften. With a sigh, he reached out to ruffle Ayuan's hair. Silly girl, how could I ever leave you behind? He said, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to her. But keep this card with you. I might need you to have my back someday. Ayuan lowered her gaze and murmured, it's not like you can't hug me now. What did you say? Su Chi asked, puzzled, as he hadn't heard her clearly. Ayuan shook her head and carefully tucked the card away. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the pedestrian walkway on Jiangxia 6th Road. An electronic screen by the roadside was displaying a notice. Dear citizens of Jiangxia, good day. Last night, some areas of our city experienced strong convective cold air, resulting in a brief extreme cold spell. The temperature will rise in the coming days, so please take precautions against heat. There was much online discussion about the unusual snow from the previous night, but Su Chi, having experienced it firsthand, wasn't concerned. His attention was drawn to another notice. The Jiangxia City cardholder trial will take place in 9 days and will be broadcast citywide. Stay tuned. A citywide broadcast? It seems like the authorities plan to reveal some secrets. However, this didn't concern Su Chi. His priority was finding a meal. The two of them went to a high-end Aliokaniat barbecue restaurant, which was quite expensive at about 150 per person. Although it was pricey, Su Chi didn't mind spending the money. After all, Ayuan was still growing and needed proper nutrition. As they entered, a smiling waiter greeted them. Table for two? Su Chi nodded and was about to follow the waiter to their seats when he noticed a familiar face at the next table. He chuckled to himself. He couldn't believe he ran into someone he knew just by stepping out to eat. Sure enough, a sweet, exaggerated voice called out, oh, isn't that brother Su Chi? Su Mushua's voice rang out with a hint of deliberate intimacy. Su Chi remained unfazed, but Ayuan's eyebrows instantly knitted together. Would you mind if we share a table? The voice that echoed made Ayuan frown momentarily, but she quickly relaxed. The noise in the buffet restaurant was incessant. Su Chi looked around and couldn't help but find it ironic. For safety reasons, the entire city was given a day off, yet people flocked out to indulge in enjoyment. Su Chi politely asked the waiter if they could share a table and received a positive response. The waiter, with a professional smile, handed over a ticket and pressed it down with a napkin holder, reminding them of the 2-hour dining limit. Su Muxue wore an off-the-shoulder light blue dress, accentuating her elegant collarbones. A bright blue pendant hung at her chest, making her a striking sight, like a splash of cool color in the summer. As Su Chi sat down, he seemed to catch a faint fragrance from her. Su Muxue gazed intently at Su Chi, her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity and delight. Even when Lu Yuan moved a bit closer, as if to assert her presence, it didn't change a thing. In this peculiar atmosphere, Su Chi spoke first. What a coincidence, isn't it? Su Muxue smiled and replied, yes, quite a coincidence. I just arrived 5 minutes ago and ran into you. She played with a ticket in her hand, discreetly pushing aside an earlier one beneath the table. Su Chi scanned the menu to order, but noticed that Su Muxue hadn't ordered anything yet. He asked, puzzled, what do you like to eat? Would you like me to order for you? Su Muxue responded naturally, go ahead. I don't come to places like this often, mainly because many places are closed today. Su Chi suddenly understood and inwardly laughed at his own overthinking. At this moment, Su Muxue turned her gaze to Lu Yuan and asked, who is this? Though curious, Lu Yuan remained silent. As Su Chi grilled the meat, he introduced, my sister. Su Muxue smiled and said, oh, having a sister is great. A brother with a sister is like having a treasure. The three of them chatted casually. Lu Yuan silently grilled meat, occasionally placing food onto Su Chi's plate. Seeing this, Su Muxue also started adding meat to his bowl. Before long, Su Chi's bowl was piled high, and he said helplessly, this is a buffet. Can you stop piling food into my bowl? The atmosphere gradually eased. Su Chi remembered something and asked, are you a local from Jiangxia? How's this year's cardholder trial going? No, I'm from Shangjing, what you guys call Jingya. As for the cardholder trial, I can't really say much because I'm participating too, and telling you would be against the rules. Su Chi hadn't expected that his casual question would uncover such a bombshell, and he almost dropped the piece of grilled meat he was holding. What? You're participating too? Su Chi exclaimed in surprise, suddenly feeling uncertain. Given Su Mushua's experience and depth of knowledge, the chances of Lu Yuan defeating her seemed slim. Su Muxue looked surprised. You didn't know? I'm the inspector for this event. She winked. How about a little friendly trade? I could let you in through the back door. Su Chi nearly choked on his grilled meat and quickly gulped down a large glass of juice. He glanced around, relieved that no one seemed to notice them. Just as he was starting to relax, his attention was drawn to a table in the center of the restaurant. 3 young people, nearing 30, were engaged in a heated sign language conversation, their gestures becoming so rapid they were almost a blur. Su Chi lowered his voice. Whoa, do you think those people are having an argument? Lu Yuan looked puzzled, while Su Muxue frowned and said, that's not regular Mandarin, it might be a dialect. Su Qi was impressed by Su Muxue's knowledge and let his imagination run wild. Could they be a villainous organization plotting something? Su Muxue was startled at first, then shook her head, dismissing the idea, highly unlikely, this is a public place. Meanwhile, the three people also noticed the attention from Su Qi's table. One of them whispered, boss, that guy seems to have figured out who we are. Should we take care of him later? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Su Qi's eyes widened, and his heart raced. Instinctively, he took half a step back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The sudden threat caught him off guard, making him realize he was being targeted. No way. Are they really going to start a fight? Su Qi whispered to the person next to him. They're even making throat-slitting gestures. Should we call the police? Su Muxue sighed at his words and turned to Lu Yuan. Does your brother usually act like this? Lu Yuan shook her head with a puzzled expression. I don't think so. Meanwhile, the three men in black flinched at the word police. They exchanged wary glances, clearly aware that their identities couldn't withstand police scrutiny. For the next 10 minutes, they refrained from making gestures, casting anxious glances at Su Qi, worried he might actually call the authorities. Only when they were sure Su Qi was just bluffing did they relax, resuming their gestural conversation. Boss, we can't let this guy walk away, the leader said sharply, gesturing decisively. Don't complicate things, understand? Another retorted. If that kid dies now, do you think people are idiots? Even a pig would connect the dots to us. Do you really think killing him will silence everything? Use your brain, will you? The third person chimed in. No worries, that girl is all boobs and no brains. She doesn't believe it and poses no threat. Not that big, actually, the first person remarked inappropriately. The leader's face darkened. Seriously, is that what I brought you out here to look at? Where were we? Our base has an Arank secret realm nearby that's getting hard to contain. The second man in black continued. The higher-ups sent us to find a suitable location for the leader to divert the secret realm. Over 30 other teams have found nothing, but we discovered Jiangxia is the perfect spot. The leader nodded approvingly. The cracks are showing. Huh? Yes, the cracks are showing, the third man gestured. But boss, shouldn't we be discreet about this? Why deliberately expose the cracks? The leader looked exasperated. That's why I'm the boss. There's no such thing as a secret that can't be discovered. Diverting a secret realm from elsewhere, even with the leader's involvement, can't be done without a ripple. Anomalies are inevitable, so we might as well deliberately show cracks, appearing unprofessional, so the higher-ups think we're just a bunch of small-time amateurs. Appear weak when you are strong. Got it? By the time they realize, it'll be too late. Use your brains. The second and third men echoed in agreement. Brilliant, boss. The leader, pleased with their response, continued. Let's be even bolder and time it during the cardholder trials. We could wipe out the entire younger generation of Jiangxia. Even within the organization, we'd make quite a mark. The second man spoke with concern. Boss, that's risky. The cardholder trials aren't a small event. The examiners have at least standard 7-star combat power, and the inspectors at least 8-star. An Arank's secret realm's upper limit should be 10 stars. The third was puzzled. Isn't 10 stars overwhelming against 8 stars? What's the risk? The second man countered. The boss just said to use our brains. 10 stars against 8 stars is overwhelming. But do you think others are fools? They'll definitely focus on delaying. As long as they hold out until Jiangxia's guardian arrives, the situation can be controlled. Jiangxia has a standard 10-star power, and the guardian, even if not winning, can at least hold out until reinforcements arrive. The third man was incredulous. Do we really have such high IQ as villains? The leader smacked him upside the head. How many times do I have to tell you? We're not villains. It's not about right or wrong, just different perspectives. It's only because I'm tolerant that this kind of talk isn't causing trouble. If someone else heard it, we'd be in a bind. He continued, it's no use. By the time Jiangxia's guardian arrives, it'll be too late. Or rather, that's exactly what I'm counting on. The younger generation plus a guardian from Jiangxia. How many merit points do you think that counts for? This Arank's secret realm is extremely bizarre. The leader divined for himself, and if he enters the realm, it's a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Otherwise, he would have suppressed it long ago. No need for such elaborate plans. Diverting it is much harder than suppressing. The second man asked curiously, what do you mean? The leader paused, recalling, and then explained. According to the leader's divination, the strongest entity in the realm feeds on blood and bone, with flesh and bones forming its path to ascendancy. Strangely, thousands willingly become its food, and each one can die in its place once. More terrifyingly, what doesn't kill it only makes it stronger. The third man gasped, a 10-star with 1,000,000 lives? The leader nodded with dread, then shook his head. 2 stars. It started at 2 stars. Not being able to kill it doesn't mean it's invincible. It can still be imprisoned, sealed, etc. That's why time is crucial, to let it grow into a true blood demon. If you don't retreat in time, beware of the blood demon named Su Qi. In the end, Su Qi ate for a full 2 hours before reluctantly getting up to leave. Glancing at the few dishes in front of Lu Yuan, Su Qi sighed inwardly, thinking this buffet was a loss. However, seeing the girl's bright smile, he swallowed back the words, "Eat more, don't waste it." After all, this meal was partly an apology for his rash behavior the day before, and he didn't want to spoil the mood. As for Su Muxue, she barely tasted anything. Su Qi couldn't help but think to himself, why was he worrying about this when he only earned a few thousand a month? It was as ridiculous as someone with a 3,000 salary worrying about a streamer earning tens of thousands. When leaving, Su Muxue didn't even glance at the receipt. Su Qi cast a complicated look at the bill on the table, then briefly observed the group of peculiar black-clad sign language individuals. Since Su Muxue didn't care, he decided not to bother either. As they were about to part ways at the door, Su Muxue unexpectedly invited Lu Yuan to go shopping. The girl looked at Su Qi in surprise, and he gave Su Muxue a deep look before nodding his approval. While shopping, Lu Yuan's initial wariness of Su Muxue faded away. A sparkling Lolita store caught Su Muxue's attention. She pulled Lu Yuan inside, then glanced at the bags in her hands with a quiet sigh. Su Muxue felt a tangle of emotions. She couldn't decipher whether her feelings for Su Qi were genuine affection, mere curiosity, or simply a strategic use of his soul card. Yet, seeing a pretty girl by his side triggered a pang of displeasure, seemingly ruling out the last possibility. Since childhood, Su Muxue had always been the exemplary child in others' eyes, academically outstanding, a powerful card wielder, and strikingly attractive. She was the white moonlight that countless boys dreamed of. Gentle, courteous, and gracefully poised, she was seemingly perfect. However, this perfection also isolated her from others. No one had truly entered her world, and she had never opened her heart to anyone. But now, a youthful yearning quietly blossomed. She was, after all, a girl longing for love. The wait wasn't long. About 10 minutes later, Su Qi noticed the light dim around him. Looking up, he saw Lu Yuan draped in an elegant black dress that clung to her slender frame. The hem was adorned with intricate lace, and a silk bow cinched her waist. Her dark hair cascaded down, petite and delicate, resembling a charming, life-size doll, yet more endearing and captivating. Su Qi withdrew his gaze, and as the three of them prepared to part ways at the store's entrance, unexpectedly, Su Muxue extended an invitation to Lu Yuan, asking if she would like to continue shopping. Lu Yuan reluctantly accepted it, given that she was a dragonborn, a mythical creature, and naturally incomparable to humans. But what about Su Muxue? As Su Qi looked at Su Muxue standing before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the reality of such a stunning girl existing in the world. It almost felt unfair. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "How's this outfit?" Her voice, however, betrayed a hint of nervousness. This style was starkly different from her usual attire, and she wasn't sure why she felt the need to conform to someone else's taste today. Proud as always, Su Muxue, with her prominent family background, often found herself the target of exclusion. Her female peers were outwardly amicable, yet secretly formed cliques against her. Jealousy, envy, and resentment ran rampant in places where she couldn't hear. Despite her usual indifference to others' opinions, today she found herself anxiously awaiting feedback. Su Qi's heart raced, struck by this adorable side of her. He softly said, "This looks much better than the previous outfit. It suits you more." The girl trembled slightly, overwhelmed with joy. She had heard countless extravagant compliments, yet never felt so flustered. Trying to maintain her composure, she retorted, "Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. I'm going to check on something in front. I bought a set for your sister too. No need to thank me." With that, she quickly walked away, as if escaping from something. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qi couldn't help but entertain the illusion that she liked him. For a moment, he imagined seeing a favorability up sign above her head. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Yuan emerged in a pure white new dress, shyly fiddling with the hem as she approached. Looking at the two beautiful girls, Su Qi pondered. It's normal to have thoughts about beautiful things, but what can be done in reality? He didn't want to play the role of someone breaking up a pair, nor did he want to shout cliches like, "Don't underestimate the young." Even if their parents were open-minded, societal expectations were hard to overcome. Besides, who knew if this was just a fleeting whim of the young lady? "The cost is too high, it's not suitable. Unless she insists on being with me, it might be worth considering. But is that even possible?" Fortunately, Su Muxue didn't hear Su Qi's comments. Otherwise, she might have snapped out of her romantic daydreaming right then and there. After regaining her composure, Su Muxue quietly stood on Su Qi's right, walking alongside him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan clung to Su Qi's left arm with one hand while holding shopping bags with the other. Their trio attracted frequent glances and hushed whispers from passers-by. That guy must be loaded. With a girl on each arm. What else could it be but money? They both look underage. Should we call the police? Forget it. You might end up in trouble. Su Qi noticed the strange looks and felt the growing pressure. He sighed inwardly, contemplating suggesting they split up. Just then, a hunched middle-aged man blocked their path. Young man, young lady, interested in joining the card-bearer trials? Need any special cards? The man's voice was raspy, but his eyes were sharp. Su Qi was taken aback by the absurdity of selling cards on the street. Before he could respond, the man had already pulled out a card. An unopened card? Su Mushue exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her eyes. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. This card isn't for sale, only for a bet. Use it to turn the tide in the trials. 1,000 to enter the preliminaries, 10,000 for the semifinals, and 1,000,000 for the top 100. Su Qi gasped, about to politely decline when Su Mushue cut him off. I'll buy it for 1,000,000. But you need to tell me where this card came from. The man looked flustered. Take it or leave it. The card's origin is none of your business. Su Mushue's eyes narrowed. Then let's go to the authorities and sort it out. Whoa, this is getting interesting. Su Qi thought, eagerly watching the drama unfold. The surface of the card was enveloped in a hazy texture, intermittently flickering with a blood-red phantom glow. Su Mushue noticed Su Qi's curiosity, and a bluish aura of soul energy emerged from her fingertips. The surface of the card rippled like a lake, slightly trembling. As the soul energy infused into it, the ripple stabilized, and the card's information gradually became clear. Name, Scapegoat Flesh. Type, Human Special Singlus. Rarity, Common. Energy level, 2-star. Skill, Sacrifice can substitute a designated unit to avert death once. Description, this is no sin. We sacrifice for the greater good, and our path forward is free of shadows. Su Mushue heard Dao Zhongxing sigh, immediately recalling Su Qi's introduction. She questioned the middle-aged man about the card's origin, but he hesitated and was unwilling to explain. It wasn't until Su Mushue flashed a badge that the man, now clearly anxious, confessed. My friend found them near a construction site in Modu. There were dozens of them. We wanted to use them to make money off high school students by testing cardholders. Su Mushue pondered for a moment and asked for the friend's contact number. Su Qi realized the situation was serious, and their shopping plans would likely have to be postponed. Before parting, Su Qi asked curiously, do you always carry a badge with you? Is Jiangxia that dangerous? Su Mushue laughed. Not really. I just use something random to pretend. As long as you flash it quickly, they can't see clearly. Clever, right? But we need to alert Modu. There might be a new secret realm. Looks like the higher-ups weren't wrong. Jiangxia's slip-up is too obvious, almost like they're trying to distract us. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, having shed his earlier disheveled demeanor, watched Su Mushue's retreating figure and muttered to himself, the fish has taken the bait. I just love how you all think everyone else is clueless. Haha, using a supermarket membership card as a badge, I almost couldn't keep a straight face. Early in the morning, Su Qi was woken up by the sound of his phone. The vibration echoed harshly in the cramped rental room, adding to Su Qi's annoyance. He hadn't gone to bed early the previous night because of Ayuan's excitement. Ayuan, still half asleep, opened her eyes slightly and softly asked, Brother Su Qi, what time is it? 7:30. You can sleep a bit more, Su Qi replied, rubbing his eyes. Even though your number is early, it doesn't start until 9. But let's get there early, just in case the matches before ours end quickly, Ayuan suggested, sitting up with a sparkle of anticipation in her eyes. Su Qi nodded silently. Today was June 6th, the day when the card-bearer trials commenced. The 3-day event was seen as auspicious, and Ayuan had been both nervous and excited about it, finally falling asleep only after midnight. Since parting ways with Su Mushue, Jiangxia City had seemed calm on the surface, yet Su Qi sensed an undercurrent of tension. Su Mushue had been busy and hadn't contacted him. Su Qi's gaze fell upon a pair of bare-patterned underwear hanging in the corner for over 10 days, belonging to Su Mushue. He hesitated over what to do with it, worried about being seen as a weirdo. By 8:30, the two of them arrived at Jiangxia Dual City. The sheer number of people there left them astonished. The crowd was bustling and noisy, as if all the city's clamor had converged in one place. People in various attires wore expressions ranging from anxious to joyful. Some whispered, while others cheered loudly. The atmosphere was electric, more intense than the scorching sun of June. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, family members, and spectators, Jiangxia Dual City is now open to the public. Please maintain order. Non-participants should not use the designated pathways. A booming electronic voice resonated throughout the venue. Ayuan glanced at the special passageway, accessible only with a student ID, and gave an apologetic look. Go on, I'll be right behind you. Suchi reassured her gently. Ayuan took a few steps and then turned back. I'll be quick, so keep up. Jiangxia Dual City had opened 8 floors, divided into 168 zones. Each zone, about 450 square meters, was slightly cramped but sufficient for the preliminary rounds. To ensure fairness, opponents of similar strength wouldn't meet in the early stages. This wasn't a case of backstage manipulation, but a method to identify truly promising contenders. The venue was also equipped with the latest 3D projection AI technology, making the duels more thrilling. In the judges' area, Su Muxue was conversing with Jiangxia's guardian and others. The principal of First High School was surprised and remarked, "Old Jiang, what brings you here today? What wind blew you in?" The principal of Third High School gave them a curious glance, puzzled by their apparent camaraderie. Guardians typically only appeared during city-threatening crises. Referring to Jiangxia's guardian as Old Jiang indicated a certain level of familiarity. In response to the question, Jiang Zhenshou simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm here to protect these devices." He spoke with a calm demeanor and a relaxed tone. If anything happens to these devices, some people would be heartbroken. It took a lot of convincing for them to allow these little guys to use them first, to test them out. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I'm also here because someone asked me to look after someone. It's only right for me to come personally. So, there's no need to be so tense." "Someone asked you?" The principal of number 2 high school perked up, quickly asking, "Was it Zhang Ru from our school?" The principal of number 3 high school immediately chimed in, "Yes, Zhang Ru's Dragon Tribe card deck is quite formidable here in Jiangxia, but I doubt she can win the championship. She transferred here last year to show off because she couldn't compete with her peers in the big city. Such a mindset limits her achievements." "Enough, you two." The principal of number 1 high school interrupted, turning to Jiang Zhenshou. "Jiang Zhenshou, what's the story behind this new equipment that requires your personal attention?" Jiang Zhenshou shook his head, smiling mysteriously. "If you ask me to explain, someone as straightforward as me couldn't do it justice. Just watch and see." Time quietly passed, and the clock struck 9. Following the schedule, the 3 principals took turns delivering brief speeches. Their lengthy speeches were almost identical to last year's, causing the students below to grow drowsy. Finally, the microphone was handed to Jiang Zhenshou, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Hello, students." Jiang Zhenshou's gaze was sharp as he scanned the room. This year's cardholders trial might be different from previous years. You are fortunate to have this opportunity. Without further ado, please focus your eyes on the big screen. Or you can look at me. All eyes were on the white metallic object resembling a roulette wheel in Jiang Zhenshou's hand. He conjured a card with his fingertips, not summoning it but placing it directly on the wheel. In an instant, a majestic, elderly general appeared out of thin air. He wielded a massive sword, its tip dragging on the ground, creating a soft wail. Each step left cracks in the floor. Suddenly, the general vanished, reappearing like an unsheathed sword, leaping toward the audience with immense force. Before the crowd could react, the giant sword swept across them. Those hit were terrified, only to find themselves unharmed. Yet the sense of impending doom felt incredibly real. Jiang Zhenshou's explanation finally came. "This is a new device developed by the special department. It can perfectly read card abilities and simulate lifelike illusions. It's safer than the white bear machine and doesn't require much soul energy, allowing for more intense, unrestricted battles." He added, however, due to limited equipment, it can only be used in matches where the deck contains 5-star or higher cards. The crowd was enlightened and amazed. Some observant individuals noticed a string of data screens floating behind the elderly general. Type: Human Fantasy Non-Growing. Rarity: Epic. Energy level: 10 stars. Attack Power Assessment: 3800. Defense Power Assessment: 3000. Battle Experience Assessment: 3500. Overall Combat Power: 3400. A 10-star epic? When did Jiangxia produce such a prominent figure? Hard to say. This trial reform might indicate that the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. It's not fair. Why is it only for 5-star cards and above? Are they looking down on my Zihan? For a moment, discussions about the 10-star epic card overshadowed the excitement over the new equipment. Some even wore fierce expressions. Damn it. What happened to the plan being foolproof? Why is the Guardian here? How are we supposed to pull off any tricks under his watchful eyes? As time ticks by, students fiercely compete across 8 venues. Some are filled with joy, others with disappointment, but this is not the end. The cardholders' trials consist of 3 rounds. Preliminary matches are best of 3, the semifinals are sudden death, and the top 100 finals are the most brutal. Why not go straight to the top 100 finals? This is a stage for the ordinary, a rare chance for fairness in life. Lu Yuan suddenly stands up, dissatisfied with being underestimated. She scans the surroundings and locks eyes with Su Qi. They exchange a knowing glance, and with a blessing, Lu Yuan steps onto the field. Opposite her is a dismissive boy with a bowl cut, who, seeing Lu Yuan's beauty but lack of fame, thinks he has an easy win. The examiner confirms both are ready, and two mechanical polar bears rise. Lu Yuan is puzzled. She holds 5-star and 6-star cards, so why use old equipment? Unbeknownst to her, she has never used high-star cards in public, which is why her ranking is low. Ma Qingyang sees Lu Yuan's bewildered expression and feels even more triumphant. He is secretly pleased to face a rookie, ready to show off his skills. Beneath Lu Yuan's confused demeanor lies an unknown strength. How will this seemingly one-sided match unfold? At that moment, a gigantic die appeared in the hands of the mechanical white bear on both players' right side, simultaneously tossed high into the air. The dice spun in the air, like a silent dance. The atmosphere around them grew tense and expectant with their motion. Finally, the dice landed one after the other, producing a crisp sound. Ma Qingyang glanced down and nearly burst out laughing. It was a 6. He was about to play his card when he noticed his opponent's die also showed a 6. He frowned and thought to himself, just my luck. The dice were drawn back into the mechanical white bear's hands by an unseen force and tossed again. The result was the same, 6-6. On the third roll, Ma Qingyang's face turned grim. His was a 5, while his opponent's was a 6. Stay calm. Ma Qingyang encouraged himself silently. The opponent's skill level shouldn't be high, probably just relying on luck with the early numbers. I have plenty of experience, I can win. Lu Yuan didn't think much and began playing her cards. Her deck strategy was simple: play the cards in order. The Dragon's Rest Snow Mountain card appeared instantly, in less than a second. Lu Yuan was surprised at her own progress. It had taken her 7 or 8 seconds before. As the card came into play, icy winds cut like blades, and dense fog enveloped the area. Each breath Ma Qingyang took felt like inhaling sharp, piercing air, making his lungs ache and causing him to gasp. Before her turn ended, Lu Yuan summoned the Dragonborn Maiden. Ma Qingyang was stunned. His opponent had instantly summoned a 4-star epic terrain. This was no equal match. He was secretly relieved that he also had a 3-star rare card. After much hesitation, Ma Qingyang finally took action. He summoned the Lone Wolf of the Waning Moon and commanded it to attack the Dragonborn Maiden. This scene was watched by countless spectators through projection screens, sparking heated discussions. Some questioned how 650 attack power could break through 1300 defense, while others pointed out that the Dragonborn Maiden, with 0 attack and 0 experience, was merely a target. Amidst the ongoing debate, the battle on the field had already commenced. Ma Qingyang's face was grim because the number beneath him was a 5. Ma Qingyang couldn't hear the chatter from the audience, but he understood the basic principle. If the attack power reaches 1000, there's still a chance to fight back, but with just 650, breaking through defenses is difficult. But who says you need to break through defenses? A glint of determination flashed in Ma Qingyang's eyes as the card in his hand trembled slightly. The 4-star card, Wolf's Demise, quietly lit up, and the image of the lone wolf under the crescent moon appeared on the field. It crouched low to the ground, its gaze fixed intensely on the Dragonborn girl. Suddenly, it leaped with astonishing force, launching itself at its opponent like an arrow. The Dragonborn girl seemed startled by the sudden attack, hesitating for a moment before assuming a defensive stance. The lone wolf aimed for her throat, its sharp teeth gleaming menacingly. The audience murmured among themselves. Even if the attack power doubles to 1300, against a defense of 1300, it would only inflict minor injuries. Isn't this a reckless move? No, it's brilliant. Someone exclaimed. He's betting on whether the Snow Mountain's reduction is fixed or percentage-based. If it's fixed, this strike could be a direct knockout. Ma Qingyang's eyes were laser-focused on the Dragonborn girl. This was his only chance. He was betting not just on this strike being a knockout, but also on Lu Yuan having no further tricks up her sleeve. Bang! With a loud crash, the lone wolf missed and hit the ground. The Dragonborn girl had vanished into the wind at the last possible moment. The battered lone wolf struggled to rise, only to collapse repeatedly. On its 4th attempt, a piercing howl echoed throughout the arena. The lone wolf, supposed to be exhausted and defeated, stood up once more, while Lu Yuan's side of the field was empty. Just as Ma Qingyang was about to declare victory, he saw a martyr's flesh card shatter at his fingertips. He watched in anguish as the one-time use card, worth $10,000, dissolved into droplets of blood, lamenting the overpowered nature of this comeback card. However, his smile quickly froze. With a gentle breeze, the Dragonborn girl reformed her body. She had used the teachings of the Gale card, granting her the traits of an elemental dragon. A wave of helpless frustration washed over Ma Qingyang. He knew that continuing the duel would be nothing more than a one-sided show. He pressed the concede button and left the arena, inadvertently stepping over the symbolic drop of blood that represented hope. As he departed, he unknowingly stepped on that fallen droplet of blood. This scene was not unique. 7 other students in different arenas had activated their martyr's flesh cards. Except for Ma Qingyang, All of them had turned their battles around. Yet, the audience's attention was captivated by the dragonborn girl at the center, with no one noticing this event. Or perhaps some did notice but dismissed it as unimportant. Dragon traits? That's a noble and rare attribute. With a dual value of 1300, a 5-star dragon card is virtually unbeatable, right? Conversations buzzed around, drawing a crowd. Someone exclaimed, "A dark horse for sure." Another agreed, "With that strength, it's already at the threshold of the top 100, isn't it?" Not just at the threshold, definitely beyond it. A bespectacled student analyzed. Where would Jiangxia find 100 high schoolers capable of wielding 5-star cards? This year, there might be 50 at most. Among 4-star cards, dragons are almost invincible. Is it really a dragon? Someone asked incredulously. I thought it was a place named Dragon's Descendant. A 3-star dragon card? Is that a record? I remember the lowest star for a dragon card being 4 stars. The chatter grew more fervent, and the crowd's eyes were filled with envy and curiosity. After all, people love excitement and unpredictability. These words eventually reached Zhang Ru's ears. Listening to the admiration and acknowledgement in people's voices, Zhang Ru felt a wave of discomfort. As a fellow female dragon card user, why should she be outwardly respected yet mocked behind her back? People claimed that without her privileged background, she'd be nothing. Was her family something she stole or snatched? She pursed her lips in confusion, thinking to herself, it's just a 3-star dragon card. They're acting like it's something extraordinary, a bunch of country bumpkins. Wait until they see her 6-star dragon card. Then they'd probably be scared out of their wits. With a smirk of disdain, Zhang Ru pulled out her phone and texted the principal of number 2 high school. I want to face that dragon card user from Arena A17 in tomorrow's semifinals. How dare she use a dragon card? The principal at number 2 high school, looking troubled, replied, that doesn't follow the rules. Zhang Ru immediately retorted, what's not following the rules? Am I not going to defeat her fair and square? If I win by my own strength, what's against the rules? If need be, I'll have my dad donate a new building to your school. The principal, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, sighed in relief and replied, fine, we'll schedule you for the final match. No, I want the first match, so I can finish early and go shopping, Zhang Ru demanded arrogantly. All right then. The principal reluctantly agreed. He thought to himself, there's no choice. Zhang Ru relocated here from another city, and she's a top student. Whoever faces her will lose anyway. At worst, I'll compensate the student from Arena A17 later, perhaps with a guaranteed admission. There's no such thing as perfect integrity. Once you reach a certain position, you must navigate social intricacies. Otherwise, anyone could be the principal of number 2 high school. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had 2 more victories, both without suspense, leaving her a bit bored. She thought, hopefully, tomorrow I'll face a sufficiently strong opponent. Only then can she meet the conditions to summon Yuan. She was curious about the potential of the card that shared her name. Eager for tomorrow's match, she walked towards Su Qi. Suddenly, she felt a sense of something amiss and turned her head. It was the 3 she encountered in the dining hall yesterday. They were still rapidly signing, or rather, gesturing. They didn't seem to be here for the competition at all. Lu Yuan shook her head, dismissing the irrelevant distraction. She only wanted to return to Su Qi's side. However, the conversation among the 3 contained hidden meanings. Boss, should we continue with our plan? Why is the Jiangxia Guardian still hanging around? It doesn't impact the big picture. If he's courting death, it's his own fault. A single Guardian can't cause much trouble. If he dares to interfere further, we'll ensure chaos ensues. Boss, can you speak plainly? Oh Hook BK. The flesh wedge is in place, just waiting for resonance from the leader. Judging by the timing, right after the first match tomorrow, we'll see Jiangxia vanish in endless bloodshed. The next day, the cardholder trials continued with great intensity. The audience stands were crowded, but noticeably less so than the previous day. With 60% of the students eliminated, most of their parents were too busy with their livelihoods to continue watching. The remaining students were distracted, just waiting for me, the drowsy judge, to wrap things up quickly. As the clock approached 9:30, Su Muxue suddenly grabbed the microphone, impatiently interrupting, that's enough. I declare the semi-finals of the cardholder trials begin. This scene immediately caused a stir. The audience whispered among themselves. Who is that? So bold? She looks young, and yet she dares to snatch the principal's microphone? You don't get it. Sitting in the center, her status and power might surpass the principal's. Are you kidding? She's so young. It's just because she has a powerful father. Zhang Ru looked at Su Muxue on stage with a complex expression. As a fellow Beijing master from the capital, she was acutely aware of the gap between them. Last year's defeat had crushed her pride, and she had come to this remote town to escape Su Muxue's brilliance. Who would have thought they'd meet again a year later, with her in the audience and Su Muxue on stage? Zhang Ru suddenly realized she was just a speck of dust in the vast universe. After several announcements, Zhang Ru snapped back to reality. She glanced at the naive girl on stage and suddenly felt at ease. Comparisons between people are endless. Why should she trouble herself? At least she's stronger than most. Isn't that enough? With a confident smile, Zhang Ru elegantly walked to the right side of the dueling arena. Amid cheers, the referee handed her a white metal roulette, pushing the atmosphere to a new high. The audience buzzed with conversation again. Using new equipment in the first round? I didn't see that yesterday. Are you kidding? No way they'd pit two five-star contestants against each other in the first round. So you're saying this isn't a one-sided match? I'm not saying that, but Zhang Ru is an outsider, here to bully us locals. I bet she won't lose. After a moment of hesitation, the referee gave Lu Yuan a dual roulette as well. Zhang Ru mocked. Does she even have a five-star card to use that roulette? Lu Yuan nodded earnestly. I do. This moment was captured on camera, sparking a new wave of discussion. She's so young and already has a five-star card? Could she be an expert here to take down Zhang Ru? Is she from Jiangxia? Of course she is. Unlike Zhang Ru, who shamelessly comes to bully us. Stop going on about small towns. Aren't you from Jiangxia too? Being born poor is no excuse for giving up. Stop arguing. The blonde girl is taking the first move. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan placed a card, Dragon Slumber Mountain. Snow and ice instantly covered the entire dueling field. She then summoned a dragon-blooded girl, completing a standard opening move. Zhang Ru's eyes were filled with disdain and disappointment. Is that it? It might work against Jiangxia bumpkins, but my vision is different. This card will make you despair. She summoned a giant pterosaur, its massive form looming over the dragon-blooded girl. Come on, begin your struggle. The pterosaur attacked the dragon-blooded girl. Come on, begin your struggle. What? A 4-star card weakened by 2,000 attack points before evaluation. Zhang Ru's voice carried a tone of disdain. She glanced around at the murmuring crowd, a playful smile tugging at her lips. To her surprise, Lu Yuan's expression was not one of shock, but of confusion. Lu Yuan rifled through her deck, and a card that was both unfamiliar and familiar caught her eye. She remembered it as a 2-star card, sharing a name with Su Qi's soul card. Yet, the card's description kept changing, something she had never encountered before. There was no time to ponder, as the sickle-winged wyvern swooped down. Lu Yuan quickly played a support card. Fateful Encounter shimmered with 4-star brilliance, and suddenly, a drunken traveler appeared. His sword clashed with the dragon's claw, stirring a gust of wind. Zhang Ru raised an eyebrow disdainfully, a futile struggle. To everyone's surprise, the drunken traveler spoke. He extended an invitation to the dragon-blooded girl, his tone affectionate. The girl nodded in naive agreement, causing the traveler to chuckle and shake his head. The scene erupted in chaos. Some questioned the rules, while others marveled at the re-emergence of a legend. On the judges' panel, the principals harbored their own thoughts. The expression of Jiang Xia, the town's guardian, turned grave. As the pact was sealed, the drunken traveler revealed his true form. The 4-star legendary card, Drunken Wanderer, dazzled the arena, its attribute evaluation leaving everyone astounded. One must know that youthful ambition once promised to be the best in the world. In the end, he became a legend, albeit posthumously. The Drunken Wanderer attacked the scythe Pteranodon. With a piercing gaze and his cloak billowing in the wind, the Wanderer aimed his gleaming sword at the scythe Pteranodon and swung it slowly. An invisible, deadly wind surged, causing the dragon beast to instinctively roar and twist. Zhang Ru casually played Scapegoat Flesh card. The card shattered, turning into blood droplets that fell to the ground. She frowned slightly and took a step back, feeling uncomfortable with the lingering effect but unable to dwell on it. I teach the dragonborn girl the art of the swift wind. Turn-ins, Zhang Ru declared. She had to admit that this seemingly casual move was actually out of necessity. With two powerful cards on the opponent's field, her newly summoned card struggled to cope. Though not a guaranteed loss, winning without honor was also a form of defeat. 100,000 spent was nothing to her. Come on, end this tedious battle, Zhang Ru said arrogantly. I still have shopping to do. As the begrudging screech of the scythe Pteranodon faded, a colossal creature took its place. A 6-star epic-level emerald hatchling appeared, its green scales shimmering as its tail struck the ground, announcing its arrival to the world. See that? The audience murmured. 6-star with 2,500 defense, magic immunity and physical immunity. It's unbeatable at our level. Hey, it's a 4-star legend. You call that ordinary? Sun Guanhui tried to defend Lu Yuan, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming chorus. Zhang Ru, from her high perch, declared, surrender. Save yourself some dignity. Lu Yuan shook her head silently. Zhang Ru sneered. You don't seriously think your 2,000 attack can defeat my 2,100, do you? The gap between 4 stars and 6 stars is insurmountable. Attack the dragonborn girl. Zhang Ru ordered. Watch and learn what a true dragon is. What can your elemental dragon do against my elemental immunity? Facing the circling giant dragon, the drunken wanderer showed no fear, his sword standing firm between the dragon and the girl. I said I would protect her from being bullied. He brandished his icy blade, drawing green arcs in the air. As decisive as a charging wolf, he used offense as defense, stepping onto the dragon's head and driving his blade into the reverse scale on the emerald hatchling's neck. Roar! The air was filled with the dragon's agonized howl as it thrashed violently, determined to crush this unwelcome intruder to dust. The drunken wanderer, faced with a relentless, rabid onslaught, abandoned his sword and fled. Pressing down on his mangled right shoulder, the wanderer was alarmed. No ordinary opponent would attack so recklessly. Fortunately, his combat experience saved him from being crushed in an instant. Instead of retreating, he advanced, merging with the wind to become a ghostly blur of blue. Seizing the moment, the wanderer leapt onto the dragon's head, withdrawing the sword embedded in its reverse scale. Dragon blood splattered over him, but he ignored the searing pain, using the force of the gale to drive his sword deep into the wound. The young emerald dragon thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. The dragon crashed around, even charging into the stands. The ghostly spectators looked on in terror, finally understanding why high-level battles required projections. If not for the holograms, hundreds might have perished. Zhang Ru and Lu Yuan's roulette flashed, forcibly pulling the dragon and the fighter back into the arena. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and the wanderer held on relentlessly. He knew that releasing his grip now would be a fatal mistake, as even this beast wouldn't allow a third opportunity. The dragon's neck was nearly severed, its head hanging by a thin strip of skin. The resilience of dragonkind was astonishing. The wanderer felt the dragon's blood burning him, an unprecedented sense of impending death creeping over him. His consciousness faded, sustained only by the last vestiges of his will. He persevered, needing only 3 more seconds. He arched his back like a drawn crossbow. In a final burst of energy, he screamed, "Don't dodge! I will not lose." The moment he struck, victory was assured. The wanderer and the massive dragon head fell to the ground simultaneously. The crowd erupted, and the 3 headmasters rose in unison. A 4-star dragon slayer? Unheard of. The audience buzzed with excitement. Is this what legends are made of? Absolutely. His strength is incredible. I'm shipping this pair. Yet some were puzzled. Why does protecting a dragonborn girl create a legend? Standing on the stage, Zhang Ru's expression shifted several times before she calmly declared, "You almost won. What a pity." The dragonborn girl looked down at the still dissipating corpse, expressionless, and said, "What a pity indeed." Zhang Ru echoed with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, even your cards abandoned you? Truly a pity." A strange emotion boiled like a volcano, seeking an outlet. The guardian of Jiangxia, initially bored in cracking seeds, heard the words, "What a pity," and glanced at the golden-haired dragonborn girl. Fear gripped him, causing him to fall to the ground, scattering seeds everywhere. "Sis, you're my real sister. Don't scare me like that. Jiangxia can't handle your antics. Stop it. You guys, stop fighting." The guardian of Jiangxia town was drenched in sweat, with heavy rain pouring behind him. His lips trembled as he spat out 2 sunflower seed shells, his legs weak and unable to support him. He had to grab onto a chair to steady himself and return to his seat, cold sweat dripping from his palms. The others on the judging panel noticed this scene, but remained silent due to their positions. The principal of number 1 high school joked, "Old Jiang, why are your legs trembling? Did you go for a foot bath yesterday?" Jiang Xia glared at him. "You know nothing. You'd be weak too." He took a deep breath, quickly dismiss any unrelated personnel, and have Zhang Ru bring out the last 2 scapegoats to concede. Su Mushua's eyes shone with a sharp light. "Guardian Jiang, isn't it too early to disperse them? What if Shengtian cancels the plan? Wouldn't all our preparations be for nothing?" Jiang Xia replied seriously, "It's not too early. There are already 97 scapegoats. If the informant's information is correct, there should be 99 or 100. The key point is, I'm in charge here, and I'll be responsible." Su Mushue pondered for a moment. "All right, let's disperse them. Hopefully, it won't affect those rats' actions." Suddenly, the principal of number 1 high school stood up, his hunched figure straightened, and his expression changed. He was clearly another guardian. He sneered, "Old Jiang, is that Lu Yuan your illegitimate daughter? Afraid she'll lose, so you're pulling the net early?" Jiang Xia shouted sternly, "Stop talking and get ready to work." The principals of number 2 and number 3 high schools were stunned, feeling like outsiders. Jiang Xia snorted, "Did you really think I'd come here personally to protect? I don't have that kind of time." Zhang Ru had a sly smile on her face. "I used Gan Tian's benevolent rain." Instantly, the entire arena became gentle and warm. the raindrops nourishing the emerald dragonling. The wounds on its neck visibly healed. My turn is over. It's your turn, little sister. The battle is almost over, Zhang Ru said with a tone of triumph. Yet there was a hint of sadness in her voice. The emerald dragon continued to roar, and Zhang Ru said irritably, I know you want to tear the opponent apart, but it's not my turn, so stop roaring. However, the dragonling cried out more frequently, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The dragonborn girl muttered to herself, so, no one will protect me anymore? Will I be bullied again? The gentle breeze whispered in her ear, kind one, you must also learn to fight back. If anything unexpected happens and I can't reach you in time, you must learn to fight back. Hit those who hit you. Make those who hurt you pay. Only by becoming fiercer, harsher, and more ruthless than them will your world be filled with good people, and no one will dare to bully you again. After all, the dragon is the king of all beasts. Hey, what's your name? I can't remember. They've always called me the little wild child. Then abandon your old name and follow me, the man said in a deep voice, a hint of softness in his eyes. From now on, you'll be called Yuan. What is Yuan? The girl asked curiously. In my hometown, it's another name for a bird, the man explained, a slight smile on his lips. These birds grow up quickly and become excellent hunting companions for humans. Plus, it sounds like a girl's name. It's just a code name, after all. Grow up quickly. I need your help. Time flew by, and the girl became a young woman. She whispered softly, is there no one to protect you on anymore? Then listen to me. Try to protect yourself. The man's voice echoed in her ears. Suddenly, a card appeared. Name, Yuan Yuan. Type, derivative fantasy growth. Rarity, epic. Energy level, 5 stars. Skill 1, wind swordsmanship. Skill 2, heart of dragon blood. You said I have the heart of a dragon, Yuan said quietly. No matter how wounded I am, I can recover once I calm down. But if my heart aches, I won't find peace, will I, teacher? The card's data flickered. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 2500. Combat experience, 0. Overall battle power, 210. Goodness, is it really her? The guardian of Jiangxia exclaimed. Evacuate the crowd. Evacuate the crowd. Are the tools not ready? I'm so scared. Ignoring his outburst, the scene reached a new climax. 2,500 defense? Isn't that on par with an emerald whelp? Someone remarked in surprise. What good does that do? A 5-star epic against a 6-star epic doesn't stand much chance. Another scoffed. Strange, that card seems to have a name? Why is the attack power still 0? What a turtle strategy. If you don't attack him, I'll attack you. By the way, why do I smell something burning? Is something on fire? Ugh, it's just me getting all worked up, someone joked. The round ended. At this moment, Zhang Ru was on high alert, her gaze filled with caution. She articulated slowly, true name card. If it weren't for me, no one in Jiangxia could be your match. Unlike the onlookers, she understood the value of a true name card. She had been defeated by Su Mashua's true name card. So, a 5-star epic defeating a 6-star wasn't too difficult. However, it's still unfortunate. This isn't just any 6-star. It's a dragon standing at the top of the food chain. Besides, she held 2 scapegoat flesh cards. Having money means having options. With 3 lives, she could overwhelm her. The emerald whelp attacked Yuan. The emerald young dragon soared through the sky, then suddenly dove downwards, harnessing gravity's pull. Its sharp claws, like a massive battle axe, carried an overwhelming sense of menace, poised to tear apart the tiny figure below. The giant claws collided with the petite figure of the girl, stirring up clouds of dust. Once the dust settled, the girl was nowhere to be seen, seemingly crushed beneath the dragon's claws. Zhang Ru felt a surge of joy but hesitated to make a hasty conclusion. After all, a defense of 2,500 wasn't something easily breached. As she pondered, a silhouette suddenly appeared at the neck of the emerald young dragon. It was the girl named Yuan. She landed a powerful punch on the dragon's reverse scale, a force so immense it was astonishing. Zhang Ru was dumbfounded, her heart pounding like a drum, reminiscent of the tension she felt during her battle with Su Mushue. You hit me, I hit back. A Yuan shouted, raining punches down on the dragon. Each strike was double the dragon's attack power, causing it to wail in agony before it finally crashed to the ground. Zhang Ru watched in disbelief. This card was absurd, directly copying the opponent's attack power twice over. She suddenly realized she might have come to the wrong place. This wasn't a high school trial. It was more like the national finals for adult cardholders. As Zhang Ru reeled from the chaos, a fire alarm suddenly blared. In the corner of Area A, flames raged like a ferocious dragon. Yet, the crowd didn't panic. Instead, they eagerly started capturing the scene on social media. It wasn't until the guardian of Jiangxia threatened them with political repercussions that they hurriedly evacuated. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. Lu Yuan anxiously searched for Su Qi, only to be stopped by Zhang Ru. Don't run. The battle isn't over yet. Zhang Ru shouted hysterically, activating her scapegoat flesh once more. However, a Yuan merely clenched her fist lightly, and the emerald young dragon shattered into countless ice crystals, scattering across the field. Zhang Ru despairingly realized that all 3 scapegoat flesh cards were exhausted, and her emerald young dragon card had also disintegrated. The defeat was certain, but Zhang Ru was unwilling to accept it. She screamed maniacally, "Don't leave. I want you dead. If you really want to win that much, I can let you win next time. But this time, I want to take first place to make my brother happy and show him that I've grown up." As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Zhang Ru's face was suddenly covered with terrifying blood-red patterns. A hint of madness flashed in her eyes as she charged at Lu Yuan. A card appeared in her hand, the Ascension Stairway forged by flesh and blood. It's a legendary 5-star card with the ability to devour others' strength. Just as Zhang Ru was about to reach Lu Yuan, a flash of cold light appeared. Su Qi arrived just in time, effortlessly knocking Zhang Ru away with his sword. He calmly said, "Sorry, but this area is off-limits." The guardian of Jiangxia sighed and began to take control of the situation. "Leave this to me. You two go and avoid the fire." Su Qi pulled Lu Yuan toward the entrance. Once the two had retreated, the guardian reluctantly picked up the unconscious Zhang Ru. However, the Ascension Stairway forged by flesh and blood didn't stop with Zhang Ru's unconsciousness. The card shook violently and finally exploded into a mist of blood. The space within the arena began to warp and ripple. The guardian's expression grew serious. "I'll take the lead, and you two provide support," he said, addressing the principals of the 2nd and 3rd schools. "Get out of here. I don't want to lose my paycheck because you got yourselves killed. This time, we're facing the heinous blood demon." The space tore open completely, revealing a blood-red moon in the sky. Under its eerie glow, everyone shuddered with fear. A slender figure stood with its back to the crowd, exuding an indescribable calm and strength. The figure spoke softly, "What is heaven?" Then the voice grew hoarse and low, "What is justice?" Finally, it erupted into a frenzied scream. "What is immortality? Is he the blood demon mentioned in the messages sent by the insider risking their life to infiltrate Shengtian?" The guardian of Jiangxia squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. Despite the eerie and chilling aura under the blood moon, this man's demeanor and attire were far from the demonic image he had imagined. But Jiangxia knew well that evildoers didn't always look sinister. He quickly exchanged a glance with Su Muxue, silently asking, "Should we act?" Before Su Muxue could respond, Fei Qiu had already made his move. His giant sword, gleaming with an ominous light under the blood moon, swung toward the figure with a destructive force. The blade sliced through the air with a heavy roar, proclaiming its power and majesty. However, facing this mountain-like strike, the man merely adjusted his clothing nonchalantly. In a gentle tone, he said, "I have my own way to die. Why add your blade to the mix?" Before he finished speaking, Fei Qiu's giant sword froze in midair, unable to advance no matter how much force he applied. After several futile attempts, Fei Qiu released his weapon, ready to fight with his bare hands. Seeing this, the guardian of Jiangxia cursed inwardly. Another bizarre opponent, and he's never won against one. How is he supposed to guard anything? At least give him a fighting chance. Despite his internal complaints, Jiangxia's actions were swift. He began to gather the head of a dragon, intending to switch tactics. However, when he tried to condense his soul energy into cards, the Azure energy fizzled out like fireflies. Once, twice, 3 times. After repeated failures, Jiangxia realized the gravity of the situation, couldn't summon any cards. This was unprecedented. If his cards were ineffective, the consequences would be dire. "Shancheng, give me a hand. This guy's tough." Jiangxia called out to his companion for help. The guardian of Shancheng shook his head helplessly. "Old Jiang, we're official personnel, cut the slang." Despite his words, he too encountered the same issue when he tried to use his cards. "Old Jiang, our intel was wrong. Should we retreat?" The guardian of Shancheng looked frightened. Jiangxia smiled wryly. "Retreat? Where to? Outside the dual city, there are probably just onlookers. Do you really think we can outrun the blood demon with our skills?" "Activate the secondary plan." Jiangxia suddenly remembered something. "Didn't they give us a portal card? Open it and call for backup. I'll buy us some time." The guardian of Shancheng spread his hands helplessly. "Old Jiang, are you hallucinating from soaking your feet too long? I can't even use my cards now. How am I supposed to open a portal? Should I call 911? If all else fails, we might as well head to the crematorium. At least dying in the line of duty might be cheaper." Jiangxia was tempted to slap him. "Is this the time for jokes? What else can we do?" The guardian of Shanxing shrugged. I've lived a hard life for so long. Might as well leave with a smile. Jiang Xiak turned his hopeful gaze to Su Muxue. However, she also shook her head. I can't use my cards either. Yet, she didn't seem too pessimistic. According to my guess, this blood demon may not be purely evil. Indeed, the blood demon did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. He continued in that gentle voice, festivals full of flowers are meant to remember the dead, but I would rather be forgotten by the world. Why does a forgotten me appear here? Hearing this, Jiangxia's legs went weak. The last entity that realized it was dead was at a 13-star level. At this moment, a broadcast sounded from outside the Dual City. According to meteorological experts, the blood moon is merely a total solar eclipse that went unobserved, creating an unseen-a-century spectacle due to Jiangxia's unique angle. It's not a supernatural phenomenon, so please don't spread rumors. Jiangxia felt a mix of emotions. It was both good and bad news. The bad news was that the blood moon's influence had spread outside the Dual City, and the authorities had stepped in to manage the situation to prevent panic. The good news was that the higher-ups were likely aware of the situation's severity, and reinforcements would arrive soon. The blood demon listened intently to the broadcast. Although some words were unfamiliar, he grasped the general meaning. Also, the world's fools have once again been manipulated by those in power with lies. So, the human world has become filthy again? What does the filth of the human world have to do with a demon like you? In front of the three, a translucent ripple spread like waves on a lake. A figure tore through space, wearing a complex cloud-patterned cyan robe with a purple sword at his waist, as clear as water-soaked agate. The newcomer had crescent-shaped eyebrows and eyes brimming with confidence, exuding a celestial aura. The spirit of the guardian of the mountain town was invigorated. The big shot is here. Jiangxia is saved. A system prompt appeared. Name: Elegant Sword Fuchen. Type: Xinxia. Rarity: Legendary. Energy level: 11 stars. Skills: Radiant Pursuit, Elegant Swordsmanship, 100 Faces, Come and Go with the Shadow. The guardian of the mountain town stepped forward to salute. Greetings, Lord of Carefree. Master Fuchen. The guardian of Jiangxia, however, was tactless. Master Fuchen, can you contact the other kings of Xia Kingdom? Fuchen frowned, displeased. What? Do you think I will lose? With a graceful flick of his finger, a sword aura shot forth like a silver meteor, its murderous intent seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. Fuchen confidently declared, watch closely. This is what it means to crush mere ants with a flick. Only then did the blood demon slowly turn, his face full of bewilderment. Suddenly, he smiled warmly, like the sun in spring, making one feel an indescribable closeness. Immortal? What a nostalgic term. The blood demon's demeanor shifted abruptly, a mocking grin appearing. As an immortal, why don't you kneel before me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Fuchen's sword aura shattered. His expression shifted from surprise to confusion, and finally to sheer terror. Beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on his forehead, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable. With a thud, Fuchen knelt without dignity. I'm sorry, I was a bit loud. The guardian of Jiangxia rolled his eyes, sighing inwardly. He knew there was no chance. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Su Muxue. Inspector Su, why don't you try to smooth things over? Didn't you say he's an old acquaintance of yours? Have a chat, share a meal, and this will all blow over, right? Like a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple, we're all on the same side. Su Muxue's face turned ashen, her lips stiff with tension, yet she managed to force a smile. Unexpectedly, the blood demon really started chatting with Su Muxue. Ergo, what do you think of this world? Su Muxue was momentarily speechless, only then recalling she was also called Su Ergu. Without waiting for her to reply, the blood demon continued. So, is this how your world welcomes people? Or do you still think I'm a bloodthirsty maniac? His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of Dual City, looking further beyond. There, Su Qi was gently ruffling Lu Yuan's hair, occasionally glancing towards Dual City. Huh, have I truly become the selfish person I wish to be? The blood demon mocked himself. No matter. It's just that someone wants to use me to destroy certain things, but I'm a pawn that only I can move. Everyone's here, so maybe this world isn't as bad as I thought. I guess I'll let it be. His figure gradually faded into the blood-red glow. Ergu, I'm leaving. I don't need to be remembered by the world. Oh, I may feel compassion, but it might not. However, it won't stir up much trouble, because I'm here. The blood demon departed without a fight, leaving behind a card suspended in the air. Fuchen was the first to rush forward, followed by the mountain town guardian, and lastly Su Muxue. Only the Jiangxia guardian remained still, looking experienced and composed. Name: June. Bury the bones beneath the spring Su Qi. Type, Xinxia. Rarity, common. Energy level, 2 stars. Skills, none. Introduction. I am the 7th mortal brave enough to face the divine, hence the name Su Qi. I'm not the sage they speak of. I'm as ordinary as one can be. In Su family village, there's an ancient custom. When you owe someone a favor, you repay it with a knife. My father often said, it's easy to take a knife on credit, but hard to return it. This is true, for when the knife bearer comes to collect, you must walk the path, even if it leads to death. Because of this, the knives of Su family village are trustworthy. In my life, I've lent only 2 knives with utmost caution. One was to Su Wu, also known as Su 5, the 5th mortal to challenge the divine. Before she passed, she urged me, live well by any means necessary. The other was given to Su Ergu, who asked me to disperse the celestial beings. I could have avoided my debt, but my integrity is steadfast. I am Su Qi, and it's time to retrieve the knives. To fulfill my promise, I will embark on a path to slay the immortals. People call me a savior, but truly, I'm just keeping my word. I used them, and they used me, a mutual exchange. I became their last hope, and they were willing to give everything. Only I possessed the weapon to slay the immortals, the courage of a mortal, the courage to leave no retreat. The celestial beings fell by my hand, yet I found myself unable to continue. Those who once hailed me as a saint now shouted, let the master face death. Why do they want me dead? It turns out they seek immortality, and I have become an obstacle. I was confused. When hungry, I only wanted to eat. When full, I desired immortality. And after achieving immortality, what would they want next? The so-called immortals are merely mortals who have mastered their cultivation. They came to kill me. Why dare wield a blade against the slayer of immortals, yet not against the immortals themselves? Did I awaken their courage? No, they remain as timid as ever. I was bewildered. Su Qi has his own way of dying. Why need a blade? What is heaven? What is justice? What is immortality? If I can't understand, then I won't think about it. I hear them discussing erecting a monument and canonizing me, so future generations remember my great deeds. But that's for the living, not for me. I'd rather be forgotten, but now is not the time. I must live by any means necessary. The world has become corrupt again, and I must flee. This time, no one is willing to die in my place. I failed, defeated by the endless desires of mortals. I'm sorry, Su Wu, your knife is broken. I couldn't live well, though I tried every means. But my conscience is clear. Please don't blame me, and don't say Su family village is untrustworthy. We are from the same village, please understand. Attack power assessment, 0. Defense power assessment, 0. Combat experience assessment, 0. Overall combat strength, 0. Qiu Fuchen cast a quick glance, not having time to question why such a terrifying enemy was only at a 2-star level. His figure moved like lightning as he attempted to catch the card falling from the sky. However, a sharp zzz sound accompanied by a low grunt forced Qiu Fuchen to step back. He frowned at his right hand, where the upper part was a ghastly white bone. The flesh around it charred and turned outward, emitting a nauseating stench. Despite the severe injury, Qiu Fuchen merely let out a soft grunt. Centuries of cultivation had accustomed him to pain of all kinds. Yet, he felt a sense of foreboding had lost his composure. The guardian of Shanqing instinctively retracted his outstretched hand, awkwardly stepping back with a nervous smile. Ultimately, the card landed steadily in Su Mushua's palm. The Jiangxia guardian widened his eyes, but soon regained his composure. Before Su Mushue could feel any joy, the card suddenly shattered. Fine particles slipped through her fingers, turning into a handful of yellow dust. Su Mushue knelt, trying to grasp them, but the grains slipped away relentlessly. At this moment, Qiu Fuchen asked in a deep voice, who is the it that the blood demon mentioned? He extended 5 fingers on his left hand. I can maintain this for a count. You'd better find out quickly. The Shanqing guardian brightened. 5 hours? That's enough. The Jiangxia guardian, however, looked grave. 5 minutes? That's tricky. Qiu Fuchen leisurely retracted 1 finger. 4. Then another. 3. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Su Mushua interrupted coldly. It is me. Her eyes were sharp. No, the blood moon is Su Mushua. I should have realized it earlier. She slowly rose, looking at Qiu Fuchen, who was about to count down to 1, with a determined glint in her eyes. Kill me, she's about to emerge. Qiu Fuchen sneered, retracting the last finger. He shouted, too late. Farewell, gentlemen. Before his words faded, he vanished into a streak of light. The Shansheng and Jiangxia guardians looked at each other, beginning to doubt the reliability of the official personnel. It turns out, I am just an ordinary girl named Su Mushua, who happened to share the same name with you. After all, You once said that the strong never believe in reincarnation. Su Urga's voice echoed in my mind, piercing my thoughts like a sharp blade. I suddenly awoke, realizing that I had been deceived all along by an obsession that had taken root in me. It subtly tried to seize control of my will, which explained why it never revealed itself, not out of fear of facing him, but out of fear of the truth being uncovered. Su Mushue seemed to break free from a cage as her soul card shattered, revealing its true form, a simple 6-star card. A sense of unprecedented relief and pressure hit me simultaneously as the blood moon grew more intense. Jiang Xia, Shancheng, and Su Mushue were engulfed in illusions, surrounded by mountains of corpses and the pungent scent of blood as thick as wine. Filled with grief and indignation, Su Mushue cried out, "Why did you have to expose me? Who does this last bit of happiness bother? I just wanted to see him one last time." I revived him. So why wouldn't he look at me even for a moment before leaving? Her voice was filled with resentment and despair. If that's the case, then let us all fall into this sinful inferno together. With her furious outburst, a powerful force swept over. The entire Jiangxia was forcibly drawn into a secret realm, where everyone's consciousness was frozen and extracted, plunging them into unfamiliar bodies. The secret realm began to turn, recreating past illusions. Come, see how ugly the darkness within your hearts truly is. Who am I? Su Qi's senses gradually came back to life as he struggled to open his heavy eyelids, creating a tiny slit. Light pierced through like a sharp blade, and instinctively, Su Qi reached under his pillow, only to feel the rough texture of wooden planks. Startled, he realized he was in a simple wooden hut, furnished with only a few worn-out pieces, all made of wood. Fragments of Dual City flashed through his mind, but they seemed absurd. He remembered playing a 5v5 competitive game, controlling a character named N. As he tried to make sense of it all, the sound of chopping wood came from outside. He attempted to jump out of bed but fell heavily to the ground. The wooden door swung open, and a weary middle-aged man hurried in. Su's father, in his early 30s, already had a head full of gray hair. He carefully lifted Su Qi back onto the bed, checking for any injuries. It turned out that Su Qi was only 6 months old at the time. The scene shifted, and 3-year-old Su Qi sat on a stone bench in the village, watching other children of his age play. An old man named Su who curiously asked what he wanted to be when he grew up. Su Qi spontaneously uttered ambitious words that left everyone present in shock. As night fell, 2 figures whispered by Su Qi's bedside, worried about the possibility of Su Qi being possessed, yet hesitant to jump to conclusions. They decided to wait and see, hoping not to disturb the village's peace. The old man looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "Careless talk, humph. It could cost you your head. We've been defeated, so naturally, we must keep a low profile. It's late, let's rest." When Su Qi was 8 years old, it finally snowed after a long time. Su Qi, Su Ergo, and Su Wu sat around the table at Su Wu's house, savoring the aroma of the steaming noodle soup. Each of them held chopsticks with their names on them, carefully slurping the noodles. Su Wu, one of the wealthiest girls in the village, was the granddaughter of Su Hu Pao. In this not-so-fluent village, only Su Wu's family could afford to eat meat regularly. Su Qi, being shamelessly sociable, had long become friends with her. After finishing half a bowl of warm soup, Su Qi got straight to the point. "Su Wu, what do you need from me?" He hadn't invited himself to this meal today. Su Qi, by age, "I'm older than you." The 80-year-old girl's soft face puffed up in mock anger. Su Qi couldn't resist pinching her cheek and laughed. "All the same, if you're shorter than me, you're my little sister." "Shorties are all my little sisters." Su Wu seemed uninterested in debating age and went straight to her agenda. "Su Qi, when we grow up, will you marry me?" Su Qi choked on his soup, sputtering it all over Su Wu. He put down his bowl and looked at the little girl in surprise. "What? You're only 8. Su Wu eagerly explained. "In the village, the earliest marriages happen at 11, the latest by 13. It's just 3 to 5 years. It won't take long." Su Qi's mind spun at the thought, realizing this wasn't just a matter of a few years, it might mean jail time. The ancient mindset clashed strongly with his modern thinking, creating an inescapable conflict. I wanted to." Su Ergo suddenly chimed in. Su Qi's headache worsened, thinking this noodle soup must be cursed. "Ergo, why are you getting involved? At worst, Su Wu can be the main wife, and I'll be your concubine," Ergo said innocently. Su Qi sprayed the remaining soup onto Ergo. Faced with the hopeful eyes of the 2 80-year-olds, Su Qi was caught in a dilemma. A direct refusal might hurt their feelings, and he might miss out on future meals. He was still counting on Su Wu's generosity to help him leave the village one day. Su Qi gazed at the snow outside and said to the innocent girl, "2 liang of 9-leaf Paris, 1 qian of winter cicada pupa, brewed with last year's snow." Ergo was curious. "Su Qi, what is that?" But Su Wu immediately spotted the problem. but Paris only has 7 leaves. How can there be cicada pupas in winter, and how can snow last a year? Her clear yet naive eyes made Su Chi uncomfortable. He quickly explained, isn't a wedding supposed to have a toast? That's what I want to drink. Find it, and I'll marry you. Until then, let's not talk about this. From that year on, the village saw snow each winter. Despite their efforts, Su Wu and Go couldn't preserve the snow until spring, let alone find the non-existent ingredients. When Su Chi was 13, he noticed the village's worsening conditions. The most obvious sign was that even Su Wu's family couldn't afford much meat anymore. Over the past 5 years, Su Wu had fought to change her name to Su Wu. As for Ergo, he remained Ergo. This winter was particularly harsh, and the bad news was, someone had frozen to death. Chewing on the relief food from Su Wu and wrapped in donated blankets, Su Chi silently vowed to repay her tenfold one day. The snow in Su family village was too cold, too lonely. He couldn't endure it anymore. After this snow, he had to leave, whether it was starting his journey to conquer the world or rising as a hero from humble beginnings. That night, Su's father whispered, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like this? Are they crazy? Su Hu Pao twirled his cane. Cultivation, that's just how it is. The cycle of heaven and earth, yin and yang in order. They've absorbed too much of the yang energy, making the yin energy heavier. This is just the beginning. I reckon someone's nearing their end and has opened the spirit gathering formation, making a last-ditch effort. If this continues, droughts and severe cold won't be far off. Su's father was furious. Don't they care about the people below? Our village elders can barely sustain themselves, and others are even worse off. Su Hu Pao grinned with his yellowed teeth. Huh? When we were cultivating, did you care when you opened the spirit gathering formation? The higher you stand, the harder it is to see below. Now it's your turn to worry. I say, don't fret. The cycle of the heavens always comes back around. It's us now, but it'll be their turn eventually. You mean, those who stand high can't see below? But what about those who climb step by step? Why don't they speak up? Su's father pressed. Su Hu Pao raised a finger. Shoo, some carry the sun on their backs, standing at the peak. They dare not look down, let alone see clearly, unless they give up their eyes. Haha, cultivation, the pursuit of immortality, yet it claims the most lives. Not right, not right. That year, Su Chi was 14. The harsh winter lingered, and the Su family village lost 3 lives. For a village with fewer than 100 people, it was a devastating blow. Yet, the villagers moved like emotionless zombies, holding no mourning ceremonies, merely burying the deceased in silence. This numb existence only strengthened Su Chi's resolve to leave. Old Ding, pop some rice, Su Chi said to his father. This silent and withdrawn father looked defeated every day, absorbed in his woodworking tasks. Fortunately, Su Chi was mature for his age, responsible for selling the wooden wares to nearby villages in exchange for food, or they might have starved. Su's father gazed at the glaring sunlight, holding back tears, and said, you want to go out again? Your wings are grown. I can't stop you. Take whatever money you need. Su Chi uncovered the rice jar, seeing the bottom clearly visible. Rummaging through old Ding's small stash, he found only 3 copper coins. He shook his head, deciding to seek out the village's wealthiest girl, Su Wu. Arriving at Su Wu's home, he found Su Laohu basking in the sun under the eaves. Su Chi called out, Wu Tong, are you home? Brother Jinghong? I'm here. Oh, came a startled cry from inside. Su Laohu furrowed his brow, then relaxed. He thought to himself, Su Chi, what a good name. But this move was a mistake. Jinghong was destined to be just a fleeting glimpse before fading away. Su Laohu recalled the past, when the 3 of them were born to fulfill a destiny. Once they lived in grandeur, wielding power over the elements. Now, they had to bend their backs to till the fields. Who could accept such a fall from grace? Especially since they were immortals. In Su Laohu's hand, a knife appeared out of nowhere, dancing like a butterfly. He murmured to himself, my immortal-slaying knife is not yet old. He remembered how he had to pawn his life-bonded treasure to survive. Now, after years of patient waiting, the curtain rises. Su Chi was unaware that he was already a piece in a larger game. Su Wu bit her lip lightly, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Su Chi noticed her expression, and his heart skipped a beat. The little girl he once knew had grown into a graceful young woman, causing his heart to race. I need to borrow some travel money, Su Chi stammered. Su Wu shook her head apologetically. There's not much left at home either. Disappointed, Su Chi sighed and resolved to set off alone. As he prepared to leave, only Ergo, Su Wu, and Old Deng came to see him off. Old Deng handed him 2 knives. Take these for protection. Su Chi hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly accepted them after some persuasion from Ergo and Su Wu. Su Hu brought over a horse. You might need it to find your way back. And so, with a horse and 2 knives, Su Chi embarked on his journey to Chang'an. On the first day, he couldn't resist drinking some unclean water. The second day, he was mocked for begging. On the third day, he lost a tooth after being caught stealing buns. By the fourth day, he was pelted with rotten eggs while performing on the street. On the fifth day of his journey, he arrived at a place known for its entertainment. Don't get the wrong idea, he wasn't there for any particular indulgence. It was simply a spot where scholars often gathered, and perhaps he might witness a contest of talents. What a splendid stage. It's the perfect opportunity for someone to show off. Suchi secretly rejoiced, knowing someone would eventually step forward. Sure enough, a man dressed in a blue robe with a jade belt slowly emerged. The gemstones on his belt sparkled in the sunlight. Clearing his throat, the man recited loudly, "Oh, how perilous! The road to Shu is more daunting than ascending to the heavens." Suchi smirked, thinking, with the 300 Tang poems up my sleeve, surely they'll be amazed. Unexpectedly, the man in the blue robe frowned and asked, "My friend, what is this road to Shu?" Suchi's expression changed instantly, realizing that this world had no Shu kingdom. He awkwardly explained, "It's something I saw in a dream, and I was inspired upon waking." The man persisted, "Why such confusion about founding a nation? Are you planning a rebellion?" The word rebellion sent chills down Suchi's spine. As he stammered, the man suddenly chuckled, "Just teasing you. Could you recite another?" Relieved, Suchi blurted out, "Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River coming from the sky?" Before he could finish, the man's smile widened. "A plagiarist, daring to steal my poetry. Seize him." For strong men swiftly subdued Suchi, leaving him both shocked and furious. The man elegantly unfolded his fan and inquired, "Who is your teacher? Can you explain the 4 books, 5 classics, 6 arts, 7 strategies, and 8 tactics?" Suchi was speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Around him, voices filled with flattery. "The Marquis is a true genius. I knew such verses couldn't come from a commoner. They must be the Marquis' new work." Looking down at his disheveled clothes and the sycophantic smiles around him, Suchi suddenly realized that perhaps he wasn't the prodigy he thought he was. At 16, Suchi found himself standing in the courtyard behind the county office, his gaze vacant. 2 years of struggles had stripped away his youthful exuberance, leaving behind silence and maturity. Gone were the days when he would boldly declare, "I have a purpose," or dream of seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. The fantasies inspired by the aura of a time traveler had shattered against the harsh reality. He was no longer Su Jinghong, just Su Qi, who had secured the position of county magistrate by presenting poems to a marquis. Even so, he had narrowly escaped becoming a corpse in a ditch. A wealth of knowledge meant nothing compared to the whims of the powerful. Fortunately, he managed the county affairs efficiently. Yet every time he sought advancement, the question arose, "Who recommended you? Whose disciple are you?" The future seemed bleak, and Suchi saw no hope. Then, a plague broke out. Death loomed over the entire county. Those were real lives at stake, and Suchi resolved to do everything he could to save them. He brainstormed ways to make beak masks and simple face coverings, organizing rounds of treatment by local doctors. However, the makeshift protective gear was inadequate, and the doctors fell ill one by one. Ultimately, the epidemic claimed over 200 lives and drained the treasury of thousands of silver taels. Suchi was dismissed, labeled the worst county magistrate. Unwilling to accept this, he sought advice from magistrates in neighboring counties. "Just burn them all. It's only 50 or so people. Buried 80 alive. Who cares? Left about 100 to fend for themselves. I was too merciful." They spoke as if discussing eggs, not human lives. At 16, Suchi faced true darkness for the first time. He became even more reserved. 3 years later, everything had changed. At 19, Suchi had risen to a position of power. He finally understood that pain is only felt when the knife cuts your own skin, that fire only burns when it scorches you. Unable to change the world, he learned to adapt to it. Using the wisdom in his mind, he earned recognition and became a prime minister at 19. His future seemed bright, full of promise. As the new year approached, Suchi whimsically decided to return home for the holiday. Standing by the stables, he led out a pure white horse, ready to embark on his journey. Suddenly, a servant rushed over in a panic. "Sir Prime Minister, there's terrible news." Suchi frowned. "Why the panic? Take him away." 40 lashes. The servant pleaded. "My lord, it's unjust. There's another outbreak in Jiangxia." Jiangxia. Suchi felt a sharp pain in his head. The name sounded so familiar. As if what? Oh, it was just a term he'd heard a few days ago. "Burn it. Do you really need to ask me about such trivial matters?" Suchi sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He continued, "Commoners are like wild grass. They sprout again with the spring breeze. Jiangxia already has a prefect. Why report to me? The servant's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he quickly explained, "No, sir. Someone is treating the epidemic victims." Suchi raised an eyebrow, showing a glimmer of interest. "Oh, the new prefect wants my opinion? He wants to collaborate with those physicians." The servant nodded vigorously. Suchi scoffed, "Then he won't be prefect for long. Let him be." Thinking of his past, Suchi suddenly laughed. "Interesting. It's been a while since I laughed. I'll spare you the punishment. Take me to see this fool." The servant was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. By the time Suchi arrived, the treatment was nearly complete. He heard waves of gratitude and felt displeased. "Prefect of Jiangxia, do you realize your crime?" Suchi asked coldly. "I do not, sir," the prefect replied, kneeling. Suchi's tone softened. "Next time, just burn it all. No one cares anyway." Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. "So many lives, and you just plan to burn them away without even trying to save them?" Suchi turned to see a graceful young woman. He was surprised. "Su Wu, my little sister?" The girl responded coldly, "Brother Jinghong, I've heard your story." Suchi murmured, "I'm called Suchi now." The girl smiled. "You don't deserve it. You are Su Jinghong, now basking in success. It's just a shame that Su Chi, my brother, is nowhere to be found." Su Chi looked at her clear yet naive eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. He wanted to reach out, but hesitated. Some stand high in the temple, indifferent to life and death. Others tread the snowy ground, saving the people. The name Jinghong, it's so familiar yet distant, a title that seems far removed from him now. Standing in the snow, Su Chi was overwhelmed with emotions. He couldn't fathom when he became so withdrawn, losing interest in everything. Su Wu's words were like a wake-up call, jolting him back to reality. Reflecting on the past, old friends were no longer by his side. Everything had changed, leaving only a scarred heart that still beat. He couldn't help but wonder, when was the last time his heart raced with excitement? Was it when he heard he would become a county magistrate? In that moment, he dreamed of a bright future. He had once declared boldly that he would be triumphant, see all of Chang'an's splendor in a day, and travel from the North Sea to Kangwu in a single day. He questioned why those in power were indifferent to the people's suffering and vowed to be the one who listens to the voices of the masses. He spoke of setting his heart for the world, establishing a purpose for the people, continuing the wisdom of the sages, and bringing peace for all generations. Yet now, none of those promises had been fulfilled. The court was a place of intrigue and survival of the fittest. To survive, he had abandoned his conscience, becoming colder and more ruthless than others. By the time he had the power to honor his promises, he had already lost himself. Su Chi shook his head with a bitter smile. He thought these days would continue indefinitely, but now, Su Wu's words had his heart pounding. Yet, when he tried to speak, all that came out was a sigh. "How are Lao Ding and Air go?" Su Chi managed to ask, forcing out a greeting. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Wu's eyes. "Jinghonggu, you've always been smart since you were young. I have a question. Can you help me with it?" Su Chi felt a stir in his heart and quickly replied, "Go ahead. What would you do if one day you discovered the world isn't as simple as you thought?" Su Wu asked. Su Chi was taken aback, feeling as if he had grasped something, yet nothing at all. He tentatively asked, "What do you mean?" Su Wu's gaze was profound. "Nothing really, just realizing that those who stand atop the mountain can't see many things clearly. They can't see the true face of Mount Lu because they're in the midst of it." Su Chi felt a jolt inside. He sensed there was more to Su Wu's words, but he was so accustomed to his elevated perspective that he couldn't grasp her meaning. "This snow grows colder each year, so cold that I can hardly see the people around me," Su Wu said softly, her eyes full of regret. Su Chi pondered her words but couldn't understand. He even suspected that Su Wu might be contemplating rebellion, mistaking her words as a criticism of the court's disregard for the people suffering. At that moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Su Chi's mind, seemed to remember things he shouldn't. Who was he? Su Jinghong or Su Chi? He was beginning to realize he didn't want to be Su Jinghong anymore, acknowledging that he wasn't a prodigy but merely a plagiarist of others' wisdom. But now that he was in a high position, could he turn back? "I'm not in control of my fate," Su Chi said helplessly. Su Wu interrupted him coldly. "People always say they have no choice. Jinghonggu, you're no different? But in my view, if the heart isn't free, how can the body be? There are goats that charge against the wind, and orioles that dash their heads against cage bars until they die. They never claim to have no choice." Su Chi stood frozen, realizing that the Su Wu in front of him was no longer the little girl who used to follow him around. "Su Wu, you've truly grown up? I wish I never had to grow up, wish I could remain a child forever." Trailing behind brother Su Chi like a shadow, Su Wu's voice was filled with nostalgia and loss. That day, Su Jinghong's heart was thrown into turmoil. He wanted to change, but couldn't bear to give up his current status. Deceiving himself, he urged Su Wu to accept reality, failing to hear the plea in her words. In the end, Su Jinghong still couldn't grasp Su Wu's true intentions. Naively, he believed she was merely complaining about the hardships of helping the people. I'll arrange for some supplies to be sent to you. I still have that much authority, Su Jinghong said, pleased with himself. The last glimmer of hope in Su Wu's eyes faded completely. It's over. It's all over. Su Jingqi stood in the study, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had just learned that the second prince had been named the crown prince, and it felt as if he had fallen into an ice-cold abyss. As the right minister, he had always aligned himself with the first prince. Now that the tide had turned, his situation was perilous. Reflecting on the means he used to climb the ranks, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Those treacherous schemes and poisonous plots had now become harbingers of doom. Watching his colleagues being thrown into prison one by one filled him with dread. I must escape, Su Jingqi resolved through gritted teeth. He quickly moved to the bookshelf, pulled out a thick tome, and extracted a map from within. This was his pre-planned escape route. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, isn't Su Wu plotting a rebellion? A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. If she succeeds, I can claim credit for supporting her. Su Jingqi steadied himself and began to think carefully. The court was in chaos, making it the perfect time for rebellion. He swiftly packed a few valuables and prepared to leave the city under the cover of night to find Su Wu. Meanwhile, in the snowy fields of Su family village, Su Hupao sat with his eyes half closed, as if asleep. An elderly man with white hair stood respectfully beside him, cautiously asking, "Have you heard about the Holy Maiden?" Su Hupao slowly opened his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. "Do you think there's anything in this world that's beyond my control?" The old man lowered his head fearfully. "No, but I feel that the Holy Maiden's actions differ from the plan you proposed." Su Hupao yawned, his tone laced with amusement. "Oh, the plan I proposed? You mean that endure hardship to rise above others spiel?" He chuckled disdainfully. "I was just deceiving you all." The old man's face changed dramatically. "Then, the Ascension plan? I've long since found a new way to rise above others," Su Hupao replied, sitting up slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "My granddaughter Su Wu is working towards it." The old man asked, puzzled. "You mean, to save the people?" Su Hupao sneered. "Who said I sent her to save them?" He stood, looking down at the old man. "Those ignorant masses will throw themselves into the fray at the mere call of a leader. Su Wu now holds the crumbling structure together. How many are willing to shed their blood for her?" The old man shook his head. "I still don't understand." Su Hupao squinted, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "To become superior, one must consume." The old man's face paled, and he stepped back in fear. "Isn't that the way of the demonic cultivators in legend?" Su Hupao laughed heartily. "Demonic cultivators? Who defines them?" His eyes glinted with madness. "If I succeed, I'll be the hero who eradicates demonic cultivators. The victor becomes the king, the defeated a villain. Don't you understand?" The old man stammered. "It's hard to accept." Su Hupao's eyes flashed coldly. "Then you are evil. In this bright world, how can evil be tolerated?" He turned to the shivering Su Ergu and said nonchalantly, "Troublesome. Ergu can't be consumed. So, sleep then, and you'll remember nothing upon waking." Su Ergu collapsed at once. Su Hupao then said, "You can stop hiding. Come out." Su Fu emerged from the shadows, his expression complex. "Patriarch, do we really need to go this far?" Su Hupao hiccuped, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "We crossed the point of no return long ago." He paced slowly, his tone tinged with melancholy. "People always say, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to find the shore. How ironic. If it's boundless, where's the shore? If there's a shore, how can it be boundless?" He stopped, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "They never think, only blindly believe. I prefer to call them fools." It seems that those at the court also refer to them in the same way. A sly glint appeared in Su Laohu's eyes as a cold smirk curled his lips. He slowly stood up, looking down at Su's father with a world-conquering arrogance in his voice. "The time has come to ignite the war between fools and the court. I need enough blood to pave the way, using a pile of bones to build my ascent to immortality." He paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Su Jinghong, that pawn, has been out there long enough. It's time to stir things up. If someone wants to kill him, naturally, there will be someone to protect him. After all, he is Su Wu's brother." Su Laohu sneered. "With just this one title, the commoners will do everything they can to carve a bloody path for him back to Sujia village." He turned to his confidant. "Go to the court and show that old man a glimpse of our power. Ask him if he desires immortality. Offer Su Jinghong's head in exchange. But make sure he knows he's doomed to die, and it must happen outside Chang'an." Su's father's face looked troubled, words caught in his throat. Su Laohu noticed his hesitation and dismissed it with disdain. Don't worry, Su Jinghong might die, but Su Qi won't. Su Qi's fate isn't to end here. His fleeting life has reached its peak. If this pawn seems uncontrollable, I insist on making the next move. Su's father seemed to age a decade, his voice trembling. You're even plotting against your own granddaughter. Aren't you afraid she'll hate you in the future? Su Laohu frowned in confusion. Hate me? I'm her grandfather. How could I harm her? He threw out a timeless saying. Why doesn't she understand that everything I'm doing is for her own good? He continued outlining his plan. Su Qi and Su Wu have always been close since childhood. If Su Qi is in trouble, even if they're estranged now, knowing Su Wu's nature, she won't stand by idly. Didn't her followers call themselves the Wudong sect? Spread the word, Phoenix perches on Wudong, claiming Su Wu is the Phoenix Saintess. Phoenix, Phoenix, she clearly aims to be the emperor. Su's father voiced his concern. Aren't you worried that the people will all hate Su Wu? Su Laohu scoffed. Them? Worthy. In their next life. Maybe. These fools will only be led by the nose, dreaming of Su Wu ascending the throne to bring them a life of full meals. He laughed maniacally, eyes gleaming with madness. Ha! While trying to kill Su Qi, also protecting him. Let's see if this fire burns hot enough. The filthy blood of countless commoners is more than enough to perfect my supreme martial arts. Finally, he issued a few more orders. Oh, and bring Ergo back. She's just a dog raised in Sujia village. When I tell her to bite, she bites. A dog needs only loyalty, not knowledge. Also, tell the village kids that Elder Su, whom I sent on a secret mission, froze to death. A hint of pride flickered in Su Laohu's eyes. Do you understand? What they see is only what I want them to see. Fools, just fools. In this year, the vast nation where Su Qi resided had enjoyed over 6 centuries of prosperity, passed down through 24 generations of emperors. Yet, it finally showed signs of decline, as if its days were numbered. The court waged wars year after year, and the 280,000 strong army at the front suffered defeat in all 6 battles, leaving the nation in turmoil. Natural disasters and human calamities followed in quick succession. 19 provinces were gripped by severe snow and frost, with epidemics rampant. The populace was displaced, suffering from hunger and cold, with the roads littered with the frozen bones of the dead. Meanwhile, the officials indulged in a life of excess, composing poetry and reveling, oblivious to the struggles of the common people. Amidst this chaos, a woman named Su Wu was distributing porridge by the roadside. Though the porridge was plain, it attracted countless refugees who queued up for it. Su Wu possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of controlling the elements and deterring evil. The Wudong sect she founded became a beacon of hope for the displaced. Over 5 years, Su Wu aided countless refugees. Her benevolence moved people from all walks of life, who followed her regardless of their status. From being alone to leading tens of thousands of followers, Su Wu's influence grew stronger each day. However, Su Wu was conflicted internally. Born into a distinguished background, she mastered the orthodox Taoist 5-thunder heavenly heart technique. Yet, she gradually realized that the abundance of practitioners had disrupted the balance of yin and yang, contributing to the calamities. She wished to save the people but harbored doubts about the actions of other practitioners. Su Wu understood that her acts of kindness might not yield any rewards. Nevertheless, she believed that one should not be overly concerned with personal gain or loss in life, but strive to live with a clear conscience. As she looked around at the hope in her followers' eyes, her resolve was further strengthened. In a world shrouded in darkness, there are always those who, even before the dawn, strive to bring a glimmer of light. The ground was soaked in blood, and the sound of human bones meeting the earth was unsettling. Su Qi gasped, his vision blurred by a red haze. He had killed someone. No, someone had tried to kill him, and he had been forced to fight back. In the chaotic defense, the blade from Sujia village was sharper than he could have imagined, slicing both man and sword in two. This strike marked the end of his career at court. The flight began. Su Qi frantically pushed the bodies aside and rushed into the study to retrieve the hidden silver notes. He staggered towards the stables and led out his prized horse, Zoi Yusher. Before leaving, he glanced at the old horse he had ridden in on, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head and left. A wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. For 5 years, he had constantly weighed the pros and cons, and this moment was no exception. The sky was blood-red, foretelling an imminent battle. Cavalry charged forward, kicking up dust, their hooves thunderous. Su Qi desperately tightened the reins, urging Zoi Yusher to gallop. His clothes were tattered, sweat, blood, and dirt mingled together, and 3 arrows deeply embedded in his back spoke of his dire situation. The cavalry was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, shouting slogans. One soldier prepared to draw his bow, but was stopped by the general's stern command. Have you forgotten the orders? The soldier grumbled. A bunch of useless officials, playing cat and mouse just to catch one person. The general slapped him across the face. Speaking against the court could cost you your head. Su Chi was at his limit, his breath heavy. Zoi Yushir, too, was weakened by its wounds. The gates of Chang'an were within sight, yet they opened slowly, as if waiting for him. The horse leaped, clearing the gates just before they closed. As Su Chi lost consciousness, he felt as if he had seen all the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. When he awoke, he was in a dilapidated temple. A little girl exclaimed, "Grandpa, he's awake." The old man asked her to bring some rice soup. Su Chi wanted to be angry, but seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, he realized they were just refugees. He pushed the soup back and asked about his situation. The old man sighed. "You've been unconscious for a day. There are wanted posters everywhere. Saving you was risky enough. You should leave quickly before you bring trouble to us." Su Chi fumbled for his silver notes, and the old man retrieved a bundle from the corner. "They fell out when we removed the arrows. Count them to see if any are missing." He grinned, revealing just a few remaining teeth. Su Chi didn't bother counting the few teeth left in the old man's mouth, knowing full well that in his current state, he couldn't even take on an old cripple. The old man chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet his eyes shone with an incredible light. "I know, with these silver notes, my grandson and I could live a good life. An old man saving your life deserves as much. But," he straightened his hunched back, "I am a member of the Wudong sect. How can I do such a thing? We help others, seeking only a clear conscience, never asking for anything in return." The pride in his eyes suggested that the words Wudong sect were more precious than the silver notes that could change his fate. For the first time, Su Chi witnessed the true meaning of treating money like dirt and couldn't help but feel a deep respect. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a sharp knife, intending to explain. But the old cripple suddenly stood up and stumbled towards Su Chi. The old man trembled, not daring to touch the knife. "I've seen this. The Holy Maiden also had a knife exactly like this. If it weren't for the Holy Maiden saving my grandson and me back then." He became incoherent and suddenly fierce. "Boy, where did you get this knife?" Su Chi explained. "This is a knife from Suja village. Each of us has a few, with our names engraved on them." He pointed to the words, Su Chi, on the handle. The old cripple respectfully asked, "So you? And the Holy Maiden?" Su Chi blushed slightly. "I should be her brother. Haha, worth it." The old man was ecstatic. "This old man's life is worth it. I actually saved the Holy Maiden's brother. After a lifetime of insignificance, I've finally done something meaningful." He earnestly requested, "Could you introduce me to the Holy Maiden? I want to thank her in person for saving my life back then." Su Chi was puzzled. "Aren't you claiming to be from the Wudong sect? Su Wu shouldn't put on airs." The old man smiled bitterly. "Yes, just claiming. The Holy Maiden saved me and left. Someone like me just follows voluntarily, not truly part of the Wudong sect." Suddenly, the old man's expression changed. "Quick, hide. The officials are coming." He struggled to carry Su Chi to a corner and covered him with straw. Two officers kicked open the temple door and waved a wanted poster at the old man. He denied everything, only to be slashed on his good leg. He rolled in pain but continued to protect Su Chi. When the officers searched the straw pile, the old man struggled and shouted, "Benefactor, run. Remember to thank the Holy Maiden for me. My name is Jiang Xia, thank her." He desperately clung to the officer's leg, only to be stabbed 13 times. In his final moments, Jiang Xia laughed heartily. "Worth it. This old man's life was worth it. After a lifetime of insignificance, I've finally done something meaningful. This damned world, I've had enough. My only regret is not seeing her grand vision come true." A little girl suddenly rushed out, crying and hitting the officers. With a swift motion, her head fell at Su Chi's feet. Su Chi watched everything calmly, letting the fury consume him. His gaze became the last thing the officers ever saw. The knife in Su Chi's hand moved like a storm, ending 4 lives in an instant. He quietly walked to the corner of the temple, picked up 3 unburned incense sticks, and knelt, bowing his head to the ground. "Heaven as my witness. Ghosts and gods as my testimony." With the final bow, he sliced his hand, letting the blood drip. "I swear by my blood. If Su Chi lives, I will continue your unfinished mission. I must see the Wudong sect's grand vision come true. This world shouldn't be like this." Su Chi has killed again. The dagger sliced through the officer's throat, causing blood to gush out. The dying man desperately clutched his wound, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. As he trembled, he reached for the sachet in his pocket, perhaps thinking of the loved one waiting for his return. Watching the officer collapse, Su Chi felt a mix of emotions. He understood that he and those pursuing him were merely fighting for survival. Touching the fresh wound on his body, Su Chi let out a bitter laugh. He realized he was like a sparrow overestimating its abilities. Reflecting on his recent days on the run, he suspected that someone might be orchestrating events behind the scenes. But at this moment, survival was paramount. Sujia village was his only hope, even though it might be a trap. Just as Su Chi was lost in thought, a loud crash snapped him back to reality. A burly man wielding a hammer charged at him, with countless pursuers surrounding him. Su Chi barely managed to fend off the attacks, but even his divine weapon seemed powerless against such brute strength. After a few exchanges, he was covered in wounds, breathing heavily. Despair engulfed Su Chi as he closed his eyes, bracing for the final blow. However, a scruffy gray horse suddenly darted into the crowd, snatching Su Chi up and galloping away at an astonishing speed. The pursuers were left dumbfounded. Even the general was at a loss to explain the bizarre scene. Though he couldn't defeat me, my horse, at least, outran his? Such a large-scale arrest operation was bound to attract the attention of those who were paying attention. Or perhaps, the authorities never intended to keep it a secret in the first place. When Su Wu heard the news, her face turned pale. She thought that after parting ways with Su Chi, they would become strangers, yet she couldn't set her mind at ease. This was the first time she used the power of the Wudong sect, and also the first time she acted out of personal interest to find out Su Chi's whereabouts. He was carried away by a horse, and his whereabouts are unknown. Upon receiving this reply, Su Wu knew she had to return to the village. 3 days later, there was a commotion at the village entrance. Ergo came running, out of breath, to deliver the news. Sister Su Wu, something's wrong. A horse came back to the village with a corpse on its back, and it looks like... Su Wu understood immediately it was Su Chi. She hurried to the village entrance with Ergo, her mind racing with thoughts. Poor Ergo still held onto his childhood admiration for Su Chi. Whenever he was about to notice something unusual in the village, his memory would be mercilessly erased. Su Wu couldn't help but wonder if Ergo was even from the Su family village. At the village entrance, Su Chi was unrecognizable, covered in wounds. Only the 2 blunt blades engraved with the words Su Chi identified him. The passing villagers turned a blind eye, only nodding slightly in greeting when they saw Su Wu. A chill ran through Su Wu's heart. It seemed Su Chi was just another pawn under her grandfather's control. An orphan picked up after the massacre, just like Ergo. Let's take him back. I still have some herbs. Su Wu declined Ergo's offer to call for help. 6 days later, Su Chi finally woke up. Su Wu could have woken him sooner, but to avoid arousing Ergo's suspicion, she had to wait. When Su Chi awoke, he calmly took the herbal soup Ergo handed him and drank it all. Ergo asked naively, Brother Jinghong, why do you seem so distant all of a sudden? Is it because we haven't seen each other for 2 years? 2 years? Su Chi's eyes showed surprise. He remembered it being 5 years. Did the village have no concept of time? Or could Ergo not count? Ergo, how old are you now? I'm 16, Brother Jinghong. Don't you remember? I'm a month older than you. Su Chi suppressed the chill running down his spine, using the scalding soup to mask his uncontrollable expression. Cough. This soup is really hot, Brother Jinghong. You drank it so fast. You didn't wait for me to cool it for you. Ergo complained. Su Chi said seriously, I've changed back. I'm not called Su Jinghong. I'm Su Chi. I'm just an ordinary person. Ergo stuck out his tongue, realizing he had misspoken. It's okay. Just stay in the village. Everyone here is really nice. The chill in Su Chi's heart deepened. He thought he had escaped the wolf's den, only to find this was the real wolf's den. Where's Su Wu? Is she here? Su Chi asked. I'm here. Su Wu entered, carrying a wooden tray with 3 bowls of noodle soup. Su Chi noticed a faint slap mark on her face. Brother Su Wu, eat up. Once you're full, you can be on your way. That last part nearly sent Su Chi on his way for good. Fortunately, Su Wu added, you're a wanted man by the authorities now. Su family village can't shelter you. Once you're full, you should leave. I've done all I can. I'm also powerless in this situation. Ergu wanted to argue his point, but since no one else was speaking up, who would know that Su Chi was here? In Su Wu's eyes, a storm of anger brewed as she harshly commanded, shut up, Ergu. I'm in charge here. Just eat your food. If you could leave, I would have kicked you out by now. Her intimidating demeanor made Ergu shrink back and mutter quietly, no longer daring to speak up. Su Wu gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, her tone suddenly softening. The 3 of us haven't had noodle soup together in a long time. Sadly, this might be the last time. There was a hidden meaning in her words, and Su Chi glanced at her thoughtfully, but refrained from questioning further. The noodles don't taste as good as they used to, Su Wu remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Maybe it's because I've gotten used to gourmet food and my taste has become spoiled. She tried to force a smile, but it quickly faded. Pushing 2 knives and a stack of blood-stained silver notes towards Su Chi, Su Wu said coldly, Su Chi, you've been expelled from Suja village. I've erased your name from the knives. Take these and leave. You're not welcome here anymore. Suchi looked at the slightly blunted knives and the thick stack of silver notes, and with a bitter smile said, "You two should each take one. I owe my life to you, but I'm penniless now and can only offer these on credit." Suwu firmly returned the knife to Suchi's hands. "Live well? Is that your request?" Suchi was taken aback. Suwu nodded earnestly. "Yes, live well. It's not easy to stay alive." Suchi then turned to Ergo. "What about you? Do you want to say something now or later?" Ergo pushed back the knife, shaking her head. "Brother Jinghong, I feel like I'm living well enough. I have no special requests." Suddenly, her expression changed, a crazed look crossing her face. "But if someone tries to ruin my life, Brother Suchi, make sure they pay dearly." No sooner had she spoken than an elder's voice bellowed from outside. "Is Ergo having another episode? Bring her over. Let the physician give her electrotherapy." In the end, Suchi left. He didn't expect to overhear things he shouldn't have, yet he was able to leave so easily. Meanwhile, Su Hupao looked at Ergo, who was charred and foaming at the mouth, and sneered, "Ergo, you can only blame your bad luck. Isn't that right, Suwu?" Suwu stood expressionless nearby, a fresh slap mark on her face. Su Hupao mocked, "Our sect's sacred maiden playing house with mortals. How long do you plan to keep this up?" Lastly, if my tone was too harsh, I apologize. In general, if you don't like reading something, no one's forcing you to. Just pick another book, and let's all be happy. This is not a game of playing house with mortals. Suwu's voice carried a hint of resignation. He looked up at his elderly grandfather, his eyes flickering with complexity. "Grandfather, we cultivators draw upon the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which naturally affects the balance of the world. These years of endless winter snow, can't you see the connection?" Su Hupao's face showed a disdainful smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. "See the connection? You think I don't? Don't forget who taught you. Our little Sujia village, how much spiritual energy can we really absorb? If you want a lecture, first complete the task I've given you. We'll talk after we conquer the immortal mountains of Shu." Su Hupao squinted, his tone suddenly softening. "I haven't even held you accountable for letting Su Qi go. That fellow is no pushover." Mentioning Shu, a hint of longing flashed in the old man's eyes. "The road to Shu is harder than ascending to the heavens?" What a masterpiece. When I first heard it, I almost applauded. Those verses struck a chord with me. If he weren't an outsider, I'd have wanted to swear brotherhood with him. Su Hupao frowned slightly. Shu has long been isolated from the world. Mortals have no way of knowing. How did he hear of it? The old man shook his head. "But indeed, it's as hard as reaching the heavens." He sighed, his voice suddenly urgent. "I can only give you another 6 months. The 500-year limit is approaching, and I can't withstand the corruption of mortal filth any longer." Seeing his grandson's puzzled look, Su Hupao sneered, "Aren't you curious about your parents? Ha, their cultivation talent was mediocre, always racing against time in the Taoist sections. Naturally, they couldn't survive long in the mortal world." The old man's gaze fell on Su Wu, a hint of pride in his eyes. "But you're different. You're a rare genius in our Sujia village. Even in this era of declining dharma, you can freely use thunder magic without harming your essence. Your talent is second to none in history. Only the innate Tao body of Ergu surpasses you slightly." Su Hupao's tone suddenly turned fervent. "You always say Grandpa doesn't love you. You don't understand Grandpa's intentions. Grandpa slaughtered an entire village to capture the innate Tao body as your playmate, to become your trusted ally in the future." The old man's voice carried a trace of choking. "Grandpa has given you the best of everything in the world. Why can't you understand Grandpa's intentions? Why say Grandpa doesn't love you? Why are you so rebellious?" At this moment, Su Hupao was no longer the ruthless tiger scheming against the world, but a wronged old man. He trembled as he reached out. "Does your face still hurt?" It was Grandpa's moment of anger. "Don't hold a grudge against Grandpa, okay? You'll understand when you grow up. Grandpa is doing it all for your sake." Su Wu listened, his expression darkening. He spoke softly, "Grandfather, your love is somewhat distorted. You never ask what I want, only saying it's for my good. You've planned my life for Mado, you think that's right?" Su Hupao hastily defended. "How is it not right? Grandpa has seen more in life than you've eaten salt. Would I harm you? This is the precious experience of countless failures over 500 years." Su Wu argued logically. "So, grandfather, do you think a failed person expelled from Shu Mountain, using a failed life's experiences, can teach a successful granddaughter?" Insolent. Su Hupao, hit where it hurt, raised his hand to strike, but then lowered it in exasperation. "I'm not a failure, nor was I expelled from the mountain. I chose to temporarily retreat. It's just a temporary setback." The old man took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "Su Wu, Grandpa traveled the world in the early years to raise you well. Most mortal parents treat their children this way. It can't be wrong. Other people's children either become top scholars or generals. It can't be wrong. Suwu gave a sorrowful smile. Grandfather, have you ever asked what I want? I want to take from the people and give back to the people. I believe with great power comes great responsibility. I want to bring rain to drought-stricken lands, to control wind and snow so no one freezes to death. I want to build thousands of homes to shelter the poor and needy. I want to. Su Hupao interrupted him disdainfully, his kindly face turning ferocious in an instant. And have you asked what Grandpa wants? Grandpa wants immortality, to return to Shu Mountain. Grandpa wants to use the blood of 1,000,000 mortals to generate resentment, temporarily suppressing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, those fellows will be caught off guard, and Grandpa can bring them down to the same level, easily defeating them with the experience gained in the mortal world. So, Suwu, you've been training your Wudong sect for so long. Isn't it time to put them to use? The blood sacrifice of 1,000,000 people is something I must achieve within 6 months. As soon as Su Hupao finished speaking, he seemed to realize his words were too harsh. He quickly softened his tone, trying to coax her. Suwu, Grandpa promises you that once I reclaim Shushan, you can do whatever you want. He squinted his eyes, his voice tempting. With the little spiritual energy you have now, how many people can you actually save? These 1,000,000 people aren't dying because I want them to. They are sacrificing themselves for the greater good. It's a necessary sacrifice for a better future. Then, you'll be able to control the clouds and rain, command the winds and snow, saving millions, even tens of millions of people. Listening to her grandfather, Su Wu's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. She wasn't naive or easily deceived, but she always held onto a thread of hope for her family. She preferred to believe her grandfather wanted to trade 1,000,000 lives for a better world, a brighter future, rather than to fulfill his own selfish desires. Really? Suwu asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. On that day, Suwu chose to believe. She couldn't imagine anyone being so cruel. So, she decided to bear the burden of the sins of those 1,000,000 souls alone. Su Hupao was overjoyed to see his granddaughter take the bait, though he kept his composure. A sly glint appeared in his eyes, and a barely noticeable cold smile crept onto his lips. She believed it? She believed it. Su Hupao laughed maniacally in his mind. The burden of 1,000,000 souls. This karmic weight will haunt her, ensuring her a miserable life and a wretched afterlife. Even if someone tries to approach her, they will meet a grim fate. You're truly my good granddaughter. He gazed at Su Wu's innocent expression, his pride almost palpable. Since you love the mortal world and its people so much, in your next life, may you hate humanity and the entire world. Su Hupao coldly regarded the pawn he had manipulated, thinking to himself, indeed, it's easier to push one's own child to act rather than doing it oneself. I just need to sit back and reap the benefits. A mocking smile played on his lips. Heh, getting a bit carried away, aren't we? Where in Sujia village would you find such a destiny? If there were such fortune, would they have fallen so low? Fortune without backing is merely setting the stage for others. His thoughts drifted to the past, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I was busy seeking immortality. Since when did I have a granddaughter? As for the villages I slaughtered back then, guess how many there were? The conflict between the Wudong sect and the imperial court raged for an entire month. Su Wu was accused by the court of harboring a notorious criminal, and the members of the Wudong sect vowed to protect her at all costs. To them, Su Wu was a beacon in the darkness, a spark in the winter, and a pioneer blazing a trail forward. The court was corrupt, indifferent to the suffering of the people. When someone petitioned about the dire state of the populace, the emperor absurdly replied, if they can't afford food, why not eat meat? If they have no house, why not rent one? No carriage? Why not become a driver? Such ignorant words ignited public outrage. The Wudong sect rose up, wielding farming tools and bamboo poles against the well-trained soldiers. Every day for a month, thousands fell in pools of blood, driven by their unwavering beliefs. Eventually, the court had no choice but to rescind the warrant. However, as the joy of victory began to fade, it became apparent that Su Wu had vanished. Even so, the people believed they had failed to protect her and refused to think they had been used. At the mist-shrouded peak of a celestial mountain, a young girl awoke from unconsciousness. She looked around in confusion, finding herself in a luxurious, unfamiliar room. A girl with violet eyes was watching her and asked, "What is your name?" The girl frowned in thought, then cried out in terror, "Dead. They're all dead. Everyone in Sujia village is dead. We were slaughtered by evil cultivators. I think someone saved me before I lost consciousness." The violet-eyed girl, Su Wu, furrowed her brow and infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the girl's mind to calm her. I am also surnamed Su. This is the Taoist sect, and many elders here bear the surname Su. Don't say all the Sus are dead again. it could cause trouble. You can cultivate with me. Su Wu was puzzled. How did this mortal, reeking of worldly impurities, arrive here when the celestial mountain had been isolated for years? Weren't evil cultivators supposed to be legendary? Why did this girl seem somewhat familiar? A sudden sharp pain pierced her head, and she shook it off. As the granddaughter of the sect leader, Su Wu had grown up here, a favored child of the heavens. Her grandfather had told her she was mischievous as a child and had bumped her head, which caused some memory issues. Su Wu handed the girl a manual. This is the Heart of Ice technique. It can cleanse you of impurities. The girl hesitated to take it and said, I can't read. Su Wu felt a bit defeated. This is a fundamental Taoist technique. It will cleanse you. Otherwise, you'll be rejected here. The girl didn't understand. Will cultivation make me cold and unfeeling like you? Su Wu frowned. I'm a celestial being, not a human. Don't bring worldly notions here. I'm already very approachable. You won't find another celestial as easygoing as me in the Taoist sect. Cultivation won't change your essence, so don't worry. I'll be off to cultivate. Take care of yourself. Without a celestial destiny, you might have to be sent back. The Taoist sect cannot tolerate the slightest impurity. Late at night, Su Wu was still annoyed by the uncultured girl. She became curious about what the mortal world was like to produce such a person. An impulsive thought struck her. She wanted to see firsthand how corrupt the mortal world really was. With that thought, Su Wu stealthily made her way to a secluded part of the celestial mountain. And there, she witnessed the mortal world, where people were driven to such desperation they resorted to cannibalism. Is this what they call the mortal realm? Are these the mortals drenched in worldly impurity? Standing at the edge of the celestial mountain, Su Wu gazed down upon the human world. Her eyes pierced through the mist, settling on the ant-like mortals below. They schemed against each other for survival, even resorting to cannibalism. Su Wu frowned, understanding why the celestial mountain had severed all ties with the mortal realm. Yet, she didn't realize how intently she was staring until Su Hu Pao appeared silently, meeting her gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked down, like a child caught doing something wrong. Su Hu Pao approached with a slight frown, his steps graceful. My dear granddaughter, what are you spying on here? Are you planning to ignore your grandfather's advice? Su Wu stood frozen, her mind in turmoil. She quietly defended herself. I saw mortals resorting to cannibalism. Are they truly so cruel? Su Hu Pao gave her a long, deep look and nodded. Mortals will do anything to survive. If they knew of the celestial mountain's existence, peace would be lost. Before turning to leave, he warned, remember, your task is to cultivate. Do not repeat your parents' mistakes. Su Wu felt the coldness and distance in her grandfather's tone, naively thinking she had disappointed him. However, the existence of the celestial mountain was eventually revealed. It all started with the poem Shu Daonan left by Su Qi. The peak of the Shu mountain, where the celestial mountain resided, was the very impasse depicted in the poem. Some self-proclaimed cultured scholars, seeking fame, began to ponder the reality of the Shu path. While most scoffed, an explorer went missing, sparking more interest and a wave of expeditions to the Shu path. Those indulged in luxury, oblivious to the sufferings of the world, vied to be the first to reach the fabled path. Their worldly impurities breached a tiny crack in the celestial mountain's barrier. Through this crack, they glimpsed the celestial mountain's breathtaking beauty, ethereal pavilions shrouded in mist, vibrant exotic flora. A few wisps of pure spiritual energy even drifted out, healing their chronic ailments. Although the crack soon sealed, the brief encounter haunted them. Upon returning, they penned poems recounting their visions. One poem, by an unknown author, shocked everyone. In the heavens, the jade capital stands, 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal touches my head, binding my hair for eternal life. The poem awakened the crowd. They realized they might have a chance at immortality. Greedy desires spread among them. They began to question. If immortals were once human, why should they hoard immortality? Why not share it with the world? Thus, the existence of immortals became exposed to mortal eyes. Su Wu was forced to confront wave after wave of people demanding the secret to immortality. Her hands became stained with blood, slaughtering countless mortals who attempted to force their way onto the celestial mountain. That year, the word immortal was finally unveiled to the mortal world. In that year, at the foot of the celestial mountain, the ground was littered with bones, yet the fear of death could not quell humanity's desire for immortality. Su Wu stood at the mountain's peak, allowing the blood from her sword to drip down like red dewdrops, nourishing the immortal grass beneath her feet. This grass was rare even on the sacred mountain, growing only in the purest of places. Its lush green leaves were extraordinarily tender, the blood droplets rolling off them onto the ground. Strangely, the grass seemed to grow more vibrant when watered with human blood. Su Wu chuckled wryly to herself. Humans were insatiably greedy. She had lost count of how many uninvited guests she had repelled. Suddenly, Su Wu's expression changed drastically, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood that seeped through her fingers like ink. Her condition seemed to be worsening. The woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, burst into a fit of mad laughter at the sight. So immortals bleed too. Your blood is black. I suppose your hearts are as well. Dying at the hands of you filthy creatures is no injustice. Su Wu replied coldly, you humans, who resort to eating your own children, dare call me filthy? The woman suddenly calmed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. You know of the cannibalism among humans, yet that's all you see? Standing so high up, you can't see the truth below. You live with such righteousness, yet such pity. Su Wu felt a pang in her heart, nearly suffocating. I live pitifully? What right do you, a seeker of immortality, have to lecture me? The woman smiled bitterly. I am the fourth leader of the Wanxian sect. I do not seek immortality. I seek rain for the great wilderness. Yet you struck me down without a word. Her voice grew weaker, but still carried a plea. If you want to prove I'm filthier than you, then bring a rainstorm to my homeland, Nanua. Then I'll admit I'm just a dirty human. But do you dare? Before she could finish, the woman breathed her last. Using her final strength, she pointed a finger towards the distance before passing away. Su Wu was left bewildered. Why was a rainstorm more important than reputation or life? With doubt in her heart, she turned her gaze back to the mortal world. What she saw struck her like a bolt of lightning. Drought and famine had devastated the land, leaving the people in unbearable suffering. The land of Nanua was barren, not a trace of green to be found. Famine and disease raged, cries of despair filled the air. The so-called filthy humans were nothing but skin stretched over bones. Some were afflicted by disease, their bodies covered in sores, waiting to die on parched earth. They gnawed on bark and rags, even insects. Some tearfully handed over their own children. Good and evil, life and death, blurred into ambiguity. Su Wu also saw those in power, laughing at Nanua's tragedy, claiming they were helpless. She murmured, what helplessness? The heart is not helpless. The body is not helpless. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind, Jinghong. Who was that? Tears rolled down her cheeks, glistening on her long lashes. When she opened her eyes again, a violet light shimmered within them, no longer human. Thunder roared across the skies of Nanua. In that moment, the people sang praises, and all eyes were upon her. She remembered her name was Su Wu, a puppet whose memories had been erased by Su Hu. No, she should be called Wudong. She bent down to close the woman's eyes and took her waist token. Silently, she promised, I have heard your wish. The fifth leader of Wanxian. Wudong knew that this journey was one of near-certain death. But some things must be done. Before dawn, someone must illuminate the darkness. Before setting out, she tried to find Su Qi. Though unsuccessful, she saw traces of the Wudong sect, which strangely comforted her. I, Wudong, am the guest who ventures into the mortal realm as a fleeting vision. Sadly, I won't have the chance to show you the splendor of this world. Perhaps, I'll ask Su Hu, who lingers in his celestial palace. What is immortality? What is justice? What is heaven? Wudong walked atop the celestial mountains, her steps shrouded in ethereal mist. Though her stride seemed heavy, she moved with an effortless grace, each step spanning vast distances as if she were traversing the void. With every step forward, her presence grew more imposing, and her gaze became ever more resolute. As she reached the grand hall of the Taoist sect, her eyes held the depth of the ocean, and her aura was as enduring as the heavens themselves. Knock, knock, knock. Her slender fingers tapped the door, and Wudong entered without hesitation. She was there to deliver a message, not to seek the approval of the immortals within. Inside, the hall was softly lit and scented with a gentle incense. Practitioners in Taoist robes sat in a circle on cushions, their figures faintly discernible. In the stillness, only the sound of breathing and the burning of incense could be heard. Suddenly, a clear youthful voice rang out, I am Wudong. May I ask, why do you, the immortals, remain aloof and indifferent to the suffering of the human world? Her question resounded like a clap of thunder, awakening everyone, including Su Hu Pao. The immortals exchanged glances filled with doubt and scorn, yet none dared to overstep. After all, Wudong was the acknowledged saintess. Su Hu Pao spoke slowly, my dear granddaughter, do you think having the ability obligates us to save the world? Immortals have always been without desires, unwilling to meddle in mundane affairs. Before he finished, their conversation echoed throughout the mortal realm. On the parched earth, the cries of dying people ceased. Those in the southern lands who were giving thanks turned towards the source of the voice, and even the emperor on his throne paused his review of the memorials, a gleam in his eye. Wudong stood firm. If immortals are truly without desires, Why do you pursue eternal life so relentlessly? Why do you disrupt the natural order, seizing the essence of heaven and earth for your own enlightenment? It is indeed your duty because— Silence! Su Hupao shouted, realizing that Wudong had used her spiritual power to broadcast their conversation to the human world. Wudong pressed on, undeterred. The root of all calamities is you. It's because you have absorbed too much of the pure spiritual energy. Before she could finish, Su Hupao forcibly cut her off. He wore a dark expression, calculating the impact her words would have on both the mortal realm and the celestial mountains. As he thought, a smile crept onto his face. Stand down, Su Hupao said. You're young and naive. I won't blame you. After all, I'm your grandfather. Blood is thicker than water. But let this be the last time. Wudong sneered. Stand down so you can continue erasing my memories, turning me into your tool? My memories have already been distorted beyond recognition by you. I don't consider you my grandfather. Perhaps between us, it's not blood ties, but a deep-seated enmity. Clap, clap, clap. Su Hupao finally revealed his form. He had undergone a transformation, now exuding an aura of celestial elegance, appearing as a youthful figure. His features were strikingly handsome, with eyes that held a profound glow, as if he possessed a power beyond the mundane. He stood tall and straight, exuding an aura of elegance and composure with every movement. Su Hupao casually raised his hand, and Su Ergo instantly collapsed, unconscious. Turning to Su Wu, a cold smile played on his lips. Su Wu, you're finally awake. How does it feel to call your father's murderer grandfather for over 20 years? Seeing Su Wu's shocked expression, Su Hupao continued, haven't you always been curious about your parents? Your father was a fool, thinking he could stop me alone. I cut him in half, letting him die slowly in agony. As for your mother, he cast a meaningful glance at the gathered crowd. Many here have tasted her. I intended to create another like you, an emperor's fate, but unfortunately, I failed. Su Hupao slowly revealed his machinations. You were meant to overturn the court in 3 years, to bring hope to the mortals. I needed your pure soul to bear the sins. I lack talent but have brains. Ergo's innate Dao body will soon be mine, thanks to your guidance. As for Su Qi, I've influenced him from the shadows, and now he's an anomaly. He laughed maniacally. Do you understand? The true culprit behind all mortal suffering is you, Su Wu. Without you, I'd still be a failure. You are 100 times more important than my own granddaughter. Just as he finished speaking, an immortal attacked with a blade. Wudong intervened instantly, her frosty blade light interweaving with purple lightning. The immortal fell with a pierced chest, bewildered. With eyes like lightning, Wudong declared, Criminal Wudong, today I invite you all to meet your end. However, the life and death of a mere celestial being stirred not the slightest ripple. Wu Tong's sword gleamed like a rainbow, striking down the celestial with a single blow. The other celestials remained expressionless, as if witnessing the crushing of an ant. A reward of a spirit gathering array to the one who kills her. This statement instantly ignited a murderous intent. 2 celestials drew their swords, attacking from both sides. Wu Tong struggled to defend herself, and a blade flew from behind, slicing her arm. Black blood splattered across the main hall, mingling with the red stains on the floor. Wu Tong sneered. What? Aren't your hearts black? She coughed up black blood yet remained calm. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered over the celestial mountain, and thunder roared. Wu Tong's aura surged as she stood in the hall, embodying yin and yang. The battle raged from noon until nightfall. 16 bodies lay strewn across the hall, and though Wu Tong's energy was waning, she stood firm. The karmic suffering of 1,000,000 souls gnawed at her organs, causing immense pain, yet she refused to concede. 3 daggers flew toward her, and Wu Tong closed her eyes. In an instant, a golden-purple dragon descended from the galaxy, merging with her silhouette. She ignited her destiny, and when she opened her eyes, she was clad in the form of a thunder dragon, destined by the heavens. Sinners, join me in reincarnation, she declared, shattering the daggers with a single stroke and turning to slay 3 more. Su Hupao, why haven't you acted? Wu Tong demanded. The celestials awoke from their stupor, seeds of doubt taking root. Su Hupao had no choice but to act. A streak of light shot from his sleeve, piercing Wu Tong's chest. My dear granddaughter, the farce is over. Yet Wu Tong did not fall, her violet eyes wide open. You, heartless as you are, Wu Tong can still survive. She transformed into a radiant streak, delivering one final strike. This strike severed Su Hupao's right arm but also cut her own body in half. Wu Tong gazed toward the horizon, her roar shattering the oppressive darkness. Alas, human strength is finite. She wished only to shatter the dark, clouded sky with thunder. Unfortunately, human power has its limits. a bit regretful, defeated. It was destined to be a tumultuous day. Countless people gazed up at the sky, their necks aching. Their eyes were dry as sand, yet they couldn't afford to look away. What were they searching for? Their eyes showed exhaustion and resignation. It was because the saintess of the Wudong sect, the woman who could command lightning, had not died but ascended to immortality. Though she gained eternal life, she continued to speak for the people. She openly criticized the immortals for being aloof and ignoring the suffering of the mortal world. She claimed that all disasters stemmed from the immortals absorbing too much spiritual energy. Before her words faded, the lightning in the sky extinguished. In that moment, people realized that Wudong had truly fallen. A wave of sorrow and despair swept over them. They couldn't help but wonder, who else could save the mortal realm? A year later, chaos reigned across the land. Starving people swarmed like locusts, raiding granaries everywhere. The imperial court responded with brutal suppression, leaving bodies strewn across the fields. Officials were solely focused on achieving immortality, oblivious to the mortal world's dire state. Su Qi sat alone under the lamp, deftly twirling a short knife in his hand. He recalled Wudong's parting words and thought of the missing ergo. Now, he was alone once more. The world felt alien to him. He tightened his grip on the knife, a determined look in his eyes. He would avenge his childhood friend and find a path for himself. A knock echoed at the door, followed by a young man's urging voice. Su Qi asked, "What does the hour of Yin signify?" "Dawn is approaching. The sky is about to break," the young man replied. Su Qi allowed himself a small smile. "Yes, dawn is here. Come in." He put away the knife and glanced at the two bowls of noodle soup on the table. One was empty, the other untouched. The young man looked puzzled. Su Qi gently blew out the lamp. "Dawn has come. You've illuminated the darkness long enough. Rest well. Good night." "Good night?" The young man suddenly realized, thinking he understood everything. Su Qi traveled far and wide with the followers of the Wudong cult, leaving footprints in lands plagued by disaster and disease. The once millions of believers had become hollow shells, now left with only the slogan, "The heavens are dead." Tirelessly, Su Qi worked day and night to aid the displaced, appearing almost saint-like in the eyes of those he saved, despite his limitations. Over 3 years, the Wudong cult grew rapidly, with its influence increasing daily. The elites in Chang'an had mixed opinions about Su Qi, with some holding him in high regard and others showing disdain. Meanwhile, the emperor remained secluded in the palace, unaware of the suffering beyond its walls. The court's attack on Mount Shu ended in failure, inadvertently spreading Su Qi's work. The difficulties of the Shu Road, even further. The Wudong cult now boasted 200,000 followers across 19 provinces. That year, the common people rose up once more, raiding granaries. Simultaneously, epidemics broke out in many areas, leaving Su Qi overwhelmed. In a makeshift tent, faced with one dying refugee after another, Su Qi suddenly felt lost. He turned to those around him and quietly asked, "How many lives do you think I've saved over these years?" "Sir, you've directly saved tens of thousands of refugees with your own hands, and the Wudong sect has aided even more, reaching the millions. You are truly the savior of this world." Mr. Su heard this, furrowed his brows slightly, and let out a bitter laugh. He turned and walked out of the makeshift tent, lifting his gaze to the vast, starry sky. Beside him stood the followers of the Wudong sect, who had been by his side, sleepless for 4 days, each showing signs of exhaustion yet still persisting. "Savior," Mr. Su murmured to himself, "we've saved so many people. Yet why does the world seem to worsen? The number of refugees increases instead of decreases, and those gravely ill are growing in number." No sooner had he spoken than the followers became panic-stricken. "You mustn't give up, sir. If you do, this world is truly lost," they pleaded in unison. Mr. Su shook his head with a sigh. "I've seen through it all. This world is beyond saving. Even if we toil day and night, it's only a temporary fix. Medicine, in the end, cannot save anyone." Before he could finish, a raspy cough interrupted him. Only then did everyone notice the dark blood at the corner of Mr. Su's mouth. It dawned on them that the one most gravely ill was Mr. Su himself. "I will find a way to prolong your life, sir," someone shouted. Instantly, a chorus of voices rose, overwhelming Mr. Su. Mr. Su waved his hand. "There's no need. The immortals loom above us like the midday sun, making our efforts futile." His words shook the crowd. Someone whispered, "Indeed. If the immortals are present, what use are our efforts?" Mr. Su looked up again, his gaze piercing the night sky. "Tell me, do the countless stars truly pale in comparison to the brightness of a single day?" Without waiting for a response, he turned back into the tent to continue treating the patients. Yet the thought had already taken root in the hearts of those around him. Unconsciously, they all looked up at the starry sky, pondering silently. Do the countless stars truly pale in comparison to the brightness of a single day? What if there were no immortals in this world? What if there are no immortals in this world? This thought eventually reached the ears of those residing in the mountains. The grand hall of Daozong was dim and oppressive, with over 50 practitioners seated in silence. Among them, one person was kneeling, forehead repeatedly striking the ground, shoulders trembling violently, clearly under immense pressure. Su Hupao lounged lazily, a flying knife twirling between his fingers. Suddenly, the knife slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Su Hupao furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that his newly acquired right hand was indeed less agile than before. The sound served as a warning, reminding him how close he had come to being outmaneuvered by his own pawn. He recalled that day when a sword came within an inch of ending his life. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious in the end. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a fearful plea for mercy. "Don't kill me. I've come with important information to offer my allegiance." The person lowered their head even further, evidently mistaking the fallen knife as a threat to their life. Only then did Su Hupao turn his attention to the newcomer, asking with amusement, "What's your name?" The person raised his head, revealing himself to be the young man who had overanalyzed a simple good night. He hurriedly replied, "My name is Wang Haoran, a follower of Mr. Su. I'm not interested in who he is." "Get to the point," Su Hupao interrupted, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Wang Haoran quickly continued, "Mr. Su said that if immortals exist, all our efforts are in vain. He wants to lead us against the esteemed lords." Su Hupao suddenly sat upright, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Is his name Suchi?" "I don't know. Everyone calls him Mr. Su. He has taken over the Wudong sect, with 10,000 followers and 1 million believers, hailed as a savior on earth." "The Wudong sect?" Su Hupao narrowed his eyes. "No wonder he's become a variable, with such rebellious ambition against the immortals." If it were anyone else, Su Hupao might have dismissed it with a laugh. But this was Su Chi, the young man with an unpredictable destiny. Anything was possible. The situation had become complicated because Su Hupao dared not descend the mountain. The current plight of the world was far worse than the old Sujia village. The foul miasma could consume his lifetime of cultivation in just days. He was unwilling to endure such a fate again. Suddenly, Su Hupao sternly questioned, "If Su Chi is the savior everyone on earth yearns for, why are you betraying him? Aren't you one of his followers?" Wang Haoran displayed a composed expression, responding with a sense of righteousness. "A wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. Su Chi now foolishly seeks to defy the heavens, which is absurd. Besides, I only followed him initially because it meant I could have a bowl of rice soup and not starve." Su Hupao nodded with satisfaction. "Your information is quite accurate. For mortals to climb my sacred mountain, it's a journey of near certain death. You risked your life to bring this news. What reward do you seek?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haoran's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. This was the moment he had betrayed Mr. Su for. Suppressing his excitement, he respectfully said, "I seek nothing but the honor of serving you, attending to your needs." Even as he spoke, his mind was already calculating. If he served well, even the casual rewards would far surpass the struggles in the mortal world. Su Hupao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Nothing at all? Am I that stingy? How about I grant you eternal life?" Wang Haoran waved his hands frantically. "I wouldn't dare." Though he declined verbally, his eyes were alight with joy. Su Hupao squinted. "I said I would give it to you, so just accept it. Close your eyes, and I'll grant you immortality." Wang Haoran closed his eyes, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. He felt a numbness in his neck and opened his eyes in confusion, only to see his own headless body. Su Hupao sneered. "A wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in? I see you as a beast picking a master to devour." He glanced around at the gathered practitioners. Why is everyone silent? Who's willing to go down and see what that boy Suchi is up to? The hall was silent. No one wanted to be the first to step forward. Su Hupao found himself in a dilemma. Sending a weak one might lead to their death in the foul air, but sending a strong one risked betrayal. After a moment of thought, a figure came to mind. "Someone, go and invite the holy maiden Su Mushua." After Wudong's death, the position of the saintess naturally became vacant, and it inevitably fell to Su Ergu. Su Huruan squinted his eyes, looking at the girl who was once called Su Ergu. Over the past 3 years, she had transformed into the perfect image of a saintess. Yet, her crude name was hardly fitting for such a prestigious title. "You should choose a new name for yourself," Su Huruan suggested casually. The girl pondered for a moment, then softly replied, "Let's go with Su Mushua." Su Huruan didn't care about the origin of the name. To him, she was merely a puppet. As long as she continued to grow, she would one day become the vessel for his soul transfer. "Mushua, come to the main hall." Su Huruan communicated telepathically. Moments later, Su Mushue pushed open the door to the hall, where she was met with the sight of a headless corpse and a floor stained with blood. She frowned slightly but showed no fear. Master, you called for me? What is this? Su Huruan's face darkened with anger as he pointed at the corpse and said through gritted teeth, Mushue, this was one of the murderers who massacred your village. Grandfather Huruan found him for you. But in a fit of rage, I couldn't keep him alive. Before he finished speaking, a fierce anger ignited in Su Mushue's eyes. She clenched her fist in the air, and a long sword materialized. With a flash of the blade, the headless body was sliced into several pieces. Su Huruan's eyes narrowed. This girl's progress had exceeded his expectations. Mushue, he said with feigned kindness, would you like to leave the mountain and personally avenge your family? The murderous intent lingered in Su Mushue's eyes as she replied through gritted teeth, I would. I want to make those beasts pay. Su Huruan nodded to himself. Everything was going according to his plan. Good. The villain who destroyed your family has been punished, but he has a son named Su Qi. This boy is even more cunning than his father and has founded an organization called the Wudong sect, claiming to be some sort of savior. Su Huruan observed Su Mushue's reaction closely. As expected, her memories of Wudong had been completely erased. Are the people of the world so foolish? How can they not see through such simple lies? Su Mushue sneered. Su Huruan squinted his eyes and said, who knows? Mushue, I'm worried that you might also be deceived by him. Perhaps I should go instead. No. Su Mushue interrupted firmly. I must avenge them myself. Su Huruan nodded with satisfaction. Very well. But remember, Su Qi is a master of manipulation. You must not believe a word he says. Su Qi might have been aware that those around him were a mixed bunch, but he never anticipated betrayal would come so swiftly. Sitting in a dimly lit room, Su Qi watched as an old oil lamp flickered uncertainly. His fingers gently brushed the pages of a book, his brow furrowed with concern. The current state of the Wudong sect weighed heavily on his mind. As a time traveler, he knew he wasn't omnipotent. Lacking leadership experience and talent, he resorted to the most straightforward strategy eliciting sympathy. He rested only 2 hours a day, dedicating the rest of his time to aiding disaster victims. Distributing rice porridge and combating epidemics were both costly and laborious. Although there was plenty of porridge, it was thin and barely enough to stave off hunger. Combating epidemics was the real challenge, but poverty was the greatest disease of all. In the dead of night, Su Qi opened a mysterious book. On the first page, the handwriting of Wudong warned him not to read further. Recalling how he came into possession of the book, his emotions were mixed. He hesitated for a moment, but proceeded to turn to the second page. Wudong's words cut like a knife, piercing his heart. Her news of death, her fear, her helplessness, each word spoke of despair. Su Qi's breathing quickened. His fingers trembled as he turned to the third page. Hidden within Wudong's playful remarks was profound trust and expectation. Yet Su Qi could no longer stop himself. The fourth page revealed more truth: the mystery of Wudong's origins, her suspicions about Su Huopao, and her entrustment to Su Qi. Su Qi murmured to himself, perhaps, was there no way to go on? He stretched out his emaciated hand, veins bulging, and turned to the third page. I've digressed a bit, but there are still so many things I want to say to you. Su Qi opened the secret book left by Wudong, his brow furrowed. The reason the world had fallen into such ruin was because of Su Huopao and everyone in Sujia village, including himself. The rumors about his mastery of thunder magic were not unfounded. Practitioners draw upon the pure and spiritual energies of heaven and earth, which should cycle like the sun and moon. However, Su Huopao's relentless pursuit of immortality disrupted this balance, inviting divine retribution. Su Qi gritted his teeth as he turned to the next page, which detailed a cruel method to kill immortals. He struggled internally, unwilling to be seen as a cruel person, yet feeling powerless to change. The contents of the secret techniques Gui Ling Su Ming Ju, Ji Shui Tian Yun Shen Suzhan, Dao Min Zheng Zong, Wu Lei Tian Xian Zheng Far Chilling. Su Qi had perused these after Wudong's death. Gui Ling Su Ming Ju was nothing more than an evil art of exchanging lives, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 100. Ji Shui Tian Yun Shen Suzhan was an even more horrifying formation, requiring the lives of millions to slay immortals. Su Qi smiled bitterly. He had never been a saint, just a selfish person trying to survive. The true saint, Wudong, was already dead. And in this world of filth and evil, no saints remained. He healed others and distributed porridge across the land, appearing benevolent, but it was all for the sake of setting the formation. Those he saved ultimately became part of the array. Su Qi was overwhelmed with guilt, yet unable to stop. The last few pages were blank, until the final page, where a line caught his eye. I hate you. Su Jinghong. Su Qi was jolted and continued reading. Wudong poured out her mixed feelings of love and resentment towards him, filled with grievance and unwillingness. She had waited for him on the road to the afterlife for 80 years, hoping he would live on with guilt. The handwriting grew increasingly messy, as if the writer was agitated. Wudong expressed her embarrassment at writing these words, yet hoped Su Qi would see them. The last sentence struck Su Qi like a hammer to his heart. Live well. This year, everything changed. Su Qi was no longer the weakling who was hunted down in the past. Over the past 3 years, he honed his extraordinary lightning techniques through ruthless means, becoming virtually invincible. However, his rise was built on the corpses of countless refugees. One day, after dealing with yet another body, Su Qi murmured to himself, "I tried my best." Before he could finish, a cool breeze swept by, and a long sword sliced through the air like lightning. Instinctively, Su Qi raised his blade to meet it, and the sound of clashing metal rang out. Though Su Qi was no longer what he once was, the force of the strike still made him stagger back 9 steps, his hand bleeding. Looking up, he saw a tall woman standing before him, sword in hand, eyes sharp as daggers. "Su Qi," the woman said coldly. "Looks like Tiger Pao was right. Your skills are indeed extraordinary." Su Qi took a closer look and realized it was someone he hadn't seen in years ago, or rather, Su Muxue as she was now known. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Tiger Pao had indeed sent someone to kill him, though he hadn't expected it to be her. "Ergo, do you still remember me?" Su Qi asked, feigning calmness. "Enough talk, prepare to die." Su Muxue shouted, her sword aimed at Su Qi's throat. In a moment of desperation, Su Qi quickly asked, "What did Tiger Pao tell you?" Su Muxue paused, sneering. "He said you're skilled at manipulating people, that nothing you say can be trusted. And here you are, trying to twist it around and claim that my grandfather is the one who killed my family, right?" Su Qi chuckled at her words. Ergo, how old is your brain now? Have you ever considered that maybe Tiger Pao anticipated my reaction and warned you in advance?" Seeing Su Mushue's confused expression, Su Qi shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, you're too dense to understand." Su Muxue bristled. "Who are you calling dense? I'm smart. I understood." Su Qi was unconvinced and asked, "Then tell me, who predicted whose prediction, and who accused whom of being the murderer?" Su Muxue, showing a flash of insight, exclaimed, "Wait, am I the murderer?" Su Mushue's response took Su Qi by surprise. Su Qi rubbed his numb hand and explained with a bitter smile, "Of course, you're not the culprit and neither am I." Seeing Su Mushue's skeptical expression, he added, "Do you understand?" Su Muxue first nodded, then shook her head. "No way. Grandpa Hupao said your words can't be trusted." The surrounding followers immediately became wary, surrounding Su Qi and glaring at Su Muxue. They had witnessed the power of that sword firsthand. Su Qi reassured them, "Everyone, stay calm, she's a friend." Turning to Su Muxue, he gently reasoned, "Since you don't trust my words, why not follow me for a while and observe my actions? Habits are hard to change, and a person's nature can't be hidden." Although Su Muxue didn't fully understand, she nodded proudly, "Of course. I'll be watching you." Su Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the challenges, the situation was temporarily stable. He led over 30 followers and Su Muxue to the outskirts of Jiangxia City, but instead of entering the city, they headed towards a simple enclosure to the left of the city gate. 2 guards immediately straightened up, crossing their spears to block the path. No passage allowed here. Their trembling hands betrayed their fear. Su Qi remained unfazed. "I am from the Wudong sect. My surname is Su." One of the followers quickly added, "Officers, this is Mr. Su." The guards exchanged glances, murmuring softly, "Mr. Su, Wudong sect." Su Qi finally found the place he was looking for, a refugee camp. His eyes glittered as his plan was about to unfold. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking about that place. Could it be? Su Qi and Su Muxue hadn't yet grasped the situation when a thunderous cry erupted from the refugee camp behind them. "Please, sir, save us. For the greater good." The once lifeless camp suddenly came alive. The makeshift barriers were forcefully pushed aside as a group of desperate individuals, somehow finding strength from within, attempted to break through to reach Su Qi. However, the magistrate of Jiangxia was prepared. 2 guards brandished bronze badges and shouted sternly, "By the magistrate's order, any escapees will be shot with 1,000 arrows." From the city wall, a dozen taut shortbows glinted menacingly in the light. The refugees calmed down slightly but continued to plead, "Please, sir, save us." They locked eyes with Su Qi from several meters away, their eyes filled with despair and longing. Some were emaciated, others bore wounds, and some were covered in repulsive sores. Facing the tense situation, Su Qi remained composed and said, "I am here to heal and save lives. Though I can't save many, I am willing to do my utmost for those I encounter. Could you please allow me a way through? The guards looked troubled. Mr. Su, these people are suffering from a severe plague, and there's no cure. There's no need for you to take such a risk, and we cannot disobey the magistrate's orders. Su Mushue, unable to hold back her anger, drew her sword and exclaimed, "Aren't these people citizens of the county?" She was about to act when Su Chi tapped her head, saying, "Erga, calm down." Su Chi gazed at the sky, partly cloudy and partly clear, with a glint of determination in his eyes. "Step aside. What you are blocking now is not just me, Su Chi, but the momentum of the world." The two guards, intimidated, silently stepped aside. Su Chi moved forward, drawing a knife from his robe and slicing his palm. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, the sky was shattered by thunder. Today, Su Chi sacrifices his life to drive out the plague for you all. As the evening breeze blew, a gentle rain began to fall. Su Chi used the Gue Ling Su Ming technique to guide the purified energy into the rain. Soon, the dying individuals began to show signs of change, as invisible black miasma slowly left their bodies. Indeed, these dying people began to transform. Bit by bit, the unseen black miasma was drawn out from their bodies. Everyone felt the heavy shackles on their bodies being lifted. In the thunderstorm, a figure stumbled forward. Someone recognized Mr. Su and immediately knelt down, shouting hoarsely yet incessantly, "We greet you, sir. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Su Chi, exhausted, said, "Please inform the county magistrate to send physicians to check these people. If they're fine, let them return home." Before he finished speaking, his legs gave way. The crowd gasped and rushed to support him. One refugee even threw himself to the ground, attempting to use his body as a path for Su Chi. "I'm not going back. I want to follow the sir," someone shouted. A faint hint of color appeared on Su Chi's pale face as he softly replied, "I won't live much longer. Today's rain is my final warmth. You should find your own paths." With these words, the followers of the Wudong sect were shocked. Someone urgently asked, "Sir, didn't you promise to find a way to extend your life?" A trickle of black blood appeared at the corner of Su Chi's mouth as he waved his hand, saying, "It's all right. There are still people lying over there. Help me over." Xian Hua heard the commotion in a daze. He felt the raindrops on his body and sighed inwardly, "Damn heavens. I'm already seriously ill and now it rains. I probably won't make it." Struggling to open his eyes, he saw a person carrying thunder, with one side of the body in light and the other in darkness. That person handed him a hard piece of bread, saying, "I've cured your illness, but you haven't eaten in so long. Your body is weak." Xian Hua devoured the bread, fearing the other might change his mind. Su Chi managed a weak smile. "At least I didn't waste my last efforts." With that, he started to collapse. The crowd cried out in alarm, and Su Mushue quickly caught him. She looked at the frail Su Chi, her heart filled with confusion. Is he really a bad person? Xian Hua also asked in bewilderment, "What happened to him?" This question sparked the followers' anger. "If it weren't for saving you, how would the sir end up like this? He traveled for 4 hours without even having time to eat." Xian Hua looked around, then back at the pale Su Chi, feeling a lump in his throat. Soon, he was engulfed by the chorus of "Sir, wake up. You won't be able to wake him up like this." Su Mushue hesitated, her gaze shifting between Su Chi and the crowd surrounding him. Her hands clenched and unclenched as she wrestled with the decision of whether to expose Su Chi's act. Su Chi's breathing was steady, clearly feigning unconsciousness. Though not particularly clever, Su Mushue understood that you can't wake someone pretending to sleep. Logic urged her to reveal Su Chi's true nature, but her emotions made her hesitate. The image of Su Chi bearing the thunder overlapped with the vague figure in her heart. Moreover, Su Chi had done nothing wrong so far, and had even gained the admiration of many. If she exposed him recklessly, wouldn't she become the villain? Su Mushue decided to observe a little longer. Just then, Su Chi suddenly collapsed, his fall as heavy as a mountain, shaking everyone's spirit. The next day, nearly 400 people gathered outside the small courtyard of the Wudong sect's Jiangxiao branch. When the fourth Doctora Venerable Elder emerged from the room, the crowd eagerly questioned him. The elder sighed and said, "Mr. Su is not ill. He is simply exhausted beyond recovery. His body is completely worn out, and he may not wake up." The crowd was in uproar at these words. Some accused the elder of being an incompetent doctor, while others fell into silence. After a while, someone suggested, "We can't all just wait here. Let's leave a few people to care for him, and the rest of us should continue his work." And so, on the third day after Su Chi's collapse, the Wudong sect resumed its activities as if nothing had happened. The world will never revolve around just one person. Is that really the case? What about Mr. Su? Didn't he come? A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of a refugee, who asked in a low voice. Another person chimed in, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Only a third of you survived. I heard that if Mr. Su were here, at least half would have survived, and usually 7 or 8 out of 10. Doesn't this new leader lack skill, resulting in half of us perishing? Couldn't even paint a tiger, ended up like a dog. It's causing us so much harm. Another refugee couldn't help but complain. The strong man who took over Su Chi's position felt like he was going crazy listening to these words. He silently wondered, do these people really deserve saving? How did Mr. Su manage to work so tirelessly and selflessly for so many years? It's only been half a month, and I'm already overwhelmed. He couldn't help but retort, what do you mean? Only a third survived. Without us, even that third would have been doomed. Don't be so greedy. The strong man initially just wanted to take Su Chi's place and enjoy the admiration of the masses. But reality was far from his imagination. Not only him, but many places were experiencing similar situations. Even those teams not led by Su Chi received similar evaluations. At this point, some clever people seemed to notice a pattern. The news of Mr. Su's illness had spread. These refugees never truly trusted the Wudong sect. It was always Mr. Su himself they believed in. When Su Chi was around, they might have just blamed their bad luck for him not being there. They knew Su Chi couldn't be everywhere at once. But with Su Chi down, they resented the Wudong sect, blaming them for not producing another Mr. Su. Originally, 80% could have survived, but because of you, only 30% remain. A refugee angrily accused. People are quick to forget gratitude when they feel wronged. They didn't want a sect that could only save 30% of the refugees and then needed rest. At your age, with a bunch of refugees waiting for aid, how can you sleep? What? You say you're human and need sleep? Then is Mr. Su not human? How could he work day and night? That's just an excuse for incompetence. They had been so close to the light. How could they now endure the dim glow of fireflies? They had also heard that in Jiangxia, Su Chi had summoned a life-giving rain, and those who bathed in it were cured of all ailments and became strong, with many escaping the refugee life. Initially, no one believed it, but such matters could be verified in Jiangxia, and over time, the story spread. They also heard that Mr. Su used his own life force to summon the rain, which left him exhausted and ill. The refugees only resented that the rain hadn't fallen where they were, as they too wanted to escape their refugee status and live a life with enough to eat. They thought Mr. Su was foolish for risking his own life. How many years could Mr. Su live? 100 years? Wouldn't it be better to use our lives? An excited refugee exclaimed, aren't there thousands of refugees in each county? If each gave a year, wouldn't that add up to thousands of years? Is that enough? A year of life in exchange for 2 meals a day. It's a dream come true. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted not being able to make the exchange immediately. Suddenly, someone realized, wait, the master is only sick, not dead. We still have a chance. At that moment, the dim light of fireflies was extinguished by the blazing sun. Please, wake up, master. Please, wake up. The cries rose and fell. However, saying it was easy, doing it was hard. Half a month had passed, and the Wudong sect had sought out every doctor they could find. Although diagnoses varied, most concluded that Su Chi's body was exhausted beyond repair, more frail than a 70-year-old, with little time left. During this half-month, the Wudong sect showed signs of subtle disintegration. They were not saints and couldn't accept their efforts being met with cold stares. Even in Su Chi's division, the atmosphere was cold and joyless, a stark contrast to the usual laughter and cheer. They passed each other in silence, not even bothering to ask about the many familiar faces that were missing. They seemed to suddenly understand what charisma truly meant. Xian Hua was among them. This 16-year-old orphan, who had been rescued by Su Chi half a month ago, couldn't forget the taste of the bun he received. He thought this was a group of very wealthy and generous people, so he shamelessly joined them. But over the past half-month, he learned what this group was really about and discovered that the person who collapsed in front of him that day was the very Mr. Su praised by refugees everywhere. So, was it for saving him that Mr. Su collapsed? In recent days, he had accompanied the team on several outings. He heard the refugees longing for Mr. Su and their criticisms of the group. A feeling of guilt began to grow within him. In the quiet of the night, he would also wonder, if Mr. Su hadn't come to Jiangxia, hadn't brought that rain, would everything be different? And would they be considered the villains in the eyes of the refugees? Perhaps. Today, he was tasked with tidying up Mr. Su's room. Though unlikely, what if Mr. Su woke up? They couldn't let his room be covered in dust, could they? Distracted, he accidentally knocked over a package. It wasn't entirely his fault. The package was already half suspended, barely resting on the table, and a light touch made it fall. The knot on the package seemed to be poorly tied, and its contents spilled all over the floor. Oh no, he's going to get scolded. This thought flashed through Xianhua's mind. He hurriedly bent down to gather the scattered items. Some herbs he couldn't name, a dull knife, some dried food, and a book. Xian Hua looked at the book's cover, which boldly displayed 5 words. Gue Ling Su Ming Ju, The Art of Extending Life. Extending life? Though not well educated, he could recognize these words. At that moment, his heart raced, and with trembling hands, he opened the first page. The way of heaven, to take from the excess and give to the deficient. My way, to take others' life force for one's own. He felt as if he had found a treasure, no longer needing to feel guilty about whether he was a sinner. His loud voice pierced through the courtyard. The master can be saved. Why are you shouting? The master can be saved. A sudden cheer broke the afternoon's tranquility in the courtyard. People quickly gathered from all directions, drawn by the noise. Xianhua stood there, holding a book aloft, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, when everyone realized it was just an ordinary book, their anticipation turned to disappointment. Someone scoffed, "Can reading save a life?" The crowd began to disperse. In a panic, Xianhua exclaimed, "This was in the master's bundle." His words made everyone pause, turning back with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Coincidentally, Su Qi was awake, hearing the commotion outside. A disciple who was taking care of him was about to scold the crowd when a figure slipped under his arm. "Master, I found a way to extend your life." Xianhua eagerly handed the book to Su Qi. Su Qi took it, his pupils contracting sharply, and his voice turned unnatural. "It's fake. Burn it." Xianhua insisted. "How could it be fake? I found it in your bundle." After a long silence, Su Qi finally said quietly, "I don't want to live that way." These words left everyone wide-eyed and full of questions. Why would the master refuse a way to extend his life? Had he lost all hope? As if reading their minds, Su Qi sighed deeply and said, "Some things can't be kept hidden forever. My name is Su Qi, and Su Wu from the Wu Tong sect is my sister." His words hit like a thunderclap, and everyone struggled to contain their surprise. Su Qi continued, "I thought I was just an ordinary person, casually taking an exam, casually becoming a minister, and living a quiet life. Can you believe it? An ordinary person who casually takes an exam, casually becomes a minister." Coming from Su Qi, everyone surprisingly felt he was merely stating a fact. A few years ago, there indeed was a chancellor named Su Qi, but he later became a wanted man. Su Qi's words were like a bombshell, exploding amidst the crowd. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, eyes filled with disbelief. A vagrant muttered under his breath, "How could a chancellor stoop to our level?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, we've never even seen the chancellor." Su Qi smiled calmly and continued, "The great events of the Wudong sect, the wanted criminals, the siblings." He paused. "The thunder technique Su Wu and I wield is something you must have heard of. In fact, the immortals in the heavens also bear the surname Su. We all come from Sujia village." At these words, the crowd erupted. Some gasped, others drew sharp breaths, while many fell into deep thought. Xianhua clutched the book in his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He asked shakily, "Sir, do you mean to say?" Su Qi nodded with a bitter smile. "The leader of the heavenly immortals is Su Wu's grandfather, and the deputy leader is my father." "Impossible!" someone shouted. "How can such a small village have such a vast disparity?" Su Qi remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. "We are their adopted children." Su Wu had the courage to resist, but I? His voice trailed off into a murmur. Someone in the crowd latched onto this information and urgently said, "Being adopted isn't your fault." Su Qi laughed at himself. "So, I am merely an escapist trying to wash away my sins. Is there ever a good deed without a reason?" Someone bravely asked, "Sir, have you ever done anything truly unforgivable?" Su Qi fell into reminiscence and replied softly, "Who can say they haven't done wrong? But truly unforgivable? Not yet, I believe." At that moment, someone noticed the book and pressed on, "Sir, can this book really extend your life?" Su Qi shook his head. "I don't want to live by those means." He opened the book and read aloud. "The way of heaven takes from the surplus and supplements the deficient. My way, borrowing others' life force for my own." The crowd listened, their hearts stirred. Someone said passionately, "Sir, what if we offer it to you willingly? I would give a year of my life." "A year? I'll offer 3 years. I'll give 5 years." Cries and offers erupted from the crowd. Su Qi's face was filled with bitterness. "You all?" Only one person, filled with fear, stepped back a few paces. He felt that Su Qi's smile seemed somewhat insincere. Reflecting on it, the placement of that package seemed almost deliberate, as if it was meant for him to knock over. But he dared not speak, knowing no one here would believe him. It was late at night. Su Qi leaned against the window, gazing at the desolate moonlight. With 300 years of life essence flowing within him, Su Qi felt an overwhelming yet hollow sense of power. Su Muxue swung herself up onto the windowsill and accused him of deceiving the followers with sweet talk. Suchi retorted by asking if she would offer her own life to him, pointing out that her silence was as good as consent. Suchi admitted that in this fractured world, someone must become a pillar of strength. As a leader, he couldn't proactively take. He could only wait for offerings. But time was running out, and he had no other choice. He explained that losing one's lifespan was less distressing than the thought of him falling. This credit-based sacrifice system made the direct loss less apparent, thereby lowering people's guard. Suddenly, Suchi exposed Xianhua, who was hiding in the corner of the courtyard. He effortlessly brushed off Su Mushua's attempt to stop him and placed his hand on Xianhua's head. Suchi sighed. Lies are meant to spare pain, but the truth is the real blade. In response to Su Mushua's questioning, he explained that it was for self-preservation because if Xianhua didn't die today, it would have been him. As dawn approached, Suchi gazed towards distant Chang'an. He proposed to make spiritual rain fall wherever he went and bet with Su Mushua that people, driven by fear, would rush to offer their lives, pleading for him to visit them first. Su Mushua frowned and said, "Isn't this outright robbery?" "No, no," he replied. "It's an opportunity for them to compete for." In a narrow alley, a group of impoverished commoners huddled together. They appeared weary, their clothes tattered, as they spoke in hushed tones about the difficulties of survival. Their conversation revolved around finding work and supporting their families, filled with helplessness and confusion. Evenly, the landlord is letting go of his long-term workers. "Where else can we find work?" a gaunt man sighed. "The city lord's mansion? You're dreaming." An elderly man scoffed nearby. The discussion grew more intense, with someone suggesting they take on jobs loading and unloading goods. 20 copper coins a day, at least we won't starve. But soon, someone revealed that the actual wage had dropped to 4 copper coins. The crowd gasped, realizing it wasn't even enough for food. "It's those failed scholars taking our jobs," a burly man grumbled. "Forget it, those scholars have been blessed by Mr. Su's spiritual rain, making them incredibly strong," someone explained. Despair spread among the group. Someone suggested asking Mr. Su to bring the spiritual rain, but the idea was dismissed. "Do you think the spiritual rain comes without a cost?" a middle-aged man whispered. "My cousin said one spiritual rain costs Mr. Su 300 years of his life." The crowd fell silent. After a moment, a young man gritted his teeth and said, "What if we gather 600 years of life? 300 for the rain and 300 to honor Mr. Su." Others were skeptical but had no better options. Ultimately, they decided to give it a try. "All right, I'll ask my cousin to pass the message," the middle-aged man sighed. "But don't get your hopes up." Upon receiving the news, Suchi unexpectedly altered his preset course and forcefully headed to a city that wasn't particularly prosperous, all for the sake of a 600-year lifespan, bringing with him a spiritual rain. Suchi's actions were like a stone cast into a calm lake, creating ripples of chaos. His reputation plummeted instantly. As he had once said, the aura of a leader must remain unscathed. He must be harmless and beneficial. No matter how many good deeds he did, once he threatened certain interests, he would face relentless criticism. In the county town Suchi originally planned to visit, he was met with a torrent of abuse. He was condemned as worse than a beast, a treacherous villain, a butcher of countless refugees, and a petty man willing to do anything for longevity. This time, no one spoke up for Suchi. They feared he might frequently change his plans for similar reasons, and someone had to play the villain to curb such improper conduct from the start. However, Suchi seemed unfazed. He resolutely arrived in the city filled with insults against him. Suddenly, a man picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at Suchi, shouting, "Get out! You're not welcome here." Suchi neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the stone to strike his forehead. Blood immediately streamed down from the wound, staining his cheeks. His eyes showed no fear or pain, as if none of this concerned him. He stood there, unmoving, as the blood flowed. "Ladies and gentlemen," Suchi began, his voice calm and firm, "I know you harbor resentment towards me. I can only apologize. Because I, Suchi, never intended to save everyone. People must have self-awareness. I simply can't save everyone. I can only choose the path that saves the most people. This path is destined to be lonely, and I don't need to be understood." He paused, then continued, "I did change my course because someone sacrificed 600 years of their lifespan, as this allows me to save more people. For those present, a spiritual rain requires consuming at least 300 years of lifespan, and the more consumed, the better the effect. I intended to allocate every bit of those 600 years to you all, but, since you're not welcoming, it'll have to go elsewhere." His words left the crowd stunned and regretful, their anger dissipating. They quickly redirected their blame to the man who had thrown the stone. "Mr. Su, please don't hold it against us. Don't leave. Is your wound all right? Should we call a doctor for you?" Suchi looked at the man being pushed out, beaming. "I believe he must have his reasons, so please don't blame him. This little injury is no big deal. It might only affect efficiency by a small margin, and calling a doctor would be a waste of time. I'm not that precious. Hearing this, the crowd became more anxious. Only a small margin? 600 years reduced to 480 just because of a stone? They tried to dissuade him, but Su Chi firmly refused. Thank you all for your kindness, I appreciate it, but I really don't have much time. I must head to the next place, so let's begin. In the end, they couldn't change Su Chi's mind. Moments later, the sky tore open, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as lightning roared through the clouds. Simultaneously, raindrops poured down like a waterfall, striking the ground with rapid, dense sounds, splashing up in sheets. Though the thunder was terrifying, the people found renewal in the downpour. The raindrops felt cold, but they also brought life and vitality. Something has changed. Even after a brief cleansing, they could clearly feel the transformation in their bodies. After the baptism of the spiritual rain, everyone felt reborn. Each breath was filled with strength, and their bodies felt lighter than ever before. Someone exclaimed, while other county cities had gentle rain, we experienced a torrential storm. Excitement buzzed through the crowd as they speculated. It must be the 600-year effect, twice as strong as elsewhere. However, amidst the joy, people noticed that the effect seemed diminished by about 20%. Angry eyes quickly turned to the man who had thrown a stone. It's all his fault. One stone ruined it for the whole city. Came the murmurs of angry whispers. Su Chi sighed softly, an apologetic tone in his voice. I'm sorry, I overestimated myself. My injuries affected the energy flow, reducing the effect by 30%. This admission was like the straw that broke the camel's back, sparking even greater unrest. I'm leaving, Su Chi announced, looking around with a gentle smile. Perhaps we'll meet again. But I doubt I'll return to this city for a long time. He made a point to remind them. That man may have cost you 30% of the effect, but he didn't do it intentionally. Please don't trouble him. It's just 30%. You're still better off than other cities. With that, Su Chi turned and left. As he glanced back, he saw the man who had thrown the stone looking terrified. Each of Su Chi's words seemed like persuasion, yet they subtly pushed the man towards despair. Once Su Chi was out of sight, the crowd surrounded the man. His fate was predictable, might not even find death a quick release, for in their eyes, he had harmed everyone's interests. Su Chi smirked inwardly. Revenge is a dish best served cold? No, 10 years is too long. From now on, he would seize every moment. He was the force of destiny. Those who followed would thrive, and those who opposed would perish. Any voice of doubt had to be completely silenced. That day, Su Chi cleverly extinguished all dissent. He remained the harmless leader. Although he adjusted his plans to collect lifespans, he returned the benefits to everyone without change. Those who donated lifespans enjoyed the rain first, while those delayed received hush money. Everyone felt they had gained. So, who lost out? The dead? Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. In truth, the cost of a rain wasn't significant, equating to about 27 years of life. Su Chi never increased the dose. He just made the wind, thunder, and raindrops more dramatic. People always trust what they see and hear. Once no one questioned Su Chi's high-priced rain anymore, something strange happened. The spiritual rain became rare and hard to obtain. Too many people wanted early rain, and Su Chi couldn't keep up. 1,000-year, 2,000-year price wasn't enough. Without 5,000 years, they couldn't move Su Chi. It seemed like an exorbitant price, but it was just 500 people each giving 10 years of life. For a city, not a large number, but concentrated on one person, it was extraordinary. Finally, the court could no longer tolerate Su Chi's actions. The people spoke of Mr. Su with reverence, while the court was met with disdain. This was a stark contrast between action and inaction. The emperor felt that Su Chi's achievements had overshadowed his own authority. Thus, he issued an imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decreed, Su Chi is to be executed. In the grand and resplendent hall of the imperial palace, he stood clad in a dark yellow brocade robe, intricately embroidered with lifelike dragon patterns. The sovereign sat on the dragon throne, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the court. Time had etched its marks on his face, yet the wisdom in his eyes remained undiminished. In a deep voice, he declared, I have heard that Su Chi has garnered significant support among the people, daring to challenge my authority. Out of old sentiments, I rescinded the warrant for his arrest, yet he shows no gratitude. I am considering sentencing Su Chi to death. Do any of you, my loyal ministers, have any insights? As his words fell, the hall erupted into commotion. Some fell to their knees, proclaiming his wisdom, while others wore worried expressions, advising caution. Only one turned pale, boldly declaring, this cannot be. The official hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, Su Chi is revered by the people as if he were a savior. Executing him rashly might spark a rebellion. The sovereign sneered. Do you think I am unaware that he cannot be killed so easily? This is merely a maneuver to suppress his arrogance and let the world know who the true ruler is. He narrowed his eyes. I intend to stir public anger. Then, at the opportune moment, pardon Su Qi and bestow upon him a position. In this way, his influence will become mine. The old eunuch stood expressionless to the side, having long seen through this power play. Half a month later, Su Qi's influence had grown even stronger. He had traveled through more than 70 counties and had finally arrived at his last stop today. Gazing down at the dense crowd of over 3,000 people in the city, a complex emotion flickered in Su Qi's eyes. These people were willing to sacrifice 5 years of their lives for a so-called spiritual reign. Sir, can you bring the rain? An anxious voice called from the crowd. Su Qi sighed inwardly. The so-called spiritual reign was nothing but a fabricated lie. In reality, it was the burning of others' lifespans to temporarily regain youth and vigor. Yet the fanatical populace had lost all reason, and no one questioned the absurdity of this claim. Just as Su Qi was about to perform his ritual, the sound of a horse's whinny interrupted him. The old eunuch approached slowly, flanked by attendants, and loudly proclaimed, His Majesty has decreed that Su Qi is to receive the imperial edict. However, Su Qi remained above, watching him, without descending. The old eunuch was displeased. Su Qi, why aren't you kneeling to receive the decree? Su Qi, looking resigned, slowly explained, It's not that I refuse to kneel, but I have already set things in motion. If I abruptly stop, all our efforts might be in vain. Perhaps we should first ask everyone for their opinion? Though the townspeople couldn't fully grasp Su Qi's words, the phrase in vain was clear enough. The crowd began to stir, shouting, Don't kneel. Mr. Su must not kneel. Normally, they wouldn't dare to speak such rebellious words, but emboldened by their numbers and the years of their lives they had sacrificed, they were like gamblers desperate not to lose everything. The old eunuch frowned at the commotion, hesitating to press further. Reluctantly, he began to read the imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees that the criminal Su Qi, who harbors deep-seated grudges and plots against the state, is sentenced to death, effective immediately. So be it. After reading, the eunuch handed the decree to his attendant, sternly demanding, Su Qi, will you not accept the decree and express your gratitude? Silence fell over the crowd, broken only by the sound of heavy hearts. Su Qi lowered his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. The criminal Su Qi will come down to accept the decree. His slow movements prompted the people to protest urgently. Sir, don't come down. What wrong have you done to accept this? Do you want us all to perish? Su Qi smiled bitterly. When the ruler commands a subject to die, the subject must comply. Please, don't persuade me further. The old eunuch was taken aback, sensing an unusual turn of events. As he pondered, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the townspeople. Someone, noticing this, panicked and threw a punch at the eunuch. The guards quickly subdued the attacker. Shaken, the eunuch kicked the man. How dare you? Are you trying to incite rebellion? The man, realizing his grave mistake, turned pale with fear. With the clouds about to clear, the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Someone shouted, Let's take down this eunuch together. If Mr. Su is gone, who will bring us prosperity? The restrained man egged them on. If we don't speak up, who will know? This eunuch was clearly causing trouble. Sensing danger, the eunuch drew a guard sword and killed the man, hoping to intimidate the crowd. Instead, it backfired, as the furious mob surged forward, tearing him and the decree apart. Su Qi smirked. You've really put me in a difficult position. Killing the emperor's envoy? Are you trying to force me into rebellion? Then let's rebel. I think you'd make a better leader. Su Qi willingly accepted the decree, but the people stopped him. The citizens knelt down, crying out, If you die, sir, who in this world can save us? The emperor, upon hearing this, was furious and shouted, These foolish people, do they truly intend to defy me? He slammed his hand on the imperial table and commanded harshly, 8,000 cavalrymen. If you don't bring me Su Qi's head, bring your own. The news spread, causing an uproar among the people. Some sighed, Mr. Su is selfless and asks for nothing, yet he is accused of rebellion. How unjust. Within the Wudong sect, Su Qi's loyal followers couldn't help but cry out, Sir, if this is what the court is like, then it's not worth it. Why not rebel? However, Su Qi remained silent for 3 days. When he reappeared, 8,000 cavalrymen had already stormed Jiangxia. Unable to find Su Qi, they began slaughtering the sect members. Just as the 7th person was about to be killed, a dull-edged flying knife interrupted the cavalryman's blade. Su Qi emerged, his long hair white as snow, his eyes dull and lifeless. He spoke softly, If you're here for me, why harm the innocent? The cavalry leader sneered. A mere criminal dares to negotiate? Su Qi slowly raised his head. his gaze filled with deep pain and determination. In a hoarse voice he said, "I've thought it through. If I die, this world will only grow darker." He stepped forward and shouted, "I, Su Chi, have returned. I live for those who cannot survive and fight for those who cannot advance." Thunder roared in response to Su Chi's call. He stood, bloodied, whispering, "I'm sorry, but this path, I can no longer turn back." On that day, Su Chi, with the Wudong sect as his foundation, embarked on a path of defiance. He uttered only one phrase, "A full meal for everyone is the world," which ignited the people's hearts like wildfire. In just 3 days, his forces grew from 2,000 followers to 1 million strong. Everywhere they went, the citizens rallied, and even the lower-ranking officials switched sides. In a dark world, there was someone who carried the light. If this doesn't count as the will of the people, then what else can be called the will of the people? However, on the 4th day, the grand scene took a dramatic turn. The dreams of the refugees were ruthlessly crushed. The government mobilized a large number of troops, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, forming a formidable battle array. Cavalry charged ahead, followed closely by infantry. Against such an ironclad force, the refugees' farming tools were no match. The county city was awash with blood, the horrific sight shocking to behold. Su Chi's grand ambitions were stifled by the harsh reality. Su Chi found himself trapped in a county city surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, a terrain easy to defend but hard to attack. However, the shortage of provisions became his greatest challenge. He couldn't abandon the refugees who followed him, as doing so would lead to the collapse of his cause. The longer the stalemate dragged on, the more difficult it would be to incite a second wave of rebellion, as uprisings in other regions were being suppressed. The astute minds in the court had evidently calculated this, yet they overlooked Su Chi's true identity. He never needed to rely on the strength of the refugees. From the beginning, he sought only to pave the way for his future plans with public support. The position of Celestial Emperor was already within his grasp. With a grand gesture, Su Chi opened the county's granary, distributing food according to the number of people. The refugees were overjoyed, forming long lines to receive their rations, oblivious to Su Chi's departure. That night, as light snow fell, he set out alone, carrying a sword but no umbrella. In the city of Chang'an, Su Chi moved under the moonlight, revisiting familiar places. He had once spent a day here, witnessing the splendor of Chang'an, marking the beginning of his extraordinary journey. Now, he intended to spend one last night seeing the beauty of Chang'an, bringing this chapter of his life to a close. All the pieces were in place, save for the final one himself. Time had passed, and Su Chi had become wiser, but tonight he decided to indulge once more. He aimed to place his piece at the center, launching a grand offensive. Su Chi's voice echoed through the skies of Chang'an. Today, the criminal Su Chi dares to ask the Celestial Emperor to abdicate. This earth-shattering declaration roused the Celestial Emperor from slumber. The Imperial Guards of Chang'an swiftly mobilized, converging on Su Chi's location. At that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Amidst the thunder, Su Chi coldly declared, "Those who block my path shall die." Before his words had fully faded, his figure had already vanished. He appeared before an Imperial Guard, striking with a single palm that sent the guard flying, crashing into over a dozen others who fell to the ground, unable to rise. Su Chi moved through the ranks like a phantom, each strike taking down a swath of Imperial Guards. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Too slow." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the night sky over Chang'an, the deafening thunder causing the entire city to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chi launched a more ferocious assault. His figure flickered in and out of the lightning's glow, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. Just as Su Chi was unleashing his carnage, a squad of heavily armored cavalry charged forward, their iron hooves thundering against the ground. Su Chi smirked disdainfully and with a casual wave of his hand, summoned another bolt of lightning that tore the cavalry unit to shreds. The onlookers were terrified, with some exclaiming in horror, "What kind of sorcery is this?" Su Chi's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew he had achieved half of his goal. However, at that moment, a cool voice rang out, "Su Chi, that's enough." Su Mushue stood blocking the path to the Imperial Palace, her gaze piercing as she stared at the blood-soaked Su Chi. Su Chi wasn't surprised. Instead, he seemed a bit excited. "Mushue, you finally made your move. Come, show me how high the heavens really are." Su Mushue shook her head. "That's not your true intention. Please, don't go any further astray." Su Chi was somewhat taken aback. Was his plan truly so flawed that even a fool could see through it? He let out a cold laugh, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He couldn't allow Su Mushue to continue speaking. "Enough talk. Let's see what we're made of." Before he finished speaking, a crackling aura of lightning began to envelop him. Su Muxue sighed deeply, gently brushing the fine snow from her shoulders. Though she did not wield a sword, to Su Qi's senses, the entire city of Chang'an seemed to radiate an unparalleled sharpness. Of course, this was an illusion, simply a testament to her mastery of the way of the sword. With a graceful lift of her hand, the swirling snowflakes were drawn to her, coalescing into a pure white snow sword in her grasp. Her eyes flashed like lightning as she soared into the sky. The snow sword summoned the wind and snow, forming a massive snow dragon that surged upward, its overwhelming spiritual power unstoppable. In an instant, the snow dragon shattered, dispersing into countless snowflakes. Within a 100-foot radius, the accumulated snow and frost vanished. Su Mushue's snow sword was already at Su Qi's throat, leaving a thin line of blood. Breathing heavily, her exposed skin was scorched and blackened, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Despite her dire state, she had won. "You lost," she began. But before she could finish, a sudden surge of lightning coursed through her body, causing the snow sword to disintegrate. Seizing the moment, Su Qi launched a sneak attack. "Despicable," Su Muxue muttered through gritted teeth. "Thanks for the compliment," Su Qi sneered. "Despicable is always the epitaph of the victor." He lowered his voice. "I've come this far. Do you think I care about being called despicable?" The next day, the head of the celestial being was displayed above the gates of Chang'an, a look of disdain frozen on its face. Rumors spread like wildfire of how Su Qi had vanquished countless foes overnight to claim the celestial's life. The entire court was gripped with fear. With public support and no opposition, Su Qi ascended as the new ruler of the land. His first act was to open the granaries, earning the people's admiration. However, his second action puzzled many. Ordered the excavation of the sacred mountains along the Shu Road. "If we only treat the symptoms, we will forever be caught in a cycle of crisis," Su Qi explained to the skeptics. "I'm willing to open the granaries, but look at how much grain is left in the court. As long as the celestials live, the human world will never know peace." Today, the sinner Su Qi invites the celestials to death. It was time to set out. About half a month after the turmoil caused by the Wudong sect was quelled, life in Chang'an City quickly returned to its former bustling state. With Su Qi ascending to the position of Tianren, the people's hearts were reassured. The impoverished received aid, court officials retained their positions, and the situation was temporarily stable. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were stirring. One night, the palace hall was brightly lit. Su Qi sat high on the dragon throne, his expression stern. Several elderly ministers, their hair white with age, knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly. "Your Majesty, please rescind the decree to cut through the mountains. The world is thriving. Why disturb the immortals? Such actions waste resources and tire the people." The leading official, a second-rank civil servant with a pale, beardless face and slightly arched eyebrows, exuded a subtle, effeminate aura. Once a eunuch of the previous dynasty, he had since tempered his arrogance. Su Qi sneered. "You claim prosperity after just a few days? When taxes were raised, and droughts and snow disasters were rampant in the previous dynasty, you also claimed prosperity. Is it the world that has improved, or just your wallets?" His gaze was piercing. "Are you worried about disturbing the immortals, or afraid their wrath will fall upon you? This world is beyond repair, and I must topple the immortal mountains and start anew. Since you care so much for the people, then go and open the mountains yourselves." The old ministers lamented. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We are old and will surely die if we go." Su Qi replied coldly, "Then die at the foot of the mountain." Meanwhile, in the distant southwest, a large group of people had gathered at the base of a towering peak. They were poorly dressed, wielding simple tools, and struggling to excavate the hard mountain. This task was nearly impossible to complete. Yet, they still believed in Su Qi and were willing to make sacrifices for him. He truly believes he can lead the people to cut through this celestial mountain and restore a clear and bright world. The cold wind howled, and snow was falling heavily. At the foot of the mountain, the people wielded their hoes and shovels, painstakingly digging into the hard earth. Sweat soaked through their clothes and dripped onto the freezing soil. Despite their exhaustion, their eyes still shone with unwavering determination. At the mountain's peak, Su Hupao stood atop the summit, watching everything with a cold gaze. A mocking smile played on his lips. "Do these ants dare to challenge the heavens?" Beside him, an immortal echoed. "Even if they managed to dig through the celestial mountain, what of it? We could easily eliminate them with a mere flick of our power." Su Hupao's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the throne in Chang'an City. He murmured, "You're only seeing the surface. Su Qi's actions are a gamble, hoping we'll act rashly. If we kill recklessly, not only will it incite public outrage, but it will also make the ants believe we fear them." The immortal suddenly understood. "So how should we counter this?" Su Hupao chuckled softly. "Counter? There's no need. Let's wait and see how he reaps the consequences of his actions. As he finished speaking, the clear sound of a throwing knife hitting the ground rang out. Clang. Su Hupao did not bother to pick it up. This hand still doesn't quite fit with him, but that's fine. Occasionally, the clang of knives hitting the ground serves as a reminder not to underestimate anyone, or he might end up in trouble. In the past, he wouldn't have cared what trivial actions Su Qi took. As Su Hupao had anticipated, everything unfolded accordingly. 2 months after Su Qi took power, the world seemed to change overnight. Among the first group of volunteers for the mountain opening project, 3,000 out of 13,000 perished in the relentless snow within just over 20 days. This staggering death rate led the public to question whether Mr. Su had strayed from his original intent. To make matters worse, the grain distribution from the granaries was slashed by 70%. People who were already struggling to make ends meet suddenly faced a dire survival crisis. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged. Those willing to work on the mountain project could receive triple the grain, and their families would not be affected by the cuts. This tempting offer swayed many, despite the looming threat of death. As winter neared its end, 80,000 people took the risk and set out. Watching the massive crowd, Su Hupao felt a pang of doubt about his plan for the first time. The response from the celestial realm was even more ruthless. They merely enhanced the snowfall at the mountain's base to beautify the celestial mountain, placing all the blame squarely on Su Qi. 1 month later, only 40,000 out of 89,000 remained. Such devastating losses left few willing to enlist. Faced with barely a dent in the celestial mountain, Su Qi upped the stakes once more, canceling grain distribution entirely, but offering tenfold the grain for those who joined the mountain opening effort. This audacious move made it clear to everyone that Su Qi had become obsessed. However, with great rewards come brave souls. In the third month, 100,000 people went, and a staggering 14,000 perished, leaving just 60,000 survivors. Just when people thought Su Qi might come to his senses, he made a shocking declaration. He promised that when the celestial mountain crumbled, a golden age would dawn upon the world. Everyone would have ample food, warm clothing, education for the young, care for the elderly, and medical treatment for the sick. He even pledged never to increase taxes during his reign. These bold words completely ignited the public spirit. The people, once deemed foolish, now volunteered eagerly, driven by the desire to witness this promised golden age firsthand. They truly wanted to see what it would be like to have plenty to eat, warm clothes to wear, education for their children, care for their elders, and healthcare for the sick. A vision of a true golden age. Passions can run high, but there are always moments of retreat. When Su Qi's new order was issued, the people of Kaishan felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The biting wind howled, and the snow-covered mountain paths became increasingly difficult to traverse. People supported one another as they trudged along, unable to hide their inner fears. As night fell, a group of villagers gathered around a fire, holding bowls of hot porridge and speaking in hushed tones. "How long have you been here?" a middle-aged man asked. "Just 4 days. I've been here 17 days. Most of the people I came with have already left. So, you only have about 10 days left? Do you have any tips?" There's no real trick, just sheer determination. The conversation soon shifted to complaints about Su Qi. Some said he had forgotten his roots, others accused him of exploiting lives. Only Wang Dong remained silent, carefully scooping the bits of meat from his bowl to give to his young daughter beside him. "Wang, why did you bring a burden with you?" someone couldn't help but ask. Wang Dong's expression darkened. "This is my daughter, not a burden." All right, my mistake. But why bring her to a place like this?" Wang Dong sighed and slowly recounted the tragic loss of his family members. "It's just the two of us left. In these times, no one wants to hire a man with a child. I'm betting that if we survive a month here, we can at least make it through another 6 months outside. I trust the promise of a prosperous era." Someone scoffed. "A prosperous era? He just wants to play God. Yet you still came, didn't you?" Wang Dong retorted. As the night wore on, the group became more familiar with one another through their exchanges. The next day, the wind remained fierce, and snowflakes continued to fall. The workers of Kaishan, draped in their thin cotton coats, resumed their labor. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught their attention. An experienced elder immediately grabbed his tools and shouted quietly, "Run!" because an avalanche was coming. The villagers looked around in terror as an overwhelming cascade of white descended upon them from the mountaintop, like a relentless flood. Only then did the pioneers realize the impending disaster, and they fled in panic. Wang Dong, being on the innermost side, found it impossible to outrun the avalanche despite his desperate efforts. As the blinding snow surged towards him, he shut his eyes in despair, his body swiftly engulfed by the icy torrent. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wang Dong suddenly saw a glimmer of light. A thunderous cheer erupted around him. "Thank the heavenly being for saving us." He then remembered that a heavenly figure had visited the day before. Looking up, he saw Su Qi wave a hand, and the snow and wind vanished without a trace. Just as Wang Dong was about to feel relieved at his narrow escape, he suddenly coughed up blood onto the pristine snow. He tried to get up to assess his injuries, but found himself completely immobile, unable to even lift a finger. As confusion set in, a cleanup crew approached and coldly declared, "His back is broken by a rock. Give his family a customary burial fee." The words hit Wang Dong like a bolt from the blue, and he felt as if the sky was collapsing. Only then did he realize he might have injured his spinal cord. In ancient times, knowledge of such injuries was scarce, and it was known that they were often fatal or led to complete paralysis. He wanted to cry out for help, to cling to someone's leg in a plea, but his body refused to obey. Tears of despair streamed down his face, forming small pits in the snow. It felt as if his life was slipping away, his eyelids growing heavier. He fought to stay conscious, terrified that if he closed his eyes, he might never open them again. "Sir, save me." He mustered his last ounce of strength and let out a furious roar in Su Qi's direction. Wang Dong, dragging his injured body, struggled to move closer to Su Qi. He paid no heed to disturbing the heavens, desperate for a sliver of hope. Su Qi noticed him and slowly approached. Hope ignited in Wang Dong's heart as he prayed that this man would still be willing to save the people. However, when Su Qi stood before him, he simply shook his head and said, "I can save you, but I won't." Wang Dong was puzzled. Su Qi glanced around and explained, "There are thousands injured here. I can't save them all. Saving you would incite resentment. My power must be reserved for confronting the immortals, not wasted. If you die, someone else will fill your place, and the impact will be minimal." Wang Dong understood, and his heart sank into despair. He thought of his daughter and pleaded, "I have a daughter. Please, find a way for her." Just then, Wang Dong's daughter arrived, having heard the news and witnessed the scene. Su Qi pondered for a moment and agreed, but he required that the girl be sensible. Seeing his daughter, Wang Dong urgently advised, "Child, don't make a fuss. Your father can only protect you this far. From now on, listen to the gentleman." The girl quieted down, grasping her father's calloused hand. Wang Dong forced a smile. "You're so clever. You'll surely break free from our family's cycle of poverty." The girl replied helplessly, "But uncle and sister are already gone." Bitterness filled Wang Dong's heart. With all his remaining strength, he kowtowed to Su Qi. "Thank you truly, sir. I beg you." Suddenly, a flash of cold light. The girl fell into the snow, her blood blooming like plum blossoms. Someone on the mountain had struck, killing her. Su Qi looked at the girl's lifeless face, then at Wang Dong. Wang Dong clawed at the snow in madness, dying with his eyes open. Su Qi wiped the blood from his face and picked up the short blade from the ground. The words, "Su Hu Pao," were engraved on the handle. Laughter echoed from the mountain peak. "Ha! Why don't you find her a way out? What's the worth of a promise from you, Su Qi?" Su Qi remained expressionless. He was long accustomed to the partings of life and death, unmoved by it all. The swirling snow enveloped him, as if merging him completely into the storm. Perhaps, Su Hupao wasn't just trying to provoke Su Qi, but also to expose his own powerlessness in front of everyone. Su Hupao's actions revealed his inner fears. He finally realized that something was amiss, and all his assumptions were wrong. This time, he underestimated Su Qi's ruthlessness. Su Qi wasn't merely trying to taint these ants with sin. He was setting up an array, the same blood sacrifice celestial void array that Su Hupao once used to reclaim the immortal mountain. Just as he sacrificed millions to weaken the power of the immortals, Su Qi was now walking the same path. Even more terrifying was the fact that the array was laid directly beneath their feet, enveloping them entirely. The day the array was completed would be the day of Su Hupao's death. He was caught in a dilemma. If he did nothing, the mountain workers might bring down the immortal mountain within a few years. If he intervened, he might fall right into Su Qi's trap. Su Hupao was baffled. By all logic, such harsh conditions shouldn't yield a good harvest. Yet the mountain workers had ample food. Where did Su Qi get so much rice? Was it a bluff, or was it real? He didn't dare to gamble, so he decided to test a little girl. He had considered forcibly ending Su Qi, but witnessed Su Qi absorbing the life force of the dying. Su Qi was even more ruthless than he was, not here to inspect, but to feast. Su Hupao finally understood why he couldn't predict Su Qi's future. Divination can't foresee everything, as it fears the unpredictability of the human heart. Beneath the saintly title lay a bloodthirsty demon. Although Su Qi was not a match for him at the moment, if he tried to escape, Su Hupao couldn't stop him. He believed Su Qi would abandon everyone without hesitation to save himself. Su Hupao couldn't comprehend why Su Qi was still alive. His sins should have consumed him. In the end, he could only bet that Su Qi couldn't bear the burden of a million people's sins. From that day, the relentless snow ceased, and Su Qi personally took up a pickaxe, working alongside the people to carve the mountain. He was always the first to arrive and the last to leave, and the food supply never dwindled. However, whispers about Su Chi began to circulate in secret. One noon, a stone struck the back of Su Chi's head. He turned to see a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. The man regretted bringing his son here, thinking the cessation of the snow meant safety, only to find he couldn't protect him. He pounded the ground with anguish, his blood staining the earth. The middle-aged man knelt in despair, his thin frame weighed down heavily, his hands bloodied, and his pickaxe carelessly discarded by the roadside. Tears streamed down his stubbled face as he continuously called out his son's name. But the child lying on the ground would never respond again. "It's all your fault. Because of you, my son is dead," the middle-aged man roared, his eyes blazing with hatred. He bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it at Su Chi's head. The stone hit its mark with a dull thud. Su Chi didn't flinch, seemingly oblivious to the pain. This only fueled the man's anger further. Stumbling, he grabbed a pickaxe from the ground and charged at Su Chi, aiming the sharp end at his vital parts. Just as the pickaxe was about to strike, Su Chi casually reached out and effortlessly caught the wooden handle. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't move it an inch. "If it weren't for your insistence on opening the mountain, so many people wouldn't have died," the man accused, his voice raw with emotion. With a slight exertion, Su Chi sent the pickaxe flying from the man's grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. He opened his mouth to explain but fell silent. In the face of a father who had lost his son, any explanation seemed meaningless. "Yes, blame me," Su Chi said calmly. This simple response shattered the last of the man's defenses. His face twisted with grief, tears blurring his weathered eyes. The pain inside him surged like a flood, washing away his reason. However, when he saw the calm, unruffled look in Su Chi's eyes, his crying abruptly stopped. Anger burst forth from his tightly pressed lips. "So, you're just like all the others. I thought you might be some saint who saves the suffering, but you're all the same. To you, lives are like weeds by the roadside, alive or dead, it doesn't matter. You can't possibly understand the heavy price we've paid just to survive." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the man sprang up, his entire body lunging at Su Chi in a frenzy. His hands reached for Su Chi's throat, as if intending to choke the life out of him. As for why this happened, it's a long story. After Su Hu Pao's escape, the snowstorm ceased. For the mountain workers, this should have been a good thing, as the death rate significantly decreased. However, Su Hu Pao began killing one person each day. Initially, Su Chi tried to stop him, but Su Hu Pao's flying knives were unstoppable. Even if Su Chi could fend off ordinary attacks, Su Hu Pao would find an opportunity to strike until he succeeded. Helpless, Su Chi had to let the killings continue. But a new problem arose as the death toll dropped from thousands to dozens. The survivors began blaming Su Chi for his inaction. Su Hu Pao became even more ruthless, targeting orphans. When someone begged for the children to be spared, Su Chi refused, citing the rules. A middle-aged man, devastated by his son's death, angrily confronted Su Chi. "Don't you have any feelings at all? You're so cold-blooded." Su Chi responded coolly, "If you loved him so much, why did you risk bringing him here? Why don't you go down there to be with him?" Before he finished speaking, a knife inscribed with Su Hu Pao sliced through the man's throat. Blood spurted, and everyone fell silent with fear. It was the first time Su Chi had killed someone with his own hands, yet he remained indifferent. At that moment, the immortal Su Muxue appeared. The two confronted each other, and Su Chi admitted, "Coming to this world was a mistake. But I promised someone I would live until the day I am meant to die." "And when is that day supposed to be?" Su Muxue questioned. Su Chi painted a picture of an ideal world. "That day, people won't have to kneel because of class, won't bleed because of war, and won't need to risk their lives for a bit of food. Children will be educated, the elderly cared for, and the sick treated." Su Muxue scoffed. "Such a world can never exist. Have you ever seen it?" Su Chi nodded earnestly. "I have. But sometimes I can't tell if I've truly seen it, or if it was just a dream from Su Chi's childhood. Yet, I still choose to believe." He pulled out a notched knife from his coat, gently stroking its worn handle, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "There will always be someone who believes." Suddenly, Su Chi coughed violently, spewing blackish-purple blood onto the rocky ground. He struggled to say his final words. "Just wait and see. That day isn't far off." Spring passed and autumn arrived. 6 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this half-year, changes quietly took place. Su Hu no longer selected a lucky person to kill each day, and the initial resentment and unease among the people gradually calmed down. With a population of over 100,000, the daily probability of one person's death was negligible, even less than accidents from opening new roads, wild animal attacks, or being run over by carriages. Even if one was unfortunate enough to be affected, they could only resign themselves to fate. Food supplies remained plentiful, far better than the past struggles for survival in the snow. Last month, Suchi began advising workers to take their savings and leave, saying it was the wise choice. However, only about 400 heeded his advice. Most people not only ignored him but also spread rumors that the court would soon cut off supplies and that the sage would start expelling people. Suchi merely laughed off these rumors. He continued his efforts to persuade people to leave every 7 days, but with little success. Those who initially came to earn a month's worth of food for their families now refused to leave, becoming highly sought-after workers. The number of laborers for the mountain opening project had grown to nearly 300,000, and without connections, it was difficult to even secure a spot. One day, Su Mushue noticed Suchi acting out of character. He had abandoned his usual simple attire for an elegant black silk robe, its hem fluttering in the breeze. "Why are you dressed like that? Where are you going at this hour?" Su Mushue asked, her gaze questioning. "Does it concern you?" Suchi replied coldly, but then added, "I'm tired of staying here. I need a change of scenery. Do I need your permission?" Su Mushue was left speechless, only able to retort sarcastically, "Is your act as a sage falling apart?" Suchi nodded seriously. "Yes, I can't keep it up anymore. I'm exhausted." His eyes seemed distant as he recalled the past. "There are some things only I can do now." With that, Suchi slammed the door and left. As he crossed the threshold, it was as if he shed a disguise, his gaze turning cold. He pulled out 2 knives from his robe, gently running his fingers along the blades, finally pausing at the blurred engravings. "I owe you nothing now," Suchi murmured, closing his eyes before opening them again. He suddenly brandished a knife, thrusting it into the ground in front of Su Mushue. "I'm leaving. When will you be back?" Su Mushue asked. "Are you not going to manage things here anymore?" "Do as you please. I can't control everything," Suchi replied indifferently. "There's no more rice, not enough to trade. I don't know when I'll be back either." Under the starlit sky, Suchi embarked on his solitary journey up the mountain in the night. Or what? Should I make a grand announcement to the world that I'm going to slay the immortals? Suchi let out a cold laugh, a determined glint in his eye. Silently, he packed his things and slipped away under the cover of night. There was no farewell banquet, no send-off, just a solitary figure merging into the vast darkness. The mountain path was rugged, and the moonlight, like a gentle veil, illuminated Suchi's resolute steps. The night breeze softly rustled his clothes, as if encouraging him onward. The chorus of insects and the rustling of leaves formed nature's quiet whispers, accompanying him on his ascent to the peak. His mind was as calm as a still ancient well, and for the first time, Suchi felt he was truly living for himself. If he were to fail, it would merely add another nameless skeleton to the mountainside. But if he were to succeed, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile curled his lips. At the mountain's summit, Su Hupao stood tall and unwavering like a pine tree, gazing down at the mundane world below. His eyes were deep and bright, as if they could see through the illusions of the world. Watching those who chased after fame and fortune, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "These ordinary souls, they're all so predictable," Su Hupao muttered to himself, his voice filled with disdain. Suddenly, a scornful voice echoed in his mind. "If they don't chase after desires and vanity, what else would they pursue? Your mother?" Su Hupao was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Of course, they should pursue transcendence and immortality. How could those who've never seen the view from above even begin to? In the midst of his laughter, Su Hupao paused again. On this celestial mountain, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Were those 2 old fools finally unable to bear being overshadowed by me every day? Su Hupao frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Even at this moment, he didn't suspect Suchi. After all, who would silently, without warning, show up at someone's door late at night with a knife? Suchi was always one to act with careful planning, not recklessly. As he was deep in thought, a blood-red butterfly flitted through the moonlight. Its delicate wings could easily slice a throat. Su Hupao's brow twitched, and his right hand subtly clenched, capturing the flying knife. His fingers tightened, causing the knife's handle to emit a grating sound. He turned to face the intruder, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Huh, Suchi, have you come to meet your end alone? Didn't you steal away my dog? Bringing her might have given you a slim chance." Before he finished speaking, the knife in Su Hupao's hand shattered. He scoffed, "With a weapon crafted by me, do you think you can defeat me?" Suchi remained calm. "You must have left a contingency plan with Su Mushue. Bringing her would truly leave me no chance. You're too cautious to leave such an obvious flaw." Su Hupao's eyes gleamed sharply. "What a pity, Suchi. We were once of the same path. Why have we taken different roads?" The two exchanged barbed words, Su Hupao trying to stall for reinforcements, unaware that Suchi was prepared. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was too late. Blood-red patterns suddenly appeared on Suchi's body, slithering like living snakes, exuding an eerie aura. A low hum arose from the mountain, enveloping the entire celestial mountain in a blood mist, heavy with a suffocating stench of blood. Only then did Su Hupao realize the gravity of the situation. He practically spat his words through clenched teeth. Fine. Su Qi, I truly underestimated you. You're more ruthless than I am. Let's call it off. We can share this celestial mountain. Su Qi sneered. Did you ever stop when others begged you to? I have no path of retreat. It turned out Su Qi hadn't set up an array at the mountain's base, but had instead inscribed the array's core onto himself. He sacrificed 30,000 mountain workers to unleash a terrifying blood power. Now, the tide of battle had turned. Su Hupao's pupils contracted in genuine fear. The overwhelming malevolent aura threatened to consume him. Su Qi's gaze was piercing, fixed on Su Hupao. Criminal Su Qi, today I invite all of you to meet your end. Before the words faded, the purple star in the sky shimmered, and thunder dragons roared. Purple lightning coiled around Su Qi, striking down the lurking immortals. At this moment, Su Qi ascended to the imperial throne, surrounded by imperial decree. He burned away millennia of life force, ascending the divine staircase built on countless bones and tears. In this moment, he was a god. Under the watchful eyes of Su Hupao and his group, the air around Su Qi gradually became turbulent. The power within Su Qi surged uncontrollably like a wild horse. Violent energy radiated from him, forming a visible vortex around his body. This force was like a blazing fire, too intense to look at directly. Su Hupao and the others wore expressions of fear, but dared not act rashly. They understood that Su Qi was like a bomb on the verge of exploding, and any misstep could set it off. How dare ants reach for the heavens? Su Hupao shouted, feigning confidence. Everyone, attack together to restrain him. Su Qi cast a cold glance over the crowd, finally locking eyes with Su Hupao. I only intend to kill Su Hupao. Are you sure you all want to die with him? Before his words had fully settled, Su Qi opened his palm, lightning crackling within it. Seeing this, Su Hupao had no choice but to brace himself and confront him. In an instant, the two clashed, and the terrifying shockwaves swept outward. Several immortals coughed up blood and were sent flying. It was then that everyone realized they were witnessing a battle of entirely different magnitudes. In the blink of an eye, Su Hupao was struck down, lifeless on the ground. The other immortals were horrified and scattered in all directions. But Su Qi didn't stop there. Like a specter, he moved among them, with each strike claiming a life. In mere moments, several immortals lay motionless on the ground. As the slaughter continued, Su Qi felt his sanity slipping away. His eyes were filled only with coldness and cruelty, as if haunted by countless souls questioning his actions. Coughing up a mouthful of ink-black blood, Su Qi laughed sardonically. He understood that the darkest moments are often closest to the light. Then, he reached into his robe and drew out his final blade. Screech. A piercing sound cut through the air, and in an instant, the atmosphere tightened. Su Hupao's throwing knife sliced through the air with a force capable of destroying everything, aiming straight for Su Qi. The blade traced an eerie arc and, with unbelievable speed, pierced Su Qi's chest. Flesh splattered, and black liquid spilled like ink onto the ground. Su Hupao grinned triumphantly as he retrieved his knife. His clothes were tattered, his face covered in dust, yet his eyes were sharp and focused. Just a simple turtle breathing technique, he sneered, revealing yellowed teeth. Only the living get to write the story, but the thrill of victory was fleeting. A strange smile crept onto Su Qi's face, and Su Hupao's triumph turned to dread. Looking down, he saw a knife embedded in his own chest, the hilt engraved with Su Hupao. My heart is on the right, Su Qi said softly. Perhaps I was born an anomaly. Su Hupao's face turned as pale as paper, despair washing over him. He trembled as he pulled the blade from his chest, unwillingly meeting Su Qi's gaze. A thunder dragon soared into the sky, its roar shattering the gloom-laden heavens. Su Qi gazed at his own white hair and the gaping wound in his chest, suddenly feeling weary. He didn't need to be understood. He just couldn't bear to watch death approach helplessly. He didn't want to live like this, not for some so-called greater good of the world. It wasn't for any grand purpose. In Su Qi's heart, there might have been the first stirrings of something, but they never blossomed into hope. He wouldn't risk his life for it. Why had he come this far? The answer was simple for himself. Ergo became as lowly as a dog, and Wudong was dead. Su Qi knew he couldn't escape his fate forever. Even if he could, how many more years could he scrape by in this corrupt world? If someone made his life miserable, he would make sure they didn't die peacefully. He would repay every blow, and those who pushed him would pay with their lives. A common man's fury can spill blood within 5 steps. Rather than cling to a wretched existence, he would embrace the darkness and face death. This was nothing more than the unyielding spirit and defiance of a man at the end of his rapino need for flowery words to disguise it. Suchi swallowed countless bitter pills alone, assuming the burden for all of humanity. While others were willing to be oppressed and struggle in this harsh world, he refused. Where others lacked the courage to resist, he possessed it. The stars shine brightly, but how do they compare to the brilliance of the sun? Even if he had to forcefully seize that starlight, he longed for someone to share his courage and join him in rebellion. But as he looked around, he realized he was the outlier in this world. Perhaps people had grown accustomed to oppression and struggle. Perhaps different perspectives led to different choices. The world was murky, and clarity became the greatest sin. So let him be the villain. Suchi sighed softly, missing the radiant spirit of Wudong. Heroes are born in ruins and flames, but he despised being a hero. He silently warned himself, next time, don't be so impulsive. Outside, the sound of children playing drifted in with the breeze, mingling with the distinct scent of village life. The warm afternoon sunlight fell like a gentle veil, softly covering every corner of the room, wrapping Suchi in a comforting warmth. This year, the celestial path had vanished. A great whale fell, and life flourished. An unimaginable surge of pure energy returned to the earth. Nature revived, thriving with vitality. There were no droughts in summer, and winter storms ceased. Suchi heard the door creak open and instinctively clenched his hand, but soon relaxed. His gaze was distant, as if his mind was still trapped in that night he nearly shattered. So, it's already daylight. Suchi opened his eyes, the echoes of screams from his nightmare still ringing in his ears. It had been more than 4 months since that bloody night, and the chill of autumn was settling in. He hadn't been counting the days on purpose, but he knew that every night he was startled awake by the grievances of 300,000 souls. Words of comfort had long been exhausted, yet no one left. This self-deceptive charade was just to ease his own conscience. Come in, Suchi said softly, already guessing who was outside the door. This secluded mountain village was a place he had chosen at random to heal, and perhaps it would also be where his life ended. After the havoc in the heavens, he was nothing more than an ordinary man afraid to face reality. Had Su Mushue already exposed his crimes to the world? Did he even have the face to endure the public scorn? As Suchi pondered, a little girl entered, humming a mountain tune. Her innocent singing and bright smile brought a touch of warmth, yet they also reminded Suchi of his deteriorating hearing. Over these 4 months, although the wound on his chest had mostly healed, his overall health had steadily declined. Suchi struggled to his feet, feeling as if his legs were made of lead, his ears buzzing, and his lungs laboring to draw in the cold air. His vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed in the simple wooden hut. He hadn't realized he was this weak, as if he might close his eyes at any moment and never open them again. Uncle, your medicine is ready, the little girl chirped. Suchi looked down to see her holding a bowl of steaming herbal concoction. Today, my father gave me a piece of candy, and I put half of it in, she said earnestly. The medicine is too bitter. I used to hate taking it. This way, Uncle won't find it too bitter. You have to have something sweet after all that bitterness. Suchi felt a warmth in his heart, touched by her pure kindness. He had saved many people, yet no one had truly cared about his feelings. Even for the methods to extend his life, people had left him to find them on his own. But this little girl was willing to share her only piece of candy. Thank you, Suchi said with a smile as he took the bowl. I've told you many times, call me brother. Uncle sounds too old. But my father says anyone with white hair should be called grandpa. Calling you uncle is already young, the little girl replied innocently. Suchi chuckled helplessly, too tired to correct her again. He drank the medicine in one go. It was still bitter, but his heart was warmed. This peace and warmth might become the most precious memories of his final days. Will you take me for a walk? Suchi asked softly. The little girl nodded excitedly. Great. Uncle can finally walk freely. Are you almost better? Yes, almost, Suchi replied with a strained smile, feeling a mix of emotions. The little girl eagerly grabbed Suchi's hand to lead him outside, but accidentally tugged at his wound. Suchi gasped in pain, his face turning pale. I'm sorry, Uncle, she apologized quickly. I got too excited. It's okay. It's not your fault, Suchi reassured her, surprised that someone actually cared if he was in pain. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by a scene of small, neatly arranged houses. The outer walls were thickly wrapped in straw, preparing for the harsh winter ahead. After all, here, winter had long been synonymous with death. The ground bore the marks of intersecting wheel tracks and deep footprints, evidence that the adults of the village had already left for work. Only the young and the elderly remained in the village. Suchi's attention was drawn to a group of children playing, who noticed him but quickly averted their eyes with a frown. A solitary girl stood quietly in front of a house, her eyes filled with envy. Shall we take a look to the left? Suchi gently suggested, pointing in the opposite direction of the children. He saw the weight of solitude and burden in the girl's small frame that seemed beyond her years. Suddenly, the sound of wheels grinding against the dirt reached them. 6 ragged men returned to the village, casting wary glances at Su Chi and the girl. One of them recognized his child and hurriedly pulled the child home, scolding harshly, "Stay away from the offering, or you might be chosen next year." Su Chi couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by offering?" The girl trembled as she explained, "It's choosing a child to burn as a sacrifice to the immortals, hoping for good weather and harvest next year. Last year, the village couldn't survive, so they came up with this idea. This year, we really had a good harvest. So, they chose me." Su Chi frowned. "Don't they know the immortals are no longer alive?" The girl quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Shoo." Speaking ill of the immortals will. Su Chi gently pushed her hand away, a mix of emotions stirring within him. He cynically thought that he, too, had used others' lives as bargaining chips. "Do you want to live?" Su Chi asked. The girl nodded, then shook her head, recounting the tragic fate of her friend Ame, who had been chosen the previous year. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I don't want to die. But if it means ensuring good weather and harvests, I'm willing. Didn't you see how much rice my father carried back? He could barely stand upright." Her eyes sparkled as she gestured with her thin arms, describing the bountiful harvest to Su Chi. "That's such a huge bundle. I've never seen so much in my life. It'll last for ages, for so many days. I can't even count." The young girl gazed excitedly at the pile of grain before her, her eyes shimmering with hope. She murmured to herself, recalling the hardships of the past. "If only we had this much food back then. Grandma, Grandpa, Mother, Big Brother, Taiju, Suifong, they..." Her voice trailed off, and her face suddenly fell as she realized she was now the only one left. She turned to Su Chi, her eyes filled with a mix of innocence and expectation. "Uncle, is there really such a good deal in the world? Would father be proud of me? I'm not a burden anymore. I can earn so much for everyone." Su Chi remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep and thoughtful. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with deep resignation. "What we call righteousness is just a disguise for selfish desires, making everyone believe the future is bright." The girl tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. "Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. It's so complicated, but you must have read a lot of books. Tell me, isn't my deal a great one? Praise me." Su Chi looked into the distance, as if staring into a far-off future. After a moment, he turned back to the girl. "I say, so-called righteousness is actually the cruelest thing. When value surpasses sacrifice, those who are sacrificed lose all worth, because everyone believes that dying for righteousness is an honor." The girl scratched her head, her face full of puzzlement. She began to wonder if this seemingly learned uncle might have something wrong with his mind, but she dared not interrupt him. Su Chi continued, "If you want to live, then live. Don't feel guilty about it. No one is born to be a martyr." "But..." He let out a bitter laugh. "I'm the least qualified to say this." The girl finally couldn't hold back. "Uncle, if you're really uncomfortable, you should speak up. I won't laugh at you. I can make you some more medicine. I think you're quite ill." With that, she dashed off, seemingly a bit scared of Su Chi's sudden illness. Su Chi reached out, wanting to stop the girl, but his hand froze in midair. "I'm quite ill? Perhaps," he thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. "Then let me be sick once more." The small village was ultimately too small for him. Su Chi realized that with the little life he had left, he intended to truly become a sage for once. After all, there were still some people in this world worth saving. Even in a little girl, he could see the shadow of a phoenix tree. Anyone can be a phoenix tree. Anyone can be Suhu Pao. But not everyone can be Su Chi, he silently recited, making up his mind. "Let it be a way to atone for my sins." Su Chi resolved to return and take up the role of a celestial being. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. As for his previous concerns, what's the fear of public scorn? Those people died for righteousness. It was their honor. Su Chi closed his eyes, as if he could already see the future. People looking at the bountiful harvest, chanting his name. Saint Su Chi. He saw the smiles on their faces, children showing off their candies to him, people kneeling in gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. This time, he could finally be a true sage. That year, after disappearing for 4 months, Su Chi re-emerged in Chang'an. As expected, not only was he not scorned, but he was also drowned in a sea of praise. That year, Su Chi, the celestial being, issued a decree. A general amnesty, tax relief, unified script, standardized vehicles, abolished hereditary privileges, and established the imperial examination. For the underprivileged, he opened the 9-rank system. It turns out, dawn had arrived. That year, after Su Chi returned to his celestial position, the first thing he did was to make a proclamation to the world. With a commanding voice, Su Chi shocked everyone, announcing that the immortals of the Shu Road had been executed and that the bountiful harvest this autumn was the norm, promising that it would be the same every year henceforth. To ensure this message reached every corner, he spared no effort in resources and manpower. He understood that without such measures, countless villages might mistakenly believe they had moved the heavens and continue to engage in foolish acts. Afterward, Su Chi and his entourage returned to the small village where he had once recuperated. The villagers were alarmed, fearing someone had offended the authorities. Su Chi once again extended his hand to the young girl, inviting her to join him. He knew his time was limited and needed to find a successor. Though the girl was not the ideal candidate, her innocence and kindness made her a passable choice for the responsibility. However, the girl simply shook her head and handed Su Chi half a piece of candy, something she had always treasured and never eaten. Su Chi's aides were about to declare the death of the immortals and reveal his identity, but he stopped them. Su Chi understood that the half piece of candy said it all. The girl was deeply rooted in the village and unwilling to leave. After Su Chi's departure, the villagers were skeptical but couldn't dismiss the grandeur of his presence, which made them believe the immortals were indeed gone. After all, who would dare think the authorities were playing a prank on them? Moreover, this year's harvest was enough to last 2 years, giving them a chance to observe the next year. Su Chi's words were something they were willing to believe. After all, no one could guarantee that the chosen ones wouldn't be their own children next year. Subsequently, Su Chi drafted a series of reform policies. He granted amnesty across the land, reduced the tax burden on the common people, and provided relief after disasters. He standardized the written language to facilitate cultural exchange and required that teachers pass an examination to qualify. Certified teachers could open schools and have their families exempt from taxes, but tuition fees were capped. Families with children attending school also received tax reductions. These reforms astonished the entire nation. The previous dynasty imposed a tax rate of 1/4, plus complex additional taxes, effectively taking more than half of the people's earnings. Su Chi set the rate at 1/20th, with no additional taxes. Those below the minimum survival standard were exempt, and families with school children only needed to pay 1/30th. The people were overjoyed to find that their surplus grain was 10 times more than in previous years. They shouted, "Long live the teacher," in gratitude as Su Chi's name echoed through every county and city, as if even the buildings in Chang'an trembled with the sound. Su Chi also issued a decree. Are kings and ministers born to their status? He abolished hereditary titles and established the imperial examination system, opening the doors of the court to everyone. Despite overwhelming opposition from the court, he suppressed it with determination. He even fabricated a story of his humble beginnings to inspire young people across the nation. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a poor youth. This phrase ignited the passion of countless young people. They clamored to attend school, and parents began to dare to dream of things they once thought impossible. True dawn is not just the arrival of daylight, but the promise of a bright future for everyone. It was the 3rd year of Su Chi's reform. A butcher's son, dressed in fine clothes and riding a white horse, arrived at his father's meat stall, escorted by imposing officials. The butcher hurriedly tidied his stall, not daring to look up. "Officer, I'll make way immediately. I'm sorry." "Father, I've returned." The familiar yet unfamiliar voice startled the butcher, causing him to drop his knife. He looked up at the dark yet familiar face. "Goa? Weren't you studying in Chang'an?" Standing tall, the young man replied, "Father, I've passed the exams. I'm now the magistrate of our county. My name is now Yi Jinghong." Amidst his shock, the butcher felt a surge of pride. Yi Jinghong looked at the familiar faces on the street and shouted the words he'd held in for 3 years. "Are lords and ministers born noble? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate the poor youth. Father, I've brought honor to our name." That day, the butcher was treated as an honored guest by friends and relatives. News spread far and wide that the boy who once rolled in the fields was now a county magistrate, all because he studied for 3 years. Similar scenes played out everywhere. Countless people had one thought. They must ensure their children receive an education. This was just the first harvest of seeds. In the following years, talent emerged continuously. Despite some setbacks, the overall trend was positive. 7 years later, a common man, while drinking soy milk, suddenly burst into tears. "He has fulfilled his promise," he said. Curious, someone at the next table asked, and he recounted Su Chi's vow. To ensure people were well-fed, clothed, educated in youth, cared for in old age, had access to medical care, and never increased taxes during his tenure. The neighbor fell silent. When had a mere worker like him ever dared to indulge in breakfast? In just 7 years, Su Chi had achieved what seemed impossible, fulfilling every word of his promise. He was indeed a sage destined by heaven. Even children could now recite poems praising Su Chi. His portraits were revered in every household, and any damage to them was considered a grave offense. People worshipped blindly, almost fanatically, despite Suchi never asking for such devotion. As for the 30,000 who vanished during the initial mountain clearing project, everyone tacitly acknowledged it as a necessary sacrifice. 14 years passed, and the children of that era had grown up, while the middle-aged had entered old age. Yet, Suchi remained unchanged, still young and handsome. Some speculated he had mastered immortal techniques, which explained his victory over celestial beings. People realized their own mortality, while Suchi seemed ageless. They were reluctant to leave this vibrant world and wished to live a few decades longer. So they pleaded with Suchi to teach them the ways of cultivation, even just the basics. We don't seek immortality, just a few more years of life. Look, you've cultivated, and the world still thrives. As long as it's controlled, there won't be any harm. Why keep it hidden? So are you unwilling to teach? In a corner of the street, a woman gracefully wielded a long spear, her movements light and elegant. With thrusts, flicks, and sweeps, her spear technique was fluid and seamless, like a dragon in motion. Her performance captivated the crowd, drawing applause from onlookers. Street vendors seized the opportunity to hawk their goods, the aroma of delicious snacks tempting passers-by. Among the crowd, a father and his child stopped to watch. The curious child asked, "Dad, what is this?" The father tossed a couple of coins, explaining softly, "It's street performance." Suddenly, a pale-faced man threw a gold ingot toward the performing woman and asked, "Is this enough to buy you?" The woman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "It's enough, but I sell my skills, not myself." The man clarified, "To buy you to protect me for a year." The woman accepted the job, and the two quickly left. The spectators buzzed with speculation, some pondering the man's identity, others lamenting the unpredictability of life. Just then, a woman tapped a man's shoulder and whispered, "The father of your child. Your father is not doing well. You should go see him." The man's face changed, and he muttered gloomily, "Why won't the merciful sage show mercy one more time?" Meanwhile, dissent began to rise in 4 regions of the country. People questioned the necessity of building the Great Wall and digging the canal. Suchi offered explanations, but they failed to quell the public's dissatisfaction. He introduced a new policy. Families with more children would need to pay taxes, but those who participated in the construction projects would be exempt. This decision caused an uproar, with some shouting, "He broke his promise." In the face of protests, Suchi shattered the dragon throne, declaring he would no longer rule. A county magistrate, calling himself Mr. Yi, led the protest. Dressed in mourning white, he held up a portrait of Suchi, parading through the streets, shouting, "The sage is dead." Mr. Yi delivered an impassioned speech, accusing Suchi of being corrupted by power and urging the people to resist. His words resonated with many but also drew criticism. In response to the turmoil, Suchi simply stated one thing. Suchi said, "Take him to build the Great Wall." This year, a rebellion has begun with the rallying cry that Suchi is dead. Isn't it somewhat laughable? Within the city of Chang'an, undercurrents are stirring. The once revered savior, Suchi, has now become the target of opposition. People dare not oppose the former celestial being, but they dare to oppose Suchi. It seems absurd, yet it's perfectly understandable. In the past, amid darkness, people lived in squalor, driven by hunger and fear. Now that light has arrived, desires have grown rampant like wild weeds. Money, beauty, power, immortality, the temptations are overwhelming. They fear returning to darkness and dread losing the hard-won prosperity. The cost of rebellion has become bearable. The old punishment of exterminating one's entire family has been replaced with forced labor on the Great Wall or the Grand Canal. This has given them the courage to take risks. They shout Suchi's slogans, yet oppose Suchi himself. They don't wish to kill Suchi. They just hope he will awaken once more, abandon those costly projects, teach them the secrets of immortality, and lead them toward a brighter future. On this day, Suchi was ambushed on the streets of Chang'an. Although most of the assassins were stopped, one managed to reach Suchi. The guards had grown complacent. Who could possibly kill the immortal Suchi? Seeing the resolve in the assassin's eyes, Suchi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He murmured softly, "Wudong, do you see this? This is the world you wanted to save. In the next life, could you be a little more ruthless?" Without hesitation, he seized the assassin's sword and delivered a fatal blow. Blood splattered, staining Suchi's clothes. Mr. Yi lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open, a mocking smile on his lips. He had planned meticulously, gathering 100 skilled fighters, yet he didn't even have the chance to speak, like a lamb to the slaughter. Silence enveloped the street. Suchi turned to the crowd and spoke calmly, "Have you forgotten who saved you?" The hidden rebels realized they were outmatched and began to retreat. They only hoped to be exiled to work on the Great Wall, rather than face harsher punishment. Suchi's gaze swept over them as he slowly expressed his thoughts. He had traveled far and wide, had once fled in disgrace, and was ultimately elevated to a godlike status. People praised him for a brighter future. They hated him for an even brighter one. I sometimes ask myself, is it really necessary to change all of this? Suchi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Those who think themselves clever always believe they can do better. I'm willing to relinquish this position, but not to you self-proclaimed geniuses. His tone grew resolute. Mark my words, the most significant chapter of this era will, and can only, be attributed to me, Suchi. Future generations will remember me as unparalleled in history. The crowd understood Suchi's words and felt his near-arrogant confidence. Yet, what troubled them most was their inability to refute him. Suchi was, indeed, right. Execute them. The simple command from Suchi's lips was like a verdict. The clash of weapons and the scent of blood filled the air. The rebels realized the gravity of their actions and retreated, desperate to escape the blood-soaked streets. Suchi, covered in blood, appeared devilish in their eyes. They wept and pleaded. We were just incited by Yi Jinghong. Please spare us. I can work on the Great Wall. I'm the best at laying bricks. Suchi remained silent. He was waiting for someone truly capable of overthrowing his tyranny to emerge. But it wasn't these people who attempted to assassinate him out of ambition. The time wasn't right, and those rushing to stand out now weren't fit to be the master. It's time to give them a little reminder. Suchi glanced coldly over the people in the hall, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This body of his, even a simple counterattack left him struggling to recover for half a day. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, spouting nonsense to buy time. This assassination attempt nearly cost him his life. If he had truly fallen, the whole country would have descended into chaos. A year later, the streets of Chang'an were soaked in blood. Mr. Yi intended to seek justice, but before he could even speak, he was publicly executed by Suchi. Rumors began to circulate in secret. Suchi was conscripting able-bodied men by force, imposing heavy taxes, and treating lives with contempt. Suchi sneered. People are strange. They didn't dare oppose Su Hupao, but now they dare to defy me. Is it because I'm not ruthless enough? In my next life, I must learn to be more vicious and cruel. On New Year's Eve, long-awaited snow fell heavily. The snow no longer instilled fear. Instead, it became a plaything for children. Suddenly, the hall doors were pushed open, and a woman with her black hair tied high stormed in, her icy eyes as piercing as the snow. She was Su Jiao, the former commander of the Imperial Guards, now pointing her gun at Suchi. Suchi exhaled deeply, smiling with an unsettling joy. You think you can take me on? Sujiao, everything you have is because of me. Even you want to turn against me? Sujiao replied coldly. I don't care if I die here. If I fall, thousands will rise. As long as your tyranny persists, there will always be someone ready to point their weapon at you. Suchi raised an eyebrow. Then who will take this position? Do you want to plunge the world into chaos? Sujiao shook her head. She never imagined she could win. She merely hoped her death would awaken Suchi's conscience. After all, if even she was ready to oppose him, wouldn't that make him realize his wrongs? She stepped onto the grand hall, her movements swift, the tip of her gun aimed at Suchi. In that moment, her weapon moved like a dragon, stirring the air with a thunderous aura. The bronze-colored spear sliced through the air, tracing a dazzling arc like a mighty dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable and fierce. Su Jiao gripped the spear tightly, channeling her energy to the tip, surrounded by crackling lightning. She aimed at the celestial being Suchi before her and thrust forward with force. The spear had groaned under the pressure, but pierced through Suchi's chest effortlessly. Blood splattered, and the grand hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene. Suchi slowly reached out his hand, his expression calm as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Why didn't you dodge? Su Jiao asked in panic, her spear trembling slightly in her hand. Blood trickled from Suchi's mouth as he softly replied. Couldn't dodge. He steadied himself, eyes fixed on Su Jiao. Age kill me, and then live well. You've avenged your father and rid the world of its greatest villain. Su Jiao was taken aback. How did you know? I ordered your father's death, Su Chi admitted calmly. Su Jiao was silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. I understand, but why save me? We shouldn't have had any connection. Su Chi slowly opened his hand to reveal a crumpled candy wrapper. I helped you because you were clever enough, though perhaps not as clever as I thought. Seeing the familiar wrapper, Su Jiao instantly remembered the brother who bought her candy 15 years ago. Clutching her spear tightly, her voice trembled. You are the brother from back then? Su Chi nodded slightly. I've been keeping this position open for you for 15 years. I wanted to take you away that day, but you came a bit late. He extended his hand towards Su Jiao, revealing the crumpled candy wrapper. It was a cheap wrapper, the kind vendors no longer bother to use, a relic from over a decade ago. And that person? She carried the light, basking in the cheers of the people, while I drowned in the shadows of darkness. Sujio stared at the spear piercing through Su Chi's right chest, feeling relieved she hadn't aimed for the left side where the heart is. Yet, Su Chi managed a faint smile. Your memory isn't great, is it? Do you remember my old injury? Sujio strained to recall and suddenly remembered that Su Chi had once been pierced through the left chest by a sharp weapon. At that moment, she felt a weak vibration from the spear tip. It was a heartbeat. Su Chi whispered, my heart is on the right, Ajia. You've learned fast, mastering so much in just a year. Let me teach you one last lesson. Your mercy will be your lifelong regret. Tears streamed down Sujio's face as she neared a breakdown. It dawned on her that the so-called heartless sage had been orchestrating a bright future for everyone all along. Much like how the Wudong once taught Wu, Su Chi willingly became the despised tyrant to bring true peace to the world. At that moment, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard rushed forward, shouting excitedly, good. Su Chi deserves this, and Sujio, you have done a great deed. Only then did Suji realize that the so-called Imperial Guards were actually traitors. She bowed deeply to Su Chi, her eyes finally calm. She understood that the so-called revival sect had been meaningless from the start, as the ending had already been written by the one prepared to die. The deputy commander drew his sword, aiming it at Su Chi. Come, let me deliver the final blow. However, the blade shattered before reaching Su Chi. Su Chi glanced at him disdainfully. Only I can decide my own end. With that, Su Chi pulled the spear from his chest, blood splattering across the grand hall. He murmured, so, my heart isn't black after all? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Chi stepped down from the altar, heading towards the hall's exit. Despite his grievous wounds, no one dared to stop him. Stop him! Kill him! The commander and deputy commander of the Imperial Guard shouted, their voices clashing in discord. Once an arrow is notched, there's no turning back. Standing atop a high point in the Imperial Palace, Su Chi gazed down at the bustling world below. He took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. The arrow sliced through the sky, its piercing whistle shattering the stillness of the air. What right have I to wield a blade? What right? Su Chi murmured to himself, no longer suppressing the power within. In an instant, he ascended to the realm of the land immortals. The roaring sound was incessant, debris scattered everywhere. The glazed tile buildings within the palace crumbled, pillars snapped, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, enveloping the entire nation. At this moment, Su Chi seemed like a deity wielding the power of life and death. As darkness descended once more, Su Chi turned and left. No one dared to stop him, no one dared to raise a weapon against him. The outcome was decided, and the greatest merit had been claimed by Sujio, who would still be willing to throw their life away. As night fell, Su Chi returned to his hometown, Suja village. The once lively village was now left in ruins and desolation. His story began here, and it would end here. A house with a lit lamp caught Su Chi's attention. He pushed the door open and saw Su Mushue, whom he hadn't seen in years. You're going to die, Su Mushue said calmly. Su Chi nodded, yes, I'm going to die. Make me 3 bowls of noodle soup, so I can leave with a full stomach. Later, just find a random spot to bury me. In a daze, he recalled someone saying the same words to him years ago. Silently, Su Mushue nodded and turned to the kitchen. A moment later, 3 steaming bowls of noodle soup were placed on the table. Su Chi braved the wind and snow, went to the house opposite, and fetched 3 pairs of chopsticks. Each was engraved with a different name. Su Air, go crossed out, Su Wu, Su Chi. He placed the ones with Su Wu on a bowl and handed the ones marked Su Air go to Su Mushue. The last time. It was the last time, Su Chi said with a smile, watching the snow outside the window. This year's snow seems colder than before. Su Mushue stared at the inscriptions on the chopsticks, puzzled. We've known each other for so long? Why don't I remember? You don't need to know, Su Chi said softly. Lies don't hurt people, but the truth is a blade. Isn't it better to live like this? He picked up a few strands of noodles, and suddenly, the chopsticks broke. Su Chi closed his eyes, a smile on his lips, and his breath ceased. Su Mushue frowned, helplessly tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. The chopsticks with Su Wu's name also broke due to decay. Tears welled up in her eyes for reasons unknown, and she sat down silently, finishing all 3 bowls of noodle soup on the table. After finishing 3 bowls of soup, she glanced out the window at the falling snow. Su Mushue put down her bowl and chopsticks, her brow furrowed. This visit seemed more like a notification than a request. She sighed, stood up, and began searching inside the house. In the corner, she spotted a hoe with a broken edge barely usable, but it would have to do. Dragging her heavy steps outside, she found Su Chi leaning against a cracked rock, lifeless. A mix of emotions surged within her as she started to dig into the frozen ground. The cold wind was biting, yet sweat soaked through her clothes. Once the pit was ready, she gently placed Suchi inside. Dusting off her hands, she exhaled deeply. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she saw two little girls playing in the snow. The one on the left was dressed plainly, while the one on the right fixated on the jar in the other's hand. Su Mushue reached out to touch them, but her hand grasped only emptiness. The scene shifted abruptly, and countless flowers bloomed in the snow. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, fireworks burst in the distance. She realized, as a whale falls, it nourishes new life. Su Qi's departure had brought about a new vitality. Su Qi's words echoed in her memory. Su Mushue, watch closely, am I evil or good? She fell into deep thought. The line between good and evil was blurred. He was like a being walking the edge between light and darkness. Her vision blurred again, and she heard the two little girls talking. The girl with the jar was filling it with snow, a mysterious smile on her lips. After the other girl stormed off, she picked up the hoe and began to dig. With a sharp clink, the hoe struck a rock. The girl uncovered the rock, and warm water flowed out, along with a few cicada pupae. Excitedly, she exclaimed, dig 3 feet deep, and the cold cicadas appear. Urkshu, there's no Nido, you really like it? Or are you just unconvinced? A small Sushueshue, her face flushed with frustration, exclaimed, why am I always inferior to you? Why do others always tell me to learn from you? Suwu, why is it that you have everything better than better food, better living conditions, everything? Clenching her fists, Su Shueshue's eyes sparkled with jealousy. She gritted her teeth and questioned Su Wu. Why does no one want to associate with me? While even Su Qi, who looks down on our peers, is friendly to you. Why? Su Wu almost retorted with, because you're narrow-minded. But seeing Su Shueshue's stubborn expression, he swallowed his words and softly replied, maybe because I'm just lucky? This response infuriated Su Shueshue. She bent down, picked up a can from the ground, and hurled it at Su Wu's feet, shouting hysterically, I will beat you one day. I definitely will. Su Wu shook his head and sighed, trying to reason with her. Su Qi is not a prize to be won, and I won't compete with you. He only said those things to discourage us, and you took them seriously. I don't believe it. Su Shueshue interrupted him. Su Qi promised that if I found these things, just wait and see. With that, she turned and disappeared into the snowstorm, eager to confront Su Qi and uncover the truth. However, when she arrived at Su Qi's house, it was empty. On the table was a pile of discarded calligraphy papers. She picked up one, which read, if in this life we bathe in snow together, it counts as spending our lives side by side. Frowning, Su Shueshue murmured to herself, what does this mean? I can't understand it. Su Qi always talks in riddles. Disheartened, she stepped out the door. Outside, Su Wu and Su Qi stood side by side, snowflakes dusting their hair, making them resemble an elderly couple from afar. Su Shueshue suddenly realized, softly repeating, bathe in snow, bathe in snow. At that moment, Su Qi waved and called out to her, ergo, Su Wu asked you over for noodle soup. Why didn't you come? What are you doing in my house? The nickname ergo made Su Shueshue uncomfortable. She forced a smile and replied, I had something to discuss with her. Su Qi, you stay and play with Su Wu. Suddenly, Su Hu, wearing a gloomy expression, appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Shueshue. Muttering to himself, he said, no, this personality is too extreme. It needs to change. Su Wu is gentle and unassuming, Su Qi too sharp. Ergo, your moderate nature is the way to go. In the end, Su Shueshue never managed to say what she intended. The illusory scene vanished before Su Mushue's eyes. She stared at the chipped hoe and the rocks she had cracked as a child. Brushing off the snow that had settled on her head, the snowflakes fell gently to the ground. Snow falling at midnight on New Year's Eve already belongs to the next year. She glanced at the Philodin pit, then at herself. You are buried beneath the spring mud, and I am here, with snow covering my head. Her eyes were filled with melancholy, resembling Su Hu's demeanor. She walked back to her room in silence. Su Mushue pushed open the door and her eyes fell on 2 broken pairs of chopsticks on the table. She hesitated for a moment, picked up the pair that belonged to her, and examined them closely. The word dog in Su ergo seemed to have been crudely carved with a knife. She pulled out a knife with a chipped blade from her pocket. The tip was still intact. She pressed the knife tip against the chopsticks, and it fit perfectly. A strange feeling began to stir within her. Suddenly, the knife slipped from her hand, landing with a clear clang. Su Mushue dropped to her knees, clutching her head in agony, pulling at her hair. It felt like something was rampaging through her mind, with countless images flooding in like a tide. I can't believe it. I'm actually dead. A voice echoed in her mind. In an instant, hundreds of images bombarded her memory. The bittersweet emotions, desires, love, and hatred from different personalities surged back, nearly tearing her consciousness apart. Fortunately, I left a backup plan. The voice droned on. Take a good look at your memories. Who are you really? Overwhelmed by the massive influx of memories, Su Mushua unconsciously murmured, Who am I? The voice coaxed, You are Su Hu Pao. I am Su Hu Pao. Yes, you are Su Hu Pao. The voice crescendoed with a mocking laugh, Su Chi. I, Su Hu Pao, though dead, am undefeated. How could I let this innate Taoist body go to waste? I left a backup in this dog's body. As soon as her mind nearly collapsed, my lingering soul would seize the chance to reincarnate. I wonder how many years it took for this opportunity to arise. I suppose it wasn't two. Su Chi, when we meet again, your expression will be priceless. Ha ha ha. What? You? The voice abruptly stopped. Even at her most naive, Su Mushua knew Su Hu Pao wasn't a good person. He provided her shelter, food, and even taught her cultivation without asking for anything in return. But the freest things often come at the highest cost. Every gift was secretly marked with a price. It was this suspicion that led her to hide away and stop cultivating, waiting for this day. You look more like a dog, she forced out through her pain. Su, can, escape, broken, spine, dog. She snapped the chopsticks and shattered her own consciousness. I, Su Mushua, will never be a dog. Su Mushua collapsed to the ground. By all accounts, she should have perished alongside Su Hu Pao. However, she found herself at the center of a spiritual maelstrom. Her body's desperate yearning for life frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, attempting to mend her shattered psyche. This would have been fine, except the spiritual energy surrounding Su Chi wasn't exactly pure and pristine. Compared to the tragedy in Suzhou village, Chang'an City was a picture of celebration. Children caught a cicada in the summer, thinking they had captured the entire season. It was their innocence. Yet, it seemed innocence was not exclusive to children. Many believed they had gained the upper hand, thinking they had won the world. We are no longer powerless. We have learned to resist. Never again will we be trampled underfoot by the celestial beings. If our lives are made unbearable, then it's time to change the celestial order. Today, we can fight for everything we desire, declared the group with an air of triumph. Though the news of Su Chi's death had spread, most were still watching and waiting. But those who were present had already begun to celebrate. That night was New Year's Eve, and tomorrow would bring a fresh start. For them, perhaps an even brighter future awaited. Chang'an turned into a city that never slept, with fireworks blooming against the snowflakes, one after another. People sang, danced, and rejoiced. Yet, the hero behind this spectacle, Su Jiu, sat alone on the palace roof, guzzling wine. Although she wasn't accustomed to drinking, perhaps it was to numb her feelings. She gazed down at the lively city and fireworks, finding solitude amid the revelry. She was drunk, her vision blurred. As she looked up, it seemed something dazzling and magnificent was being extinguished among the celebratory fireworks. Like the tears of a mermaid from a fairy tale, more precious and brilliant than diamonds. But no one cared that this brilliance was born of tragedy. Congratulations to you all, and to me, she muttered, taking another swig of wine. The biting cold wind slapped her face. Her already detached eyes were as still as death, silently breeding a sense of melancholy. She clutched the jade seal tightly, mandated by heaven, may it last forever. Su Jiu shouted her emotions into the void. Congratulations to you all. Is this prosperity everything you hoped for? A piece of candy wrapper danced in the wind and snow. She turned away, swallowed by the songs of the storm. No one noticed the small words written on the fluttering candy wrapper. Respect others' destinies, abandon the savior complex. The year of revival, year 1. This marked the first year Su Jiu became a celestial being. Standing on the streets of Chang'an, Su Jiu cast her gaze over the joyful faces of the passers-by. Though not much had changed, the air of happiness seemed more intense than in previous years. She frowned and asked herself, why? Yet, the answer remained elusive. From a street corner came a scolding voice. Why aren't you studying properly? Look at how well the neighbor's kid is doing. You're such a disappointment. A sarcastic smile appeared on Su Jiu's lips. How beautiful. In the year of revival, year 2, the construction of the Great Wall and the Grand Canal was indefinitely extended. Despite her reluctance, Su Jiu had no choice but to agree. Former comrades had changed their tune and no longer treated her as a brother. Unlike Su Chi, she lacked the courage to suppress these voices and had to compromise. One day, she visited the halted canal construction site. The brightly lit site filled her with regret. This position was too difficult to hold. No matter what, someone was always dissatisfied. In the year of revival, year 4, news of Su Chi's death finally spread. The northern barbarians took the opportunity to probe, choosing to enter through the unfinished section of the Great Wall. Facing the towering walls, cold sweat formed on their backs. They eventually found a breach and engaged with new recruits. For the first time, this era of peace was torn open with a bloody wound. That night, rain poured down in torrents. With a clap of thunder, a northern barbarian leader awoke from a nightmare, kneeling and kowtowing. Heavenly sage, forgive us, we meant no offense. The entire camp was engulfed in panic, soldiers scattered in all directions. By noon the next day, the leader, with a gloomy face, shouted, Su Chi is dead. The soldiers echoed in fear, as if to dispel their inner dread. In the year of revival, year 6, the northern barbarians disguised themselves as southern invaders, pillaging and plundering along their path. They marveled at the richness of this land. The northern Khan sighed, if only he were born in our northern lands, I would willingly hand over this position. In the year of revival, year 7, 12 counties not defended by the Great Wall fell. Cities deep within the territory teetered under the storm, sending out distress signals. At this moment, the world fell silent. Some said that if the Great Wall had been completed, they wouldn't have had this opportunity. As soon as this voice arose, it was drowned out by another, louder opinion. Su Chi could strike fear into the northern barbarians back then. Why can't the current Celestials do the same? It's simply because the Celestials are incompetent. Sujio finally left Chang'an, with the thunderous spear in hand, standing alone before the oncoming flood of troops. Though she was a genius among mortals, she was far from having the mighty power of Su Chi. Su Chi had given her this weapon merely for self-defense, not to fight against thousands. By rights, she should have been overwhelmed by the tide of war. Yet, not a single soldier dared to engage her in battle. Around her, a vacuum formed, like a fist punching into cotton, leaving others powerless. In the 9th year of the revival era, 10,000 people presented a blood petition at the gates of the Chang'an Palace, pleading for the Celestials to teach them the cultivation methods. Sujio hesitated repeatedly, recalling the dangers of the immortals, but upon hearing of cities falling one after another, she was eventually swayed. She only passed on the most basic cultivation techniques, which strengthened the body but did not extend life. She decreed that only soldiers and generals were allowed to practice, and any who learned illicitly would be executed. 2 years later, although the northern barbarians and southern tribes were strong and well-equipped, they ultimately could not defeat the cultivators, and the tide of defeat was reversed. However, the cultivation methods quietly spread under the allure of great profit and status. In a remote county city, rain poured down in torrents. Su Mushue wandered the streets, her clothes soaked, her long hair in disarray. She suddenly turned into a dark alley, where she saw 2 bodies lying like sacks, a grandmother holding a child who was still barely alive. She sneered, recalling that the so-called dawn had already been absorbed by others. With a single thrust, she pierced the child's heart, and immediately a sharp pain shot through her head, leaving her dazed and unsure of her surroundings. Su Mushue clutched her head, muttering to herself, I've killed again. I've killed again. Maybe it's better if I just die. Around her, a faint, dark aura swirled. In the 14th year of the revival calendar, 3 years had passed since the invasions by the northern and southern tribes. The shadows of war had gradually faded, and life began to flourish once more. The markets were bustling with crowds, and merchants traveled back and forth. In the fields, farmers toiled under the sun, hopeful for a bountiful harvest. Yet beneath the surface calm, undercurrents stirred. A quiet trend of cultivation began to rise. From the highest ranks of the court to wealthy merchants and even ordinary citizens, many were drawn to the once forbidden powers. They sought these abilities for various reasons: to extend their lives, to gain strength, or to protect their homes, each driven by their own motives. Sujio recognized the gravity of the situation and began to seek solutions. However, human greed proved difficult to restrain, and the cultivation craze intensified. 3 years later, the dangers became evident, with frequent incidents of death and injury causing widespread fear. Another 4 years passed, culminating in a brutal purge that shook the court and the nation. Sujio personally executed 26 ministers secretly practicing cultivation, intending to set an example. Yet, the seeds of desire had already taken root in people's hearts, making them hard to eradicate. It wasn't until the 27th year of the revival calendar that an unassuming farmer proposed a hypothesis to resolve the issues of cultivation, once again stirring waves across the world. Perhaps due to the age of decline in spiritual practice, there are already few practitioners. With a clear path laid out before them, they see no need for change. Sujio stood atop the palace, gazing down at the bustling capital. She reflected on the transformations in the realm of cultivation over the past century, filled with mixed emotions. From the initial scarcity of pure spiritual energy, to the later development and use of turbid energy, and now to the flourishing age of cultivation, everything has progressed rapidly. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity lie numerous hidden concerns. The hierarchy of disdain among practitioners, the conflict between physical and spiritual cultivation, and even the later restrictions on practice have all subtly intensified class divisions. Do those talented individuals from humble backgrounds still have a chance to stand out in this era? Su Ju sighed quietly, aware that her time was limited. As the ruler of a nation, she should have felt joy for this thriving age, yet a lingering unease persisted in her heart. She recalled Su Chi's words from years ago. Perhaps he had already seen through it all. What is the essence of cultivation? Su Jiu murmured to herself. Is it the pursuit of immortality? The acquisition of power? Or merely a symbol of status? Her gaze pierced through the layers of palace walls, looking into the distance. There, countless common people were struggling for their livelihoods, far removed from the world of cultivation. Meanwhile, the privileged elite regarded cultivation as an inherent right. In this world, who truly are the ones cultivating? Or rather, among the practitioners, how many come from the ranks of ordinary people? That only shows that the person has a strong ability to learn. However, learning ability has nothing to do with one's character. Su Muxue stood in the rain, her pale, slender fingers stained with blood. She had just slain a nobleman who was harassing an innocent woman, showing no mercy even as he knelt and begged. Her eyes were half lowered, emotions hidden within their calm depths. Raindrops mingled with drops of blood from her sword, one splattering onto her delicate, plum blossom-like cheek. A girl, kneeling nearby, witnessed the entire scene. This single stroke shattered her own weakness and overturned her black-and-white view of the world. It turned out that even the lofty figures, when faced with death, would grovel like a dog. The girl softly expressed her gratitude, her eyes reflecting the image of Su Muxue. At that moment, Su Muxue suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground, raindrops pattering onto her body. The girl called out in distress, hesitating as she reached for the powerful weapon. "Sister, you've helped me once already. You wouldn't mind helping me again, would you?" The girl said coldly, lifting the sword and striking at Su Muxue with a face full of cruelty. "With this, I can trade it for wealth and finally leave this wretched place." However, when the sword fell upon Su Muxue, it transformed into countless droplets of water, scattering on the ground. Su Muxue staggered to her feet, drawing another sword from the rain, and with a swift motion, slashed the girl's throat. A low chuckle escaped her lips, her eyes shifting from confusion to determination. "The one in the wrong isn't me. It's this world," Su Muxue murmured to herself. "A world this ugly doesn't deserve to have someone like Su Chi to set things right. Perhaps it doesn't deserve to exist at all." End of Su Chi's story. Single chapter of 4,000 words. The side quest is over. Please send gifts. Ouch, it hurts. Su Chi heard a familiar yet strange, playful voice near his ear. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chi found himself in a peculiar space. Around him, projections of flames danced silently, yet there was no sensation of heat. Looking down, he saw a petite figure leaning against him, wriggling like a fish out of water and rubbing her waist, whimpering softly. Su Chi frowned, trying to recall what had happened. Fleeting fragments of memory flashed through his mind, only to vanish quickly, like dreams upon waking. He suspected it might be his brain's self-defense mechanism, as the overwhelming and oppressive memories could otherwise consume his sanity. Surveying the surroundings, everyone else lay limp on the ground in odd positions, except for him and this little one beside him, who had regained consciousness. Su Chi wondered if the others had metaphorically drowned in this mysterious realm. "Hey Yuan, do you remember what just happened?" Su Chi asked softly. "Ouch, it hurts. I just remember eating noodles, lots and lots of noodles," the girl replied, biting her finger as she tried to recall more but couldn't. Su Chi raised an eyebrow, questioning her intelligence. Could she be a reincarnated husky? He tentatively asked, "Can you generate electricity?" Ayuan tilted her head, pondering for a full 10 seconds before nodding confidently. "I think I can. Can you show me?" Ayuan blushed suddenly. Here, brother?" Su Chi was puzzled. "Where else?" "Just a quick demonstration." Ayuan shyly lifted her gaze, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. She leaned closer to Su Chi, carrying a subtle, girlish fragrance. Though she said nothing, Su Chi felt an unspoken invitation. "I'm adorable. Come hug me." The air was thick with a hint of romance. Su Chi's heart raced, and he instinctively reached out, embracing Ayuan. Her soft, small body pressed against his chest, exuding a warm, comforting sensation. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. A sudden gust of wind brushed against Su Chi's face, momentarily calming the tumultuous emotions within him. Startled back to reality, Su Chi remembered he had a system companion. The system's notification chimed in just in time, announcing the completion of an achievement and the distribution of rewards. He received the legendary cultivation technique, 5 Thunder Celestial Heart True Method in 5 Thunder. At the same time, Lu Yuan received a similar notification, obtaining the Yang 5 Thunder. The two exchanged smiles, and Lu Yuan excitedly displayed the crackling lightning in her hand. She innocently fantasized about a life without electricity bills, but when she mentioned spraying water, she suddenly realized something and blushed. Su Qi shook his head in amusement, gently running his fingers through her hair. Silly girl, you won't have to worry about such trivial matters anymore. He pondered the system's reasoning for awarding them first place, his gaze landing on the second soul card. Su Qi, a name steeped in immortal legends. The card's description detailed its astounding abilities, including conceptual slaying of celestial units and semi-role-based slaying. Su Qi mused, realizing his understanding of this world was still quite limited. Choosing not to delve into these complexities, Su Qi turned his attention to his second soul card. Indeed, it was Su Qi, though it differed somewhat from what he had anticipated. Su Qi muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. But why aren't these people waking up yet? Could they really have died in the secret realm? Lu Yuan, picking up on his words, softly asked. Yeah, we've been awake for quite a while. They should be waking up by now, right? Just as she finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The guardian of Jiangxia, eyes blazing red, roared. Those who cause chaos without reason, perish. He sprang to his feet, drawing his long sword. The guardian of the mountain city looked anxious, urgently shouting, damn it, get me out of here. He frantically searched for an escape route. At the same time, a deafening wail, like a tidal wave, emanated from outside the dual city. Su Qi glanced at Lu Yuan, puzzled, his eyes seemingly asking, what's going on with you? It's like your words have power. Lu Yuan shrugged innocently, murmuring, I have no idea either. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qi said, though it's still early, around 400,000 words in, we'll open the third quest. But for now, let's have a vote on what the third quest should be about. He then listed 3 options. 1. Why don't men wield the Wu hook to reclaim the 50 states of the frontier? A story about human heroes battling mythical beasts. 2. Hello, have we met before? A tragic tale of a hard-tailed demon and a human servant. 3. Enough with the stories already, just cook a dish and come up with something new. Su Qi added, cast your vote by leaving a comment on the line with your chosen option. No spamming. I'll check the results later. In that moment, the chaos brought by the secret realm finally erupted. The guardian of Jiangxia's eyes turned red with anger as he shouted, those who cause chaos without reason, kill them. Meanwhile, the guardian of Shanxing looked anxious and growled, damn it, help me break through. Outside Dual City, wails rose and fell like a tidal wave. Su Qi watched as someone recklessly charged towards the lawn, and instinctively, he crawled to the greenery, grabbing a handful of grass and stuffing it into his mouth. Those around him scrambled to snatch it, fearing they might miss the opportunity. In no time, the greenery was plucked bare in patches. Some knelt and kowtowed, repeatedly pleading, please save me. Others shouted excitedly, I did it, Taoist master, only to fall into an eerie silence. Suddenly, the Jiangxia guardian flipped up with a start, looking around bewilderedly. Seeing this, the Shanxing guardian tried to follow suit, but strained his back and bumped into Jiangxia's back. Jiangxia staggered and turned to glare at him. Hey, what are you doing? Outside the city, some spat out the dirt from their mouths. Others gazed around in confusion, unsure of why they felt jubilant. Everyone was engulfed in bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They mechanically repeated their last actions from the secret realm, then felt utterly exhausted. The Jiangxia guardian, filled with doubt, muttered, is the secret realm broken? He looked around, noticing the flame projections still burning, the blood moon gone, and Su Muxue nowhere to be seen. Only the bloodstains on the ground served as evidence that it wasn't all a hallucination. He turned his gaze to the Shanxing guardian, suspicious that this old fox might have secretly intervened. Shanxing rubbed his head, complaining, don't look at me. I have no idea. My head's buzzing, more tiring than soaking my feet all night. Jiangxia replied helplessly, Shanxing, we're official personnel, can't you drop the slang? Shanxing dismissed it. What do you know? It's called balancing work and rest. If you risk your life every day without some relaxation, who can bear it? Jiangxia advised, everyone gets it, but can you be a bit more discreet? It makes us seem vulgar. Shanxing retorted seriously, nonsense, it's being down-to-earth, relatable. Want to hang out tonight? My treat. Jiangxia immediately changed his tone. Really? Now it doesn't seem vulgar? I actually like a bit of vulgarity. Then, both turned their gaze to Su Muxue, silently asking, was it you who broke the secret realm? Su Muxue shook her head in confusion, even more bewildered than the two of them. In her view, she merely let out a scream and vanished, and when she opened her eyes again, the two guardians had already awakened. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Solving a secret realm in just 3 seconds? Even the weakest of realms should take at least 5 seconds to endure, shouldn't they? The guardian of Jiangxia frowned. his mind racing. As he recalled the recent actions and words of the two individuals, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the flow of time in the secret realm was different? Or was it some sort of mental attack? Could it be related to the new soul card that young girl had acquired? His eyes involuntarily fell on the card in Su Mushua's hand. The card, named Heroic Sword Maiden Shui, was an epic card radiating a 6-star glow. Its abilities were astonishing. Not only did it embody unwavering resolve, but it was also diametrically opposed to the Demon Lord. The Guardian of Jiangxia was taken aback. This was no ordinary card. At that moment, Su Mushua appeared absent-minded, her gaze unfocused, clearly troubled by how to restructure her deck around this new card. Seeing this, the Guardian hesitantly suggested, with such a significant achievement, is no one willing to claim the credit? How about, I take it? No sooner had he spoken than he recalled his own record. Last time he faced the 13-star Yuan, he lasted 2 rounds before being defeated. This time, though he didn't win against Su Qi, he did hold his ground for 1 round. In comparison, the titled Xiao Fuchen was defeated in a single move. By this calculation, wasn't he on par with a 12-star powerhouse? Just as the Guardian of Jiangxia was feeling pleased with himself, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could that esteemed person have intervened? His heart skipped a beat, and without a second thought, he dashed outside. Rushing out of the dual city, he soon spotted Lu Yuan and Su Qi on the side. The petite girl nestled in the boy's arms stood in stark contrast to the chaotic crowd around them. He hesitated, unsure whether to approach and greet them, fearing he might offend that esteemed person. After weighing his options, the Guardian of Jiangxia let out a long sigh and decided to attribute this achievement to Su Qi. After all, someone had to take the fall for this, and he vaguely sensed that Yuan preferred to keep a low profile. As for how to handle the situation specifically, he would leave that to the higher-ups in their think tanks. Ugh, he's supposed to be in a combat position, so why does he keep ending up doing all the thinking? He really needs to find an opportunity to switch to a different role. On this day, Jiangxia was clearly in chaos. The impact of the secret realm, though fleeting, had stirred up a massive upheaval in Jiangxia. There were over 100 car accidents, thousands of fights, and the green spaces were left in ruins, with direct economic losses running into the billions. The city's emergency broadcasting system, managed by the Bureau of War Emergencies, was continuously playing over Jiangxia, explaining the blood moon as a rare astronomical event and denying any supernatural causes. This head-in-the-sand explanation was readily accepted by some, while others, though skeptical, dared not speak out. On the surface, the situation appeared to be under control, but the undercurrents were just beginning to stir. At this moment, Su Qi stood in his cramped rental apartment, gazing out at the sunset. He softly said to a Yuan, "We might have to move." A Yuan, who was in the middle of enjoying a popsicle, was startled and worried about whether they could afford the rent again. Su Qi chuckled silently, recalling their past struggles, and thought to himself that this way of life was coming to an end. As the atmosphere between them grew subtly tense, there was a gentle knock on the door. Su Qi, understanding what it meant, opened the door to greet an elderly man with gray hair. Xian Yihua carefully observed the calm and composed young man, finding him quite intriguing. Xian Yihua got straight to the point, inquiring about Su Qi's health and expressing concern over his risky use of high star-level cards. Hearing about the lingering consciousness within the cards, Su Qi was puzzled as to why he felt nothing, wondering if it was related to how he obtained them. The old man shifted the conversation to his purpose. "I'm here to offer you a choice." He presented 2 options, a prize of 10 million, or a promise to help Su Qi with one matter. Although Su Qi had already made up his mind, he fell into contemplation, surprised by the man's kind demeanor, which was quite different from the official stance he had imagined. Pretending to guess, though he already knew, Su Qi asked, "Is it about the secret realm?" Su Qi tentatively asked, "Can I have both?" As soon as Su Qi finished speaking, the old man closed his eyes for a brief rest. When he opened them again, there was a glint of sharpness. He chuckled. "This young man is straightforward and genuine. That makes him less dangerous." The old man spoke seriously. "I have no authority over matters in Jiangxia. This secret realm almost caused a big problem. He's willing to offer you 10 million as thanks, which is already a significant gesture. As for the second option, that's my idea." He paused. "If you want both, it depends on your ability. I'll inform Jiangxia that the favor has been returned. Whether you can get that 10 million is none of my business." As he spoke, Xian Yihua pulled out a piece of stiff white paper with just 6 digits on it. "If you encounter trouble, call this number. I'll help you based on the situation, but only once." He stood up. "It's late. I won't disturb you any longer." Su Qi, puzzled, asked, "Did you come just to say this?" The old man replied with a question, "What else?" He patted Su Qi's shoulder. "Don't worry. I represent an official organization and won't force you. Our system is too big to care about your small matters. If you're truly valuable, why not nurture you? Aren't you from Xia country? Would you want to destroy it?" He added, Of course, I only speak for the majority. Where there is light, there is shadow. I'm here to deter those with ulterior motives. Just follow your own will. Don't overthink it. Suchi thought for a moment, then feigned innocence and said, I remember some details about the secret realm. Should I share them? Xianihua rubbed his forehead, forcing himself to stay alert. If you're willing, I'd be happy to listen. This information is valuable to us. Suchi briefly outlined the background and some settings, but was vague about the rest. Xianihua didn't press for more details, simply nodding. This information is valuable, but it will take time to verify. Personally, I appreciate your contribution. He took out an exquisite card from his pocket. This is Jiangxia's 10 million. Password is 6 6s. I'm just passing it along, and I'll settle with him later. Suchi accepted it after a brief refusal. At that moment, Xianihua received a call, his expression turning serious. Wait for me to return for the meeting. He apologized to Suchi. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, he hurried away. Reflecting on the details, Suchi realized that the old man had briefly dozed off while waiting for his response, a rare breach of etiquette. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that the man was likely someone who worked tirelessly for Xia country. After confirming the old man had left, Suchi let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't keen on dealing with such figures, as the pressure was immense. Although it seemed like casual conversation, who knew if these discussions would be analyzed later? Every word he said was carefully considered, as he tried to project the image of a clever young man eager to prove himself. As for whether he succeeded, Suchi shook his head. The goodwill expressed by the other party already said a lot. There was no need to worry unnecessarily. To be honest, if Suchi weren't a transmigrator and hadn't experienced Suchi's way of balancing as a celestial being, he might have been moved to tears by such rhetoric, ready to sacrifice himself for a confidant. On the other side, a modest sedan was parked downstairs from Suchi's location, and the car door had just been closed. An elderly man walked slowly towards the vehicle, and a burly man in black leaned out from the driver's seat, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Once the old man was settled, he eagerly asked, Sir, can that young man's soul power really reach the core of the secret realm? And breaking through it? Sounds like he's just making it up. The old man sighed softly and rubbed his temples. No need to guess, he is indeed making it up. The man in black abruptly stood up, his head smashing through the car roof. Ignoring the pain, he exclaimed, What? He dares to fabricate stories about the secret realms? Does he not realize how severe the consequences could be? The elderly man glared at him, pointing at the damaged roof. The man in black sheepishly rubbed his bald head. Grandpa, we're family. Can this be reimbursed? Reimbursed? The old man's face darkened. That's how corruption starts. Keep it up, and I won't acknowledge you as my grandson. The man in black shrank back, muttering under his breath, Old man. Always so harsh. Watch out, or I'll pull your oxygen tube. Seeing the old man's furrowed brow, he quickly changed the subject. So, should we report this information to the Institute? The old man nodded. Why not? I said he made it up. Not that the information is false. Made up but still true? The man in black looked puzzled. The old man cast a meaningful glance towards the floor where Suchi was. A lot of what he said actually aligns with known facts. Do you think we have no intel on an 11th secret realm in the Magic City? We're not completely in the dark about how the Xia kingdom fell. The elderly man proceeded to explain the truth about the secret realms, the end of the magic era, cultivation systems, and energy levels. He elaborated. That's why we sent Xiao Fu Chun to suppress it. The spiritual energy era versus the end of the magic era, cultivators against cultivators, with AI calculations predicting a 99.913% success rate. Yet, we almost had a major mishap, nearly losing all of Jiangxia. The man in black realized. So what he said is true. Then why say it's made up? The old man gave him a significant look. After pondering for a moment, the man in black tentatively asked, Is it that he knows more and only revealed part of it, mixing truth with falsehood? The old man nodded slightly. The man in black grew anxious. Then why is he holding back? Doesn't he know his information could save many brothers? He doesn't know. The old man replied calmly. Then make him aware. The man in black said passionately. Don't morally pressure others. The old man retorted. If the other party doesn't want to speak, are you planning to use torture to extract a confession? His words hit the man in black like a sledgehammer, striking deep into his conscience. The old man continued. Who doesn't have their own secrets? In places like Modu and Shangjing, those prominent families are full of hidden talents. They could solve this secret realm with ease, without any casualties. Why not approach them? Why bully two innocent siblings? The man in black lowered his head in shame, unable to meet the old man's gaze. With a heavy sigh, the old man said, Is this what I've taught you? Don't you feel ashamed? These words completely broke down the man in black's mental defenses. He had to admit that he indeed harbored such despicable thoughts, only refraining due to his lack of power. Seeing this, the old man's tone softened. These siblings are certainly worth attention, but don't pry too much into their lives, understand? The man in black hesitated. I don't quite understand. The old man, slightly exasperated, said, don't think that just because you hold a position of power, you can stop using your brain. Learn from Jiang Xia, and think more before you act. After a pause, he added, get in touch with those 2 universities in Modu or Shangjing. Didn't that young man have a sister who just completed the cardholder's trial? I heard she did quite well. The man in black suddenly understood. Old Ding, do you want those universities to give special admission to his sister? It's not about special admission. It's about ensuring she chooses one of the universities to attend, the old man said meaningfully. I've already looked into their family situation before I came. The old man recalled Jiang Xia's words, pondering. That girl might be the only secret realm creature willing to coexist peacefully with humans. And she's stronger than me, stronger than Xiao Fu Chun, stronger than anyone I've ever met. I trust you can keep this confidential. He paused for a moment, continuing his analysis. They currently live in a rented place. If his sister gets accepted into a university, and with $1 million at his disposal, they should move to the corresponding city. Then I'll arrange for someone to contact this extraordinary young man. The old man remembered the scene he saw upon entering. The blushing girl and the doting boy. He mused to himself. Stronger than Xiao Fu Chun, possibly equivalent to a 12-star level. Such power could destroy a nation. If Jiang Xia hadn't mentioned it personally, he would never believe that such a being could be a secret realm creature. Suddenly, the old man recalled his grandson's recent obsession with an online novel titled, My Romance with a Secret Realm Creature. At the time, he found it absurd and even had the book banned, leading the author to switch to food delivery. Now, thinking back, it seemed almost surreal. Could the novel have come true? The old man fell into deep thought. What exactly is it about that young man? Or what special qualities does he possess? It was June 15th, exactly a week since the mysterious incident had passed. Su Qi sat by the window, fingers tapping lightly on the table, lost in thought. 3 days ago, news had arrived about Jiang Xia's reorganization of the cardholder's trial. Logically, the results should be out today. Yet, Lu Yuan had not received any invitation for a rematch. Su Qi smirked slightly, mocking himself. Looks like I've finally hit a wall of favoritism. The first task in Jiangxia was long completed, with Ah Yuan predetermined as the top candidate. As for the evaluation criteria, Su Qi couldn't be bothered to delve into it. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed. A string of unfamiliar numbers flashed on the screen, and Su Qi frowned, instinctively thinking it was a mobile game customer service call. He hung up decisively, but the caller was persistent and kept calling back. Annoyed, Su Qi answered. A clear male voice came through. Hello, is your sister Lu Yuan at home? No, she's not. Su Qi replied curtly, then hung up. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Qi, puzzled. He maintained his composure and said, just a scam call. The phone vibrated again, this time with a text message. Su Qi glanced at it. It mentioned enrollment at Beijing Tsinghua Academy. He paused for a moment, various thoughts crossing his mind. The caller rang again, and Su Qi frowned as he answered, his tone unfriendly. I don't have any money. I'm broke and ugly, only 4 feet 9 inches. Can you stop calling? Wait, I'm really not a scammer, the caller quickly explained. Su Qi was silent for a moment, then reluctantly said, Tsinghua is all right, but I'm not interested. Anything else? On the other end, the admissions officer was at his wit's end. Recalling the principal's stern orders, he gritted his teeth and said, please don't rush to refuse. Consider our offer. A 120 square meter apartment within the 4th ring, free tuition, and all living expenses covered. The offer is good, but my sister doesn't plan on going, Su Qi replied firmly. The admissions officer was sweating bullets. Mr. Su Qi, please reconsider. We are among the top in the country. Su Qi chuckled softly. This was the conclusion he and Lu Yuan had reached after discussing it a couple of days ago. However, Lu Yuan didn't seem to care which academy she went to. For her, as long as Su Qi could go with her, it didn't matter where they ended up. Su Qi's words left the person on the other end of the phone in silence. The admissions officer thought to themselves, does this guy have some sort of persecution complex? Who could he possibly offend by just coming to school? If he really thinks that, why do so many people clamor to get into our academy every year? Su Qi, of course, had his own concerns. If he were just an ordinary person, he might have happily accepted such a great opportunity. But now, with his special abilities, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't resort to extraordinary measures if he encountered injustice. He mused with a bitter smile. What should I do? Wait, why did he refer to himself as Jean? The person on the other end of the line seemed to see through his thoughts and gently advised, you don't need to worry. As long as you're not at fault, the school will stand by you and support its students. In his mind, Su Qi added, With the principal of Qinghua personally inviting you, who would dare offend you? It's impressive enough that you don't bully others. That principal is like a modern-day king. These words swayed Suchi a bit, but he still didn't agree. I appreciate the offer, but I'll discuss it with my sister first. He then hung up the phone. The admissions officer listened to the dial tone with a helpless expression. This response was similar to, "I'll definitely do it next time," which usually meant rejection. It was the first time they'd encountered such an unyielding young person. What they thought would be a routine task turned out to be quite tricky. They could only report the situation honestly and brace for possible repercussions. To their surprise, instead of blame, they received praise from higher-ups, leaving them puzzled and wondering if it was sarcasm. Understanding their superiors' intentions was indeed challenging. Meanwhile, as Su Chi was on the phone, Ayuan cuddled up to him, playfully rubbing her head against his chin. As soon as he hung up, she blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Brother Su Chi, weren't we planning to go to Shangjing? Why aren't we going now?" Su Chi patiently explained, "That was my initial plan, but this call made me reconsider. They were too eager. With your current grades, it doesn't warrant Tsinghua offering such terms." It felt like they were bending over backward. So someone must be pushing this from behind the scenes. He continued his analysis. "It's likely due to that elder we met a few days ago. But the higher-ups wouldn't be that foolish. It's more probable they sent a fool to do something foolish, hoping to push me away from Shangjing." Ayuan almost got dizzy from his analysis, her eyes swirling with imaginary symbols of confusion. "Doesn't that mean I should definitely go to Shangjing?" Su Chi shook his head. "That's not it. There's definitely another plan at play. If I agreed to Tsinghua today, maybe tomorrow another city would offer double the terms to attract me. I'm just making a statement, hoping for more freedom. Of course, this is just my speculation, and I might be overthinking it." Ayuan nodded earnestly as if she fully understood. "Oh, I see. That's what's going on. Brother Su Chi is amazing." Seeing her expression, Su Chi realized his explanation was in vain. He said helplessly, "Ayuan, you can choose wherever you want to go. I'll follow your lead. After all, it's your education, and I'm just accompanying you." "It doesn't make much difference to me," Ayuan shyly asked. "Then, can I not stay in the dormitory?" Su Chi replied. "If not the dormitory, then where would you stay?" He asked knowingly, as the answer seemed obvious. Yet he feared it might be one of life's great misconceptions. "She likes me. It's always the ones who overstep that end up disappointed. Of course, I'd live with my brother, just like now." Before Ayuan could finish her sentence, she quickly pulled out her phone and started tapping away skillfully. Su Chi hadn't even had a chance to respond when the phone screen was suddenly thrust in front of him. "Brother, I want to watch a movie to celebrate getting into a good school," Ayuan said, her big eyes blinking as she pointed to the romantic comedy ticket page on the screen. "Will you take me to see it, please?" Seeing the look of anticipation in his sister's eyes, Su Chi's heart softened. There was a time when he couldn't even afford to buy Ayuan a phone. Now that things had improved, he couldn't deny her such a small wish. "Sure." He nodded in agreement, and then, with a flourish, hailed a taxi. The car headed towards the cinema near the downtown shopping street. Despite being a Thursday during the summer vacation, the crowd wasn't overwhelming. They took the elevator to the top floor, with a little time to spare before the movie started. "You wait here. I'll get us some snacks," Su Chi said softly. Ayuan nodded obediently, watching her brother walk away. Su Chi first bought a bucket of popcorn at the cinema entrance and then headed to the bubble tea shop. "2 mango milk ice drinks, please," he said to the cheerful store clerk. "Sir, we have a promotion." The clerk smiled, pointing to a sign. "Buy 2 and add $1 for an extra cup. Would you like to participate?" Su Chi followed her gaze and was taken aback. The sign boldly displayed the words, "QQ99 Super Delicious Miapu Tea. Add a pearl milk tea, please." He tried to avoid the awkwardness. "You need to say the specific name to get the offer," the clerk insisted. Su Chi decisively gave up and returned to Ayuan with a slightly grumpy expression. His sister quickly noticed his unusual demeanor and curiously asked what happened. Su Chi pointed towards the bubble tea shop sign and complained, "You have to say that to get a free cup. Who came up with such a ridiculous idea?" Following his gesture, Ayuan effortlessly read out, "QQ99 Super Delicious Miapu Tea. Omega." Ayuan tilted her head in confusion. "Huh?" Su Chi couldn't be bothered to figure out if it was because he was too thin-skinned or if Ayuan didn't understand the concept of social embarrassment. He glanced casually at the digital clock. It was 12:17, about 7 or 8 minutes before the movie started. A few couples were already having their tickets checked at the entrance. Su Chi, holding a milk tea in one hand, a popcorn under his arm, and pulling Ayuan with his right hand, headed toward the ticket checkpoint. It was a quiet Thursday afternoon, and by the time they arrived, there was no one ahead of them. After getting their tickets checked, Su Chi found their seats and sat down. Curious, Ayuan asked why he felt embarrassed, but Su Chi didn't answer, focusing instead on sipping his milk tea. Suddenly, he noticed Ayuan fiddling with the armrest. With a click, she managed to raise it. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Look, brother. I got it up just like that." Suchi felt a tingle of embarrassment, sensing eyes turning their way. He whispered, "Keep it down and don't talk nonsense." Ayuan nodded, holding the popcorn close. Suchi thought he saw a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but didn't dwell on it. "All right, the movie's about to start. You said you wanted to see it, so pay attention. If you don't, I won't bring you out next time." Seeing Ayuan about to speak, Suchi quickly stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth. Her eyes sparkled, and suddenly she playfully nipped his hand. Suchi frowned slightly, but Ayuan quickly returned to her well-behaved self. He fished out a kernel from the popcorn bucket and tasted it, noticing Ayuan's cheeks flush as she nibbled on the popcorn with her little canine teeth showing. As the movie began, Suchi felt drowsy not because he wasn't interested, but because the film was truly awful. It was plagued by illogical plots, poor acting, and even modern elements in an ancient setting. Suchi watched the actors on the screen and couldn't help but be impressed. The extras, who only had one or two shots, executed every expression and movement with meticulous precision, clearly demonstrating their seasoned acting skills. It seemed they were determined to make the most of their brief time on screen, possibly hoping to earn more opportunities. Their dedication was truly admirable. In contrast, the performances of the lead actors seemed frivolous and careless. Even the mud fight scene, which should have been the film's climax, was lazily staged in a shallow, clear pool of water. Suchi couldn't help but frown, suspecting that half of the film's budget had gone to the lead actors' salaries. While he was lost in thought, beside him, Ayuan watched with rapt attention, her emotions swinging from laughter to tears. Suchi began to reflect. Was he being too critical? Perhaps his overly serious attitude was making life unnecessarily heavy. He decided to try and relax more, to not always view the world through a cynical lens. As the movie neared its end, the lights gradually came on. Suchi stood up, stretching his stiff limbs. He glanced around and noticed that most of the audience had chosen seats toward the back. As a romantic comedy, it attracted mostly couples. He inadvertently noticed a girl in the last row, blushing and fiddling with her dress, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother, aren't we leaving?" Yuan asked softly, traces of tears still in her eyes. Suchi gently patted her head and said warmly, "Let's wait a bit longer. Let me catch my breath." He glanced down at his pants, dampened by Yuan's tears, and chuckled helplessly. After leaving the cinema, they found a ramen shop for a late lunch. Then they wandered around the mall, with Yuan buying some snacks, seemingly just enjoying the shopping experience. It wasn't until after 6 in the evening that they took a taxi back to their small rented apartment. As Suchi opened the door, a system notification suddenly chimed. "Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First date. Special character card awarded." She inherited absolute power from her father's dark demon lineage, while also possessing all the traits of her mother's spade-tail demon heritage. Yuan, bearing a dual lineage, was destined for greatness. She possessed the strength of the dark demons and the qualities of the spade-tail demons, earning her the title of Demon King. However, her path to growth was not without challenges. Yuan was like an iris, also known as a blue butterfly. She believed she would eventually emerge from her cocoon, unafraid of hardships. Even when severely injured, as long as her heart continued to beat, she could fully recover. As a dark demon, she was destined to be immortal. She might slumber, but she would never truly die. One day, the system suddenly alerted her. In 61 days, 17 hours, 21 minutes, and 6 seconds, Yuan would receive a special identity. She paid it no mind, eagerly anticipating her first date with her brother. Although the system referred to her brother as a nobody, Yuan didn't care, as the mere thought of the date filled her with satisfaction. The next morning, Suchi woke up to find Yuan was not by his side. Curious, he glanced at the clock. It was just past 9. On his bedside phone was a text from Yuan, reminding him to have breakfast. Noticing the computer was still on, he worried she might have seen something she shouldn't have, so he quickly checked the browsing history. Relieved, Suchi went to find the breakfast Yuan had prepared. What seemed like an ordinary sandwich turned out to be surprisingly delicious. As he enjoyed it, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Su Mushue, asking if he remembered the name of the barbecue restaurant they went to that day. Su Mushue? What's going on? Is there something ambiguous here? She had simply received a task to persuade Suchi's sister to study in the Magic City and wasn't sure how to start the conversation, so she resorted to some awkward small talk. Suchi noticed that the status bar under the other person's name kept showing typing for a while, then it would disappear and return to normal. After a moment, it would show typing again, only to disappear once more. This back and forth happened 5 or 6 times. Staring at his phone screen, Suchi frowned slightly. The status bar flickered repeatedly, indicating typing and then disappearing, cycling like this several times. He couldn't help but wonder what the other person was hesitating about. Finally, 4 words appeared in the chat box. "Are you treating me?" Suchi raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The saying, when poor, even in a bustling city, no one cares. When rich, even in the mountains, distant relatives appear, suddenly came to mind. Did they know he had come into some money? Did they think they could take advantage of him with such a flimsy connection? He scoffed and replied without hesitation, "You crazy?" On the other end, Su Muxue was taken aback by this response. She bit her lower lip, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. She had merely been asking for the name of the barbecue place from last time, and somehow she ended up being called crazy? Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she decided to make a voice call instead. Typing was too cumbersome, and some things were better cleared up in person. Suchi was leisurely eating a sandwich when he saw the incoming call. He didn't rush to answer it. He took his time finishing his last bite, waiting until the call was about to time out before pressing the answer button. "Hey, what's up?" Su Mushua's voice was unexpectedly calm. "Why did you take so long to answer my call?" As soon as she said it, she felt her tone was a bit ambiguous. What right did she have to complain about him answering slowly? But it was her first time experiencing being left hanging, and it left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Suchi replied indifferently, "Having breakfast? Don't call me unless it's important. I don't want my sister thinking I'm in a relationship." Su Muxue could sense the dismissiveness in his tone, which only added to her displeasure. She let out a soft hum, and Su Chi could hear the sound of a door closing on her end. "Let me clarify, I'm not a control freak. I'm just straightforwardly attracted to beauty," Su Chi added, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Su Muxue was momentarily speechless. Why did he always say things so unpredictably? She couldn't help but retort, "So, am I not pretty enough? Your attitude towards me is so dismissive." Su Chi replied bluntly, "You're okay, but not as good as I you want. The main thing is, you're a bit of a hassle." He went on to list all the troublesome aspects of Su Muxue being a wealthy heiress, a prodigy, having many admirers, and so on. In contrast, he found his sister, Yuan, to be much simpler. Su Muxue was both amused and exasperated, unable to refute his points. She had to change the subject. "Su Chi, you wouldn't want your sister to be in danger, right?" Su Chi's playful tone suddenly dropped, turning serious. "Speak properly, we still have things to discuss." His voice turned cold, and even over the phone, his powerful presence was palpable. Su Mushua's expression became serious as she hurriedly explained, "Don't get worked up. I'm saying you might have caught Shengtian's attention. The secret realm you disrupted was part of their plan, and you've stirred things up." She paused before continuing. "Although we've protected your information, internally, there may not be consensus. Their high-profile actions are likely a distraction, aiming for other goals. We suspect they want a particular card from the secret realm." Su Mushua's tone was grave. "We won't ask if you have the card, but they might resort to any means, even threatening your sister. When the time comes, will you hand it over or not?" She advised, "Come to Shanghai. It's their headquarters, so they're less likely to act rashly. While the card is valuable, it's not worth the risk of exposure." Su Chi pondered silently. From his understanding, even with enhancements, they could only reach 8 or 9 stars, not enough to deal with Shengtian. He replied directly, "I'm not going. I'm heading to Beijing." Su Mushua's anger flared. "Have you forgotten the favor you owe me? Consider it my invitation to come to Shanghai. If you don't acknowledge it, so be it." With that, she hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Su Chi smiled. He sent a message, "It's not that I don't want to repay the favor, but Beijing offered me a house within the 4th ring. I can't just rent in Shanghai, can I? I'll give you a house. Are you coming?" "Okay." Su Chi grinned with satisfaction, managing to settle the favor and gain a house for free. Why not secure benefits for himself? Meanwhile, Yuan wandered alone in the mall, unable to find the clothes she wanted. As noon approached, she grew anxious, not wanting to leave empty-handed. A young sales assistant approached to offer help. Yuan described what she was looking for, but the assistant didn't understand. She took out her phone and showed a picture from her photo album of a computer screen. The assistant blushed and asked why she wanted such clothes. Yuan innocently replied, "To wear for my brother. His computer is full of these games, so he'll definitely like it." The assistant stared at her for a long time, her hand hovering over the emergency call button. She cautiously asked, "Your biological brother? Did he ask you to buy it?" Yuan shook her head. "I want to buy it myself." The waitress was at a loss for words and explained, "We don't have that kind of clothing here, nor does the entire mall. If you insist, the JK section might have something about 5060 similar. But, young lady, let me remind you, guys who play these kinds of games are usually not." Before she could finish, the cute expression on Yuan's face vanished, replaced by a cold, steely gaze. She softly said, "Say it again and I'll kill you." Her tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down the waitress's spine, as if a terrifying presence was watching her. Unfazed by the waitress's reaction, Yuan was only focused on surprising her brother. She quickly made her way to the JK section and picked out 2 outfits. As she paid, she suddenly remembered she might have left her computer on, but she merely frowned slightly. 20 minutes later, Yuan walked out of the mall, carrying bags full of clothes. Nearby, 2 men sat outside a milk tea shop, communicating through hand gestures. Should we make a move? One gestured. Wait until she's almost home. There's a stretch with no surveillance, the other replied. Just as they reached an agreement, the surrounding light was suddenly swallowed up. A pair of blood-red eyes hovered in the air, staring directly at them. Simultaneously, a thought surfaced in their minds. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. Shoo. She is in deep slumber, do not awaken her. This name, you must not utter. A deep voice whispered in their ears. It was the last sound they ever heard. In an instant, everything returned to normal. The milk tea shop was bustling, except for one empty pair of seats in the middle. A new customer glanced around and said to the waitress, "You guys are really busy today. No seats left. I'll take mine to go." The waitress smiled and nodded, placing 2 cups of milk tea on the unoccupied table, drawing a line in the air as if completing some sort of ritual. No one found anything amiss, as if those 2 men had never existed. It seemed those 2 were never meant to exist in this world. I'm back. Yuan unlocked the door with her key. She tiptoed into the house, her eyes immediately drawn to the glowing computer on the table. Her heart skipped a beat as she carefully closed the door. Su Qi, lying on the bed, glanced up at her, then took another look, his gaze finally resting on the bag she was holding. Sensing Su Qi's gaze, Yuan instinctively hid the bag behind her. Seeing this, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, it's just an expensive piece of clothing. Why hide it? Afraid I'll scold you? Su Qi guessed that Yuan's unusual behavior was likely because she had bought something pricey. Considering the 5 million he had given her recently, he wasn't concerned. For him, the intention of sharing everything equally with Yuan, whether it's $10 or 10 million, remained unchanged. With this sudden influx of money, coupled with her past hardships, Yuan might indulge in some retail therapy. It was the first time Su Qi had seen Yuan looking so guilty, like a child caught doing something wrong. Su Qi thought that sometimes it's okay to let his principles follow his heart, especially when faced with such cuteness. Besides, buying clothes is perfectly reasonable. It's honest money, and they should share in both hardships and joys. It's not that expensive, Yuan muttered quietly. The 2 sets of clothes only cost over 300, which was cheap compared to the usual 4 or 5-figure prices in malls. But what mattered more to her was not revealing the surprise to Su Qi too soon. Come on, don't look like I'm bullying you. Su Qi waved his hand, unable to stand Yuan's pitiful expression. Next time, buy something in the 4-figure range. Money is meant to be spent, and I won't worry. Yuan's eyes lit up, mentally noting Su Qi's words. She tucked the shopping bag into the small wardrobe, but this sight made Su Qi's heart sink. Was it something personal she was embarrassed to show him? Su Qi quietly resolved to implement his plan to change their sibling dynamic. Over the next month, he frequently took Yuan on outings, but found little success. Just as he was lamenting his lack of experience, his phone buzzed with a message. Dear parent, hello? Our school's freshman registration day is set for August 14th. Please bring your child to register promptly. Though he knew it was a standard format, Su Qi couldn't help but grumble. What the heck, your child? The Executor Academy only had a month-long break, highlighting the severity of the current situation. During this month, authorities swiftly eradicated the hidden Shangtian bases in Jiangxia. Over 30 anti-human executors were apprehended and faced imprisonment. Some resisted, causing 4 consecutive natural gas explosions in Jiangxia, misleading citizens into thinking it was a gas company quality issue. Even some gray industries were affected, with Jiangxia's guardian joking, "Now there's not even a place to get a foot massage." Though the Jiangxia secret realm incident had concluded, it sounded an alarm across the country. Provinces and cities nationwide ramped up defenses, with many guardians personally inspecting their jurisdictions' secret realms to prevent future incidents. On the morning of August 14th, Su Qi was yawning as he helped a Yuan carry her small suitcase out the door. Su Qi, still half asleep, dragged a Yuan's suitcase with unsteady steps. A Yuan pushed him from behind, urging him on incessantly. They stumbled their way to the airport, where a crowd was already forming. Su Qi caught sight of a familiar figure, Sun Guanhui, who would rather be a big fish in a small pond than the other way around. Sun pretended not to see them and turned away. During security check, a young lady gave Su Qi a few extra glances, which made him feel a bit smug. Once on the plane, Su Qi fell asleep immediately. 2.5 hours later, the plane landed smoothly. In the airport hall, welcome teams from various colleges were filing in. Just as Su Qi was about to greet them, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. It was a series of urgent calls from Su Muxue. With a sigh, he texted back a one and decided to head to the address she mentioned. On Choyue Avenue, new students were dragging their suitcases, their faces full of excitement and curiosity. Suchi lazily followed behind, looking like an old hand at this. "Excuse me, senior." A new student noticed Suchi's purposeful stride and called out from his right, "Could you tell me if you're taking a fellow new student to the registration area? Or are you a freshman too?" At first, he thought Suchi was a senior student leading the way, especially when he saw him pulling a suitcase with a petite girl by his side. As they got closer, he noticed Suchi and the girl holding hands, clearly a couple. The new student was puzzled and asked, "Senior, can you take me to the registration office?" Suchi calmly replied, "I'm not a senior. I'm just here to drop my sister off for registration." Before he could finish, a bespectacled senior student stepped forward, saying, "I'll take you there." Choyu is quite big. The group walked along the lakeside, where willow branches swayed and fallen leaves disturbed the water's surface. Suddenly, a stone skipped across the lake, drawing the new student's attention to a girl standing gracefully on the opposite shore. Her long hair reached her waist, and her light blue top highlighted her fair skin, while her skirt fluttered lightly in the breeze. Her bright eyes were as clear as spring water, and her eyebrows were like distant mountains. The new student was mesmerized and murmured, "What a beautiful senior." The bespectacled senior shook his head helplessly. "Su Mushiwe, the aloof goddess. Don't even think about it." Just as the new student felt disheartened, a stone suddenly landed in the middle of the group. A sharp voice shouted, "Suchi, why don't you just drop dead?" It turned out to be the so-called aloof goddess, now glaring angrily at Suchi. The bespectacled senior was stunned and muttered quietly, "So, the aloof goddess only acts that way towards you?" A Yuan tugged on Suchi's arm. "Suchi Gij, she seems really mad. Maybe you should reply to her more next time?" The bespectacled senior visibly stiffened, feeling a sting on his face. His expression changed, and he involuntarily took a half-step back. Suppressing his shock, he forced a slight smile, his tone carrying a mix of respect and curiosity. "Do you know each other?" Suchi glanced at him indifferently, neither confirming nor denying. Su Mushiue smiled lightly, elegantly flicking her high ponytail. "You could say we know each other, just ordinary friends." Upon hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in the bespectacled senior's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He was well aware of Su Mushue's background and capabilities. Anyone she called a friend was certainly not ordinary. At that moment, Su Mushue had already circled the lakeside and arrived beside Su Chi. Sunlight fell on her fair neck, reflecting a dazzling glow. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water, and her lips curved into a delicate smile. Su Mushue was secretly pleased. Completing the task meant she would earn an opportunity to enter the mysterious Heaven Realm, a rare resource coveted by students of Autumn Moon Academy, promising transformative growth. She extended her slender right hand, gently placing it on Su Chi's. "Let me help you with that," she offered, taking over Su Chi's suitcase. This scene left those around them stunned, the air thick with disbelief. Su Mushue turned and walked ahead, happily humming a tune. Su Chi paused briefly, then followed her, leaving the bespectacled senior and the new students bewildered by the unfolding events. However, Su Chi's thoughts were elsewhere. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded. Mission triggered, explore the secrets of the mystic Heaven Lake. The three of them walked in a line, with one in front and two behind, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat silent and awkward. Suddenly, Su Chi broke the silence. "Are you a student at Shoyu Academy too?" "Yes," Su Mushue replied softly. Su Chi continued, "Do you know about the Emotion secret?" Before he could finish, Su Mushue abruptly turned around, quickly placing a hand over his mouth, a hint of caution in her eyes. She whispered, "Keep it down." Su Chi met her gaze. Su Mushue, with her youthful energy and high ponytail, looked stunning even without makeup, like a pure, unassuming junior. She certainly caught the attention of many guys, though Su Chi, being somewhat oblivious, didn't realize she was wearing subtly applied makeup. Su Chi felt Ayuan nudging his waist, so he stepped back and lowered his voice to ask, "Is it a secret?" Since Su Mushue was the one who contacted him to come to the city, Su Chi assumed she was in the know. He thought the Emotion Lake was so conspicuously there that it couldn't be a secret, which was why he asked so directly. Su Mushue withdrew her hand and shook her head gently. "It's not exactly a secret, but it's not something we advertise. Those who know, know. Those who don't, won't benefit from knowing. Without the right connections or a strong family background, it's hard to compete. Many come prepared, not playing fair. If you can't secure a spot, it can be disheartening and counterproductive." She paused, then continued. "If your abilities meet the standards and you lack connections, there's usually a chance for a test in your third year. But it's only mentioned as a special test with mysterious rewards, without revealing the specifics." Su Chi's eyes lit up. "Do you think I can make it?" Su Mushue, seemingly wanting to get back at Su Chi for their last conversation, rolled her eyes at him. "Are you crazy? Is there really no chance? I heard you're the daughter of the largest shareholder in Choyue. Can you pull some strings for me? Su Mushue let out a cold laugh, her tone dismissive. Even insiders don't have enough spots. Why would one go to an outsider like you? Wherever you heard that rumor, go ask there. She paused, then shifted her tone. But your sister might have a shot. Her skills are just shy of the mark, similar to where I was last year. She could aim for next year. Su Chi's eyes lit up, just as he was about to speak. Su Mushue interrupted him. If you're shameless enough, you could have your sister give you her spot. Shoyue recognizes spots, not people. Ayuan innocently chimed in. Can brother pull some strings for me? Su Chi quickly covered her mouth, whispering a warning. Don't say things like that in public. There are a lot of people around, and I don't want any misunderstandings. Ayuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Su Mushue looked at the siblings, shaking her head in resignation. With a 6-star epic name, having connections might just be enough. Su Chi sighed. Even in the Magic City, things are this corrupt? Su Mushue was indifferent. This is actually quite fair. At least it gives others a chance. Absolute fairness is the greatest unfairness. Resource allocation works like this. Given similar abilities, those with better family backgrounds are prioritized to maximize benefits. Su Chi didn't argue. He simply followed silently. The three walked in silence, eventually arriving at the new student registration area. The line of people stretched from inside the building to outside. Su Chi looked at the long queue, debating whether to join it. But Su Mushue led them straight to a side entrance. A drowsy person sat at the door, barely glancing up before returning to their nap. Su Mushue confidently approached the registration staff, whispered a few words, and quickly completed Ayuan's enrollment. She handed a key to Su Chi. Here's the key to a single dorm room. You'll have to wait for class assignments to get a shared dorm. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Su Chi marveled at how convenient it was to have connections. The people in line merely glanced curiously, but no one dared to say anything. They made a mental note of the trio's appearance, reminding themselves to avoid offending them in the future. What followed was a typical college life. Ayuan was placed in the Chi-Shur department, with classes organized by card type. Su Chi called the number on a mysterious business card, straightforwardly expressing his desire to enter the Emotion secret realm. The person on the other end was silent for a while, then said there would be a test on September 1st, and they could secure him a spot, but the favor would be used up regardless of the outcome. Time flew by, and soon it was September 1st. The test venue was a dual arena covered in white metal, exuding a high-tech vibe. Inside, there were only 6 seats, with over 20 candidates waiting. Su Chi and Ayuan stood to the side, conversing quietly. Suddenly, 6 people entered the room, led by an elderly man with a square face. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on Su Chi and Ayuan, who were already seated, and his brow furrowed. The other candidates secretly rejoiced, thinking someone was in trouble. The elder spoke. I am very disappointed. These 6 spots. Why are 4 or 5 of these 6 seats empty? The elderly man's expression stiffened slightly, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He carefully began. That's not quite the case. Initially, all 6 seats were occupied. But after some speculation, a few people became anxious, fearing that they might leave a bad impression on the examiners. They all stood up, standing straight and away from the seats. He sighed and looked around at the crowd. These 6 seats represent 6 slots. Do none of you want them? There are still 5 empty seats, which is not what I had anticipated. It seems we have no choice but to proceed with the usual process and test your abilities. Upon hearing this, the room erupted into chaos. Over 20 people were clamoring, almost everyone expressing dissatisfaction. Some questioned the assessment method, some regretted leaving their seats, and others blamed those who had warned them. The scene was a mess. Then someone calmly analyzed, there are 7 slots for this year's autumn moon, but one has already been predetermined. Stop arguing, there are still 5 spots left. Don't you have confidence in your abilities? Do you really need to rely on shortcuts? These words gradually brought order back to the room. The elderly man nodded in approval and continued. I understand some of you are unhappy with this setup, but this is a decision made after careful consideration from above. There are at most 3 more opportunities to compete for these slots, as that place is about to disappear. Unfortunately, although it theoretically can produce cards above 10 stars, the highest so far has been 9. His words were thought-provoking, leaving the students deep in thought. He continued, that's why today's assessment has changed. We need 6 brave students, those with the courage to ignite change. Do you understand now? With 5 seats left empty, you've disappointed me. After speaking, the elderly man pulled over a chair and sat down, followed by the other teachers. Only one teacher in black remained standing, holding some documents and said, well, this saves me quite a bit of work. The assessment is simple. Defeat any department head. Seeing the students' shocked expressions, the teacher in black added, each department head has a star level cap and can only use cards up to 6 stars. He opened the documents and read aloud. First up, Hong Yongjian. Come forward and choose a department head to challenge. Win, and you'll claim their seat. Hong Yongjian nervously approached Mr. Li, the department head in a silver-gray suit. Hello, Mr. Li, I would like to challenge you. Mr. Li stood up and smiled meaningfully, all right? Actually, he was the most formidable opponent in the room. The head of the speed attack department's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He knew that this seemingly ordinary freshman was indeed the most challenging adversary. What defines speed attack? It's not just about making quick moves, but rather unleashing maximum power under limited conditions. Although Hong Yongjian had a fair share of high-star cards, the 6-star restriction affected him the least. With a subtle snap of his fingers, the headmaster triggered a cascade of cold blue LED lights from the metallic ceiling, resembling a galaxy falling from the sky. Instantly, a holographic projection unfolded, transforming the chilly room into a vibrant, blooming garden. The metallic floor split open with 2 seams, and an operation console rose slowly, embedded with a smart interactive interface. You go first, or you'll miss your chance, the headmaster said nonchalantly. Hong Yongjian took a deep breath, about to channel his soul power, but the headmaster stopped him. Speak it out loud. Save your soul power for training. I summon Void Guardian? Hong Yongjian said uncertainly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lush green grass on the field suddenly decayed, and a rift opened in the void. A bloated, misshapen creature stepped out, standing on the withered grass. Hong Yongjian's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Autumn Moon Academy to possess such realistic holographic technology. I'll use Void Experiment, Hong Yongjian continued, but nothing changed on the field. Headmaster, what's going on? He asked, puzzled. Look at your hand. The headmaster pointed to the display on the console. Only then did Hong Yongjian notice the cards displayed on the console. Shield of Sanctuary, Void Distortion. The headmaster interrupted him. No need to read them to me. These are the cards you can use, and you draw 1 card per turn. Some card effects will be adjusted. You can use 2 character cards and 1 effect card unconditionally. He further explained, each secret realm has different rules. Some restrict character cards, others introduce unexpected cards. Autumn Moon Academy aims to train your combat strategy under constrained conditions. Hong Yongjian nodded thoughtfully. I'll use Shield of Sanctuary, he declared. 3 silver-white mini-shields began orbiting the Void Guardian. End of the turn? Hong Yongjian asked tentatively. The headmaster didn't correct him, simply saying, draw a card. With that, a new card appeared on the display in front of him. He now had 6 cards. Summon, Treasure Raider. Type, Human Pirate. Rarity, Rare. Energy level, 3 stars. Skill, Plunder everything. Skill effect, steals all effects from the target without exceeding the raider's own attack power. The Treasure Raider silently emerges, his greedy eyes scanning the field. His fingers dance nimbly in the air, as if calculating the value of each target. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto the Void Guardian, and a sly smile creeps across his lips. An invisible hand brushes lightly over the Void Guardian, followed by a delighted, mischievous chuckle. In an instant, a white light envelopes the Treasure Raider, forming a radiant shield. This is his Plunder Everything skill, having stolen the Void Guardian's defensive effect. Then, the summoner softly chants, Treasure Distributor, appear. A figure materializes beside the Treasure Raider, eyes glinting with cunning as he looks over the raider. What treasures have you swiped? Let me see. Before receiving a response, the summoner swiftly plays another card. Betrayal. The card glimmers with 5 stars, indicating its epic power. As the card takes effect, the pirates on the field vanish, replaced by a one-eyed captain standing proudly. Black Market Hook One-Eyed Captain stands formidable, with a 6-star energy level, wielding a firearm and a piercing gaze. Can't take you down with 1 shot? Then I'll fire too. The one-eyed captain sneers, ready to unleash his firearm trade skill at any moment. Following this rapid sequence of moves, the summoner delivers the final blow. Forced submission. Hong Yongjian is left in bewilderment. What's going on? Is the principal telling a story? The combination flows so smoothly. Did they not shuffle before drawing? Is this endless? Wait a minute, principal. I haven't even played my card yet. The department head smirked mischievously. Is this all it takes to rattle you? His smile carried a hint of mockery as he deftly maneuvered his cards, orchestrating a battle with the precision of a well-laid plan. Characters like the One-Eyed Captain and Treasure Plunderer made their appearances, each card perfectly countering Hong Yongjian's defenses. Sweat trickled down Hong Yongjian's forehead as he watched his Void Guardian fall effortlessly, his soul barrier teetering on the brink. Gritting his teeth, he deployed the battlefield bandage to stabilize the situation. However, the department head was ready, immediately unleashing Blade Clash, forcing Hong Yongjian to discard all his cards. The situation on the field shifted rapidly, and Hong Yongjian felt a wave of helplessness. With only 2 unusable cards left, he frantically considered every possibility but found no way through. The department head's every move seemed meticulously planned, cornering him completely. Hong Yongjian spiraled into self-doubt. With only the highest 6-star cards, he had been driven to the brink in a single turn. He saw no path to victory. Is the control strategy really effective against the fast attack strategy? Hong Yongjian was deeply self-doubting. He had always been successful in his own city, but here, he hit a wall. Even with the advantage of limiting card star levels, he was pushed to the brink of defeat in just one round by the head teacher. Sir, I concede. Hong Yongjian said quietly, his spirit completely crushed. His deck was supposed to work through synergy to achieve defense and recovery, buying time to summon his ultimate card. Yet, the opponent's direct assault wiped out his cards completely. This situation was beyond his ability to handle. The intensity of the direct assault was alarming. It could instantly strip away the opponent's ability to fight back, and although it came at a cost to the attacker, it was undoubtedly a fatal blow at crucial moments. The other students watched this unfold, lost in thought. If they were in his position, could they survive such a terrifying strike? They all shook their heads, some feeling they lacked the skill, others thinking their strategies were too different to compare. But they all looked at Hong Yongjian with sympathy, had inadvertently stepped on a landmine for everyone. The fast attack strategy head teacher was indeed a tough opponent, showing no mercy. The assessment was far more challenging than expected. Hong Yongjian secretly hoped there would be a chance for a redemption round, but he didn't ask, as it seemed too opportunistic after a loss. The teacher in the black suit turned to the next student information sheet, glancing at it briefly before shaking his head with disinterest. Next, Li Mingyu. A round-faced girl nervously stepped onto the dual platform. I'm a fast attack strategist. Can I challenge the control strategy head teacher? As a first-year student, her thinking was straightforward. Since Hong Yongjian's control strategy had failed so miserably against the fast attack, maybe her fast attack could turn the tables and secure a beautiful victory. Give it a try, you might have a chance, the casually dressed middle-aged man said with a crooked smile. 5 minutes later, Li Mengyu stared at the 5 6-star characters on her opponent's field, each with attack and defense stats exceeding 6,000. She glanced at her own field, where her trump card had an attack power of only 2,500. She looked utterly defeated. Biting her lip, Li Mengyu's eyes were filled with frustration. Her opponent, a teacher, said leisurely, "Do you have any cards left, student? Don't rush, I won't attack you. Let's take it slow." Li Mengyu shook her head with a bitter smile. What's the point? She finally understood Hong Yongjian's feelings. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, I concede. Feeling a mix of emotions, she walked off the dual platform, disheartened. She was the top card holder in a second-tier city, yet she lost so miserably. However, she reminded herself that this was the caliber of teaching at Chiyue Academy, the school she would soon attend. The assessment continued. Failure. Failure. Another failure. 6 people lost in a row. It wasn't until the 7th candidate, Li Wei, stepped up that the teacher reviewing the documents nodded for the first time after a careful look. Li Wei, a veteran in summoning, challenged a summoning teacher. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, Li Wei managed to win. Though it wasn't much of a victory, his soul barrier was down to 100 points, flickering like a candle in the wind. The summoning teacher was restricted from using cards above 6 stars, leaving him with no moves. You finally did something right. The head of the summoning department laughed, gesturing for Li Wei to take his seat. Li Wei grinned sheepishly. Director, you sit first? It's only right for a student to stand. Just remember to grant me the qualification. The director didn't hesitate. All right, you know me well. My old back can't handle standing. Li Wei's flattering words drew some mockery from the new students, but he didn't mind. He stood aside to observe, curious about who his teammates or opponents might be in this secret realm. The next 3 students, despite having their documents thoroughly reviewed, all failed. The crowd buzzed. Only 1 out of 5 spots had been filled. The remaining candidates' eyes lit up with hope. By the end, all 21 students had completed the assessment, with only 4 passing. Just as everyone thought there might be an extra spot for a tiebreaker, the teacher in the black suit flipped to the last page of the documents. Candidate 22, Lu Yuan, he announced, his brow furrowing deeper. The document was filled with annotations like under review, and even the strength rating was 7 stars? To be determined? The teacher in the black suit handed the document to the elder with a square face leading the group. The elder glanced at it, recalling instructions from above, and looked at the quiet, adorable creature in Su Qi's arms. Holding the document, he announced, Lu Yuan, you pass. He then stood up and patted the chair. You can take this seat. Everyone was perplexed. The sudden victory of Su Qi and Lu Yuan left everyone with mixed emotions. The students who had given their all but failed to achieve their goals couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment as they watched the pair effortlessly secure their spots. The moment was further intensified when the head of the Qishir department, with his slightly graying hair and humble demeanor, stood up to make way for them, leaving a deep impression on the crowd. Lu Yuan, perched on Su Qi's lap, playfully swung her feet that almost touched the ground and said innocently, "Grandpa, you should keep your seat. I only need to secure my qualification." Her tone carried a hint of mischief, clearly indicating she wasn't willing to let go of this rare opportunity. The square-faced director's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "I'm only in my 50s. How am I old?" However, he chose not to voice his thoughts and prepared to leave, mindful of his busy schedule and the effort it took to be present. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a young man named Tong Gaowei stepped forward. Addressing the square-faced director with a calm yet firm tone, he said, "Director, I have some questions." He pointed out issues with the ranking order on the records, questioning the legitimacy of Su Qi's qualification. Tong Gaowei's challenge sparked a heated debate. The director, visibly displeased, sternly reminded Tong Gaowei that he had lost the competition and should accept his defeat. However, Tong Gaowei stood his ground, unwavering in his stance. As the tension reached its peak, Su Qi, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up, "Then let me have a match with him." In an instant, their minds were flooded with thoughts. The head of discipline frowned slightly, clearly not expecting anyone to speak up at this moment. He calculated silently, believing that as long as he remained silent, his position would be secure. However, Tong Gaowei's challenge made him hesitate, wondering if he should teach this person a lesson. Su Qi, on the other hand, remained calm, weighing the pros and cons. He wasn't seeking attention. Rather, he was concerned that Tong Gaowei might cause trouble for his sister in the future. It was better to eliminate any potential threats once and for all. Su Qi had already prepared a derivative card deck, perfectly suited for this unexpected duel. As Su Qi stood up, a Yuan's small round face puffed up with frustration, but she could only watch as her brother stepped onto the dueling platform. Seeing this, Tong Gaowei quickly followed, eager not to miss this rare opportunity. "Shall we roll to decide who goes first?" Tong Gaowei suggested, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Su Qi smiled calmly, "You go first. I'm easygoing." Tong Gaowei was secretly delighted and swiftly summoned the elemental apprentice of 5 radiances. However, there was no response on the field. Instead, Su Qi's terrain began to change dramatically, with the lush green grass withering at a visible pace. Tong Gaowei looked bewildered. "What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to go first?" Su Qi, with an air of composure, slowly revealed a card. It shimmered with 7 stars and was called 5 Defilements of the World. As the card's effects unfolded, Tong Gaowei's expression grew increasingly serious. Tong Gaowei thought, "Wait, is this situation getting a bit tricky?" Starting with a 7-star epic terrain? It's important to note that terrain cards are the hardest to obtain and come with the highest cost to use. Tong Gaowei furrowed his brows, calculating in his mind. His opponent had used such a precious terrain card right from the start, clearly indicating substantial resources and an impressive background. While he was deep in thought, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to break through the surface. Stumbling a few steps, Tong Gaowei managed to steady himself. Before his eyes, a majestic mountain emerged, shrouded in celestial mist. At its peak stood an elderly man with a somber expression, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an intimidating aura. A system notification appeared. Name: End of the Law Era Evil Immortal Su Hu Pao. Type: Character Cultivation End of the Law Era. Rarity: Legendary. Energy level: 8-star. Tong Gaowei gasped. An 8-star legendary true name card would be astonishing on its own, let alone combining multiple powerful traits. He chuckled wryly, realizing his envy was misplaced. His opponent indeed had the credentials to bypass the standard assessment and advance directly. However, as he scrutinized Su Hu Pao's attributes, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Despite the high star level, Su Hu Pao's initial stats weren't particularly strong. With no attack rating and a defense rating of only 2,000 points, it indicated that Su Hu Pao needed time to gather strength. Tong Gaowei's heart raced, his limbs tingling slightly. He realized that victory might still be within reach. The key was to act quickly and decisively, defeating Su Hu Pao before he could fully unleash his power. Taking a deep breath, Tong Gaowei made his decision. He would give it his all and aim for a decisive strike. "I summon the elemental apprentice of the 5 glories." As he spoke, an apprentice wielding a spellbook appeared on the field. The elemental apprentice of the 5 glories, though only 4-star, had a special effect that offered Tong Gaowei a glimmer of hope. He understood that every move from this point on was critical. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. So what if the star level is high? So what if the rarity is high? A duel isn't just about comparing star levels and rarity. If it were that simple, they might as well lay out their decks and have the lower star concede immediately. Card Duel Chapter. Feel free to skip, it won't affect later reading. I continued by activating the Elemental Tower. A towering obelisk of white stone appeared out of thin air, standing majestically beside Tong Gaowei, forming a strategic position with Su Hu Pao on the celestial mountain. This legendary 7-star card is not only immune to typical destruction effects, but can also record and activate various elemental boosts. Tongawei was secretly pleased. This was his trump card. However, during the last assessment, he was unlucky and couldn't draw a dark element card, wasting 10 turns. He reminded himself that his deck needed improvement, or he might find himself at a disadvantage. I then used Elemental Echo to forcibly recall the 5 Radiance Elemental Apprentice back to my hand. A gentle light enveloped the apprentice, and she vanished in a flash of white light. In her place appeared a ferocious ocean shark, bearing its bloodthirsty jaws on the field. Tong Gowei looked at this ordinary 5-star water element creature and inwardly cursed his luck. Not only did it lack special effects, but its power was also greatly reduced due to the absence of a water environment. However, he quickly realized this might be a good choice. The lowest level of the elemental obelisk was glowing blue, activating the water element. With a soul barrier recovery of 300 points per turn, it nearly counteracted the negative effects of the 5 turbid worlds. Tongawei felt smug, thinking that if his opponent lacked sufficient recovery methods, they might be slowly defeated by his terrain card. It was Su Qi's turn. He summoned the Plague Refugees and the Prosperous Officials, both cards with insidious effects. The Plague Refugees not only spread disease but also replenish the hand upon death. The Prosperous Officials are immune to the negative effects of the 5 turbid worlds. Tongawei watched his opponent's moves and couldn't help but gasp. He finally realized he was facing an opponent skilled at controlling the field and quickly gaining momentum. By continuously weakening his opponent's presence, he was creating an opportunity for his ultimate trump card, Su Hupao. While Tongawei was contemplating his next move, Su Qi unleashed the spectacular banquet of the mortal world. I continued, unleashing the spectacular banquet of the mortal world. Tongawei, really? 3 ways to bring this card into play? How worried are you that it won't make an appearance? You call this just? Tongawei frowned as he scrutinized the card in his hand, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He let out a small huff and continued his analysis. What's even more ridiculous is that a 2-star rare card has a real name? This young and reckless Su Jinghong is way too special. His gaze repeatedly scanned the card's effects. Survive 10 turns and you win? Are they kidding? Shaking his head, Tongawei gathered some insights from the card description. Daring to say, how can a small bird understand the ambition of a swan to Su Hupao? Must be his descendant. He knitted his brows. A dual-core deck. That's tricky. My turn ends. Tongawei glanced at his remaining hand, his expression calm. His soul barrier increased by 500 points, reaching 7,300. His eyes shifted between Su Hupao and Su Jinghong on the field, caught in a dilemma. 2 developing characters, which one to deal with first? Analyzing the situation on the field, Tongawei rubbed his temples in frustration. The Plague Refugees can't attack, and the defense of the noble officials is 1,500, making them hard to overcome in this chaotic world. All Turtles Hell characters, he muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Tongawei decided to test the waters. I summoned the Elemental Apprentice of the 5 Glories. The Elemental Apprentice, returned to his hand last turn, reappeared. Sacrificed the Ocean Shark to summon the Frostfire Giant. With the summoning chant, a massive elemental creature appeared on the field. Tongawei quickly commanded, Fire Element, activate. Flames surged on the 2nd level of the Elemental Obelisk. Frostfire Giant, attack Su Jinghong. A gleam flashed in Tongawei's eyes. Even if you don't use a defense card, renaming to Mr. Su is fine. As expected, the Frostfire Giant's attack was blocked by a figure emerging from the Plague Refugees. Tongawei squinted, scrutinizing the newly appeared Mr. Su. A real name card turned into a regular card, with the chance to evolve back? Tongawei sneered, reducing the user's soul barrier to 100. This effect clearly determines the outcome. He decisively played a card. I use Elemental Resurgence. With the lightning element activated, Tongawei pondered whether to use the destruction effect on Su Hupao. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. Wait, raising a tiger to one's own detriment? His eyes sparkled, a combo of destruction and revival. Your Su Hupao will soon be mine. A confident smile played on his lips. Keep building up your offense and defense. Watch him build his tower. Watch him host his guests, and then watch the tower collapse. This round, his strategy was clear. Victory was within reach. Nothing is more exhilarating than having what you desire within easy reach. Tongawei silently prayed for his streak of bad luck to end. He gazed at the new card he drew. Radiant Wings. Angel of the Huntan, the one he already had. Shadowblade. Spectral Swordsman. A rush of joy surged through him, and he almost cheered out loud. With both light and dark elements in play, victory seemed imminent. Even without an extra turn, the Thunderlight combo was enough to crush his opponent. This is the true allure of dueling. My turn ends, Tongawei announced calmly, suppressing his excitement. The effect of the 5 Impurities world was triggered. The Frostfire Giant was forced to attack a vagabond, with the Plague debuff reducing its combat power. The elemental apprentice of the Five Glories was also affected by the plague. Only Su Hu Pao's attributes saw an increase. Su Qi drew a card, hesitating slightly. Do you have a way to prolong our survival? He asked quietly, glancing at the cards in his hand. Wudong Disciple, Scorched Weeds, Village Girl, Su Wu, the tradition of knife lending, and the unreliable Tongzi. Just barely, Su Qi took a deep breath. I summon Village Girl. Su Wu, a simple village girl appeared on the field, her eyes filled with determination. I continue with Scorched Weeds. Su Qi played an event card. Summon, Ordinary Villagers. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qi decided to end his turn. The five impurities world resolved again, and the situation on the field changed rapidly. When the number of human deaths reached a certain threshold, Village Girl, Su Wu transformed into Wudong Saintess. Su Wu, significantly boosting her abilities and offering Su Qi new tactical options. Tong Gawei frowned. Another true name card had appeared, complicating the situation further. He realized that his opponent's deck contained 3 true name cards, each part of a cohesive strategy. This rare configuration made him question his opponent's background. However, from the effects of Su Wu's card, Tong Gawei gleaned crucial information. He deduced the activation conditions for Su Hu Pao's ability and recognized the threat of neutral units potentially switching sides. Time was running out, and delaying further would worsen the situation. Tong Gawei calculated silently. He needed to find a way to break the stalemate before facing the combined force of 3 true name cards. Another true name card? 3 true name cards in one deck? How is that even possible? That's some serious financial power. True name cards are nearly impossible to purchase, even with money. Moreover, his opponent's 3 true name cards form a self-contained system. Su Hu Pao, Su Wu, Su Kai. Is he trying to take on the entire Su clan village? The latter 2 names seem a bit arbitrary, but the main focus is still on Su Hu Pao. However, the opponent has finally shown their hand. From Su Wu's card effects 3 and 4, it's not hard to see that the scheming of a hero likely involves Su Hu Pao's attack exceeding a certain value, probably around 3,000, matching effect 4. It also reveals a critical point. Neutral units can become allied with the opponent. If he delays any longer without breaking the deadlock, he'll be facing 3 true name cards in a mixed triple assault. Dreams are wonderful, but luck wasn't on Su Qi's side. Tong Gawei's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, instantly spotting the glimmer of the wind element mark in the hands of the apprentice of the 5 elements. Quickly, he flipped open his spellbook, fingers dancing across its pages, and randomly drew a 5-star character card corresponding to the element. Wind element, ignite. Tong Gawei commanded in a low voice, and the card in his hand burst into dazzling light. Summon Kamaitachi Breath. Wind Demon, he called out. A fierce gust of wind roared to life, coalescing into a menacing wind demon. Its scythe-like claws slashed through the air with a chilling gleam, ready to tear apart anything in its path. Tong Gawei's heart raced, his breath quickened, as he glimpsed another card in his hand Earthquake Tremor. The effect of this 6-star epic card thrilled him. For the next 2 turns, only flying units could attack. Without hesitation, Tong Gawei ordered, Kamaitachi Breath, Wind Demon, direct attack on the soul barrier, twice. The wind howled, and the wind demon's claws struck like lightning against Su Qi's soul barrier. Despite the damage being halved, the 2 consecutive attacks still weakened the barrier's strength. Su Qi's soul barrier's defense value plummeted by 5,200 points, yet his expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. Tong Gawei pondered briefly, his gaze shifting between Mr. Su and the Frostfire Giant. Ultimately, he decided to eliminate the lesser threat first. Frostfire Giant, attack the scholars, he commanded. The giant, entwined with frost and fire, swung its icy, fiery fists, utterly destroying the scholars. The battle was changing rapidly, and Tong Gawei knew it was time to use his trump card. I activate Earthquake Tremor, he declared with undeniable authority. For the next 2 turns, only flying units can attack. As the card's effect took hold, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, the ground trembling slightly as if foreshadowing greater upheavals to come. Tong Gawei was very pleased with the current situation. In just 2 more rounds, he would have the victory in his grasp. His eyes sparkled with the light of triumph, and a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. In his mind, he swiftly mapped out the next series of moves. Light, ignite the dark, destroy Su Hu Pao, resurrect Su Hu Pao, skip a turn, attack. It was all seamless. Everything was under his control, and victory seemed inevitable. My turn ends, Tong Gawei declared, a hint of smugness in his voice. Then, the effect of the 5 impurities of the world began to activate. The attack defense of Kamaitachi's Breath of the Wind Demon changed to 1700-1200, while the Frostfire Giant adjusted to 1700-1400 after being infected with a plague. At the same time, Su Qi's Soul Barrier took effect, boosting Su Hu Pao's stats to 15503-550. Su Qi took a deep breath and slowly drew a card. It was Su Qi's promise. He glanced at the cards in his hand. The custom of borrowing knives, 2 Wudong disciples, and the newly drawn Su Qi's promise. Without hesitation, Su Qi summoned 2 Wudong disciples. These loyal followers, clad in simple robes, had eyes filled with reverence for Su Wu. Their presence not only provided powerful support for Su Wu, but also stood ready to take damage on his behalf in times of danger. Then, Su Qi decisively played Su Qi's promise. This mysterious card exuded an indescribable aura, as if it held the power to change the course of the game. Tong Gui's smile froze instantly. He stared incredulously at the new card that had appeared on the field and exclaimed, "What? What kind of card is this?" As Su Qi read the promise's effects aloud, Tong Gui's expression shifted from surprise to terror. This promise not only forced the destruction of his crucial elemental tower, but also banned the summoning of all elemental cards. It was a devastating blow that shattered his entire strategic setup. Unable to sit still any longer, Tong Gui jumped to his feet and slammed the pause button. He turned to the square-faced director, urgently saying, "Director, I object. This isn't fair. The card's transformation has issues. It's way overpowered." The director furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He too realized that the promise's effects seemed excessively strong. However, as a referee, he needed to handle the situation with care. The director pulled out his phone, quickly connecting to the Xia Yin AI database of Qiuyu Academy to search for information on the mysterious card. As the search results appeared, his expression shifted from serious to one of amusement. It turned out that the Su Qi's promise card was actually a first impression kill, primarily designed to deceive opponents. Its real effect was to potentially trick the opponent with a false promise, while the AI system translated it into a specific game effect. Even more interesting was the existence of a companion card title, "How much is Su Qi's promise worth?" which could destroy the promise's effect and allow the drawing of 2 cards when needed. Although seemingly useless, this design could produce unexpected results in practice. As the director was about to close the software, he noticed another card named Su Qi. However, when he tried to view it, a permission denied warning popped up. This surprised the director greatly, as he was supposed to have the highest level of access, second only to the dean and vice dean. Puzzled, the director searched for end-of-law evil immortal Su Hu Pao, and this time he could view the data normally. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Yuan, who was sitting in Su Qi's chair, and asked, "Are you and your boyfriend both from Jiangxia?" "Yes, we are," Yuan replied softly. This answer hit the director like a hammer, almost knocking him out of his chair. He realized that the seriousness of the situation far exceeded the principal's warning. Connecting the dots between the immortal Slayer Flying Dagger, Evil Immortal, 8-star legend, and the mysterious card that couldn't be viewed, all clues pointed to the Jiangxia secret realm that nearly cost Xiao Fuchun dearly. Just as the director was lost in thought, Tong Gui's anxious voice pulled him back to reality. "Director? Director? Was there a translation error?" The square-faced director sighed deeply, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He knew these students were likely the most challenging group he had ever overseen. "Tong Gui," the director said slowly, with a hint of resignation in his tone, "have you considered conceding?" There was no translation error with this card. In fact, it was translated quite accurately. As soon as the director finished speaking, the entire room fell into a brief silence. Tong Gui's face was a storm of conflicting emotions, clearly undergoing an intense internal struggle. The game continued. Tong Gui gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. He discreetly reached into his pocket, opened the voice recording app on his phone. "Fine, if I lose, he thought to himself. "But I'm going to expose this rigging." Seeing this, Su Qi shook his head with a hint of resignation. He calmly stated, "I use Su Wu to attack Kamitashi's Breath of the Wind Demon." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning struck, reducing Kamitashi to ashes. Tong Gui's eyes widened as he urgently questioned, "Why attack? Where does it say she can fly?" Su Qi patiently explained, "Su Wu is secretly an immortal cultivator. Flying is perfectly normal." With that, Su Wu gracefully stepped onto her sword, flying a circle in the air. The square-faced director stepped in just in time to explain, admitting a system error and making the necessary corrections. Tong Gui looked at the revised card text, his anger intensifying. He managed to sputter, "How can you duel like this?" Su Qi looked puzzled. "Huh? Isn't this how duels are supposed to be?" At the end of the turn, Tong Gui drew a 5 Radiance Elemental Apprentice card. He took a deep breath, sacrificed his Frost Fire Giant, and summoned the Luminous Wings, Hunting Angel. The Golden Angel soared through the air, bow drawn, aiming a radiant arrow at Su Wu. Unexpectedly, although Su Wu successfully blocked, she was still deemed destroyed and had to leave the field. Tong Gui was stunned. He had assumed Su Wu would have stronger resistance. As the turn ended, Su Chi drew a new card. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, he played the tradition of borrowing a knife. Seeing yet another promise card, Tong Gowei sneered. I don't believe you for a second. You're a crafty one. Mr. Su launched an attack against the Angel of Pursuit. Facing off against the Angel of Pursuit, Mr. Su appeared to be evenly matched in terms of attributes. However, the vast difference in battle experience made the situation delicate. I decisively played the card Parting Letter of the Phoenix Tree, a 7-star card that instantly changed the tide of the battle. Mr. Su gathered the power of destruction in his hands, and thunder tore through the darkness, sweeping forward. The Angel of Pursuit's eyes glinted as a blazing arrow pierced through the thunder barrier, aiming directly at Mr. Su's face. In this critical moment, I implored, does the gentleman have a way to extend life? Summoning a group of humans to shield Mr. Su. Thunder and arrows intertwined, and bodies fell, leaving only Mr. Su's indifferent expression. The thunder struck the Angel of Pursuit with full force, leaving only a charred feather as proof of the angel's existence. The situation on the field shifted dramatically, with Mr. Su's attributes increasing. Yet, Tong Gowei revealed a sinister smile. He began speaking to himself. Your deck is impressive, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on your side when you encountered me. Before Su Chi could react, Tong Gowei had already initiated a chain combination. He summoned the Element Seeker, triggering the special effect of the wind element for additional summoning. After a sacrifice, the Dark Blade Phantom Swordsman descended. The dark element ignited, and the elemental tower was fully activated. Drawing a card, Tong Gowei declared, the game is over. He activated 7 days, 7 times, 7-fold hue, skipping his opponent's next turn. He then used Thunder Breaks Dawn, Emperor Star Shifts, activating the special effect of the Dark Blade Phantom Swordsman to replicate the Wind Demon ability and directly attack the Soul Barrier. Su Chi's Soul Barrier plummeted rapidly. Tong Gowei calmly analyzed. With a Soul Barrier of 3,400, and 1,000 deducted at the start of the next turn due to Su Hu Pao, there's effectively only 2,400 left. He even considered reviving the Wind Demon to further suppress his opponent, but deemed it unnecessary. He intended to make his opponent lose to his trump card, Su Hu Pao. An evil immortal in the era of the end of magic? Sorry, he intended to make his opponent reap what they sowed. Tong Gowei decided not to destroy Su Hu Pao and then revive. Tong Gowei calmly assessed the situation. Even though Su Hu Pao's stats had reached 3,000,6000, the cards in his hand weren't enough to end the duel this turn. But that didn't matter, because the next turn would still be his. Victory seemed within easy reach. The 7 elements were activated, granting an extra turn. Tong Gowei was brimming with confidence, convinced that defeat was not an option. My turn ends, he declared, a hint of disdain in his voice. As the 5 evils of the world effect resolved, the stats of the Ghost Swordsman dropped to 1500-2100. Su Chi's Soul Barrier fell to 2,400, while Su Hu Pao's stats increased to 3,250-6250. With a double Soul Barrier drain, Tong Gowei prepared to draw a card. I command the Ghost Swordsman to attack the opponent's Soul Barrier directly, he ordered. Yet, something strange happened. Not only was he unable to draw a card, but the attack command for the Ghost Swordsman also failed. The undead warrior stood motionless, its soul fire flickering dully in its eye sockets. Tong Gowei was baffled. Why the heck aren't you attacking? Just then, he noticed Su Chi leisurely adding a card to his hand on the duel platform. Oh? What? Tong Gowei exclaimed in shock. Isn't this my extra turn? About to call a timeout, he realized the play records on the duel platform indicated that the opponent had played a card during his turn. Tong Gowei felt a sinking feeling and carefully examined the card name, Thunderous Dawn, Imperial Star Shift, a legendary 7-star card. The card's effect made Tong Gowei's heart skip a beat. He realized the situation might change. He then noticed the newly appeared Celestial Su Chi card on the opponent's field, a legendary 8-star card. The decree upon Su Chi's appearance was, no extra turns allowed. What? Tong Gowei couldn't believe it. All that effort to activate the 7-element extra turn, and it's just gone? And 2 8-star legendaries in your deck? That's just unfair. Su Chi launched an attack, lightning slashing through the sky and descending as brilliant points of light. Tong Gowei quickly responded, I pay 2,000 Soul Barrier to negate battle damage. His Soul Barrier dropped to 4,700. As the opponent's turn ended, 5 evils of the world resolved again. Tong Gowei's Soul Barrier first decreased to 3,700, then rose back to 4,000, while Su Hu Pao's stats increased to 3,350-6350. Tong Gowei was puzzled. How did it end? Don't you still have cards in hand? He began to realize the severity of the situation. After drawing a card, Tong Gowei commanded, I use the Ghost Swordsman to attack the opponent's Soul Barrier directly. Su Chi's Soul Barrier dropped to 900. At this point, he should have revived the Wind Demon for a finishing blow. Unfortunately, the Wind Demon had been removed from this duel. Yet, he still saw a glimmer of hope, his gaze fixed on Su Hu Pao atop the celestial mountain. Raise a tiger for 1,000 days. Use it for a moment. It's your time, Su Hu Pao. Though there was an element of gambling, he had no choice but to take the risk. Tong Gaowei watched the duel arena intently, his heart racing. He bet that Su Hu Pao would defeat Su Qi, as their strengths were comparable, but Su Hu Pao had slightly more combat experience. Taking a deep breath, he used the lightning element to forcibly disable Su Hu Pao. The opponent didn't react, and Su Hu Pao fell to the ground. Tong Gaowei felt a surge of joy, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it was an unfair victory. He decisively used the light element to revive Su Hu Pao and summon him back to his side. When Su Hu Pao reappeared, Tong Gaowei breathed a sigh of relief. He examined the attributes of this legendary card closely and couldn't help but marvel at its powerful skills. The peering into destiny skill, in particular, seemed tailor-made for victory. Tong Gaowei couldn't imagine standing a chance if his opponent had used this card. I attack Su Qi with Su Hu Pao, Tong Gaowei declared loudly. Under his watchful gaze, Su Hu Pao launched a dagger from his fingertips, piercing Su Qi's chest in an instant. However, Su Qi activated an effect, spending 1,000 soul barriers to save his life. Just as Tong Gaowei was about to celebrate his victory, he noticed that the duel arena hadn't disappeared. Puzzled, he looked at his opponent, who calmly said, "I told you, I will survive, by any means necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qi's soul barrier inexplicably rose back to 100 points. Tong Gaowei was dumbfounded and was about to question it, but a look from the director silenced him. He could only watch as Su Qi, pierced by the dagger, slowly raised his head and asked Su Hu Pao, "Who among the immortals dares to come to this world?" All 5 directors stood up simultaneously, staring incredulously at the duel platform. This was no AI projection. It was clearly a legendary reappearance. Su Qi's 10-star legendary card effect activated instantly, completely overturning the rules of the duel arena. Tong Gaowei felt as though he'd been struck by lightning, his expression shifting rapidly. He quietly deleted the recording, forcing a smile. Despite the bitterness inside, he understood the consequences of offending such a figure. He could only console himself, thinking, "I nearly drained the entire 10-star legendary deck. That's quite impressive, isn't it?" "This is true, isn't it?" Su Qi pondered silently. Dueling was ultimately designed due to a lack of real combat opportunities, meant to train students' combat thinking, and it wasn't heavily balanced. High-star cards were indeed much more formidable and unreasonable compared to low-star ones. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seemed that failure wasn't entirely unacceptable. He recalled the words of the square-face director. Technically, the highest output could exceed 10 stars, but historically, the highest had only been 9 stars. 9-star cards were incredibly rare. Su Qi didn't believe he had the luck or strength to achieve that. Having just witnessed the might of Su Hu's 8 stars and Su Qi's celestial power, a sense of powerlessness lingered. He no longer fantasized about obtaining an 8-star card in the secret realm. As for a 7-star card, it was unlikely to become legendary in such a high-level secret realm. If it were merely a 7-star epic, he already had 4 in his deck, and acquiring another would be nice. But it would be nothing more than icing on the cake. With this realization, Su Qi felt enlightened. This secret realm wasn't worth the trouble. Humans are adept at comforting and adjusting themselves emotionally. The whole venue fell silent, everyone immersed in the aftermath of the duel. Owning a 10-star legendary true name card at such a young age was astonishing. Was it a foregone conclusion that he would be crowned king in the future? No wonder the square-face director took one look and said these siblings didn't need evaluation and knew the inside story. Even the directors might not be Su Qi's match. How did he attain such a high card compatibility and soul power? Everyone was baffled. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? At that moment, a clear voice broke the silence. "Did I come at a bad time? Is it not over yet?" The door to the closed duel arena was pushed open slightly, letting sunlight stream in. Su Mushue's deliberately indifferent face appeared in Su Qi's view. Yet, everyone was still lost in shock, and no one responded, making the scene slightly awkward. Su Qi snapped back to reality and said to her, "No, you're just in time." Realizing the potential ambiguity of his words, he added, "The evaluation just ended." Su Mushue frowned at the director still seated, questioning, "Really? I remember the family decision was that whoever remains seated has passed the evaluation. Aren't there still 5 seats occupied?" She turned to the square-face director. "Director Zhang?" The named square-face director snapped out of his daze and quickly agreed. "Oh." He waved his hand. "Those who failed the evaluation can leave. Those who pass stay behind. I have some things to explain." Consequently, the 17 individuals left with varying expressions. Some were dejected, some excited, and others hopeful. Tong Gaowei, reluctant to leave, hesitated. "Brother, can I get your autograph?" Tong Gaowei was simple-minded. Even though he didn't pass the evaluation, getting the autograph of a 10-star legendary card holder was a worthwhile consolation. If Suchi were to be crowned king or achieve even more in the future, the autograph would be invaluable. He swiftly pulled out a pen and, finding nowhere to sign, boldly said, "Brother, sign directly on my shirt. Make it big." Suchi looked puzzled. Seeing that everyone else had left except for Tongawei, who hadn't passed, and the directors were preparing to clear the area, Tongawei grew anxious. "Brother, please sign. I'm begging you. I wish you and your partner all the best. May all your wishes come true. And may you have children soon, please." Just as he finished speaking, he felt the pin being taken from his hand. He thought to himself, people do love compliments, even 10-star legendary card holders. This is going to work. However, he noticed Suchi still looking at him with confusion, his hands empty. Tongawei was stunned. Then who took the pin? Before he could think further, the pin was tossed back to him. Looking down, he saw a single word on his shirt, Yuan. Yuan had somehow appeared beside Suchi, dusting off her hands and said, "All right, since Suchi doesn't want to sign, I signed for him because you spoke nicely." Tongawei's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he dared not say more. He consoled himself. At least this connected him to Suchi in some way. He could only hope the couple would have children soon, or else, how much would this signature be worth? After Tongawei left with a disappointed look, the square-faced director cleared his throat twice. The director scanned the remaining 7 students. "All right, now you all represent Chua Academy in this secret realm expedition," he said with a serious tone. "Get to know each other, and arrange further communication among yourselves." After giving a brief explanation, the director signaled to the other directors that they could leave. He accepted the documents handed over by the director in the black suit and began to brief the students. First, this is indeed an opportunity to enter a secret realm, but the exact name cannot be disclosed at this time. It is in S-level realm, but due to the absence of a matching creature, it's been downgraded to a level. He paused. Second, the secret realm is dangerous and can be fatal. I hope you will support each other when it matters. If anyone is afraid, you can back out now. Suchi frowned and looked at Sumushiwe, who shook her head and quickly texted, "I have no reason to lie to you." Suchi suddenly understood the director's intentions. The director distributed the documents to the students, except for Lu Yuan. "Sign to confirm, or relinquish your spot." The students all took out pens to sign, except for Suchi, Lu Yuan, and Sumushiwe, who remained still. The director continued, "The secret realm is divided into 3 factions: humans, demons, and a rare neutral group. You will be automatically assigned to the human faction." He glanced at Lu Yuan, wondering what would happen if she were placed in the demon faction. "You will also be randomly assigned identities that you must adhere to strictly, or you will die quickly. However, if you can find a suitable excuse, you might avoid death." The director gave examples to help the students digest the information. Suchi and Lu Yuan each pondered how their identities could connect with one another. The director went on, "The human faction is at a disadvantage. If the pressure becomes too great, assist the hero in defeating the Dark Lord. The hero is usually a 9-star legend, while the Dark Lord is slightly stronger. Once one side dies, the secret realm will conclude. The secret realm will open on the 17th of this month, at midnight, which is next week. You just need to be near a Motion Lake about half an hour early, and someone will naturally be there to meet you. Any questions?" After saying this, the director with the square face dismissed everyone and was the first to leave after organizing his materials. Sumushiwe followed closely behind, as she was only there to check on her teammates and had no intention of forming a team. Having entered the Emotion's secret realm once before, she knew how insignificant a few individuals' power could be there. Suchi stood up and left. His mission was clear: find it and convey his intentions, nothing more. Matters like the Dark Lord or the heroes did not concern him. As the Dark Lord, a Yuan was only interested in capturing a few villagers as servants and didn't care about anything else. Finally, only 4 people remained to seriously discuss the battle plan. As Su Mushiwe stepped out of the dueling arena, she paused, recalling Suchi's impressive feat of conquering the Jiangxia secret realm. She turned back and invited, "Let's team up. It's a good opportunity." A Yuan frowned, sensing Su Mushiwe had ulterior motives towards Suchi. Suchi was puzzled. "How do we team up? Do we meet and exchange code words?" Su Mushiwe explained, "Just leave a slot open in the card deck and use a contact card." Suchi shook his head. "Too much trouble. I have other things to do." "What did you say?" "I love peace and don't want to get involved in racial wars," Suchi stated bluntly. Su Mushiwe was at a loss for words, disappointment written all over her face. Suchi added, "I have my own path to follow." A Yuan watched Suchi, a delicate smile on her lips. "Brother, you're so cool." And with that, the two parted ways on less than friendly terms. Time flew by, and soon it was the night of September 16th. The bright moon hung high, mirroring Suchi's mood. A yuan single dormitory was luxurious 3 rooms and a living room, totaling 140 square meters. This was the expensive school district house Su Mushue had promised. Su Chi felt embarrassed to share a bed with a yuan any longer and suggested they sleep separately. A yuan stayed in the room next to his. At 11:13 p.m., Su Chi dialed a number, but no one answered. He got up, opened his door, and knocked on a yuan's ajar door. Little sleepyhead, wake up, or you'll miss the secret realm opening. Ugh, so sleepy. A yuan mumbled drowsily. If you don't get up, I'll pull off the covers. I'm not getting up, not getting up. Su Chi switched on the light, and the bright glow illuminated a yuan's face. She turned over, burying her head in the pillow, with the blanket half on the floor, revealing her long legs. Su Chi's mood lifted but quickly turned serious again. On the bedside table, he found an item that seemed out of place. This is outrageous. Who's been corrupting my yuan? A yuan followed Su Chi's gaze and felt her heart sink. She quickly recalled a scene she had seen on Su Chi's computer. Picking up the white stockings, she began to slowly put them on, her movements graceful and alluring. Brother? There's a wrinkle here. Can you help a yuan smooth it out? Su Chi was bewildered, unable to believe what he was seeing. He held a yuan's warm leg, smoothing out the wrinkle, but hesitated to let go. Ahem, I was just checking for any more wrinkles, so I leaned in a bit closer. All right then, get a little closer, brother, and have a good look. It's really hard for me to find the right angle myself, a yuan said. Su Chi hesitated for a moment, but eventually leaned in slowly. A yuan's pale little foot was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but swallow. His gaze swept over her rounded toes and finally rested on those white over-thinny socks. Yuan, when did you buy these socks? Su Chi asked, trying to sound composed. In Jiangxia, Yuan replied, blinking her big eyes. Didn't you tell me to pick something in the 4-digit range? So, I chose this pair with letters. Su Chi suddenly remembered that he had indeed said something like that. He opened his mouth but ultimately didn't ask why she chose this style. Yuan seemed to notice his confusion. Because I saw that in the games you play, many characters wear them like this. I thought you might like it. Su Chi was taken aback, images of those virtual characters from his mobile games flashing through his mind. So that's why. His heart began to race. So, brother, get a little closer and see if anything looks off. Yuan whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Chi held her small foot, feeling the smooth texture beneath his fingers. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with an unspoken tension. Just then, his phone alarm went off abruptly. Su Chi snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. You know, there's a reason why school district houses are so expensive. Even the air here is sweet and addictive, he quipped to himself. Su Chi, how can you be so indulgent? Not next time for sure. Today won't do. If this keeps up, we'll miss the secret realm. They hurriedly got themselves ready. Yuan casually chose a blue plaid skirt with white over-thinny socks, exuding youthful energy. Su Chi was even more casual, getting ready in just a minute. They jogged for half an hour and finally arrived at Magic Sky Lake at 11:58 p.m. More than 30 people had already gathered by the lakeside, chatting quietly in small groups. Su Mushue was idly skipping stones, while a few boys from other academies looked eager but hesitant to approach her. They're here. Were we just waiting for these two? Cutting it close like they're the main characters, showing up last? Well, you can't say that. The set time is midnight, and they're not late. Midnight's just the scheduled time. In reality, we can start the secret realm once everyone's here. It's only set at night because there are too many people during the day. It's true. It's the first time anyone's cut it this close to the start time. Could something really important have delayed him? The flush on Lu Yuan's face hadn't completely faded, catching the attention of several boys who were already calculating their chances of teaming up with her in the secret realm. The square-faced director scanned the group and said sternly, all 32 are present. Silence. I'm about to open the secret realm. He held a blurred object in his hand, barely visible in the moonlight. Suddenly, he hurled it forcefully into the center of the demon sky lake. The lake's surface rippled and then returned to stillness, as a mysterious aura filled the air. 2 minutes later, the lake began to tremble violently, as if a giant beast was stirring beneath its depths. The once calm waters erupted into chaos, splashing furiously. The atmosphere grew oppressive, clouds obscured the moon, and darkness enveloped the scene. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flickered within the clouds. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the night as the entire lake's surface boiled and a column of water shot skyward. Immediately after, a massive black vortex appeared at the lake's center, ravenously consuming the surrounding waters. The lake was no longer visible, replaced by the ominous black vortex, resembling a greedy maw. The vegetation around swayed wildly in the fierce wind, and an instinctive fear permeated the air. The square-faced director watched impassively, waiting for the vortex to fully unfold. Without expression, The director observed the transformation and, seeing the vortex fully open, leaped in. Jump in? Upon hearing the square-faced director's instruction, many people stared at the vortex's center, emitting an aura that felt like it could freeze one's very soul, leaving them bewildered. The students exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Someone muttered under their breath, "Isn't this a bizarre way to enter a secret realm?" Another worriedly added, "What if someone accidentally falls in while swimming?" Amidst the group's hesitation, a couple walked hand in hand to the edge of the vortex. They took a deep breath, closed their eyes, and prepared to jump. The square-faced director shook his head and remarked sarcastically, "Come on, your roles are randomly assigned. No need to act like you're making a romantic sacrifice." Hearing this, the couple awkwardly let go of each other's hands and jumped into the darkness one after the other. With someone leading the way, the other students quickly followed, eager not to miss out. Soon, only Su Chi and a Yuan remained. A Yuan held onto Su Chi's hand tightly, showing no intention of letting go. Su Chi accepted the closeness, and after exchanging a glance, they both leaped into the vortex together. Watching this, the square-faced director couldn't help but remark, "Look at that, knowing the risks but still going for it. No, that's the spirit of young people destined for greatness." In the darkness, a voice chimed in, "Old Zhang, give it a rest. Everyone's gone through. Who are you flattering now?" Director Zhang dismissed the comment, saying, "It's called speaking from the heart, not flattery. Can't you do it a bit less often? That's why you're the head of security, and I'm the grade director. Watch your words, I'm maintaining order. Isn't that what security does? It's a good job, saves you 40 years of detours. Talking to you is nauseating." Su Muxue rubbed her aching temples, finally relieved as the noisy chatter faded. She took a deep breath and checked her identity data. This time, the secret realm seemed drastically different. The Sword of the Brave was missing, the Dark Lord had been renamed Iris, and there was an option for humans and demons to coexist peacefully. These changes were a lot to process. Fortunately, her initial identity was strong, sparing her a lot of trouble. Su Muxue felt a surge of excitement. It was time to show what she could do. Meanwhile, a Yuan's consciousness had yet to awaken. Her identity was the new Demon King, Iris, with a main quest to fulfill her father's marriage pact with the Abyss Demon. On the day of her succession, the new Demon King fled into the night. She was a free spirit, Iris, bound by no ink and paper contract. The gathering place for the elite demon races is known as the Abyss of the Demon Sky, located in the northwest of the continent. Meanwhile, the most prosperous city for humans is Xintian City of the Grand Empire, situated in the southeast, standing in stark opposition to the Abyss of the Demon Sky. Connecting these two places in a straight line, there lies a small border town right at the center. The autumn wind howled, swirling dry leaves around the street corner. Su Chi stood on the unfamiliar street, frowning slightly as he surveyed the simple houses around him. He was dressed in plain clothes, with a sword hanging at his waist that was more decorative than practical. The technology here isn't exactly advanced, Su Chi muttered to himself, then he accessed his data panel. Name, Villager A. Age, 25. Race, Human. Level, Tier 1, Level 7. Occupation, Villager. 8th sequence. Strength, D. Agility, D. Constitution, C. Spirit, D. Skills, Tool Mastery LV4. Planting LV22. Or Mining LV10. Emergency Bandaging LV4. Brewing LV25. Language Affinity LV20. Main Quest, Conceal Outsider Identity, Eradicate Demon Race, or Forge a Peace Treaty. Optional Quest 1. Defeat the Demon King Iris. Optional Quest 2. Live Incognito, Drink Excessively, and Drown in the Border Town. Remaining Human Faction Outsiders, 3131. Su Chi sighed softly, better than expected. At least I'm not completely powerless. He looked around, contemplating. Near the mountains, a border town, quite a precarious situation. The town was desolate, with few people around. Su Chi pretended to wander aimlessly, but he was secretly searching for a tavern. By dusk, he finally stopped in front of a rundown building. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he was met with the smell of cheap alcohol mixed with decaying wood. Under dim lighting, a few drunkards were loudly chatting and laughing. Su Chi frowned and slowly walked to the counter. "Excuse me." Su Chi attempted to rouse the bartender who was snoring on the counter, but got no response. He tapped lightly on the counter, still to no avail. Smack! With a crisp sound, Su Chi slapped the counter with his palm. The bartender jolted awake, falling off the stool in a panic. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll lead the way," the bartender shouted as he scrambled up, finally noticing Su Chi. Hello. Welcome to the Twilight Tavern. What would you like to drink? What do you have?" "Only strong spirits." The waiter gave Su Chi a peculiar look, glancing at him twice. Suchi noticed the waiter's gaze and subtly adjusted his posture. He was aware that his accent and mannerisms were a bit awkward, naturally drawing attention. But that was precisely what he wanted. Being perceived as an outsider made it easier to gather information. Besides the drinks, what's special around here? Suchi asked casually, his eyes scanning the tavern. The waiter hesitated, then flashed a strange smile. What kind of specialties are you looking for? This is a small town. We don't have any of those fancy things. Suchi understood and shook his head slightly. He realized his question might have been abrupt, but such probing inquiries often led to unexpected revelations. Just then, an elderly man in a simple robe emerged from the corner, wearing a kind smile. Hello, sir. I'm the owner here. Is there anything you need? Suchi's eyes lit up. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He stood up and politely said, Hello, sir. I'd like to apply for the position of brewmaster. The old man's smile froze upon hearing this. He gave Suchi a once-over, his tone tinged with displeasure. You're not from around here, are you? The wine I brew is the best in town. With that, the old man turned and headed to the cellar, returning shortly with a wooden tray holding a glass of deep yellow wine. His face full of pride, he handed the glass to Suchi. Suchi took the glass and sipped it gently. The strong taste of alcohol exploded in his mouth, followed by an indescribable bitterness. He resisted the urge to frown and calmly set the glass down. I believe I can brew something even better than this, Suchi said confidently. The old man's expression darkened further. Just as the tension was about to escalate, Suchi suddenly remembered something and cleared his throat. May the light of the brave always guide your path. This phrase seemed to have a magical effect, instantly defusing the tense atmosphere. The old man's expression softened slightly, and he looked at Suchi with suspicion. You know that blessing? Suchi was secretly pleased, sensing he was on the right track. He smiled slightly and said, Although I'm from elsewhere, I have a deep understanding of the art of brewing. How about this? Give me a month, and if I can't brew something better than yours, I'll leave immediately without any fuss. The old man pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Thus, Suchi successfully joined the Dusk Tavern and embarked on his brewing journey. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On the day Suchi's first batch of fine wine gained a reputation, an unexpected guest burst into the tavern. I hear you have rare and exquisite wine here? Bring me the best you've got. Hello, have you made a reservation? Suchi's fruit wine is in such high demand in the small town that even the nearly deserted Twilight Tavern has been revitalized. To get a taste, one must book several days in advance. A silver-haired, reedy girl strutted into the tavern with an air of disdain. Does someone like me need a reservation to drink? She scoffed, catching herself mid-sentence and adding, I'll pay double. The server hesitated, recognizing her as a rebellious noble heiress not to be trifled with. As the server wavered, aboard Suchi interjected, No need to pay double, I'll treat you. The girl swiftly approached Suchi's table, looking down at him. You humans can be quite perceptive, she remarked. Suchi smiled, studying her. Oh, humans? The girl's expression faltered, and she decided to sit down, her formidable fifth-tier strength giving her confidence. Suchi slid a glass of fruit wine towards her, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Are humans so eager for my approval? She sneered, taking a sip, only to be interrupted by Suchi's exclamation. Ah, Yuan? In an instant, a chilling intent enveloped Suchi. Thinking quickly, he noticed the ornament on her chest. Iris, do you like these flowers too? The tension eased. The girl huffed. It's the iris of freedom. She downed the wine in one gulp, about to mock its quality, when a sudden warmth spread through her chest. Suchi asked about the taste, and after a moment of hesitation, she reflected on her fate, murmuring, It's like how beautiful things can only linger for a moment. Then all that's left is a numbing pain. Her voice turned somber, her enthusiasm waning. She absent-mindedly tapped the glass with her fingers. Suchi suddenly had a thought, because this heart was still beating. Could it be that the girl in front of him was the reason? Suchi's gaze fell on Yuan Wei, and he felt a stir in his heart. However, the system did not display any task completion notification. He frowned slightly and looked at Yuan Wei, who appeared puzzled. It was clear she didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, Suchi's interface began acting up again. A warning sounded. Villager A's current behavior is severely inconsistent with their identity. Please correct immediately. Having been through this once before, Suchi was less panicked. He took a deep breath and said to Yuan Wei, The name of this wine is The Heart Still Beats. Whether it's the beautiful past or the painful present, it's all temporary. As long as the heart is still beating, there's hope. Come, savor it once more. Yuan Wei, though not fully comprehending, followed his lead. She closed her eyes, savoring it carefully, and felt the initial sweetness. After speaking, Suchi suddenly realized his heart had shifted to the right side again. He couldn't help but mock himself. Am I some kind of fallen angel? Yuan Wei opened her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. You humans are quite interesting. I acknowledge you. I am Yuan Wei, the free Yuan Wei. And you? A notification flashed. Villager A unlocks a clue. The hidden name. Su Chi felt a spark and slowly said, My name is Su Chi. Su for revival. Chi for prayer. I hope for revival. I pray to the stars. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Wei's expression turned serious. Her mind was screaming warnings. Kill him? He is the one prophesied to destroy what demons desire. Yet, Yuan Wei did not act immediately. She stared at Su Chi, her mind racing with thoughts. Could the prophecy really be trusted? Is fate truly unchangeable? In the end, Yuan Wei displayed a meaningful smile. She decided to take this interesting human back with her, to serve as her lower servant. After all, this Su Chi was quite fascinating. Another drink, Yuan Wei exclaimed, flipping her wooden mug upside down and giving it a shake to show it was empty. She pushed the mug towards Su Chi with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Su Chi frowned, pondering for a moment before gently suggesting, I think your drinking limit might be. He trailed off as he noticed the glazed look in Yuan Wei's eyes. With a sigh, Su Chi got up to fetch her another glass of fruit wine. Although he didn't particularly care about the fate of the small town's residents, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yuan Wei downed the drink in one go and suddenly asked, Su Chi, what would you do if you were forced to do something you didn't like? Either accept it or fight back, Su Chi replied calmly. But what if the cost of fighting back is too high? A flicker of vulnerability passed through Yuan Wei's eyes. Just as Su Chi was about to respond, a prompt appeared. Clue unlocked. A sword that's merely decorative? He paused, bewildered. Could he really be the legendary hero? As he pondered this, Yuan Wei's face was already streaked with tears. Su Chi sighed and moved to sit beside her, offering a handkerchief. Instead of taking it, Yuan Wei closed her eyes and leaned her face into his hand. Su Chi Gij, she murmured, the familiarity in her tone causing Su Chi to frown. Warning notifications flashed repeatedly, but the inebriated Yuan Wei seemed oblivious, repeating herself once more. Before Su Chi could remind her, Yuan Wei suddenly fell into his arms. He could feel her warm breath on his face, her body trembling slightly. Gently, Su Chi wiped away her tears, his touch as delicate as if handling something fragile. Yuan Wei's unfocused eyes locked onto his, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Yeah, I guess I've had too much to drink, she muttered, her gaze drifting into the distance. Su Chi Gij, I still have a marriage contract, and I want him to turn green with envy. Su Chi's hand, which was gently wiping Iris's tearful eyes, suddenly trembled with fright. He was taken aback. This wasn't the usual obedient A1 he knew. The girl before him had eyes that sparkled with mischief. Her words flirtatious, her demeanor enchanting. She seemed like a completely different person. Su Chi couldn't help but wonder if Iris was impersonating A1. Yet, the familiar aura was unmistakably Yuan's. Charm technique upgraded. The system notification intrusively chimed in, and suddenly everything clicked for Su Chi. It was Yuan, letting loose under the guise of Iris, attempting to use a charm technique. Only, this clumsy attempt at enchantment failed miserably, and he saw through it immediately. Su Chi found it both amusing and irritating. Concerned that Yuan's behavior might bring danger, he decided to lend her a hand. All right, stop messing around. Let me help you resist. Yay, the girl's eyes curved into a genuine smile. Late at night, Su Chi supported a tipsy Iris as they exited the tavern. The cold wind hit them, and Yuan instinctively snuggled closer to his side, clinging to his arm like a love-struck maiden. Such affectionate behavior was starkly different from her identity as a demon king, and Su Chi couldn't help but feel singled out, would be warned for any unusual behavior, yet Yuan could act so freely. As Su Chi silently grumbled to himself, Iris suddenly widened her eyes and, as if shocked, released his arm. She stammered, I. Her blushing face and flustered expression were irresistibly adorable. It seemed Iris retained her memories from when she was drunk, not a personality switch. She distanced herself from Su Chi, trying to maintain composure. Human, stay away from me, or you'll die. I must return to face my fate. Just consider this a dream. Just as Iris was about to flee, the pendant at her waist suddenly emitted a strange light. She frowned and removed it, and a commanding male voice emanated from within. Where have you been? Out for a walk. It's none of your business, Iris replied coldly. A walk alone for half a month? Iris, there's a limit to your nonsense. My patience has its bounds, the male voice threatened. Then, a seductive female voice interjected. Why are you looking for her in the middle of the night? We just finished exercising. Iris's eyes turned icy, her tone filled with disdain. Are you here to disgust me? Ah, Iris, the male voice continued. It's mainly because Jasmine and I made a bet that you wouldn't dare ignore my summons. Clearly, I've won. Be sensible and come back soon. It turned out the other end of the communication was the son of the Abyssal Demon leader. As the Spade-tailed demon, Iris lacked the power to dominate all and had to rely on the Abyssal Demons. Jasmine, envious of Iris's rise to Demon King, constantly opposed her. Determination flashed in Iris's eyes. She turned to Su Qi, her tone resolute. I've changed my mind. I want him. I want him to be green with envy. She took a deep breath and continued, Su Qi, I'm not good at deceit or human schemes. I am the new Demon King of the demon race. Do you have the guts to come with me? As soon as she finished speaking, Iris gave a wry smile. Or maybe not. With your limited power, you'd just be cannon fodder. Su Qi refused to be outdone. Who are you calling cannon fodder? Cannon fodder. Cannon fodder. Iris taunted on purpose. Keep it coming, I enjoy it. Su Qi replied indifferently. The system abruptly warned. Su Qi's current behavior is severely inconsistent with his identity. Please correct immediately. Su Qi ignored the warning, drawing the sword from his waist and pointing it at Iris. Do you think I'm qualified? Iris's pupils shrank at the sight of the sword with a diamond-encrusted sheath that was the legendary hero's sword, the very one her father had fallen to. She felt a bitter smile tug at her lips. Who would have thought a random encounter would lead her to the prophesied hero? Heroes and demon kings are opposites, Iris said with a hint of fear. You're here to mock my struggles, to enjoy my predicament, aren't you? Why don't you just kill me? Su Qi shook his head. Killing you? What would that change? A new demon would take up the mantle of the Demon King. Perhaps that abyssal demon. If you died, wouldn't it just please him? Or if I died, another hero would draw this sword. They are all blindfolded. He extended his hand, speaking earnestly. Would you be willing to try with me? To set right the endless, sickening slaughter between our races. Under the night sky, the hero extended a hand to the Demon King. Iris hesitated. Could she, an unreliable Demon King? Really? But in that moment, Su Qi was truly captivating. Are you truly unafraid of death? Willing to end the endless, sickening conflict between the two clans? Su Qi's words pierced through Yanwei's heart like a sharp blade. She hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Sensing her indecision, Su Qi pressed on. It's clear that you're not doing so well as a demon lord. You don't have much to lose, do you? If I'm not afraid, what are you hesitating for? Su Qi's persuasive words continued to strike at her core. Even losing your life is better than losing yourself in despair. You waver because of ignorance and fear because of weakness. Yanwei, feeling her sore spots touched, pouted and childishly covered her ears. Enough. So annoying. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Stop nagging. It's already giving me a headache. You might as well buy me another drink. Su Qi twitched at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think you're in any state to drink? Are you doubting my drinking capacity? A stubborn glint appeared in Yanwei's eyes. Come on. I'll take you to the demon castle, and you have to make me 100 cups of that drink. I'll show you. Her gaze then dropped, and her tone suddenly softened. When my father was alive, he used to drink whenever he was troubled, as if getting drunk could solve everything. That fuzzy feeling, it was something special. Can you make something else? Preferably sweeter. Life's already been harsh enough. I don't want to feel that burning sensation again. Su Qi's mind raced through various drinks until he had an idea. How about a special wine made from grapes? It's a bit complicated to make. Grapes can be made into wine? Of course, but I might need your help. All right, it's a deal then. Just as they reached an agreement, the pendant at Yanwei's waist began to flicker again. She knew without thinking that it was more interference from the other side. Her anger faded, replaced by the returning buzz of alcohol. She naturally clung to Su Qi's arm, looking up at him. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten properly for days. Why haven't you eaten? No money. Su Qi stopped and looked around. At this hour, there's not much to eat. You should have said something at the tavern. We could have gotten some grilled meat. No, it didn't look fresh. Yanwei grimaced with disgust. Su Qi didn't argue. In this era, without refrigerators, it's hard to keep food fresh. He suggested. I think there's some food left at the place I'm renting. You can make do with that for now. Yanwei nodded, now fully relying on Su Qi's guidance. Along the way, her slightly tipsy demeanor made her seem unexpectedly charming. But in her state, eating was out of the question, and even walking any further was a challenge. Su Qi decided to take her back to his temporary lodging. Luckily, the tavern owner was willing to advance some of his wages, so he could splurge a bit for now. When they reached Su Qi's rented place, Yanwei had already fallen asleep. Iris seemed to sense the movement, lifting her delicate hand to rub her sleepy eyes. In a drowsy voice, she asked, Did you find a place to eat? Su Qi was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling that he had indeed mentioned going somewhere earlier. After hesitating for a moment, he softly replied, "We're at my place." "Your place." Iris immediately became more alert, her eyes widening as she locked gazes with Suchi. Human and demon, both filled with surprise and calm. Just then, the pendant at Iris's waist began to glow brightly. She hesitated to answer it, only picking it up reluctantly when it flashed a second time. "Iris, did you fall asleep?" A haughty voice rang out clearly in the stillness of the night. Iris took a deep breath, suppressing her negative emotions, and calmly asked, "Why did my father arrange this marriage?" The other person scoffed, "You're as clueless as ever. It's to consolidate power. Falling in love with a spade-tailed demon like you, who can't even hold hands? With your unremarkable figure, you're a disgrace to the spade-tailed demons. If it weren't for your title as a demon king, I wouldn't even bother with you." Before the words had fully settled, Iris silently dropped the pendant to the ground. Tears silently fell, hitting the wooden floor with a faint sound. Turning to Suchi, she choked out, "Suchi, am I ugly?" Without waiting for a response, she continued, "No other spade-tailed demon looks like me. I really am an outcast. It's normal not to be liked, right?" Suchi gazed at her tear-streaked face and softly said, "You're small and very cute. I like you just the way you are." Iris was taken aback, a mix of inebriated and aggrieved emotions suddenly giving way to a flicker of surprise and shyness. She blinked her tear-filled eyes and quietly murmured, "I don't believe you, unless you prove it with actions." "What kind of action?" Suchi asked, puzzled. A sly glint appeared in Ayuan's eyes as she whispered, "A hug? A pat on the head? Or maybe..." Before she finished speaking, the soft rustle of fabric hitting the floor could be heard. Suchi's heart began to race, but he tried to remain composed. "He's with Jasmine, and I'm with you. That's fair, right?" Ayuan smiled slightly, her eyes filled with complexity. Ever since she briefly regained her clarity, even when Yuani reclaimed control, she could still see everything as an observer. She seemed to have discovered the secret of this place. It was all a fabrication, a world constructed by soul consciousness. Even their bodies were part of the illusion. "So, even if we die, it's not truly death," Ayuan murmured. "But if we break the rules of this realm, our soul consciousness will be erased. That would be genuine death." She looked at Suchi, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. "That means I am both Ayuan and Yuani. And you are you. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" Suchi was silent for a moment before finally making up his mind. He leaned forward and gently kissed Ayuan on the lips. The night deepened, and everything felt so natural. As time passed, notifications kept appearing. "Energy drain has leveled up. Energy drain LV2. Charm spell has leveled up. Charm spell LV4. Energy drain has leveled up. Energy drain LV11. Charm spell has leveled up. Charm spell LV8. The next morning, Suchi opened his eyes to find a pair of crimson eyes staring back at him. Those eyes were filled with panic, anger, and a hint of hidden delight. "You didn't kill me," Yuani murmured, retreating into the covers, leaving just her head exposed. Suchi sighed softly. "No, it wasn't entirely your fault." Yuani hesitated. I, yesterday." Before she could finish, her stomach growled loudly. Seeing Suchi's gaze, Yuani's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away. "What are you looking at, you fool? Can't you see I'm hungry?" Suchi chuckled helplessly. "How did I become your servant? Because you did something very inappropriate to me, and yet I, in my great mercy, spared your life. So your life is mine now, and you'll be my lowest servant," Yuani declared with righteous indignation. Suchi didn't bother arguing, yawning as he got up. "What would you like to eat? I'll see what we have." Yuani wanted to follow but stopped due to discomfort. Suchi shook his head. "You should just rest. It's so cold," Yuani murmured, pulling the blanket tighter. "What do you usually like to eat?" "Anything is fine, whatever." Suchi sighed and left the room. Yuani puffed out her cheeks like an angry hamster. Watching the empty room, she muttered to herself, "He just left? Humph, Min. Did I misjudge him?" Meanwhile, Suchi searched around and finally managed to buy some red dates and millet. He spent nearly an hour cooking a pot of red date and millet porridge. Hearing the door open, Yuani shrank back into the covers like a startled animal. She had been tidying up certain marks. Yanwei actually lived a very lonely life. Her parents were busy with their affairs, leaving her with no company during her childhood. She had cold rooms and endless wealth, but they couldn't fill the emptiness inside her. She had no genuine friends, only insincere flattery. This might suffice for a demon, but Yanwei was different. Perhaps from reading too many human stories, she longed for sincere emotions. It wasn't until she met Suchi that she experienced the thrill of an equal conversation. Under the influence of alcohol, she acted impulsively and regretted it afterward. As she was caught in her dilemma, the wooden door creaked, startling her into pulling the covers over her head. Suchi came in with a bowl of hot porridge. Seeing her tense expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. He sat on the edge of the bed and teased. Your casual request sure kept me busy. Yanwei was puzzled and retorted. Who cares? I'm starving here. Suchi realized the cultural misunderstanding. Letting it go, he scooped up some porridge and brought it to Yanwei's mouth. Yanwei looked at him, confused, and said, Do I not have hands? Suchi explained that it was a servant's duty, and Yanwei reluctantly accepted. She secretly pondered human culture and mistakenly thought that insults were a form of affection. So, she feigned arrogance and said, Don't think you can win me over, lowly servant. Yet, she obediently took a sip of the porridge. Suchi was baffled and couldn't understand why Yanwei suddenly became so haughty. But Yanwei, impatient with his slow pace, grabbed the bowl and devoured the porridge. Suchi couldn't help but laugh at her messy eating. After finishing the porridge, Yanwei inquired about the bath. Suchi, slightly exasperated, replied, Do you think this is the Demon King's castle? Realizing his tone, he added, The bathroom's on the left, with a big tub for you to manage. Yanwei nodded in understanding. Suchi mentioned he had to go to work at the tavern, which made Yanwei wonder why a hero was so concerned with wages. As she pondered, Suchi suddenly offered to carry her over. Yanwei protested in surprise, but he had already picked her up. Their eyes met, close and intimate. Only then did Suchi notice that the bed's covers hadn't been disturbed, and he realized what was going on. Iris eventually blushed and reluctantly agreed to Suchi's actions. Suchi gently placed Iris into the wooden tub, carefully arranging the bath items within her reach. Iris huddled in the water, only her head visible as she blew bubbles. Suchi hurriedly closed the bathroom door, thinking about the lost wages. Iris cursed under her breath, but a slight smile played on her lips. An hour later, Suchi entered the room. Iris, her cheeks flushed, playfully scolded, You lowly servant, aren't you going to attend to me? A look of admiration flashed in Suchi's eyes, charmed by her contrasting demeanor. Back in bed, Iris absent-mindedly stirred her second bowl of soup, her eyes a mix of sweetness and worry. After hesitating, she finally spoke. Suchi, But the words retreated, leaving her to simply say, Thank you. Suchi looked at her teasingly. Thank me for what? For letting you experience happiness. Iris looked at him with a pitiful gaze, her eyes shimmering, softening his heart. He quickly clarified, Just kidding. Iris pouted. That's not funny at all. Suddenly, the pendant on the floor buzzed. Suchi picked it up and pressed it. A furious voice came through. Iris, how dare you ignore my message? Suchi calmly replied, Hello? The voice on the other end was shocked. Who are you? Where's Iris? Iris coolly interrupted. I'll be back soon, don't worry. She took the pendant from Suchi and crushed it in her hand. A sly glint appeared in her eyes. I want to go back with a full belly and see how he reacts. By then, his expression will surely be quite a sight. A mischievous glint flashed in Yanwei's eyes, and a slight smile tugged at her lips. The genius idea made her eager to put it into action immediately. Unfortunately, the journey to the Demon King's castle was long, and preserving it halfway would be difficult. She had to suppress her impulse and postpone her plan. Thinking about this, Yanwei couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. She gently kicked her feet on the bed. The wooden bed frame didn't budge, but she ended up pulling at her wound, grimacing in pain. She pouted in grievance and obediently lay back down. Suchi paused his tidying of bowls and spoons, casting a sidelong glance at Yanwei. So, you really should just rest. He sighed inwardly, thinking, This one is really a handful. How's she supposed to be a demon king? I don't know. Her father's old subordinates must have put in a lot of effort. By the way, Suchi placed a cup of honey milk on the bedside table. If you're still feeling unwell later, have some of this. Yanwei held the cup, feeling the gentle warmth against her hands, and a sense of comfort filled her heart. She had never been treated like this before. Although lower demons had done similar things, it was always out of obligation due to their status difference and couldn't compare at all. Using the cup to hide her slightly flushed face, Yanwei softly said, In that case, I'll reluctantly upgrade you to the very, very lowest level of servant. The atmosphere gradually fell silent. Suchi stood up, saying, I'm going out for a bit. Feigning indifference, Yanwei replied, There's no need to report such trivial matters to me, otherwise, I'd be annoyed to death. Yet her eyes secretly followed Suchi's figure. Just as Suchi was about to leave, Yanwei suddenly spoke. Suchi? What? Suchi paused. Yanwei's cheeks turned crimson as she mustered the courage to ask, You'll come back to keep me company, right? Yeah, I'll be back, Suchi assured her, then added playfully, If I remember that there's such a thing. Who knows how much time passed? Yanwei still lay on the bed, the sun outside the window now dipping towards the west. The sky was silently turning dark. Her blanket was soaked with tears. She looked unusually disheveled. her long hair sticking to her cheeks. Yanwei's mind was filled with the scene of Su Qi leaving. His face, his turning away, his back, his playful words, and the final sound of the door closing, shattering her heart. Go ask the boss for an advance on your salary. Su Qi candidly explained the situation, but Yuan Wei didn't seem to care. She pouted and said, "You're already staying at my place. Why worry about me running away?" Su Qi smiled wryly. "Where am I supposed to sleep? On the street?" Seeing Yuan Wei's confused expression, he seriously added, "I'm just joking. I hope you think things through and don't end up being a naive girl who gets tricked and helps count the money." Yuan Wei pouted silently. Su Qi thought to himself, with that personality, she can't be a demon lord. He said wearily, "I'm tired. Make some room for me." He drank his water in one gulp, feeling his body about to give out. Practicing a level 10 skill all night, and then spending the afternoon brewing wine and asking for an advance on his salary, anyone would need a break. Yuan Wei was relentless. "Get off. You're just a commoner. Servants don't fight their masters for space." She hogged the whole bed, declaring proudly, "I'm taking it all." Su Qi sighed. "Should I sleep on the floor then?" Yuan Wei replied smugly, "What else? A lowly servant should be grateful to sleep on the floor." Just as Su Qi was about to retort that this was his house, Yuan Wei softened her tone. "Let's take it slow, okay? I might reward you. You can even make requests of me." Su Qi shook his head, too exhausted to argue. He set up a makeshift bed on the floor and fell asleep immediately. Sometime later, Su Qi felt a faint disturbance. Yuan Wei was sitting on the edge of the bed, her feet dangling just above the floor, worriedly asking, "Humans have weak bodies. Won't you get sick sleeping on the floor?" She nudged Su Qi's hand with her foot. "Hey, I've decided to reward you. You can share my space. But don't invade my territory." Su Qi was deep in sleep and didn't respond. Yuan Wei puffed out her cheeks and stepped on his face. "Sleep then. Ignore me, will you?" The next day, Yuan Wei insisted on returning to the Demon Lord's castle. Su Qi initially wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist her earnest promises and reluctantly agreed. Yuan Wei cheered. "I can have lots of delicious food again." Su Qi was somewhat tempted too. The food in this small town was indeed unappetizing. Once they were ready, they headed to the station. Su Qi stated their destination, and the coachman gave them a surprised look, focusing mostly on Yuan Wei. He guessed that Su Qi was a young nobleman seeking adventure with his maid. The coachman simply said, "It'll cost extra," to which Su Qi tossed over 2 silver coins without a word. On the carriage, Yuan Wei whispered into Su Qi's ear, "That cheap? When I came, that demon coachman charged me 3 gold coins." Su Qi sighed inwardly, thinking, "You spent 300,000 just on a ride? No wonder you're out of money. Truly a naive girl." The journey was a bit bumpy, but nothing too dramatic happened. They soon reached the transit point. Su Qi and Yanwei were traveling in a carriage that jostled its way to the transfer station at the Abyss of Demons. Upon arrival, the demon coachman demanded 2 silver coins, but seeing they were human, he greedily asked for 4. Su Qi reluctantly paid, while Yanwei quietly plotted revenge against the driver who had overcharged her before. Penniless, they entered the Demon King City and arrived near the Fountain Square. The streets were filled with demons in small groups, and Su Qi was amazed by their bizarre appearances. Additionally, beastmen and other neutral races were mingling with the demons, their furry beast ears indicating a preference for interacting with demonic beings. Yanwei instinctively held onto Su Qi's arm, only to find his attention captured by a cat-eared beastman. Overcome with jealousy, she ordered Su Qi to look only at her. To divert his attention, Yanwei intentionally brushed her tail against him, sparking a conversation about tail length. It dawned on Su Qi that the length of a demon's spade-shaped tail symbolized their power and status. No wonder Yanwei often felt insecure about her appearance. He tentatively asked, "Are you a hybrid? Is your power drawn from another lineage?" Yanwei nodded and admitted, "The other half of my lineage is from the Darkbloods, which is my main source of power now. But the growth of this bloodline has reached its limit for me." Su Qi keenly picked up on her words. "For you? Is there any way for you to quickly boost your strength?" He hoped to help Yanwei increase her power and gain more influence. However, Yanwei dashed his hopes. "There's not much chance. The other half of my bloodline is dark blood. And dark bloods are demons born for war. The conditions for the growth of the Darkborn are to cause slaughter and fall into despair. When my father died, I felt despair and directly ascended from the 2nd tier to the 5th. With a somber tone, Yanwei recounted her tragic experiences. Her mother had died due to the overwhelming power of the Darkborn bloodline, leaving her with only a half-sister with whom she had little connection. Even though she held the title of Demon King, she was nothing more than an empty shell, a mere puppet. Su Qi listened with a furrowed brow, inwardly lamenting that this was no Demon King, but rather a pitiful marionette. Yanwei continued, "War? They would never let me near it. Though my bloodline is impure, just a few large-scale wars could elevate me to the 10th tier. If I were to incite war on my own, humans would gladly eliminate this demon king. Suchi shook his head helplessly, surprised by the harshness of Yanwei's situation. As he pondered a solution, Yanwei suddenly shifted the conversation. However, if you, my insignificant servant, were to die in front of me, I might just manage to level up. Before she finished speaking, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, capturing Yanwei's attention. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to a restaurant on the second floor to the right of the fountain square and exclaimed, "I'm hungry." Suchi looked up, confused by the unfamiliar script on the prominent sign. Yanwei led Suchi with ease to their destination. The second-floor establishment was packed. Even the cat-eared beast man from earlier was happily munching on roasted meat. Suchi couldn't help but glance over, which earned Yanwei's displeasure. She stomped on his foot. "Don't look. I can transform too, and if you keep staring, I'll blind you." Suchi felt no pain but instead was delighted. "Really? My master?" The demons at each table were flushed, as the spiciness was too much for some of them, causing them to sweat profusely. Suchi glanced around, finding the scene of demons devouring their meals quite amusing. They made hissing sounds as they ate, yet continued to stuff food into their mouths. An empty table by the window caught Suchi's attention, offering an excellent view. After sitting down, he noticed the fountain square outside, with the Demon King's castle in the distance. Demons wandered the streets, while beastmen on benches either chatted or cuddled, some even kissing openly. Aside from their grotesque appearances, this place was not much different from a human city. "Aren't we out of money?" Suchi whispered to Yanwei. Yanwei dismissed his concern. "Do you think I, of all people, need to pay for a meal in the Demon King city? Watch closely, you insignificant servant." Suchi was skeptical. Few demons had shown Yanwei any respect along their journey. She seemed more like a minor character. Would the restaurant owner really take her word? Before he could ponder further, Yanwei had already sat down and started ordering with practiced ease, which reassured Suchi slightly. He certainly didn't want to end up fighting over a meal bill in the Demon King city. Suddenly, all the demons in the restaurant turned to look in one direction. "Whoa, the boss is here," someone exclaimed. It's said to be a spade-tailed demon, and their appearance. A mature and captivating spade-tailed demon entered the restaurant, drawing all eyes. Suchi glanced briefly but quickly lost interest, instead focusing on a table of cat-eared beastmen. Yanwei noticed Suchi's reaction and felt secretly pleased. The spade-tailed demon made her way over and sat beside Suchi. "Yanwei, what am I going to do with you?" she said with a sigh. "Sneaking out for so long, and the first thing you do upon returning is come here to fill your belly. Hee. It's all because your food is so delicious, sister," Yanwei replied with a grin, accepting a plate of oil-braised boneless fish from her sister. The spade-tailed demon's sister curiously examined Suchi. "Where have you been all this time, and why is there a human with you?" Yanwei dodged the question. Well, it's a long story." The spade-tailed demon's sister didn't buy Yanwei's vague response. She leaned in to sniff Suchi lightly, which startled him, causing him to instinctively pull back. Then she leaned closer to Yanwei and took a sharp bite at his neck. The spotty-tailed demoness gasped in shock. "You and him?" She quickly realized her outburst and covered her mouth. The news was truly overwhelming for her. Feeling embarrassed, she looked around and apologized to the guests. "Sorry to disturb your meal, everyone. Today's dining will be discounted by 10%. This announcement immediately diverted the attention of most demons back to their plates. At Suchi's table, the next course was just being served, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. The spotty-tailed demoness blinked, trying to suppress her inner turmoil. She lowered her voice and demanded, "Aren't you engaged? How could you? Even if you can't control your bloodline, you should wait until marriage." Yanwei retorted between mouthfuls, "I don't need multiple partners. You're playing with fire." The spotty-tailed demoness glared at Suchi. "Despicable human, did you use sweet words to deceive Yanwei? She really doesn't have much awareness against deception." Suchi looked innocent, "Sis. I'm the one being overwhelmed here." The spotty-tailed demoness looked at Yanwei with a proud expression, as if saying, "Finally grown up." Yanwei finished off a plate of fish and calmly explained. "The abyss demon took a liking to Jasmine. I was never really favored anyway." "Jasmine?" "The Jasmine who can take on 13 at once." The mention of the name completely captured the spotty-tailed demoness' attention, pushing other questions aside. It's known that although spotty-tailed demons can't resist their desires, they're not indiscriminate. Jasmine is quite unique in her own way. Yanwei moved on to the next dish, speaking indistinctly. "Yeah, there's only one Jasmine in the Demon King's castle." The spotty-tailed demoness was stunned. "No way? Even the abyss demon is interested in her?" Yanwei bared her fangs, chewing the meat vigorously. "Don't you know what kind of demon she is, sister?" "Well, that's true. The Abyss Demon will probably discard her when he's bored. Suchi interjected. Not really. They seem like a perfect match to me. It's funny how some things happen. Like speaking of the devil, and he appears. What a coincidence. The spade-tailed devil sister gave a knowing smile. As she smiled, Yanwei followed her gaze and saw an Abyss Demon entering the shop, arm in arm with a woman in a fiery red dress. The woman was Jasmine, with her wynard curls lazily draped over her shoulders. Her alluring face and slender figure immediately caught the attention of most demons in the shop. The Abyss Demon wore a flattering smile as he introduced the place to Jasmine, who seemed unimpressed. She frowned and said, "Did you really bring me to a place where low-class demons gather to eat?" Her words caused an uproar in the shop, but no one dared to speak up due to the Abyss Demon's intimidating presence. Jasmine suddenly noticed Yanwei and feigned surprise. "Oh my, isn't it Yanwei? My apologies. I take back what I said." Yanwei, annoyed, pursed her lips and walked straight towards Su Chi and the others, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. "I go wherever I please." Yanwei shot Jasmine a glare. "And you should watch your mouth when using the name of Lady Yanwei. Know your place, mid-level demon." Ignoring Yanwei's sarcasm, Jasmine turned her attention to Su Chi. "This friend seems unfamiliar. Is he a friend of Yanwei?" She deliberately tried to draw the Abyss Demon's attention. "That's none of your business," Yanwei replied coldly. Jasmine persisted. "I heard you were missing for a long time, and now you suddenly have a male companion. It's easy to draw conclusions. Exactly what you think. So what?" Yanwei responded without hesitation, playing right into Jasmine's hands. Hearing this, the Abyss Demon was visibly unsettled. He exchanged a glance with Su Chi, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. Su Chi quietly estimated that the Abyss Demon had at least a 6th-level advanced power. He discreetly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his inner magic surging like a torrent. The two invisible forces clashed in the air, causing a dull thud. The Abyss Demon stepped back slightly, surprise evident in his eyes. "You are strong. I've got a cheat code, so it's not really a fair win," Su Chi said nonchalantly. The Abyss Demon clearly didn't understand such an odd term. Seeing Su Chi take the upper hand, Yanwei made a triumphant face. "Huh, you can't even beat my newly acquired minion." The Abyss Demon shook his head. "A minion? Yanwei, you're still as foolish as ever. A 7th-level warrior is a renowned force on this continent. Why would he serve you? Be careful not to let a wolf into your house. You should step down while you still can." Yanwei hated being called foolish and was eager to prove herself. "Hey, lowest of the low minion, lift my foot and kiss it. Hurry up, prove it to him. Come on, minion. I'm counting on you. Just help me out here, and whatever happens later, we'll deal with it." "Ugh, it tickles." Iris's voice was faint as she struggled to endure something. Su Chi's fingers lightly traced the palm of Iris's hand, making her shiver. Okay, stop it." Iris pulled her hand back, a triumphant look on her face. "See that? This is my newest and lowest-ranking servant." Jasmine shot a disdainful look their way. The Abyss Demon observed Su Chi with surprise, then a hint of self-reproach crossed his face. He didn't seem to mind that Iris, who was engaged, was being so close with another man. The fact that a 7th-tier powerhouse was being so respectful to a low-ranking demon puzzled the Abyss Demon. He pondered, "What is this person after? Is there more to this than meets the eye?" The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, losing his appetite entirely. Don't get too cocky, Iris," the Abyss Demon said, anger flaring in his eyes. "The 3-month deadline is almost up. If you keep this attitude, you won't have long to live." With that, he stormed off, leaving Jasmine behind. This unexpected encounter ended on a sour note. Iris, now in low spirits, listlessly picked at the food on the table. Su Chi, meanwhile, was deep in thought due to a system prompt. "Hey servant, take a walk with me." After dinner, Iris dragged Su Chi to the fountain square. She looked troubled, and Su Chi didn't know how to comfort her. Just then, he noticed the cat-eared beastman from earlier emerging from a shop, now with a layer of black gauze over her bare legs. An idea struck Su Chi. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is black, there is white. He symbolically pulled away from Iris's arm, catching her attention. She furrowed her brows. "You lowly servant, are you trying to rebel?" Upon hearing this, Yanwei's eyes flashed with displeasure. "Do you really think I'm your servant?" Her delicate eyebrows knitted even tighter, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Su Chi sensed her change in mood and retorted, "What do you mean? You embarrassed me in front of all those demons, treating me like a servant. Do you think I enjoyed it? If I hadn't been worried about your reputation, do you think I would have tolerated it?" His voice unconsciously softened towards the end. Hearing this, Yanwei's tone immediately softened. She realized she had indeed gone a bit too far, focusing only on proving herself and neglecting Su Chi's feelings. "So what do you want?" I'll do whatever I can to make up for my reckless behavior. Suchi thought to himself that Yanwei was quite straightforward. He said in a deep voice, let's make a pact. Yanwei was taken aback and met Suchi's gaze. What do you propose? First, you need to understand the nature of our relationship, Suchi began. Yanwei looked confused. What is our relationship? Friends. Suchi hesitated. Friends with a close connection. But to save your face, I allow you to call me a lowly servant in front of other demons. Yanwei questioned, is that all? Hasn't it always been like this? What kind of pact is this? Suchi explained, as friends, I'm willing to protect your dignity. Can you also consider my feelings? Like what happened today. I promise. It won't happen again. Yanwei quickly assured. No. Suchi said firmly. Yanwei was puzzled. Suchi blushed and explained. I mean, sometimes such situations are unavoidable, so I have a compromise. Let's hear it. Yanwei said with interest. Suchi's gaze fell on a nearby cat-eared beastman. Seeing this, Yanwei immediately protested. I told you not to look. Oh, Suchi. Suchi ignored her. I'm just looking at her legs. Yanwei looked confused. I want you to look at the cat-eared beastman's legs, Suchi explained. Yanwei pouted, reluctant, but eventually glanced at the beastman. Do you see that long black fabric on her legs? Suchi asked. I see it. Yanwei nodded. You should wear something like that, Suchi suggested. Yanwei looked bewildered. Suchi explained. With a layer of fabric, my aversion isn't as strong. And it has to be white so I can easily see if it's dirty. Yanwei thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Okay. Suchi continued. Then, when there's nothing else going on, I need to practice more. Yanwei was puzzled again. Suchi seriously explained. Didn't you notice how nervous I was today? I couldn't even let go of my grip. I need more practice to avoid freezing up. Yanwei suddenly understood and nodded. So that's what it was. I wondered why you wouldn't let go. Do as you like. It's not a difficult condition to accept. Second, Suchi continued, Yanwei, I think you can be quite headstrong. Try not to act impulsively. Look at me. I was very patient today. In the future, I'd like you to think things through more. If you can't, then rely on my judgment. Even if what I say is hard to understand, I hope you'll follow through. Okay, Yanwei replied succinctly. Third, Suchi finally revealed the most important point. As friends, don't keep things to yourself. Talk to me. What's this 3-month deadline about? I don't want to be constantly harassed by abyssal demons. Yanwei's eyes turned into crescents as she realized Suchi's concern, warming her heart. The position of Demon King requires achievements, Yanwei explained. As the newly appointed Demon King, I must prove my capabilities within 3 months. So even if the abyssal demons look down on me, they won't make a move within this period. So, how much time is left of the 3-month deadline? Suchi pressed. 3 days, Yanwei casually replied. Suchi's eyes widened in shock. And you still have time to just hang out here? Switching perspective to the human side. Hey, Shui, daydreaming again? Must be nice being a candidate for the hero's role. Su Mushue snapped back to reality, feeling the strange yet familiar power coursing through her. This body fit her perfectly, a stark contrast to her last experience in the secret realm. As she marveled silently, a voice urged her from the side, don't forget our mission. Su Mushue forced a smile and replied, oh, I stayed up late last night, nearly missed the important stuff. The person sighed in exasperation. I give up on you. How did someone with your personality get chosen? Hurry up. We need to meet at the breakfast place before our patrol. Wait for me. Su Mushue called out quickly. It's too late to freshen up. Let's go together. She couldn't risk letting the other person leave. She had no idea where the breakfast place was. The short-haired girl shook her head and sighed. Seriously, we planned to have something nice yesterday, and now, because of you, we'll just have to grab a couple of bread rolls and leave. Su Mushue jumped out of bed and moved around casually. This secret realm start was perfect, and she was determined to succeed. She glanced at the items by the bed. A sword, a signal flare, and matches with a torch? An odd assortment. She looked questioningly at the short-haired girl's waist, which also had a torch, albeit a cruder one. Once ready, the two of them left. Su Mushue was surprised to discover that the city was the same place she had lived during her last secret realm experience. However, many details were different. An ominous feeling crept over her. At the breakfast shop, Su Mushue reluctantly bit into the unappetizing bread and placed the rest by the shop's entrance. Then, she followed the short-haired girl to begin their so-called patrol. Suddenly, the short-haired girl stopped in her tracks. Shui, what's wrong? Me? Aren't you supposed to take the south half of the city while I take the north? Why are you following me? The short-haired girl frowned, quickly distancing herself and drawing a sharp blade. You haven't been infected by the source, have you? The source? Su Mushue instinctively repeated. You dare forget the source? That's... Before she could finish, a loud explosion interrupted. A flare shot into the sky, leaving the short-haired girl no time to question further. Sumushiwa sprinted towards the signal point, cold sweat forming on her brow. She desperately needed to prove herself. Being discovered would be a death sentence. Weaving through streets and alleys, the two finally reached the gathering point. The sight was shocking. A grotesque creature knelt on the ground, surrounded by human limbs. Noticing them, the monster turned laboriously, pustules on its bloated body bursting and oozing black blood. GRKK. It emitted an unintelligible sound. It's the source. Let's take it down together. The short-haired girl roared, leaping into action. The short-haired girl, agile and swift, swung her large sword in a fierce arc through the air. This move, which converted her kinetic energy into an attack, was full of vulnerabilities, yet it maximized its destructive force. For an ordinary person, this strike would be lethal, enough to cleave them in two. However, her opponent was no ordinary being but a creature known as Yuan. Despite lacking the intelligence to counter such a seemingly simple move, Yuan's instinctual survival drive allowed it to dodge a fatal blow. The sword carved a deep, gruesome wound from its shoulder to its waist and became lodged in its body. Seeing her strike land, the short-haired girl wasted no time in withdrawing. Her expression showed no joy, only increased seriousness. She quickly lit a torch and hurled it at Yuan without hesitation. The flames ignited Yuan's blood, erupting instantly and engulfing the grotesque creature. Only then did the short-haired girl breathe a sigh of relief, turning to glance at Sumushiwa beside her. She noticed that Sumushiwa hadn't joined the battle and was still standing there, pale-faced. "Why didn't you help?" the short-haired girl asked, frowning and suspicious. "Have you really been infected by Yuan?" Sumushiwa was startled, unable to defend herself. She had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, and it had left her stomach in knots, slow to react. Realizing the danger she was in, she considered whether she needed to eliminate the short-haired girl in front of her. After a moment of deliberation, Sumushiwa slowly drew the sword from her waist. Its blade glinted coldly in the moonlight, reflecting the short-haired girl's incredulous expression. Just as the sword's edge was about to reach the girl's neck, Sumushiwa caught sight of a shadow breaking through the flames, attacking the short-haired girl from behind. Her wrist flicked, and the sword's trajectory shifted from a thrust to an upward slash. The blade traced a chilling arc, slicing the shadow into countless fragments. Using the recoil, Sumushiwa quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and the short-haired girl. The shadow hit the ground heavily. It was Yuan, still breathing weakly despite its severe injuries. Only then did the short-haired girl come to her senses, drawing a dagger to pierce through Yuan's skull. Yet even then, Yuan continued to struggle stubbornly. "Hurry, purify it," the short-haired girl urged urgently. "Don't let Yuan spread." Sumushiwa didn't dare delay, mimicking the girl's earlier actions by lighting a torch and throwing it. The flames met Yuan's body, turning an azure blue, forcing the two to step back from the intense heat. Yuan writhed in agony amidst the inferno, its skin peeling off. Soon, its bloated form began to shrink, ultimately revealing a gaunt human figure. The person lay with their mouth slightly open, reaching a hand towards the short-haired girl, seemingly pleading for help. However, the girl's eyes showed no pity as she watched the flames reduce the body to ashes. A gust of wind blew, scattering even the ashes, leaving only the large sword on the ground as a testament to what had transpired. Only then did the short-haired girl turn to Sumushiwa, a hint of displeasure on her face. "Shue, your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit. So, were you just messing with me?" Sumushiwa hesitated briefly, opting for a cautious response. "I really have forgotten some things." The short-haired girl looked at her skeptically. "Tell me, how much have you forgotten?" Sumushiwa took a deep breath and asked the most crucial question. "What is Yuan?" The short-haired girl bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, explaining in a calm tone. "Yuan are humans who have been corrupted. Our continent is very unstable, often encountering outsiders. Some outsiders carry the source with them, perhaps not intentionally, but it accompanies them nonetheless." The short-haired girl's eyes grew serious as she recounted a troubling history. Initially, this land welcomed outsiders, whose knowledge brought convenience. However, the emergence of the first source changed everything. People began to suspect that certain knowledge was forbidden and would invoke the world's rejection. Books were burned, knowledge erased, and even local wisdom did not escape this purge. Yet, the source continued to appear relentlessly. It wasn't until a great fire consumed all the outsiders that the source temporarily subsided. But the outsiders grew more cunning, possessing humans, taking control of their bodies without accessing their memories. The short-haired girl paused, a hint of caution in her eyes. Suddenly, she pressed with an intense tone. "Shue, what is your identity? What is the name of this city? What was your life goal you told me before? Su Mushua answered without hesitation. I am a candidate hero. This city is called Rivifant City. My goal is to bathe in dragon's blood in the far north. The short-haired girl relaxed slightly, but remained skeptical. Not entirely right. You forgot you also said you wanted to pull out the hero's sword like Lord Lant. So, was it a month ago or 2 months ago that he drew the sword? Su Mushua frowned and swiftly placed her sword at the short-haired girl's neck. Wasn't the hero's sword lost? Have you been tainted by the source? The short-haired girl looked bewildered. A glint of insight flashed in Su Mushua's eyes as she seized the flaw. I felt something was off about you these past few days, so I tested you. You really are acting strange. Wasn't the hero's sword lost? The short-haired girl hurriedly explained. Hey Shue, I deliberately gave you two wrong choices. Su Mushua's sword lightly grazed the short-haired girl's neck, leaving a thin line of blood. Now that you know this information, you can obviously make up many plausible excuses. I don't want to hear your explanations. From now on, I ask, you answer, understood? The short-haired girl looked at Su Mushua with a bit of helplessness. Now it was her turn to struggle with an explanation. Su Mushua's sword edged a little closer, compelling the short-haired girl to reluctantly explain. The source, fully known as the source of calamity, has an unknown origin. It unpredictably entices humans with offers that are hard to refuse. Once someone believes and acts on it, they gradually lose their sanity, become tainted by the source, and turn into monsters. She paused before continuing. Outsiders are the most easily tempted. They often shout things like system and task completion points with inexplicable joy on their faces. This sent a chill down Su Mushua's spine. Temptation, tasks, losing sanity, system. She couldn't help but think of her own tasks. Defeat the Demon King Iris. Find the Sword of the Brave. Defeat the Frost Dragon. Could these all be false temptations? And what about the main quest? She glanced at the data panel. Human camp remaining 2730. People had indeed died, and too quickly. A cold fear gripped her heart. Had they truly entered Glass secret realm? Suppressing her unease, Su Mushua pressed on. The source is in the northeast. Shouldn't the demon tribe in the northwest be more affected? The short-haired girl shook her head. I really don't know. Maybe demons are harder to tempt, or perhaps they're just simple-minded. Su Mushua pondered and asked, so the Darkborn attacking us was to avoid the source? Now it was the short-haired girl's turn to be baffled. You still don't believe me? The Darkborn were wiped out long ago by Lord Lant and the 8 candidate heroes. If it weren't for their sacrifice on the Sunset Plains, we wouldn't have the peace we enjoy today. Hearing familiar names, Su Mushua felt even more confused. She and everyone else had clearly entered the secret realm together. So how had the story developed to this point? The short-haired girl continued to lament. It's such a pity about Lord Su Chi. He almost touched the threshold of the 10th tier. A realm no human had ever reached. Su Mushua froze. Su Chi, dead? She recalled the panel showing 3131 when they first entered, and now only 27 remained. A wave of dread washed over her. She rubbed her forehead, her expression grim, as she asked one last question. Where's Shuajin now? I want to see her. The short-haired girl was stunned. Shuajin? Shuajin of the Linsha family? She died 30 years ago. How could you possibly see her? The scene shifted to the Demon King's castle. Servant, stop rummaging through my bookshelf. Must I wear such things? Iris was holding 2 strips of white silk, comparing them against her legs. I've heard about that small seaside village before. Su Chi remembered the remote village long abandoned by the Human Alliance. It was a place where impoverished beggars gathered, barely scraping by. The location was terribly unsuitable for farming or grazing, close to the source yet of no strategic value. So much so that even soldiers were unwilling to station there. This isn't much of an achievement, and it's debatable whether it even counts as human territory, Su Chi remarked, shaking his head. But we won't be able to leave today or tomorrow. In the quiet room, Su Chi's voice was particularly clear. Although Yanwei was only a nominal demon king, she still lived in the palace of successive demon kings. The spacious room caused their conversation to echo. Su Chi nodded to show he heard Yanwei and continued to flip through the book in his hands. There was scant information about the source, and its earliest origins couldn't be traced. As he scrutinized his status panel, he pondered, could I also be from the source? Yanwei, did your demon tribe invade human lands to avoid the source? Geographically, you're very close to it, Su Chi asked, looking up. Yanwei was visibly angry. Who knows? They say humans started the war with those not of our race must be different at heart. Nonsense. They wanted to fight, and how could we just endure it? So it went on for years, and we couldn't stop. Many demons have deep-seated hatred for humans. She gritted her teeth. Like me, if it weren't for those heroes and hero candidates who died alongside my father, if I catch one, I'll drink their blood and tear their tendons to soothe my anger. Suchi felt a jolt in his heart, vaguely recalling something. He looked down and continued to flip through the book, the pages rustling softly. Suddenly, he made a shocking discovery that made his eyes widen. Demons had only 1/10 the probability of being infected by the source compared to humans. Is it because human minds are too fragile? Suchi mused aloud. He put the book down and turned to Yanwei. Why can't we leave today or tomorrow? What did you say about an engagement? Yanwei counted on her fingers. Today is one day, tomorrow another, and the day after. That's right, the last 3 days. My father's marriage contract is to be fulfilled the day before I lose the Demon King title, so the engagement is tomorrow. What? The last 3 days include today? Suchi said in surprise. You're quite the little darling. Yanwei hastily explained, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow it's just a formality, and I'll refuse him. The day after, I'll see if I can achieve something. Worst case, I won't be the Demon King, and you can take me to hide in a human city. Sure. Suchi was about to agree, but received a warning that his behavior was severely inconsistent with his identity. He had to change his response. Sure, you don't trust me, do you? Yanwei pouted. No, I just. Suchi couldn't stand that expression and said, all right, just find me a place to stay. We'll talk tomorrow. It's getting late. Just stay here, silly servant. Where else would you want to stay? My place is quite big, and the bed is quite big too. Even the abyss demon isn't clueless. A person enters and never comes out who would take him for a fool? Suchi mused silently, knowing that the abyss demon, no matter how dim-witted, would surely notice something amiss. He frowned slightly, about to speak, when he saw Yanwei glaring at him, puffed up like a little hamster. Servant, wait here for me. Yanwei huffed, turning away. Suchi finally breathed a sigh of relief, guessing she went to arrange accommodations. Although Yanwei could be a bit reckless, she knew how to handle important matters. After all, an incident on the eve of an engagement could have unimaginable consequences. As time dragged on, Suchi decided to pass the time by skimming through a few books, searching for any overlooked clues. About half an hour later, Yanwei returned, yawning. Phew, I searched for ages and almost forgot where I put it, Yanwei said, rubbing her eyes. Suchi was about to ask, but then he noticed Yanwei had changed into a stunning white wedding dress. Her beauty was breathtaking, and he found himself holding his breath. Without hesitation, Yanwei leaned against Suchi's side, pouting, I'm hungry. I want cream puffs. Their eyes met, noses almost touching, and Suchi could feel Yanwei's warm breath on his face, stirring something inside him. It was the first time Yanwei had been so assertive, like a true demon, and Suchi was the beguiled human. He had once scoffed at the idea of being tempted by a demon, believing adults wouldn't lose their judgment. Now he understood how alluring that sense of guilt could be, knowing it was wrong yet unable to resist, simply going with the flow. The next day, Yanwei lay in Suchi's arms, her lips a bit pale. What do you feel like eating later? Yanwei's eyes were filled with sweetness and tenderness. Anything is fine with me, Suchi replied softly. Let me carry you to freshen up. Yanwei clung to Suchi's arm playfully. We have to attend the engagement ceremony soon. If other demons see us like this, it would be terrible. With a sigh of resignation, Suchi lifted the petite Yanwei in a princess carry. After getting ready, Yanwei's cheeks were flushed, yet she showed no embarrassment. Servant, I need a full meal before we go. After some delay, Yanwei finally dressed, but not in the expected white wedding gown. She walked out of the Demon King's palace with a tense expression, like a prisoner heading to their execution. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Abyss Demon's quarters in the Demon King city. The palace before them was carved from obsidian, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura. The heavy iron door was engraved with ancient symbols, with hellfire flowing at its base, inspiring fear. In front of the door, a demoness with a spade-shaped tail smiled warmly at Yanwei. You look even more beautiful today than usual. She then shot a fierce glance at Suchi. Yes, indeed, Yanwei nodded in response. The three entered the grand hall, which was filled with esteemed members of the Abyss Demon clan. Yanwei, in her pure white dress, looked fragile and delicate. The hem of her gown swayed with the breeze, and the sheer white stockings beneath seemed to have a few spots. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, making her appear like an angel untouched by the world. The leader of the Abyss Demon spoke, Yanwei, it's been 3 months since you contributed to the Demon clan. Are you prepared to honor the marriage pact and relinquish the Demon King title? Yanwei replied, the Demon clan values freedom, and the marriage pact my father made means nothing to me. The leader sneered, demons value strength even more. Are you ready to face the consequences of mocking our clan? Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed through the hall. A massive force pressed down on Yanwei's small frame, causing the floor tiles to crack and spread like a spiderweb for over 10 meters. Are you ready to bear the wrath of our clan? Why was that human in your palace last night? The leader demanded angrily. Yanwei closed her eyes, bracing for the attack, but surprisingly felt no pain. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the Abyss Demon leader spitting out blood, glaring intently at the smiling Su-Chi. So, Yanwei, is this the answer you've prepared for us Abyssal Demons? The leader of the Abyssal Demons sneered. Su-Chi raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He coldly scanned the surrounding demons, his tone dripping with disdain. Who says demons lack the vices of humans? You guys sure have mastered the art of double standards. A flicker of annoyance crossed the Abyssal Demon leader's eyes, but he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. He looked at Yanwei with contempt. Yanwei, come over to my side. At his words, Yanwei involuntarily shrank back. She lowered her head, like a child caught in wrongdoing, and hesitantly moved towards Su-Chi. The surrounding demons held their breath, eager to see what would happen next. Just as Yanwei was about to reach Su-Chi, he reached out and pulled her slender waist, drawing the petite girl into his embrace. The demons present were all taken aback by this scene. In the next moment, the entire palace began to tremble. A violent aura erupted from Su-Chi, and a pressure as heavy as a mountain enveloped the entire space. All the demons felt an invisible force bearing down on their shoulders, as if threatening to crush them. Su-Chi spoke coldly. You claim that sheer power might not command respect? His voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling intent to kill. Fiery magical energy sealed the space, causing all the demons to feel a suffocating pressure. The Abyssal Demon leader's pupils contracted as he looked at Su-Chi in disbelief. This power, he had only sensed it in the Dark Lord. It was a realm of the divine unattainable by humans the 10th tier. Su-Chi's gaze swept over each demon present, his voice laden with overwhelming pressure. I want to know, among those who are supposedly hard to convince, which demons are dissatisfied? If anyone has objections, now is the time to step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire palace fell into a deathly silence. The demons exchanged glances, yet none dared to meet Su-Chi's eyes. They only felt a chilling force penetrating their bodies, making even the air around them tremble. A hint of doubt crossed the Abyssal Demon leader's mind. Is the gap between the 9th and 10th tiers truly this vast? Had the Dark Lord been holding back all this time? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt the world spin around him. Thud. The Abyssal Demon leader felt his mind go blank for a moment. He opened his eyes wide, struggled to rise from the ground, and was about to say something when his head was struck again, slamming him back to the floor. This time, his mind was a foggy haze, his consciousness gradually fading, forgetting the critical point he had just reached in his thoughts. Su-Chi's mind was scattered like dense mist. The crucial clue was at his fingertips, yet it slipped away. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood surged forth, jolting him back to the harsh reality. In this life-and-death moment, the instinct to survive surged like a tidal wave. Stop! Stop! He managed to croak out, his voice hoarse. Su-Chi's fist hovered in midair, as he coldly eyed the leader of the Abyssal Demons. The once arrogant demon now looked pitiful, trembling as he got to his feet, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace. I didn't step forward, did I? Why are you hitting me? The demon leader cautiously asked. Su-Chi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Weren't you the one who said it was hard to win over everyone? Now that no demon stood up, you say some aren't convinced? So isn't it you? With that, he raised his fist again. The demon leader shuddered in fear, hastily begging for mercy. I give up, I give up. Nearby, Iris was stunned, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. She had never seen a problem resolved in such a manner. The servant she once considered insignificant now seemed to shine with a father-like aura in her eyes. Su-Chi wasn't surprised by the outcome. The so-called inability to win over others can only exist when there isn't a vast disparity in strength. If reasoning doesn't work, then resort to physical reasoning. After all, it's still reasoning. Suddenly, a violent thought flashed through his mind. Break their legs, and when they're kneeling in a pool of blood, ask again if anyone dares to defy him. This thought startled Su-Chi. Why would he have such a cruel idea? At that moment, a series of prompts surged in like a tide. Infected candidate hero. Memory fragment 7 left by Su-Chi. Memory fragment 2 left by Su-Chi. Memory fragment 14 left by Su-Chi. Each prompt unveiled different truths, plunging Su-Chi into deeper confusion. Who exactly was he? Where did this power come from? What role did Iris play? This is the 14th time I've come back. I don't know how many memory fragments I've left for myself, but I was tainted from the beginning. This moment is the only time I'm clear-headed. Protect her. Don't ask me who she is. You will meet her unexpectedly. She is hope. She is the future. Please, oh, and be wary of the stars. Fragments of memory? Like a final farewell. Su-Chi frowned in thought, as 4 contradictory clues clouded his mind like a fog. A cage? Reincarnation? He instinctively wanted to trust fragment 14, as it accurately recorded 14 resets. Yet everything seemed too straightforward, making him suspicious. Suchi shook his head, deciding to set it aside for now and focus on the immediate problem. The abyssal demons fell silent, none daring to defy Suchi's will. His murderous intent was palpable. Anyone who acted rashly would surely meet a swift end. The once noisy hall fell into a deathly silence. Ignoring the stares from all around, Suchi focused intently on Yanwei in his arms. Her face was flushed, almost faint with embarrassment. Though she was bold in private, she couldn't help but feel shy in front of so many demons. Yanwei, do you realize your mistake? Suchi asked, gesturing towards the abyssal demons. I'm sorry, Yanwei mumbled, her small hands fidgeting with her dress. Suchi raised an eyebrow. Is that how you apologize? Yanwei lowered her head further, responding weakly. She braced herself for Suchi's scolding, but instead heard a sigh of resignation. Fine, I forgive you. What? Yanwei looked up in surprise, gazing at Suchi's face, and suddenly the words "in love" surfaced in her mind. Apart from her father and sister, Suchi was the only one who showed her kindness. Her heart began to race. Don't lie to me, she said shakily, her eyes glistening with tears. Shall we go back? Okay. Yanwei softly agreed, obediently letting Suchi lead her away. Before leaving, she turned back to the abyssal demons and stuck out her tongue. Nye nye nye. The next morning, Yanwei woke up alone, feeling desolate as she gazed out the window, thinking it was all just a dream. Suddenly, she spotted Suchi picking grapes in the garden, and her tears turned to laughter. You lazy servants. How dare you get up without waking me? Today, I swear, I'll make you beg for mercy. Iris sat by the window, locking eyes with Suchi, her mind in a daze. Images of Suchi single-handedly battling the abyssal demons yesterday kept flashing through her mind. In that moment, being held in his arms felt like she was the heroine of a novel. Now, as she looked into Suchi's eyes, Iris's heart raced, filled with thoughts of him. She mused to herself, perhaps this is what they call love-struck. Suchi watched Iris's face shift through a range of expressions, perplexed. To him, she looked like she hadn't slept enough, glancing around nervously before resting her chin on her hands by the windowsill, grinning foolishly. Then she suddenly blushed and made a sound like a small animal. Finally, she licked her lips, her smile growing wider. Suchi shook his head helplessly and returned to his task, carefully snipping a bunch of grapes. He too gave a slight smile, licking his own lips. Who would have thought the Demon King's palace had an orchard, reminding him of a few things. Soon, Suchi noticed the light dimming in front of him. Looking up, he saw Iris dressed in a light white sheer fabric, fluttering in the breeze. The bold neckline accentuated her graceful neck and collarbones. The thin straps on her shoulders contrasted with her fair skin. She still wore the white silk shoes Suchi had chosen. With hands on her hips, Iris teased, "You lazy servant. Up so early and already fiddling with something weird?" Unfazed, Suchi replied, "Just a little decoration, hardly weird. Could you go out and get me some sugar?" Iris nodded in agreement and turned towards the Demon King's palace. Suchi quickly added, "Don't go out dressed like that. Nagging. This outfit is a gift to you. No other demon gets this privilege." Iris retorted smugly. Half an hour later, Iris appeared before Suchi in a normal outfit. Suchi looked at her in surprise. Changed clothes in just over half an hour? Ah, women. As Iris walked through the streets of the Demon King city, she felt like many demons were watching her, especially the spotty-tailed demons. She overheard whispers around her. "Did you hear? Someone remarkable has come to our Demon King's city. Of course, it's Lord Suchi. I heard at the little princess's engagement ceremony. He alone silenced the entire abyssal demon clan. So impressive." Clearly, the little princess these spotty-tailed demons referred to was Iris. They didn't acknowledge her as the Demon King, their understanding stuck in the era of the Dark King. "I wish Lord Suchi would hold me in his arms and say, 'If anyone has objections, speak now,'" while a crowd of demons wouldn't dare to breathe. Yanwei stood at the street corner, her eyes dreamy as she imagined the scene. But reality quickly pulled her back. Suchi seemed to be interested in that little princess. She frowned and muttered to herself, "She can't do anything. She's so ugly, not even as big as my fist." Clenching her fist, Yanwei thought with resentment, "I'm much smarter and more capable than her. I have more tricks." A sly glint flashed in her eyes. "Maybe we should give it a try? Perhaps Lord Suchi hasn't seen the true charm of a spade-tailed demon." The chatter of the surrounding demons was incessant. Yanwei's fleeting sense of inferiority resurfaced, her brow furrowed with insecurity. She recalled the image of Suchi single-handedly suppressing the entire abyss and sighed inwardly, "He's so dazzling. Am I too far out of reach?" Doubts lingered in her mind. Is he just captivated by the enchantment of a spade-tailed demon? If that's the case, Yanwei looked down at herself. My clumsy enchantment skills are no match for other spade-tail demons. The more she thought about it, the less confident she felt. Yanwei's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, ready to burst. She sighed. I've walked on thin ice my whole life. Can Su Chi and I ever reach the other side? Her gaze swept over the surrounding spade-tail demons with their striking figures, leaving her even more dejected. Just as Yanwei was sinking into self-doubt, a familiar voice called out, "Little Yanwei! Little Yanwei!" It was the elder spade-tail demon sister who had just finished her business. Seeing Yanwei wandering like a lost soul, the elder sister immediately understood the reason. She came to Yanwei's side and gently stroked her head. "My dear Yanwei, why the long face? Sister, do you think Su Chi and I—" Yanwei started to speak, but was interrupted by the elder sister. "Are you asking when your wedding with him should be held?" Wedding? Yanwei lowered her head even more, mumbling, "I don't know." At that moment, the elder spade-tail demon sister, having finished her errands, noticed Yanwei wandering the streets. "How could you not know, Yanwei? Opportunities are something you have to seize yourself." The elder demon sister with the spade-tail spoke persuasively, but Yanwei looked utterly confused. What could she possibly grasp? "Sister, I can't do it." The elder sister pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a revelation. "Yanwei, humans are different from us demons. You can't view Su Chi through the eyes of the demon clan." This statement immediately piqued Yanwei's interest. She clung to it like a lifeline and pressed for more. Lowering her voice, the elder sister spoke mysteriously, "Humans have peculiar tastes. They're fascinated by demons with spade tails, but rarely truly love us. Humans possess a strange sense of possessiveness, not allowing the ones they like to be touched by others." Yanwei's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Really? Su Chi doesn't let me go out in thin clothes. That's possessiveness, right?" The elder sister seized the moment to tell a bizarre tale of a hero infatuated with a maid. Innocent Yanwei was left wide-eyed in astonishment, as if a new world had opened up to her. "So, as long as you discover Su Chi's preferences, you can easily have a hold on him," the elder sister concluded. "Preferences? A hold?" Yanwei blushed, her mind whirling with excitement and anxiety. She asked, "Then where is Su Chi's weakness?" The elder sister rolled her eyes. "How should I know? Think about what Su Chi can't resist." "Okay, thank you, sister. I'll give it a try," Yanwei said excitedly, bidding her farewell. The elder sister let out a long breath, having worried so much for little Yanwei. Watching her leave, she shook her head in resignation. An hour later, Yanwei returned home, sporting a pair of fuzzy cat ears and cradling a big bag of sugar. Su Chi was taken aback. "What's going on?" Yanwei sweetly asked. "What are you planning to do with all this sugar, Su Chi?" Su Chi instinctively replied. "I'm planning to make wine, remember? We agreed on it earlier." Yanwei suddenly looked disappointed. "Oh, right. But now, Yanwei Miao doesn't feel like drinking anymore." Su Chi's expression darkened. "No way." Yanwei tilted her head in confusion. Su Chi frowned and asked, "Yanwei, why did your way of speaking change after going out?" Yanwei hesitated before confessing, "Because sister said. This might make Su Chi like me more." Su Chi gasped, as expected of the elder demon sister with the spade tail. "She knows so much, but you should speak to me normally. Otherwise, it's a bit unsettling." Yanwei puffed up in annoyance. "How annoying, you pesky servant. You're really driving me mad." She sulkily retracted her cat ears. Su Chi quickly said, "Bring the ears back." After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "How about alternating between the two states? Like, Monday, Wednesday, Friday you're the female, Demon King, and Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday you're Yanwei Miao. What about Sunday? That's for resting, of course." Yanwei brought her cat ears back, haughtily saying, "I'm being so considerate for you, you pesky servant, and yet you don't bow at my feet, worshipping my magnificent presence." At that moment, Yanwei noticed a change in Su Chi's gaze as it shifted from her ears. She caught where his eyes landed, a flicker of surprise in her own. Could it be? Iris's expression began to change, her eyes becoming strangely excited as her cat-like ears gave a little twitch. Iris's cat ears twitched involuntarily, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Su Chi had already washed and soaked the carefully picked grapes, and was now spreading them out to dry. "Hand me the sugar," Su Chi said, reaching out. "Oh." Iris handed over a large bag of white sugar. Su Chi poured the grapes into a flat, round container, which suddenly seemed familiar to Iris. "Hey, servant, where did you get this container?" Iris asked. "From the storage room on the west side of the second floor," Su Chi replied honestly. Iris fell silent, realizing it was the one she used for bathing before. "Is there a problem?" Su Chi leaned in and sniffed. "It smells nice and it looks clean." Iris wished she could stomp her foot down. "Get a different one." I couldn't find another, Suchi said, already spreading a layer of grapes. Come help me. I don't know how to make wine, Iris pouted. You just need to crush the grapes. This kind of rough work, do it yourself. Suchi gently coaxed. You'll feel more involved and it'll taste better. Iris hesitantly moved closer. What exactly am I supposed to do? Help me crush the grapes. Iris began to gather her magic, but Suchi pinched her cheek. No magic, it'll affect the taste, Suchi explained. So complicated? I'm not doing it. Iris turned to leave. Suchi cleared his throat. We agreed to this. We have to see it through to the end. Stars flickered in Iris's eyes. Then you must promise me one thing, servant. What is it? Iris hesitated for a long time, finally mustering the courage. Be my servant for life. Worship me every day. Suchi studied her for a while before finally replying. Unless the world ends, or the earth turns to dust. Suchi successfully crafted Memory Fragment 16. I was forced to kneel at Iris's feet and sign an unequal vow. This humiliation, don't let me find a chance. She won't be so arrogant for long. When the time comes, I'll get what I want from her. Don't think that I'm easily moved by such behavior. But seeing as you, my insignificant servant, have some sense, I will reluctantly help you this one time. Don't expect it again, Yanwei said haughtily, though her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the plump grapes. In the sunlight, the purple fruit sparkled like crystals. She reached out with her delicate hand, grabbing a handful of grapes, feeling their weight in her palm. How hard can it be to crush a few grapes? Yanwei thought to herself. With a slight squeeze of her fingers, the grapes burst open. Crystal-clear juice trickled through her fingers, forming a tiny waterfall into the container. The sweet aroma was overwhelming, yet it failed to bring a smile to Yanwei's face. Why did you prepare so many? She complained, frowning. Whether it was her small hands or the surplus of grapes, her handful seemed insignificant compared to the container's capacity. You haven't crushed enough, Suchi added, twisting the knife. So annoying. Yanwei grumbled. Even if I crush until my hand cramps, I won't finish. Plus, the juice is sticky and gross. I'm done. Unfazed, Suchi gently prodded. Yanwei, you don't want to lose your loyal servant, do you? The words seemed to hold a spell. Yanwei, as if struck by lightning, instinctively clenched her hand, turning the grapes to mush. No, you can't leave me, she gasped. You're mine. Frantically, Yanwei grabbed more grapes to crush, trying to prove herself through action. Yet, after several attempts, she looked despairingly at the still brimming container, her efforts a mere drop in the ocean. There are too many. I can't finish, she murmured. She glanced at Suchi, who was resting, and a bold idea came to mind. Yanwei quietly removed her white stockings and tentatively stepped into the container. Juice splashed, covering her ankles. I'm a genius, Yanwei thought triumphantly. She stood proudly on the grapes, imagining she'd finish in half an hour. But a stern voice shattered her fantasy. Yanwei. She looked guiltily at Suchi's stern face. What are you doing? Didn't you listen to a word I said? Crushing grapes. You only said to crush them. Yanwei mumbled defensively. I told you not to use magic. It affects the taste. Suchi scolded. Huh. Yanwei finally grasped the key point. But without magic. No buts. It's a matter of principle. Yanwei reluctantly withdrew the magic from her legs, feeling the cold sensation immediately. Why are you staring at me, fishy servant? Weren't you about to take a nap? Yanwei glared at Suchi, her voice dripping with irritation. Suchi, unfazed, flashed a sly smile. I have to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't slack off with magic. I would never slack off. Yanwei huffed indignantly. Since when does a servant supervise their master? To prove her diligence, Yanwei stomped vigorously in the container. See? This is a piece of cake for me. However, even with the reduced workload, the monotony of grape stomping was hard to shake off. Half an hour later, Yanwei pouted in frustration, glaring at Suchi, who still played the overseer. I'm going to stomp you, you fishy servant. What are you staring at? Suchi noticed her distress and gently said, I think that's enough, Yanwei. You can come out now. Hearing this, Yanwei's anger softened, though she still wore a slight frown. Her mood shifted again as she felt the sticky sensation on her legs. How annoying, not being allowed to use magic, she grumbled inwardly. I need to find some clean water to wash this off. Fishy servant, I need. Hey? Before Yanwei could finish, Suchi picked her up and gently placed her on a stone bench. Don't carry me like that. I'm a demon king, Yanwei protested, but there was a glimmer of something else in her eyes. Moments later, Yanwei stared at Suchi, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening. The earlier fatigue had transformed into a subtle joy. You cleaned me up so thoroughly, Yanwei said, trying to sound composed. As a fishy servant, you understand your duties, so I forgive you. Su Chi licked the remaining grape juice from his lips and calmly replied, I was just checking if the magic affected the taste of the grape juice. I have to be meticulous when it comes to winemaking. Yanwei sensed something off in Su Chi's words, but couldn't pinpoint what. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively asked, Really? So, how's the taste? I mean, how's the grape juice? It's sweet. Didn't you see how clean I drank it? Su Chi replied with a meaningful look. Fishy. Yanwei's face turned crimson as she recalled stories from her sister about human heroes with peculiar tastes, like playing with food. Could Su Chi want her to cater to human whims? Impossible. She, the great Yanwei, would never stoop to such levels. But, if it were a reward from a master to a well-behaved servant, perhaps if the fishy servant made her happy, maybe a strawberry cream cake as a reward would be nice? Could you give me an update on Yanwei's situation? After all, I can't leave this place. The spade-tailed demoness walked slowly into the depths of darkness. When she reached the end, she opened her eyes, her expression turning icy cold. She gazed at the figure in a black robe before her and said calmly, My younger sister is doing well lately. It seems she's fallen in love. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed loudly in the silence. The figure in the black robe scolded, In love? Are you tired of living? Do you not understand her identity? The figure's presence grew more menacing and terrifying. We're trying to resurrect that great being, and you let her fall in love? The spade-tailed demoness maintained her composure, though fear churned within her. She mustered the courage to ask, Why is my sister destined to be a sacrifice? The black-robed figure's tone softened slightly. No one is born to be a sacrifice. But we, the weak, have no choice. He paused. The Dark One shouldn't be so cold. But to survive, I must be pragmatic. Yanwei has talent. You don't, which is why you're deemed worthless. It's been this way for years. He continued, I won't apologize, but we've been given a chance to change our fate. Why not seize it? This world is a cage. We're like livestock raised by humans. The black-robed figure spoke passionately. When I broke through the 10th tier, I glimpsed memories through our bloodline. The Dark Ones were once glorious, and even those who confine this continent are nothing but prey in the presence of true Dark Ones. After the spade-tailed demoness departed, mocking laughter echoed in the darkness. I found something interesting. Dark One, your bloodline meets the sacrificial standard too. So why aren't you the sacrifice? The black-robed figure replied calmly, I don't want to die. Does Yanwei want to die? The mocking voice continued. I granted her the chance to enter this world. So naturally, I have the right to decide her future. How ironic, came the cold, mocking words. Your daughter's bookshelf is filled with books enticing her to seek freedom and love, unaware that it's a path to ruin. Free Yanwei? Just a puppet chained by fate. The Dark One shook his head gently. I have no regrets. He leaned back on his cold throne, his gaze distant. You and I are both wretched creatures, so why mock me? Don't you want to break free? To shatter this cage? The voice in the darkness was silent for a long time before speaking softly. Su Chi. Whose alias is that? I only summoned 30 outsiders this time, and none were named Su Chi. 31. You miscounted. The Dark One corrected. 30. The voice insisted. Dark One. Have you been tainted by the source? You still speak cryptically. The Dark One chuckled. We won't be tainted by the source, after all. The source is actually... Shh. Silence. The voice suddenly warned. Hide in the darkness. The wardens are watching. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.